Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 85. Then Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile, "Yoruichi, she believed you when you said it." Shihouin Yoruichi said angrily, "It's all your fault. And when I was about to say something, that Zanpakuto actually wanted it broke free from my hand, so I just solved it. It was back to the way it was." "And then why did you do this, Kurosaki Ichigo?" Yamamoto said angrily, and I laughed when I heard it. He said, "If you want to know why, then come here." Then Shunpo left. And Yamamoto Uenliazai also left after seeing it. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake also followed after seeing here. Then Shihouin Yoruichi said to Rukia Kukaki, "Wait a while, no matter what happens, don't be afraid." Hearing this, she was very confused. Just as she was about to ask a question, Shihouin Yoruichi also teleported away. Only a few captains and vice-captain. And after those people looked at each other, they stayed here to watch and wait for Yamamoto's return from Liazai. At this time, Abarai Renji actually appeared next to Rukia Kukaki. Then he was blocked by Byakuya Kukaki when he was about to save her. Then Byakuya Kukaki said, "Let go of her, Renji." And Abarai Renji smiled angrily when he saw this, said, "Don't let it go." And Rukia Kukaki was very worried when she saw this and said, "Let me go. Renji, you can't beat the big brother, hurry up." And heard Abarai Renji said loudly, "I am absolutely won't let you go." And Rukia Kukaki stopped talking. "Then let me do it." Byakuya Kukaki pulled out his Zanpakuto after he finished speaking, and Rukia Kukaki even shouted after seeing it, "No! Big brother!" And why Abarai Renji didn't fight back, it was because he had already not much strength. And Abarai Renji closed his eyes when he saw this, and while waiting for the attack, Arisawa Tatsuki came out to block the blow, and then said, "Why not fight back? Renji, it's not that Rukia is too heavy. Let's go." Hearing these very irritating words, Rukia Kukaki looked at the person who came, and Abarai Renji also opened her eyes. "Are you going to come to me again?" Byakuya Kukaki said very rudely, but Arisawa Tatsuki was not angry, then smiled and said, "Yes." Then he said to Abarai Renji and Rukia who were beside him, "Stay away from me a little bit, otherwise, I'm afraid you will be affected by me." Abarai Renji and Rukia looked at each other, then took a vertical step back, directly pulling a distance of 20 meters. Only then did Arisawa Tatsuki raise his Zanpakuto, and then swung it violently, dropping a thunderbolt from the sky to attack Byakuya Kukaki, and Byakuya Kukaki avoided it very easily. And when he was about to attack, he launched a strike from the side. An arrow formed by Ryutsu, and seeing this, Byakuya Kukaki hurriedly escaped Shunpo. And seeing this, Arisawa Tatsuki said, "I'm not alone." Rukia Kukaki was very surprised to see the people who came here and said, "Ishida, Chato, Orium, you are all here." He said angrily, "Didn't you see me?" Rukia Kukaki said embarrassedly, "Thank you too." And she began to nodded arrogantly. Then it was the battle between them. In the end, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others won, but they were victorious, and Byakuya Kukaki also went to Shunpo. On the other side, in a very hidden place above Bipolar Hill, there were 4 people watching the development here, and after seeing that a few of them won in the end, Kurako Shunsui said, "The potential of those children is very good." And Jaishur Yukatake also nodded, and then Yamamoto Uenliazai coughed and said, "Kurosaki Ichigo, you brought us here not to see these little guys." And Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Wait a moment, coming soon." After 35 and feeling something, they said, "It's coming." And they all thought about it. A white cloth suddenly appeared on the top of Bipolar Hill, and it didn't take long for Aizen and the 3 of them to leak out of it. Bipolar Hill. Aizen glanced at it, then turned his gaze slightly towards Ichimaru-jin. "Over there, Captain Aizen." Ichimaru-jin pointed slightly forward. Aizen followed Ichimaru-jin's gaze and saw Abarai Renji and Rukia on the side. Of course, Aizen also saw Arisawa Tatsuki and Orium on the side. At the same time Arisawa Tatsuki noticed them too. Arisawa Tatsuki's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pushed aside Orium, who was treating himself, and stood up and complained, "Cut, I thought I could rest for a while. I didn't expect to continue fighting so soon." Hearing Arisawa Tatsuki's words, Abarai Renji, Sato, and Orium were slightly taken aback. "Yo, thank you for your hard work, Tosen." Aizen walked towards Arisawa Tatsuki and Rukia and raised his hand slightly. "No, Captain Aizen." The figure of Tosen Kaname appeared in front of Aizen and said softly, "They don't seem to have any plans to leave Bipolar Hill and stay here, so I'm just standing here." "Aizen. Captain." Abarai Renji looked at the person in front of him in astonishment, and said in shock, "Aren't you already dead? How is that possible?" 9. And Jaishur Yukatake, who had been peeping on the other side, was also very surprised and said, "Isn't Aizen dead? Isn't that obvious? It was just a trick before, and the purpose was just to get out of the sight of some people in Jingling Court. For example, Yamamoto, the chief captain of the 13th Division, Yuanyujai Shigakuni. Ichigo is standing with Tensa Zangetsu in his hand." Shihouin Yoruichi's side said, "Rukia's verdict, we entered the Soul Society, and then he asked Ichimaru-jin to keep us out of the Jingling Court, and let us choose an extreme method to enter the Jingling Court. He probably already thought, after we were blocked, we could only choose Shiba Konghi to assist us in entering the Jingling Court, and when the entire Jingling Court was in a panic because of our entry, he cheated to death again, Jin-chan escaped, and set up a secret situation, all of us present are just his pawns, and since he appeared like this, I am afraid that he has almost completed all his layouts. This is probably his final design. As long as it is completed, then it is estimated that all the layouts are done. Ask for flowers." Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake were very surprised, and Yamamoto Yuanliazai was also surprised. But seeing that they still didn't believe it, they had to keep watching. "Captain Unohana, we have tracked down the place where Aizen moved. The place where they are now is Bipolar Hill," Katetsu Aizen said. "I see." Unohana said, "Yanjian, inform the other captains and vice-captains, and by the way, inform those who are in trouble, and tell them everything we know about Aizen. I will first tell them to Captain Hitsugaya and Hinamori. Momo to the rescue." 35. "Yes, Captain." Katetsu Aizen replied, and then his hands were slightly sealed, and at the same time something similar to ink appeared in his hands. Black and white web 22 bridges 66 crowns with footprints far thunder pinnacles back to the ground at night. The blue sky of the sea of clouds will fill the Taiyuan and go straight to the sky. In an instant, all the captains and vice-captains in every corner of Jingling Garden, including Arisawa Tatsuki on Bipolar Hill, all felt a strange ryotsu. "Capture, success." Such a voice appeared in everyone's mind. All the captains, vice-captains, deputy captains, and fellow travelers, this is Katetsu Aizen, vice-captain of the 4th Division. Katetsu Aizen's voice sounded in Ichigo's mind, as well as all the captains and vice-captains, including Ichigo and others. "Here is the urgent message from the 4th Division Captain Unohana and me, Katetsu Aizen. What I want to tell you next is all reality, not a single word of falsehood." After a slight pause, the voice continued, "I Captain Kazuoka came to Central 46 and met Captain Hitsugaya and Deputy Captain Matsumoto Ranjaku who were about to enter Central 46. Captain Hitsugaya broke the gate of Central 46 and entered, only to find the 46 sages of Central 46. All were killed and no one survived. Immediately, all of us were led away. The vice-captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo, entered Central 46 and was cheated to death. Aizen Suke, the captain of the 5th Division, who had been hiding in Central 46, was seriously injured. Then I rushed back. Captain Hitsugaya was also seriously injured, and is now being rescued by Captain Uzumana, and his life and death are unknown. Finally, please be careful of Aizen's Zanpakuto Kaika Suijutsu. This sword has the ability of perfect hypnosis, and it is destroyed by hypnosis's Zanpakuto Kaika Suijutsu. The way is to see the liberation of Zanpakuto, and you can't get rid of it if you watch it once, unless it is like the captain of the 9th division, but the captain Tosen and the captain of the 3rd division, Ichimaru Jin, are Aizen's men. They are now, double extreme hill. Bulletin. Chapter 86. Katetsu Aizen's voice transmission was broken, and Jaishur Yukatake and Kurako Shunsui above were very angry and couldn't believe it, and Yamamoto Yuanliazai's face became very dark. And there was also a layer of terrible Ryutsu. Old man, calm down, don't startle the snake. Kurosaki Ichigo said quickly, and Yamamoto Yuanliazai also restrained his Ryutsu, but he was still very angry. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo also shook his head helplessly, and Shihouin Yoruichi smiled very funny when he saw this scene. Then he looked down. Impossible, is that true? Captain Aizen. Abarai said with a look of shock, the Captain Aizen I know can't possibly do such a thing. Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Aizen and said, Aizen, it looks like there will be people coming here soon, although I know that I can't be your opponent, but how many moves do you think I can support under your hands? Can you support until the captains you are afraid of, Yamamoto Yuanliazai and Kurosaki Ichigo, and his 437 came? Want to try it? Aizen looked at Ichigo and smiled and said, I know you defeated Byakuya Kukaki, but you have not played against me. If you think you can be my opponent, I can be your opponent. After a slight pause, Aizen said, of course, I will carefully control the force. But you have to know that you have to step on the ants without crushing the ants. This force is very difficult to control. Really? Thank you. Arisawa Tatsuki smiled and said, although I am just a little ant to you now, but the ants also have the belief to live, so I will not give up. Arisawa Tatsuki said deeply. He took a breath, and then stretched out his right hand to pull out the Tianli from his waist. Just when Arisawa Tatsuki pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist, 2 figures appeared in front of him. I saw Orium and Sato blocking Ichigo's face, and Sato's right hand appeared directly with the giant's right arm. Let me come. I will also try my best to protect Long Gui. Orium also said. And Arisawa Tatsuki said, be careful then. Oh, this kind of power. Aizen looked at Sato's right arm and said, although there is still a lot of power hidden, but your power is more illusory than Shinigami. A lot of good materials. Aizen smiled, then shook his head slightly, but it's a pity, I'm not interested in you right now. Saying that, Aizen once again wanted to put Rukia on Rukia's body and said, can't you put Rukia down, and then step back? In this way, there is no need for too much trouble. I'm sorry. Arisawa Tatsuki pushed Orium and Sato away slightly and said, Rukia is my comrade. You want us to let go of Rukia before you beat me? It seems a little too simple. Really? Then there is no way. Aizen walked towards Arisawa Tatsuki and the others, and at the same time pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist. Captain Aizen, why do you want to attack Hinamori? She longs for you so much. Abarai Renji said loudly, for you, she will join the Godai 13th Division, in order to be closer to you, so he will train so hard to improve his strength. I know that without me, she won't be able to live. That's how I educated and trained her. Aizen said, don't you think it's my kindness that I kill her? Kind? What a nasty scum! Arisawa Tatsuki said angrily after hearing this. Roar Zabimaru! Abarai Renji directly swung out Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto in his hand turned into Zabimaru in an instant, and then attacked directly towards Aizen. Ichigo's eyes narrowed and he rushed towards Aizen. In an instant, Ichigo's figure appeared in front of Aizen. Holding Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand, he suddenly slashed towards Aizen. Tensa Zangetsu, as for Zabimaru, Aizen grabbed Zabimaru directly. Another. Zabimaru's long snake body was directly entangled. Impossible! Abarai Renji said in astonishment, to even kill Zabimaru with his bare hands. Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Aizen, holding the Tianli in his right hand, and stabbed at Aizen's abdomen at a direct angle. With a clang sound, Aizen directly broke Zabimaru's snake body, and then pinched Tianli with the fingers of his left hand. Oh, a nice attack! Combined with the speed you just showed, it seems like it wasn't luck that you were able to defeat Byakuya Kukaki. Aizen said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Arisawa Tatsuki smiled and said, Laying, and there was a burst of thunder and lightning on Zanpakuto, and Aizen also released Zanpakuto, but there was a thunder flower on his hand, but because Ryutsu was wrapped around his hand, there was no after being injured. He looked at it and said, what a good Zanpakuto! It can control lightning and change the weather. This is no ordinary Zanpakuto. I didn't come to listen to you. Aizen and Arisawa Tatsuki saw that he was not injured, but did not lose heart and lifted Zanpakuto and said, thunder, and the sky turned black, and then there was a flash of thunder in the clouds, and look when I got here, Aizen said very relaxedly, it's really good. 35 Arisawa Tatsuki was very angry and attacked him when he heard this. But Aizen gave him an easy crotch. Orium saw Arisawa Tatsuki and Aizen fighting and immediately wanted to step forward, but a terrifying Ryutsu pressed her directly, not to mention seeing Arisawa Tatsuki, she couldn't even move, and except for Orium herself in addition, there are Ishida, Sato, and several others who were all pressed to the ground by this terrifying Ryutsu, and the low-strength Gansu. The four of them sat directly on the ground, and when Arisawa Tatsuki was pressed down by this Ryutsu, he used Zanpakuto to support him. What a terrifying Ryutsu! Is this a captain-level Ryutsu? Gansu raised his head slightly and looked at Ichimaru-jin, who was standing in front of him and the other group. This kind of terrifying Ryutsu, Arisawa Tatsuki can actually fight with this kind of person. Fighting! Arisawa Tatsuki got up and took a look at Ichimaru-jin, then said, Orium, Sato, Ishida, Gansu, just stay where you are, just leave it to me here. After that, Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Aizen deeply. He took a breath, holding a knife in both hands, and then rushed towards Aizen again and chopped it down suddenly. With a dang, Aizen once again used Zanpakuto to hold Zanpakuto in Ichigo's hand, but Ichigo didn't stop at all. When the attack was blocked, the figure instantly disappeared in front of Aizen, then appeared behind Aizen, grabbed Zanpakuto with his left hand, and stabbed towards the back of Aizen's heart. With the sound of, Aizen's two fingers were pinched for a moment, and at the same time Arisawa Tatsuki felt a force coming from the sky thunder in his hand, and Arisawa Tatsuki felt that the sky thunder was directly separated from Aizen's Zanpakuto, and Arisawa Tatsuki was shocked. Immediately wanted to step back, but the figure was stunned, because Aizen's left hand was holding the Tianli, but then Arisawa Tatsuki's entire figure rushed out, because 1.4 Aizen had released the Tianli, Arisawa Tatsuki's whole body facing Aizen, she flew upside down, but with a sudden puchy sound, Arisawa Tatsuki, who was still in mid-air, suddenly spewed a lot of blood from her waist and fell directly to the ground. Damn! Arisawa Tatsuki clutched the wound on his waist, blood was pouring out continuously. Arisawa Tatsuki wanted to get up, but he kept shouting Dragon Gui. Rukia, but she found a darkness in front of her. In front of him, a figure was standing in front of him. Rukia raised his head slightly and saw Aizen standing in front of him. Rukia stretched out his hand and hugged Abarai Renji, but Abarai Renji did not respond at all. Rukia slightly raising his head, with a puff, Abarai Renji's chest suddenly spurted a column of blood, and then Abarai Renji fell directly to the ground, while Aizen grabbed the collar on Rukia's neck and lifted Rukia up. Chapter 87. And Jaishur Yukatake, who was watching in the sky, was stopped by me when he was about to shoot because Rukia Kukaki was caught. I grabbed his hand and stopped him from acting rashly, and then he said, "Why? It's all right, trust me, just wait a while." After he finished speaking, he looked at Kurako Shunsui and Yamamoto Yuanliazai, and they nodded, and Jushiro 14 also nodded when he saw this. Then I gave a sigh of relief and said, really, I almost got screwed by you guys. 33 Then Kurako Shunsui said very easily, it's nothing. Even if it was discovered, it wouldn't hurt anyway, wouldn't it? Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo say, this is something that can prove Aizensuke. And it's also very interesting, isn't it? Shihouin nodded helplessly when he heard this. Because she always wanted to get Aizensuke out, but since Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to keep him, Shihouin Yoruichi hasn't gotten rid of him until now. And when I saw her face, I knew what she was thinking. Then I came to Shihouin Yoruichi and squeezed her hand and said, sooner or later, he will kill him. And upon hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi nodded to me too. Arisawa Tatsuki on the bipolar has no strength. And Aizen carried Rukia Kokaki and walked a little far away from Arisawa Tatsuki and them. He took out something like a pen, and when he pressed his hand, it changed. It's like a plant. Aizen raised the Rukia in his hand and said, don't be afraid, I'll be able to take it out soon. Saying that, the completely planted right hand stretched out towards Rukia's chest, but before it touched Rukia's chest, I saw 26 waves of fluctuations in Rukia's chest, and immediately opened a hole. Aizen smiled slightly and stretched his hand in, and quickly pulled his hand back. When Aizen's hand was pulled back, Rukia's chest opened. The hole that came out disappeared automatically, and Aizen glanced at Rukia and said, so it doesn't cause any damage to the soul. It's a really good technique. At this time, Aizen's right hand also recovered from the vegetative state. Aizen released his right hand that clenched his fist. In his right hand, a round jewel-emitting blue light was lying quietly in his palm. This is Hōgyoku. Aizen said, it's pretty much what I expected. Aizen lifted Rukia directly. You're useless, Yin, you've come to kill her. There's no other way, just shoot him shins. Ichimaru-jin took out his Zanpakuto and pointed it at Rukia suddenly. A cold light flashed, and it shot directly at Rukia in Aizen's hand with a puchy sound. The blade pierced into the body of the human body, and Aizen's hand was empty, and a blade was lying in front of Aizen. Big brother. Rukia looked at the man who was suffocating her and said in astonishment. She couldn't believe that it was her righteous brother, the captain of the 6th Division, the head of the Kokaki family, Byakuya Kokaki, who came to save her. Big brother, why did you come to save me? Big brother. Rukia looked at Byakuya Kokaki in disbelief. Byakuya Kokaki was stabbed in the left chest by Ichimaru-jin's shins, but fortunately, shins did not pierce Byakuya Kokaki's body, so although he was stabbed in the chest, it did not hurt the heart or lungs. I'm sorry, Captain Aizen. Ichimaru-jin squinted and pulled shins back. I didn't expect someone to rush out from the side. It doesn't matter, Yin, because I didn't pay attention, so he took Rukia away. Aizen said, but it doesn't matter, it's the same when we kill them now. Two figures appeared beside Aizen, and in an instant, the two figures grabbed one of Aizen's hands, and at the same time put a short sword in Aizen's neck. Good job, Broken Bee. Yoruichi grabbed Aizen's arm and said to Broken Bee beside Aizen. On the other hand, Broken Bee still had a serious expression on his face. He held a short sword tightly in his right hand, and the short sword was crossed in Aizen's neck. If Aizen had any changes, Broken Bee would immediately attack. But when she heard Yoruichi's words, it was obvious that there was a hint of shame in her eyes. It's such a nostalgic face. Aizen said, looking at Yoruichi beside him. Don't act rashly. Yoruichi said. Otherwise, I'll cut off your head immediately. Broken Bee said. Allah, Captain Aizen, you seem to be caught. Do you need me to save you? Ichimaru-jin said, and while speaking, Ichimaru-jin directly pulled out Zanpakuto from the potion in his hand, and said in a low voice, shoot to kill. But at this time, a huge figure fell in the sky, and there was a loud boom, and dust filled the entire sky. Allah, it seems that we are late, and there is no place to shoot. A pleasant voice, a female voice sounded, and then the dust dispersed. Shiba Konghe was standing on the shoulders of Sidon Fong, and said with a smile. Just as Ichimaru-jin was about to speak, a hand grabbed his right hand and a knife was placed in Ichimaru-jin's neck. Don't move. Matsumoto Rangeko looked at Ichimaru-jin in front of him and said, otherwise, I'll have to follow the orders. I'm sorry, Captain Aizen. Ichimaru-jin's expression didn't change in the slightest, he still squinted and said, I got caught. 99. Captain, can you please stay still for the time being? Hisagi Shuai appeared behind Tosen Kaname with Zanpakuto in his hand across Tosen Kaname's neck. Yoruichi looked at Aizen and said, okay, in this case, your people are all caught, you have nowhere to run, now give me what you got from Rukia. 39. Haha. Aizen laughed softly. What's so funny? Yoruichi looked at Aizen's smile, and a trace of extreme unease flashed in his heart, but Yoruichi didn't say it directly, and gently buried it in his heart. After all, this is just Yoruichi's personal feeling. Aizen didn't answer Yoruichi's question, just smiled lightly, and at this moment, he heard the sound of, and saw other captains and vice-captains, such as Jaishur Yukatake, Kurako Shunsui, even Ten Yamamoto Jinyazai Shigakuni, the main team of the 3rd Division, also appeared. Finally even Kurosaki Ichigo appeared next to Aizen-suke, and I looked at Shihouin Yoruichi and said, seriously, don't be so anxious. He can't run anyway. I'm sorry. I wanted to catch him too much, so I saw the action of Shihouin Yoruichi and acted without authorization. Shihouin Yoruichi said apologetically, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy after hearing that, because Shihouin Yoruichi was for her she just acted, so that means Shihouin Yoruichi doesn't care if she doesn't. Since you already know my purpose, why don't you just come and catch me? Aizen said to Kurosaki Ichigo, but Kurosaki Ichigo lip-synced to him without saying a word, the game can't be over before it starts. And Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni looked at Aizen and said, Aizen-suke, looking at your appearance, it seems to be exactly the same as the voice transmitted by Katetsu Aizen. Don't say that, Captain Chief. Aizen said, you know, I killed all those idiots in Central 46, this should be very beneficial to you. As for this thing in my hand, you should not be interested. That gem. Jaishur Yukatake looked at Hōgyoku in Aizen's hands and said with some doubts. Hōgyoku. Aizen said, then looked at Yamamoto Jinyazai Shigakuni and Kurosaki Ichigo, Master Chief, as Shinigami, there are 4 fighting skills, swordsmanship, footwork, kid, and white hits, but no matter which one is all items are limited by the soul. There is a so-called limit. Once the limit is reached, it is difficult to improve. Just like you can only rely on the accumulation of years to continuously strengthen Ryutsu to increase the power of skills, but this speed is really... it's too slow, I don't have the patience to wait. The Hōgyoku in my hand was made by Urahara Kisuke 437 more than 100 years ago. Of course, I also made a Hōgyoku, the two of us thought of it together, but later I found out that he was also making Hōgyoku. I fused the 2 pieces of Hōgyoku, and finally Urahara Kisuke made this Hōgyoku. Just 100 years ago Urahara Kisuke North you kicked out the Soul Society, the same, this piece of Hōgyoku also disappeared, but I didn't know until recently that it was hidden in Rukia's soul. 39. With that guy Urahara? Jaishur Yukatake asked, then what is Hōgyoku's ability? Break the boundary between Hollow and Shinigami. To put it bluntly, let Shinigami hollow and make hollow Shinigami. Aizen said, in other words, let the power of Shinigami and hollow appear in the same person. What? Jaishur Yukatake was slightly startled, and the group looked at each other. At this time, Aizen said again, do you know why I will tell you everything? Because it's time. Yoruichi immediately shouted, Brobe, leave. Regarding Yoruichi's flower, Shobi didn't even think about retreating directly, but Ichimaru-jin suddenly slammed his shoulder back and knocked Matsumoto Ranjaku away. Hisagi Shuai was bounced off by the yellow light curtain that fell from the sky and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a while. The yellow light curtain directly wrapped the three people. It's a pity, it would be nice if I could let you hold it longer. Ichimaru-jin turned his head slightly and looked at Matsumoto Ranjaku, lowering his voice to a volume that only two people could hear. I'm sorry, Ranjaku. 99. At this time, two pale arms suddenly stretched out in the sky, and then the whole sky was pulled apart. Then dozens of Minos Grandes stuck out their heads or stretched out their arms from this open space. It was Minos Grande Jillian, and they were so densely packed that it was impossible to see how many there were. Figure, but couldn't see what it was. With a loud boom, I saw Aizen, Ichimaru-jin, Tosen Kaname float up together with the rocks under their feet. Chapter 88. Do you want to escape? Tessamon, the shooting range, watched Aizen and the three of them slowly lift off, tightening Zanpakuta in his hands. Stop it, it's useless. Chief Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni looked at Aizen and said, the light curtain around them is called negation, which is the skill Minos Grande used to save his own clan behind him. The inside and outside of negation are completely separated, we can't hurt him, it's like we are in two spaces. So once negation appears, then everything is over, and this, everyone who fought Minos Grande was there. Clear. Tosen, you got down here, didn't you tell me that you became a Shinigami for the sake of being a good friend? Didn't you become a Shinigami to maintain justice? Didn't you train hard to gain more power for the sake of peace? Komamura Seijin looked at Tosen Kaname who was slowly rising and shouted loudly, I don't understand why you, who keep insisting on upholding justice, are going this way. Where does the justice you want to implement disappear to, already? That's right, Komamura. Tosen Kaname said, I want the power to achieve peace, and if justice alone is not enough, I am willing to be that which is called justice. Then I will dispel all evil in the world like clouds. So my eyes reflect the road that is not full of blood, justice exists here, and the road I take is justice. Tosen. Komamura Seijin growled loudly. Why do you want to join forces with Minos Grande? Or is it that you have fallen too, Aizen? Jushiro stepped forward and stood in front of negation and looked up at Aizen. You are too arrogant, Jushiro. Aizen looked down at Jushiro and said, in order to pursue a higher realm, from the very beginning, neither you nor me, even God could stand in the sky. He took off his glasses and brushed his hair with his left hand, but then, I will stand in the sky. Aizen's hair was pulled back, leaving only one strand hanging in front of him. And Aizen-suk looked at me and smiled, and then disappeared. But I saw him looking at me like he was looking at someone like me, and then I smiled and thought, I am not with you, oh same. What did you say to Aizen just now? Shihouin Yoruichi saw it when she grabbed Aizen-suk just now. But she didn't pay much attention either, because all her attention was on Aizen. And also it's nothing. It means that the game is about to start. After speaking, he nodded helplessly to her, and then thought to himself, did I get the wrong script? So that's how it is. Let's go. Go and see them. Then he pulled me towards Arisawa Tatsuki and them. While Arisawa Tatsuki was being healed by a new Orium's ability, he saw the person who came and said, I'm sorry Ichigo, let you down. And Yasutora and Ishida Yulong also bowed their heads. Because they didn't work, and then I said, why didn't you use it? Your usefulness is great. Because of you Aizen-suk is in trouble for his own plan. Kurosaki Ichigo lied to comfort them. Because Aizen-suk can run his plan smoothly because of their intrusion, not theirs. The indiscriminate entry was stopped, but they were all right, so that's what I said. After they heard it, they recovered some spirits, and then Arisawa Tatsuki said, although it is so, it is not a failure in the end. After that, they lost their spirits again. Then I laughed, don't underestimate him. He is very powerful. Even in Jinglingting, there are only 2 people who are sure to resist the current Aizen, not to mention that there are 2 captain-level figures who are helping him. It is reasonable that you can't defeat him. And they were relieved after hearing this. There are only 2 people who can block him here, and it is common sense that they can't fight. They pointed these 2 people directly at Yamamoto Yuanliazai and Kurosaki Ichigo. And Kurosaki Ichigo, I'm talking about Yamamoto Yuanliazai and Uze Wali, and the Shinigami of Soul Society and Lingwang Palace. It can be said that they are all super captain level characters. I must become stronger. Arisawa Tatsuki said firmly, and Ishida Yuryu and Chato Yazutora are also very firm. Even Inu Orium said, I will become stronger, and then protect Ryugi. Hear this, Arisawa Tatsuki touched her forehead and said, really, don't be brave. 55 Inu Orium puffed out his mouth in dissatisfaction and slapped Arisawa Tatsuki, and Arisawa Tatsuki was hurt because he was injured. Seeing this, Inu Orium quickly said, I'm sorry, and then opened his hands and said, Xiao Chong Shun Sakura, the 2 heavens return to the shield, I refuse. In an instant, a yellow light curtain appeared on Ichigo's body, shining on Ichigo's body. On his body, the blood on Ichigo's body began to decrease in an instant, and soon stopped. At this time, a Shinigami with yellow hair and glasses rushed into Bipolar Hill with a large number of Shinigami. He glanced around, and immediately stepped forward to face Yamamoto Yuanyujeju National Highway, i.e., the 3rd seat of the 4th Division. Village Yakichi and Anohana are leading the medical team on the orders of the captain. Okay, immediately treat all the injured people. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni said, then looked at Ichigo and the others and said, and those little ghosts, although they broke into the Jingling court, but because of the intrusion made Aizen's plan deviated. No matter what their purpose was, what they did in this incident helped the Soul Society. They are kind to the Soul Society, and I don't want them to be killed or injured because of it. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. I.e. Village Yachikika replied loudly, and then began to give orders to the 4th Division Shinigami on him. Then Yamamoto Yuanyazai Shigakuni said loudly, cancel the sentence against Rukia Kukaki. This sentence is an order issued by Soul Society traitor Aizen after killing the Sage of Central 46, so the sentence is invalid, and Rukia Kukaki will the power of Shinigami was passed on to this human imp, but because of the help of this human imp, I declare that Rukia Kukaki's felony is cancelled. Thank you, Captain. Rukia looked at Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni and said. Arisawa Tatsuki also said at the same time, thank you, old man. I knew you were not that unreasonable. Don't be too self-righteous. Kid. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni said, I just don't want someone to die because of a traitor. In the end, when you guys are healed, get me back to this world. Saying Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai Zongguo disappeared immediately. Rukia. Byakuya Kukaki was lying on the ground. He was badly wounded in the battle with Ichigo, and was hit by shins of Ichimaru Jin. He was treated, but it was a pity that Byakuya Kukaki's injury was too serious, completely beyond their ability, so it was impossible to completely heal Byakuya Kukaki's injury. Big brother. Rukia immediately stepped forward when she heard Byakuya Kukaki's call. I'm sorry, Rukia. Byakuya Kukaki said, do you know why I brought you into Kukaki's house as a younger sister? At this time, Anohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division, was rushing over in her menage. After that, Byakuya told her the old things that she had kept hidden for more than 50 years, and Byakuya also told the whole story. Rukia was Byakuya's wife Fiajin's sister. Fiajin abandoned her when Rukia was young, and later married her. After giving it to Byakuya, I regretted it very much, and finally died of a disease. Before dying, I asked Byakuya to find his sister. At the time of Fiajin's death, let Byakuya find Rukia, don't tell Rukia that he is her sister, and then adopt Rukia as a brother. Byakuya agreed, and has kept this promise until now. After Byakuya finished speaking, he also fainted, and, how good Zhao, Rukia came to Byakuya very nervously and shouted, "Big brother! Big brother!" But there was no response, and then the egg flower came to say, "It's okay, I just passed out." Rukia was very happy to hear that he found the center bone. On Kurosaki Ichigo's side, Shihouin Yoruichi hugged my arm and said to her, "Sora, why are you here?" "I just wanted to go out for a walk, so I came here unknowingly." Shiba Sora Crane said it very easily, and Kurosaki Ichigo thought helplessly after hearing it, "Are you going for a walk, but go shopping? Do you think Jinglingting is your home? Take a walk." Of course Shiba Sora didn't know what Kurosaki Ichigo was thinking, otherwise he would have to fight Kurosaki Ichigo again. "But, Ichigo, did you speak ill of me?" Shiba Sora looked at me suspiciously, and I was very surprised that a woman's sixth sense is so accurate. How could it be? "I won't do this," and then Kurosaki Ichigo quickly denied it, making Shiba Kyuzuru even more suspicious, while Shihouin Yoruichi stepped forward and took Shiba Kyuzuru's hand and said, "Okay. Don't think about that. Let's go together. Let's go out for a walk." And then we went outside together. And Kurosaki Ichigo also gave a sigh of relief. Chapter 89. A week later, at the 11th Division Dojo, with a bang, a Shinigami was knocked out, and Madarame Ikeku, who was naked, raised the wooden sword in his hand and looked at the Shinigami around him and said, "Then who's next?" The surrounding Shinigami hesitated, looking at the other people. Although the 11th team is a fighting team, everyone likes fighting very much, but it does not mean that they like to be abused. As the third seat of the 11th team, Madarame Ikeku, his strength is the strongest except for the captain and vice-captain. Of course, they are not interested in looking for abuse. Then he went on to say, hey, what's wrong with you? No one came? You idiots!" And they were indifferent when they heard this. "There's really no way, then I'll come first for the time being." Arisawa Tatsuki walked in and said, then put Tianli aside and picked up a wooden sword. "You're very brave." Longui Madarame Ikeku looked at Arisawa Tatsuki, who was holding the wooden sword, and said, "It's good. But I won't be merciful just because you are recovering from a serious illness." Arisawa Tatsuki raised his hand holding the wooden sword and said, "Both of us are recovering from a serious illness. Besides, I'm not sick, I'm just injured. It's the same. It can be said that the injury has just recovered from a serious illness." Madarame Ikeku roared loudly. "No one would say that," Arisawa Tatsuki retorted. Madarame Ikeku said, "Then what is the healing of the injury, tell me." And Arisawa Tatsuki, "That is, I don't know how to answer." "Ah! Look! You don't know either. Go back and learn Mandarin again." "Stupid!" And Arisawa Tatsuki was also angry. "What? You are just shaved and your mind is empty." Madarame Ikeku was very angry and tightened the wooden knife and raised it to chop at Arisawa Tatsuki. "Okay, I understand, then the one who wins is the right one, what do you think?" And Arisawa Tatsuki also rushed towards him said, "Okay. Come on. I'll let you know how my best Mandarin is." "What? It's very lively here." The door of the dojo opened, and Zaraki Kenpeki walked in. Of course, on his shoulders, Kuzujishi Yachiru is always lying on it, and with a smack, the wooden swords of Arisawa Tatsuki and Madarame Ikeku collided, and all the 11th team members around him bowed to Zaraki Kenpeki. "Salute, see Captain, Vice Captain." "Oh, isn't that Arisawa Tatsuki? It looks like your injury is completely healed," Zaraki Kenpeki said, looking at Ichigo. "Good morning, little dragon," Kuzujishi Yachiru said with a cute smile. "Oh, it's Kenpeki." Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Zaraki Kenpeki, raised his hand slightly and said, "Thanks to you, everything is fine." A cold light shot towards Ichigo, cutting off the wooden sword in Arisawa Tatsuki's hand in an instant. Arisawa Tatsuki was slightly taken aback, and Zaraki Kenpeki opened the mouth and said, "Since the injury is healed, then I can have a good fight with you without any scruples." After saying that, he cut him down. There was a loud bang, and a large hole was directly cut out of the ground in front of Zaraki Kenpeki, and a figure lay inside. Zaraki Kenpeki said in disappointment. "It's really useless, Arisawa Tatsuki, don't you say that you have no fighting power without Zanpakut? Forget it, let's give you Zanpakut first." After saying that, Zaraki Kenpeki turned his head and went to take the thunder that Arisawa Tatsuki had put aside. It's just that he turned his head and didn't find Arisawa Tatsuki's Zanpakut. "Xiaojian, Xiaolong is about to escape," Kuzujishi Yachiru said, pointing out the window. "I saw outside the window." Arisawa Tatsuki hurried away with Tianli in his hand. Zaraki Kenpeki was slightly taken aback, looked at the big hole on the ground, and saw Madarame Ikeko lying half dead inside, murmuring, "Arisawa Tatsuki, I remember you." And Zaraki Kenpeki said, "You, Arisawa Tatsuki, what are you running away from? Stop for me." Arisawa Tatsuki had already run away. Of course Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuzujishi Yachiru chased after them, but Arisawa Tatsuki had already disappeared in front of their eyes, so according to this two super invincible big road idiots, I am afraid that even if they look for 10 days and 10 nights, they will not be able to find them. Of course, the premise is that Arisawa Tatsuki does not take the initiative to reveal his Ryutsu. And why Zaraki Kenpeki is no longer obsessed with Kurosaki Ichigo? That's because he doesn't want to seek abuse, and every time he is abused by Kurosaki Ichigo in various ways, he will question his life. And Arisawa Tatsuki is because of this time a lot of things were gained in the battle on the bipolar, so Arisawa Tatsuki's strength has also become a captain level. And Zaraki Kenpeki who saw here attacked Arisawa Tatsuki directly, and in the end Arisawa Tatsuki and Zaraki Kenpeki were both lost. Of course Zaraki Kenpeki didn't use all his strength, but then Zaraki Kenpeki caught up with Arisawa Tatsuki. "I looked for her every day, and after finding her, it was a fight, so Arisawa Tatsuki was afraid of him." On the other side, Ishida held a sleeveless vest and handed it to Sato. "Sato, I've already given you your clothes. After returning to the world, the Death Tyrant outfit can't be passed on." Sato took the vest and looked at him. The cross symbol on the vest was slightly tangled, but he didn't say much, because he found it useless. And Ishida handed another piece of clothes to Orium and said, "I also mended Inu's clothes, so there is no need for the same color thread, so I can't get it up with other color threads." And then outside, it was decorated with lace of the same color, and the other side was decorated with 2 small flowers. "Oh, so cute," Orium said excitedly. Ishida took out another 8-color dress and said, "Speaking of which, I also made a dress for Kokaki-san, based on the size of the uniform left in this world, but maybe it's so pretty, I'll go get it for her." Orium picked up the Kubi dress in Ishida's hand and left with a look of excitement. Ishida shrugged slightly and didn't care too much. "It's so beautiful, Ishida is really amazing, he can make such beautiful clothes." Orium looked at the skirt in his hand with a hint of envy, and then said with a hint of doubt, "But why did Ishida make such beautiful clothes for Kokaki-san? What about his clothes? Could it be?" 35 Orium read a sentence, and then nodded slightly, "So that's the case. I was so amazing that I was able to guess here again." I am speechless for Orium's unique brain structure. On the other side, outside the jingling garden, Kurosaki Ichigo, Shihouin Yoruichi, and Shiba Sora are sitting on the grass and drinking on the grassland. "Ichigo, are you going back soon?" Shiba Sora asked me. I said, "That's right. I'm going back. I can't stay here forever, can't I?" After hearing this, I nodded and said, "That's right." And Shihouin Yoruichi kept looking at Shiba Sora, and then said, "What's the matter? Are you very reluctant?" "Yeah. I'm sorry." Shiba Sora admitted it straight away. Shihouin Yoruichi continued, is it a shame for me or Ichigo? 95 and then looked at her jokingly, and I choked when I heard it. So I coughed a few times, and Shibasora's face turned red when he heard it. And Shihouin Yoruichi, look, you're all blushing. Isn't that just reluctant to Ichigo? And I also coughed and said, don't make trouble. Now, Yoruichi. Why? Don't you feel distressed? Then the conversation changed, I'm really struggling. Even my man is not helping me anymore. And then he was very angry and hammered me, and I was very helpless. Shibasora just lowered his head. Seeing that Shihouin Yoruichi was still making fun of Shibasora, I said, okay. Don't make fun of it, I'll be joking. Then after I said that, Shibasora was a little lost, but he recovered immediately. I didn't see these Kurosaki Ichigo, but Shihouin Yoruichi kept them in sight, and after a few of us sat down for a while, Shiba Ganso came over, and came with Rukia Kokaki. Rukia in a kimono was standing in front of a hot mature woman, eldest sister, she is the Shinigami that Long Gui and the others desperately rescued. Shiba Ganso said immediately, he was afraid that his eldest sister would kill this guy, because even I can remember this guy's face, so Shibasora, who is the eldest sister, is even less likely to forget it. I know, she was the one who killed the eldest brother back then, Shibasora said, I've known since Kurosaki Ichigo and the others stepped into the Soul Society, so I'll help them, because if she dies. I'm sorry. Rukia bowed deeply, I should have come a long time ago, but I was too timid to come to face you, so I kept delaying until today. I'm sorry. Okay, needless to say. Shiba Konghi waved his hand and said, I have already heard about the incident from Jushiro, and no one did anything wrong, including the one who killed the eldest brother, so I am right. It has been decided, and when you come to apologize, I will forgive you. Really, I'm sorry. Rukia lowered her head slightly. Okay, no need to apologize, by the way, do you want a drink? Shiba Konghi said with a smile. Rukia lowered her head slightly and said hesitantly, this, isn't it? With a bang, Shiba Konghi grabbed Rukia's head and said, didn't I say, don't apologize? There are still the same words. Don't make me say it twice. Yes, that bothers her. Rukia held her head and sorted out the companions who were messed up by Shiba Kusaku, because Shiba Kusuru's actions reminded her of Shiba Kaien's treatment to her when she first joined the 13th Division. Move. Okay. Shibasora said loudly, Gansu, you're not going to prepare wine and dinner yet? Yes, eldest sister. Ganju responded immediately, and then ran away desperately, but just as he started, Shiba Konghi said, by the way, Ganju, the special training process that is behind today will be made up tomorrow. Ganju fell directly to the ground. He didn't expect that under such circumstances, his eldest sister still remembered the special training, which made Ganju want to cry without tears. Chapter 90. And not long after Shiba Ganso left, Arisawa Tatsuki and Anu Orium came to find them. And they were very happy to see that Rukia Kokaki was forgiven. Then Rukia Kokaki came to me and bowed in front of me and said, thank you, then waved his hand helplessly and said, don't do this, I can't stand it. Rukia Kokaki was stunned when she heard this, and Shihouin Yoruichi made a clearance and said, it's okay. It's a small matter for him, so don't be so out of touch. Rukia Kokaki recovered after hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's words, and then laughed with Arisawa Tatsuki and the others. And Shiba Konghi also looked at me at this time and said, you have already solved everything, so what are you going to do next? The two of us are going to travel around the world next. Kurosaki Ichigo said firmly while holding Shihouin Yoruichi, while Shibasora was surprised when he heard it, and Arisawa Tatsuki and the others also heard it. Arisawa Tatsuki and the others let out their voices in surprise. What's the surprise? Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly, if Ichigo and Yoruichi go on a trip, what will Aizen do? Arisawa Tatsuki asked very puzzled, and Ishida Yulong and the others also nodded. Seeing this, I smiled and said, don't leave everything to others to solve, learn to be self-sufficient, understand? It is true that Kurosaki Ichigo is right, you can't leave everything to others to solve, even your own affairs are not waste. At this moment Arisawa Tatsuki thought a lot of things, and finally bowed after a bow and then also, go back. I didn't expect that you still have the ability to teach others. Shihouin Yoruichi teased me, and Shiba Sora went down to prepare the banquet while Kurosaki Ichigo and Arisawa Tatsuki were talking. She touched her buttocks and said, look, you dare to tease me. After that, Shihouin Yoruichi got angry, but she was very shy, and when I saw it, she said, it's all old man. Old wife, don't be so shy. Then she hugged and kissed, and although Shihouin Yoruichi was shaking in Kurosaki Ichigo's arms, she was quiet with Kurosaki Ichigo's kiss. As for Arisawa Tatsuki and the others, they all looked back at us both because of Shihouin Yoruichi's sudden silence, and they all hurriedly turned their heads away, and the latter one was very shy, especially Arisawa Tatsuki. Then Arisawa Tatsuki thought, is it really that good? Should I find one too? Then I quickly got rid of the idea. Then I looked at them and said, are you still very young? After saying that, I picked up Shihouin Yoruichi in the princess's arms, and then walked away. And seeing Yulong Ishida here, he was very puzzled and approached Shiba Sora. Crane asked, where did they go? Didn't the two of them tell you? Shiba Sora asked back, while Ishida Yurita shook his head blankly, and then Shiba Sora told Arisawa Tatsuki and the others. Then Inu Orium said, if we leave, then how do I get back? Shiba Sora knocked on the head of Inu Orium, don't worry about them both. They must have their own ideas, so take care of yourself. Arisawa Tatsuki, who was about to ask a question here, also said not talking anymore. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little off, Shiba Sora said, don't worry about that. Let's have a party now. Then Arisawa Tatsuki and the others also raised their spirits to participate. It was getting dark, and Arisawa Tatsuki and the others came to the last night of Soul Society. They had a good night. And Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi went to other places, because they stayed with Kurosaki Ichigo for a long time. Even Shihouin Yoruichi likes to go outside, so Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi went directly to the Soul Society tour now. It is easy for Kurosaki Ichigo to leave the Soul Society. With his current strength, he can easily use his own strength to open up the black cavity and then go to the world, so Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi travel with peace of mind went. The sky was bright, Bipolar Hill, Long Gui, Sato, Ishida, Orium, and their group were standing in front of a door. Jushiro opened his mouth and said, this is the gate of crossing the realm. Of course, I also joined the spiritual converter, so that you can return as safely as you came. Then Jushiro took out a wooden sign from his body. A skull pattern. Jushiro handed this thing to Arisawa Tatsuki and said, this is the Shinigami proxy card, this is already the practice. When a new generation of Shinigami proxy appears, and then the Soul Society decides that it is beneficial to the Soul Society, then I will issue this Shinigami agent certificate. Thank you, but to hear what you mean, that is, besides me, is there any other Shinigami agent? Is it Ichigo? Arisawa Tatsuki thanked him and took the Shinigami agent preached in Jushiro's book. That's right, but it's not Kurosaki Ichigo. Jushiro said, but he didn't say much about it, but continued, of course, Arisawa Tatsuki, this thing doesn't express our gratitude to you, but we don't know what should I give you, as long as you need it in the future, just tell me. Originally, Jaishur Yukatake and Kirako Shunsui went to find Kurosaki Ichigo, and then gave it to Kurosaki Ichigo, but Kurosaki Ichigo threw it back, so it didn't work. That's it. Isn't it Ichigo? Then who is it? Arisawa Tatsuki asked suspiciously, but Jaishur Yukatake also perfunctory, and then said, if you need it, you can tell us. No need. Arisawa Tatsuki shook his head slightly and said, I just want to rescue Rukia. I haven't thought about other things, so you don't need to think about it. I'm very satisfied to get this. Arisawa Tatsuki raised his hand the proxy card, and then tied the proxy card around his waist. Thank you, Jushiro said. Kokaki-kun. Orium came to Rukia, and with empty hands, he took out a dress and handed it to Rukia. Please accept this, Kokaki-kun. Then Orium whispered close to Rukia's ear. This is what Ishida personally did for you. Orium deliberately emphasized the word personally so that Rukia could hear a special meaning, but unfortunately, Rukia lives in the Soul Society all the year round, and it is not enough to enter the world. In just a few months, she didn't understand this kind of suggestion at all. 4 flowers. Oh, is it? Rukia was taken aback for a moment and then replied casually, thank you. You can't do this, Kokaki-san. Orium immediately pressed his mouth and said, although you decided to stay in Soul Society, you must wear it for Ishida to see if you have a chance in the future. Oh. Rukia, who was suppressed by Orium's aura, could only nod in response. Okay, let's go, Arisawa Tatsuki said. Following Arisawa Tatsuki's opening, the gate in front of him suddenly lit up, and Long Gui and his group began to head towards the gate. Because this gate was officially opened by the Soul Society, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others were not in a hurry. Thank you, Long Gui, and say thank you to Kurosaki Ichigo for me, Rukia said slightly, looking behind Arisawa Tatsuki. Arisawa Tatsuki smiled lightly, nodded, and waved his hand slightly over his head. Then the group directly entered the gate of crossing the world. 0. In the broken world, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others are running back desperately, and behind them, Kuto is constantly chasing them. Why do we have to be detained and chased again? This time it's clearly the gate that was officially opened by the Soul Society, Ishida complained as he ran. This is not the time to talk about this, Chadu Yazutora said, let's start running faster. Look, the exit is right in front of the group now. Damn, I can't use Ryutsu in the face of Kuto. Arisawa Tatsuki said. Kuto is very close, hurry up. Arisawa Tatsuki shouted loudly, and the group of 4 suddenly rushed out. Just rushing out, several people blinked their eyes slightly, and then several people fell at the same time. Boom! A cannon sounded, just after a few people's whereabouts were wrapped in a mass of unknown things, abruptly, and turned around. The group of eyes was already on a magic cloth like a magic carpet. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo is walking slowly in the forest with Shihouin Yoruichi on his back. And why is Shihouin Yoruichi on Kurosaki Ichigo's back? That's because the exercise last night was too intense, so Shihouin Yoruichi woke up today. She was tired too, so Kurosaki Ichigo carried her on her back. It's all your fault. Shihouin Yoruichi said on his back to Kurosaki Ichigo's back, and when I heard it, I said helplessly, then who said that as long as you win the bet, you can do whatever you want? Shihouin Yoruichi also regretted hearing this. Why should he bet? Okay. Don't complain, just take a rest first. I'll call you later. Kurosaki Ichigo said to Shihouin Yoruichi, and Shihouin Yoruichi accepted, and after a while, there was a breathing sound on Kurosaki Ichigo's back, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who felt this, also smiled, and then walked towards the depths of the forest. Bulletin. Chapter 91. In this world. Welcome back, Arisawa-san, Ishida-san, Sato-san, Orium-san, Urahara-kisuk said while sitting in front of the magic cloth, slightly holding the hat on his head. It's you, store manager Aizen. If we see you, does that mean we have returned to the world? Arisawa Tatsuki looked around and said, because it was already midnight, so there was no one around, most of the people were gone. Everyone has fallen asleep, and there are still some that have not fallen asleep for various reasons. Even if this magic cloth is found, it is no big deal, because Tessai Tsukabishi will deal with it. Yes, I've worked hard for you this time. Urahara Kisuke said, then knelt on the magic cloth, and said, I'm really sorry, I have concealed so many things about going to Soul Society this time. I don't know what to say, so that you have encountered such a dangerous thing, but at least please let me say sorry. Ishida, Sato, and Orium did not speak, but all focused on Arisawa Tatsuki, because Kurosaki Ichigo is not here, so they now regard Arisawa Tatsuki as the center of all people. Okay, Black 440 Store Manager. Arisawa Tatsuki waved his hand and said, don't say that, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I'd already be dead. It was you who saved me when I was knocked down by Byakuya, and you helped me restore the power of Shinigami, so although you concealed a lot about this trip to the Soul Society, I don't mind, and I'm not used to your sudden behavior. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kurosaki. Urahara Kisuke straightened up and said, thank you so much. By the way, what about Mr. Kurosaki and the others? Why didn't they come back? Urahara Kisuke asked Arisawa Tatsuki and the others, and Arisawa Tatsuki said, we don't know either. They both disappeared when we were about to leave anyway. 35. Really? Urahara Kisuke said after hearing it, it's actually the two of them, there is no problem. Arisawa Tatsuki and the others wanted to refute after hearing it, but there was no more to say, so they all became quiet. Not long gone. Okay, can I trouble you to stop for a while? I'll just drop off here, Ishida said slightly. Okay, Urahara Kisuke replied, and then the magic cloth slowly descended, and when it was only 2 meters away from the ground, Ishida jumped directly. Then Mobu moved on, and soon Sato went down as well, leaving only Arisawa Tatsuki and Orium. Okay, I'll stay here temporarily. Orium pointed to the apartment in front of him and said, I can go down by myself. Long Gui, see you next time. Orium jumped down after saying that. Manager Blackheart, I'll get off here too. I just happened to protect Orium and go home. Arisawa Tatsuki also jumped down after him. Long Gui. Orium looked at Arisawa Tatsuki for a moment. Arisawa Tatsuki shook her head slightly and interrupted Orium, Orium, I'll take you back, you are a girl in the middle of the night, it's not safe. Don't worry, Long Gui. Orium patted his chest and said, it's only less than 50 meters away, don't worry, and Long Gui isn't a girl himself. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki was also angry, then hugged Inu Orium and said with a smile, what did you just say? Inu Orium, who was very scared seeing Arisawa Tatsuki like this, said, what did I say just now? Seeing Arisawa Tatsuki here, I can't be surprised. Inu Orium's brain circuit. Then they went back after a fight on the way. And Arisawa Tatsuki recognized the direction and suddenly rushed in the direction of home. I'm back. Arisawa Tatsuki said softly, looking at the door of his house, and then suddenly he went straight to the window of his room. Because it was midnight, Arisawa Tatsuki did not enter through the door, but planned to enter through the window. Just as soon as he came to the window, Ichigo, a black line appeared on his head. Because it was summer, the window was open, and when Long Gui saw the scene in the room, his face was tangled and angry. Because Long Gui went to the Soul Society, the body is temporarily managed by the soul. And this guy is really sleeping very honestly. Of course, this is not the point is, why this guy even sleeps on his chest, and rubs his chest from time to time. These can be tolerated, but the point is, yes, this guy kept drooling in his mouth and murmured something like big sister. What the hell is this guy doing? Arisawa Tatsuki gritted his teeth and looked at the soul, and then picked up the Shinigami pass on his body without hesitation and suddenly printed it on his body. With a bang, a pale green the pill popped out. Instead of reaching for the pill, Arisawa Tatsuki returned to his body first. Then Arisawa Tatsuki found the modified soul on his body, looked at it, and then threw it out. The modified soul fell on the table with a pop, then bounced back and fell into the puppet on the floor. The control of Arisawa Tatsuki's power can still be calculated. And this modified soul is not the soul of the original book, probably because of the butterfly effect. Even the modified soul has changed into a woman, but this woman is a bit rotten and has a lily character, so Arisawa Tatsuki spared her. After returning to his body, Arisawa Tatsuki was a little angry, because his chest is still very painful. It can be said that this guy has done something, and then he looked at the soul. And this doll is still the same as the original soul, it is just some women. After a while, the puppet turned over, saliva still flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he kept muttering, "Big sister." Arisawa Tatsuki's face was black and helpless, and then he turned around abruptly and chose to ignore. What? Why am I in this body again? The sky was bright, but then came a shocking sound. This sound directly woke Long Gui, who was sleeping, before Long Gui opened his eyes. Throwing on his face, Ichigo opened his eyes and saw a puppet lying on his face. The puppet was about to say something, but Long Gui directly stretched out his hand to grab the puppet, and then he threw it casually, and Papa saw a shadow that changed color, smashed directly on the wall, and then bounced back to another corner, bouncing back and forth, and then Long Gui raised his hand slightly, paw with a sound, the puppet bounced back into his hand. Long Gui got up from the bed, scratched his head and put the puppet in front of his eyes and said, "Soul, you are very noisy." Soul's eyes were still Uzumaki-like. After hearing Ichigo's words, he slowly recovered and immediately said, "No, big sister Long Gui, what are you doing back?" Without waiting for Long Gui to answer, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "Yes, where's eldest sister?" After saying that, Soul looked around, but he didn't find Rukia's figure. "Rukia, she's staying in Soul Society," Long Gui said, although he put down his soul. "What?" Soul roared loudly, "How can you let the eldest sister stay in Soul Society? Wasn't she captured by Soul Society to be executed? Why stay there? And why do you want to come back?" Long Gui scratched his head and said, "The Soul Society has cancelled the sentence against Rukia, and she is the adopted daughter of the Kurosaki family, the head of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society, so she won't receive anything at all. Substantial punishment." Long Gui picked up his Shinigami proxy certificate and said, "This is the Shinigami proxy certificate issued to me by Soul Society. It proves that Soul Society has begun to agree with me, the Shinigami agent. Since it has agreed with me, then Rukia will naturally not have any punishment. If this is the case, then it is better to let Rukia stay in the Soul Society, at least there is her big brother there, and because Rukia's spiritual power is absorbed by me, and I am not dead, so her Ryotsu think 3 it will take a long time to recover. For a while, Soul Society can help Rukia restore Ryotsu better than the current world, so it is best for Rukia to stay in Soul Society. After all, the war will continue. Is that so?" Soul paused slightly, and then hesitantly said, "Well, big sister Long Gui, I heard that it was the elder brother who took the elder sister back. Will he treat the elder sister?" "Don't worry. I don't dare to say anything else. If it was Byakuya, he would definitely help Rukia's 1.4 Long Gui smiled softly, because in Soul Society, Byakuya was almost pierced by a knife in order to save Rukia. Heart. Is that so?" Soul was silent for a while and said, "If this is the case, then I have no opinion." Looking at silent Soul, his eyes were full of reluctance, but he didn't say anything, and Long Gui didn't think of it either. Soul had such an expression, he hesitated for a while. Long Gui opened his mouth slightly to say something, but at this moment, only Soul. The reluctance in his eyes disappeared, and he said with a wretched look on his face, "By the way, big sister Long Gui, since you are back, it means that big sister Orium is also back. Great, I'm going to see big sister Orium, and then let she carried me into her turbulent peaks." A black line appeared directly on Long Gui's forehead. What he was about to say, he directly swallowed it back in his stomach, then grabbed his soul, and in the astonishment of his soul, he threw it casually, and then the puppet's soul reappeared in the room. Started to rebound again. Then he lay back and thought to himself, is this really so important? Then I touched my chest, but immediately I took this idea back, and then closed my eyes and rested. Chapter 92. On the other side, in the depths of a forest in Seoul society, there is a house with smoke from cooking, and there is a fragrance emitting, and it is strange that there are many animals gathered outside this house, but they dare not approach the house for half a step. And he was looking at the room very eagerly, and there was a burst of female laughter from time to time in the room. There was also a male helpless voice. 3. And Kurosaki Ichigo took Shihouin Yoruichi to a place with a good view and stopped. When I walked in here, I was stunned by the scenery in front of me. There were lush trees, wild flowers everywhere and some birds were chirping. I don't know what to say, the Sika deer walked gracefully by the stream, and even Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but like it when he saw all this, so Kurosaki Ichigo took out the bamboo house installed in the system space, and then just by the creek, the Sika deer and the bird were startled away by Kurosaki Ichigo's action. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo put Shihouin Yoruichi on his back on the bed inside the house, covered it with a blanket, and went out to look for food. When I came to the side of the creek and looked inside, there were 1 or 2 fish swimming in the creek from time to time. Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy to see it here, and then he directly threw the fish ashore, and the fish was still thumping on the shore. Then Kurosaki Ichigo took these fishes into the house and started making them. In fact, there is a lot of food in the system space, but Kurosaki Ichigo thought that he would experience life in the wild when he came to the wild. Take food out of the space. And when Kurosaki Ichigo was very skilled at cooking those fishes, Shihouin Yoruichi woke up. Seeing himself lying in a bamboo house, Shihouin Yoruichi was not nervous, because she knew it was Kurosaki Ichigo who made it, and then heard the sound from the kitchen knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was inside. Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to see here, and even the words I was happy appeared in his eyes, and then Shihouin Yoruichi got up quietly and walked behind Kurosaki Ichigo. And Kurosaki Ichigo hadn't found her yet, and then Shihouin Yoruichi hugged Kurosaki Ichigo directly from behind and said loudly, "I love you the most." And Kurosaki Ichigo was very surprised when he heard it, and then he felt the familiar atmosphere and relaxed and said, "Why don't you lie down for a while? It's all right, it's not that tired anymore." Shihouin Yoruichi said, and let go of his hand, and then started to help. And Kurosaki Ichigo saw her clumsy movements and was very funny and said, "Okay, don't I'm busy, let me go outside and catch another animal." 35 Shihouin Yoruichi, who was fighting in the kitchen, heard Kurosaki Ichigo's words and had no choice but to put down what was in his hand, and then went out very angry. "Okay. Don't be angry, these things can't be mastered in a day or two, I'll take care of you later." After speaking, he began to put some salt on the fish in the pot, and then covered it. When Shihouin Yoruichi heard Kurosaki Ichigo's words, he hugged him very happily, and then said, "Ichigo, I love you. And I also dragged her up and said happily, meeting you is my life. The happiest thing." And Shihouin Yoruichi also nodded very moved, and when the two of us were about to kiss when our love was so strong, a roar of roar sounded. And the atmosphere between the two of us was broken. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled helplessly, but Shihouin Yoruichi was very angry, and then said, "I'll kill it for a snack," and went out. It was Meng, but it was funny when I came back to my senses, and then I concentrated on cooking my own dishes. Shihouin Yoruichi came out and saw a lot of animals gathered here, and even tigers and lions came here. She thought, "My man's cooking is good, even these animals came here." Then she saw the tiger at the front of the animal, knew that he must have roared just now, so she teleported to it angrily and kicked it into the sky. The tiger is actually very wronged, because it didn't roar Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi at all, it was just roaring with the lion, but whoever told the tiger to roar first, so the tiger can only admit that he is unlucky. The tiger was kicked to the sky by Shihouin Yoruichi and died, because Shihouin Yoruichi kicked it with a lot of strength, but she controlled her strength, otherwise the tiger would have been kicked out by her. Those animals had already run away when they saw this scene, but because the wild boar ran slower, they were still caught by Shihouin Yoruichi. Then she went back with the tiger and the wild boar. And Kurosaki Ichigo saw that she came back with the wild boar, but she came back with the tiger, and asked, "Why did you bring the tiger?" "Bring it back to make it up for you," Shihouin Yoruichi said casually, but hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's face darkened, he quickly came behind Shihouin Yoruichi and said, "What did you just say?" And she heard this. I knew something was wrong, and by the time she was about to run away, it was too late, and then I was overwhelmed. And Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo with a dark face and said humbly, "Don't be angry, okay?" And Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care, because asking him to make up, wasn't he questioning my ability? So Kurosaki Ichigo was very angry, and determined to let her beg for mercy at night until dawn. And Shihouin Yoruichi saw Kurosaki Ichigo's face still darkened, and said, "I promise one of your requests, okay?" "Okay. That's it." Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and started to deal with the wild boar and tiger. And Shihouin Yoruichi was very funny, because Kurosaki Ichigo has a childlike character, and then went to my side to give I'm off. Then in the laughter of the two of us, we finished all the dishes. Then we got it on the table and prepared to start eating, and the animals in the forest outside were very excited when they asked about the smell, and rushed towards the source of the smell. But after seeing this, they didn't dare to go forward, but no one went, so this scene was formed, and after Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi finished, they came to the table and sat down and said, "Ichigo, we are going to where to go?" Because of Kurosaki Ichigo, she loves to travel the world too. "I don't think there's anything to see in Seoul society. So let's return to the world tomorrow." Kurosaki Ichigo thought for a while and said, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to hear this, and then nodded and said, "That's okay too. Well, it's strange to miss seeing you for a few days. So are you thinking about home, about your parents or about Uzuzaili?" Kurosaki Ichigo said to her very funny, and Shihouin Yoruichi said nervously when he saw my appearance, "Of course I think about it, or else." And seeing how nervous she was, I smiled and brought her some vegetables, and then said, "Okay, let's eat quickly." Shihouin Yoruichi saw this very well behaved and started to eat, and Kurosaki Ichigo also started, and soon we finished our meal while laughing at each other. And when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to clean up, Shihouin Yoruichi said, "Let me do this, you can rest." Before Kurosaki Ichigo could answer, Shihouin Yoruichi took everything on the table into the kitchen. And Kurosaki Ichigo always fantasizes, by passing a lush bamboo forest, is a bamboo house with curling smoke. In front of the house, a sea of white flowers of brilliant dandelions bloomed. Along a small cobblestone road, past a bamboo table with a chessboard, slowly entered the cool room. The layout of the house is very simple, and there is no lack of generosity in the simplicity. The house is made of 440% bamboo, and you can breathe the aroma of bamboo as soon as you enter. On the wall, there are dewy clothes and dai-li, which are still dewdrops from yesterday's rain. An ancient red table of the 8 immortals is in the center of the room, and there is a fish basket on the table. There were also a few bamboo chairs clothingly around the table. Walk out of the house, on the left, the green stairs lead to the second floor. Standing upstairs, there is a clear stream behind the house, fish come out to breathe from time to time, and crabs are rampant. And a smooth and flat stone next to it should be a stone used by women to wash clothes for their husbands. 9. Of course, these are all Kurosaki Ichigo's previous dreams, that is, he has not yet crossed into the Shinigami world, but now he has crossed over and his dreams have changed, but he doesn't want to let his previous dreams even come true, so he also had to use this bamboo house instead. It didn't take long for Shihouin Yoruichi to finish packing, and came out to see Kurosaki Ichigo sleeping on the bed, and Shihouin Yoruichi saw that he was very helpless and happy, and then he lay beside Kurosaki Ichigo and hugged him, just about to close his eyes and fall asleep when I opened my eyes and said, "How is it? Are you tired?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked pitifully, while Shihouin Yoruichi said apologetically, "Did I wake you up?" "No, I didn't sleep, just closed my eyes," Kurosaki Ichigo said very easily, and then Shihouin Yoruichi put his head on my chest, and then said happily, "We will always be together like this from now on." And when I heard this, Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised at first, then patted her head and said, "Okay, we will always be together like this, so don't worry, go to sleep first." And hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi is like a child. I was very happy as well, and after kissing me, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. And I also hugged her and closed my eyes. Chapter 93. In a blink of an eye it's bright. And Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes to see Shihouin Yoruichi lying in his arms, very funny, because she actually fell asleep with saliva on me, and then I flicked her forehead and said, "It's time to get up, little slacker." And Shihouin Yoruichi also opened his eyes, and then said coquettishly, "Will you let people sleep for a while?" "Ichigo," Shihouin Yoruichi said to me very nauseously, and I was very helpless after hearing it, and then said, "Okay, well, then I'll get up and prepare breakfast first." Then he picked her up and put him back and said, "Don't drool in the future." After speaking, he pointed to his chest and the corner of Shihouin Yoruichi's mouth. Shihouin Yoruichi was very puzzled when he heard it, and when he saw it, he covered his face shyly and said, "Ah, what a shame," and blushed. Then I laughed and went out. When I went out, Shihouin Yoruichi hurriedly touched the corner of her mouth, and when she touched some water, she became even more shy, thinking, "How can I be so embarrassed? I actually drooled on Ichigo, and it was discovered. What a shame." Shihouin Yoruichi thought shyly. Kurosaki Ichigo, who came out next to him, still had a smile on his lips, because Shihouin Yoruichi Kurosaki Ichigo had not seen it before, but he was still very cute. Then Kurosaki Ichigo came to the kitchen and started to prepare breakfast. Prepare the ingredients: half of eggs, toast, sausage, bacon, tomato sauce, soybeans, tomatoes, mushrooms. There is also a big bowl of milk with a variety of dried fruit cereal oats. Take these things out. Then, 1 tomato is peeled and cut into small pieces, and half of the onion is chopped. First, pour the soybeans into the pressure cooker, then pour the tomatoes and onions, pour 2 large and small seeds of tomato sauce, add a little salt and pepper, a little soy sauce, and a spoon sugar, add 3 times water, boil the pressure cooker on high heat, then change to low heat and cook for half an hour, then remove it. Pour into a small milk pot, add a peeled tomato, a spoonful of tomato sauce, a spoonful of sugar, and slowly boil until it becomes thick. Then use a pan without oil to dry fry the bread slices directly on low heat, wait until it becomes crispy. Then use a dry rag to brush off the bread crumbs at will, add a little butter to fry the bacon, and fry until both sides are slightly golden brown. Kurosaki Ichigo was cooking breakfast very well, and Shihouin Yoruichi also got up. She was very happy to see me in the kitchen, and then came to the kitchen. I said, "Honey, you sit at the table first, it'll be ready in no time." Then I was busy cutting the onion from the cross section when I cut it before, took a ring, put it in the pan, cracked the egg, and fry the egg and onion, and that's it. And Shihouin Yoruichi hugged me from behind, and I stopped and hugged her hand and said, "It'll be ready soon." Then I let go of her hand, turned around and kissed Shihouin Yoruichi and flipped the omelette over. Fry the other side at once, then put all the food on the plate. Shihouin Yoruichi helped me bring all the food to the table, and then we both talked and enjoyed our breakfast. After we both cleaned up our dishes, we sat on the roof and said, "Yoruichi, we're going back. So soon?" Shihouin Yoruichi said very reluctantly, because this kind of life is very happy, so Shihouin Yoruichi has the idea of living here forever. Okay. It's alright, as long as the potential threats here are eliminated, we can travel well and relax. So don't worry, we still have a long time. Kurosaki Ichigo said it easily, and Shihouin Yoruichi nodded when he heard it, and leaned back in my arms, and we both embraced each other and enjoyed our leisure time. An hour has passed in a blink of an eye. Okay. We're leaving now. Kurosaki Ichigo said to her very gently, and Shihouin Yoruichi opened his eyes and said, okay, 35. After that, the two of us jumped off the roof, and Kurosaki Ichigo waved his hand and took the bamboo house back. Seeing this, Shihouin Yoruichi looked at the place where the bamboo house was just now, and said to me, let's go bar. And I touched Shihouin Yoruichi's head and said, okay, we're going. Then Kurosaki Ichigo took out Tensa Zangetsu, slashed it into the void, and it formed a black cavity, and then I hugged Shihouin Yoruichi went out towards the inside and when we walked in the black cavity was closed too. On the other side, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others also walked towards the school because the school started. When I saw Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi after entering the classroom, I was very puzzled and asked, Ichigo, Yoruichi, when did you come back? And Kurosaki Ichigo turned around and said, it's today. Isn't it the start of school? So just go straight come to school. And when they heard Arisawa Tatsuki, they nodded and went back to their seats. At this time, Kigo Asano ran over and said, 1. Guard. And I didn't even look at raising his arms and throwing Kigo Asano on the ground, saying, good morning. Ichigo I replied, good morning. Aqua and Kigo Asano, who was lying on the ground, said, long time no see. Ichigo, and me. At this time, Mizuhiro Kojima said, good morning, Chato and Arisawa, do you look good, and Arisawa Tatsuki, who heard it, said, Is that so? At this time, Kigo Asano also came over and asked, this where did you all go during the holidays? Then they looked at each other, and Kigo Asano was surprised and said, what are you staring at? Then I don't know where to put your eyes on and say, could it be summer vacation? What happened between the two? And Arisawa Tatsuki punched her directly and said, don't make wild guesses and Kigo Asano returned to his seat covering the place where he was beaten. At this time, the master craftsman Chizuru came over and asked Inu Orium, how was your time at your relative's house? And Inu Orium said, I had a good time, and I encountered a lot of things and then said, oh. I met a lot of things? Went to a strange place. Inu Orium said that Arisawa Tatsuki and Chato Yazutora were very nervous. And Chizuru, the craftsman, was very puzzled, a strange place. And Inu Orium continued, well, at first glance, it looks like a street with swords in the Edo period. After Arisawa Tatsuki, the two of them became more nervous, and continued, and there is a talking cat, and then the cat turned into a girl, and that a girl is. When Inu Orium was about to say something else, Arisawa Tatsuki directly covered her mouth and touched her head, saying, okay, stop talking in your sleep. 35 And Chizuru, the master craftsman, also took what she said as a dream talk. Then the head teacher Ueze Miyu came over and said, okay. Everyone will take their seats. Then they all sat down and said, very good, everyone is here. It is commendable and then said, although Oshima Kazunamaki isn't there, but who called them hooligans? So forget it, Chuang. In the backstage, all the students were surprised and said, is that okay? The head teacher then said, then, let's get the summer vacation report anyway. And Arisawa Tatsuki kept looking at Rukia Kukaki's seat without knowing it. I was thinking about something, and I was very bored looking outside. And Shihouin Yoruichi was also looking at me helplessly and funny. At this time, there was a roar from downstairs, hey, BD, get out of here. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. And Yulong Ishida said, this voice is Arisawa Tatsuki, I know you're here, hurry up and come out. The voice continued, and everyone looked down at the artisan Chizuru and said, Longui, is that your friend? And he continued clothes from the 1960s. And Mayukashi Tomo came to the window and looked at it and said, I really miss it. Then, Arisawa, you. When she had to say something else, Arisawa Tatsuki ran out and said, Teacher, I'm going to the toilet. Then, teacher also said, oh. Is it? Afterwards, the students also said with nostalgia, I miss it so much. That dress and Abarai Renji downstairs was still urging, hurry up, and Arisawa Tatsuki went down and saw him saying, UBD, and look, Arisawa Tatsuki, who ran wildly, said, yo. 35 and Arisawa Tatsuki said, yo what yo, and dragged him directly into the haystack. Why are you panicking? Abarai Renji said easily, while Arisawa Tatsuki said, what? Why are you here? And Abarai Renji said indifferently, where is this mine? Be free. You don't need to panic, are you? And Arisawa Tatsuki interrupted directly, it will cause a big storm, and it will be so loud. And Abarai Renji directly stood up and said, however, righteousness, I feel really uncomfortable. Rukia can adapt. And Arisawa Tatsuki kept on him and said, what are you doing here? Let's be less verbose, this time I will manage Karakura Street, so I asked Mr. Urahara, and then came to say hello to you, are you not satisfied? Abarai Renji said proudly, and Arisawa Tatsuki said, you to manage. And Abarai Renji hummed, then went on to say, as a vice-captain. Abarai Renji's face paled when he heard this. And Arisawa Tatsuki went on to say, demotion, demote, and Abarai Renji retorted, he said, no, it's because of your lack of spiritual power, that's why you sent me here. Arisawa Tatsuki also got angry and said, what did you say? At this time, the proxy card lit up, and Abarai Renji said, why? What's the matter? And a ghost appeared on the playground, see here. Sanjing Renji was very nervous and wanted to escape from the corpse, but there was no way to escape. And Kurosaki Ichigo, who has been watching them by the window, is very happy, because Kurosaki Ichigo is very happy every time he sees this part of the original book, so it is not bad to be able to see the plot of the original book with his own eyes. In the end, Arisawa Tatsuki solved it. Chapter 94. After killing the virtual, Inu Orium also gave a sigh of relief and raised his fist and said, great. At this time, the teacher was beside her, and when she heard her words, she was very puzzled and asked, what is great? And Inu Orium turned to look at the teacher and didn't know what to say, so he smirked, and the students laughed along, and Arisawa Tatsuki hurried to his body after killing Ku, and Abarai Renji said, it's hard work. And Arisawa Tatsuki said very rudely, what hard work? Then he picked up his body and said, don't leave your body anywhere. Hurry back and go back. It's hard to come out. I have to go in again. Then Arisawa Tatsuki went in and said, there's nothing to stop coming to school from now on. And Abarai Renji reflexively said, why? And Arisawa Tatsuki said, listen, has it arrived, and then went back. And after school, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi also went home together. When I came to the house, Kurosaki's mother missed and hugged me and said, welcome home. And after I heard it, I said, I'm back. Then I hugged Shihouin Yoruichi to welcome her back, and then Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Zyali also came back, and seeing Kurosaki Ichigo jumped into my arms and said, brother, Ichigo brother, I miss you so much. And I hugged them and said, I miss you so much too. At this time, Shihouin Yoruichi said, don't you miss me? She said very dissatisfied, and when they heard this, the two of them broke away from my arms directly, and then hugged Shihouin Yoruichi's hand and said coquettishly, of course also think about it. Then Kurosaki Yuzuo and Charlie walked towards the 443 side with Shihouin Yoruichi's arm, and I was abandoned. How is it, don't you feel distressed? Kurosaki's mother said to me jokingly, and I also understood what she meant, so I shook my head speechlessly and said, it's okay. Just be happy. Kurosaki Ichigo said I went in after I finished, and Kurosaki's mother didn't understand the deep meaning of my words, but she went in without asking. Not long after I went in, Kurosaki's father also came back, and he was very happy to see me coming back. He asked me, how is this trip? And after I heard it, I said very easily, that is I've been wandering around, so it's nothing. When I heard Kurosaki Ichigo's casual words, Kurosaki's father was angry and proud, and when I saw that his face was not very good, I immediately changed the subject and said, by the way, Dad, how is the company? And Kurosaki's father was very angry with me. He easily changed the subject and said, not bad, I know almost everything about the company. Then he raised his face proudly, and I wanted to slap him when I saw this scene, but I put up with it. The Kurosaki mother and Shihouin Yoruichi, who were sitting next to them, both laughed when they saw it, while the Kurosaki sisters were very confused about what they were laughing at. Then we happily ate dinner and went back to our rooms. I slept, and the Kurosaki sisters really wanted to sleep with me, but I refused, and it took a lot of effort to coax them both back. Then he lay on the bed very relaxedly and said, it's better to stay at home. Shihouin Yoruichi also lay beside me and said, yeah. B is really good, and then got into my arms and closed it. She opened her eyes, and I teased her, it's impossible to fall asleep so easily, and started tickling her, and Shihouin Yoruichi hurriedly opened her eyes and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, ahahaha, I'm sorry. Shihouin Yoruichi said intermittently and laughed, seeing that she had surrendered, so Kurosaki Ichigo also let her go. It didn't take long for Shihouin Yoruichi to slow down and ride on me and said, I want revenge now. After that, she started to tickle me, but I didn't respond, and then she responded and said, I forgot, you are not afraid. Itchy, and then lay in my arms and looked up at me with very cute eyes. I smiled when I saw this, and said, okay, I'll let you go this time. I'll take care of you next time and shave. She snapped her nose and said, go to bed early. And Shihouin Yoruichi kissed me very happily and said, I love you the most. Then he retracted his eyes and closed his eyes. Not long after, there was a sound of breathing. Seeing that Shihouin Yoruichi soon fell asleep, Kurosaki Ichigo, it was also very funny, and then I also fell asleep thinking about something. And Abarai Renji is staying at Urahara-Kisuk, and, like the original, is still joked about by Tessite Tsukabishi, Hanakari Jinda, Tsumagaya, and Urahara-Kisuk. And after Inu Orium finished eating in the evening, she started to miss her brother, and then she actually cried, and suddenly the doorbell remembered, so Inu Orium hurriedly wiped her tears and hurried to open the door, and what she saw when she opened the door was my older brother, Inu Min. And in Urahara-Kisuk, where Abarai Renji appeared because of a strange ryutsu, so Abarai Renji's cell phone started ringing, and he immediately woke up and went out. Arisawa Tatsuki was still in his sleep, and suddenly felt someone calling him and woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw that it was Abarai Renji, he punched him and said, what are you doing, you pervert? Abarai Renji, who was here, quickly explained, I came to you because of work, while Arisawa Tatsuki said very rudely, why do I have to do everything? Or you can't be like, how can Rukia solve it alone? Hearing this, Abarai Renji retorted, what did you say? Before Abarai Renji got angry, the soul in the cabinet ran out and said, it's noisy, it's midnight. Abarai Renji was very surprised when he saw it and said, this, what is this? He grabbed it and said, could it be that this is? Then he put his hand into its mouth and grabbed a pill-like thing and said, it really is Yuhun pill. It can move even if you put it in this kind of thing. So what's the job? Arisawa Tatsuki asked Abarai Renji, who was playing with the soul, and Abarai Renji also put the soul down and said, according to the situation, a very strange thing appeared, although Ryutsu is weak, can't you feel it? And hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki immediately felt it and said, ah! Orium. And Abarai Renji said, yes, it is near a new Orium, and Arisawa Tatsuki said angrily, you should have said this kind of thing sooner. Then he took out his proxy card and turned into Shinigami and said to Abarai Renji, anyway, let's go first. Then he hurried to where a new Orium went, and Abarai Renji followed closely. And after they arrived, a door similar to the gate of hell appeared. They were surprised to see here. Abarai Renji said, this is not the gate of hell, and at this time the door was opened, and saw here Abarai Renji said, why is the gate of hell opened when it's not, and a new Orium is unfortunately sucked in? He shouted, Longui, and was completely sucked in, while Arisawa Tatsuki was very nervous and pulled Zanpakuto out and cut it to the door, Orium but disappeared without cutting it. Then Arisawa Tatsuki shouted angrily, Orium. And on the other side, Soul Society, the first team. Aizen Suke, the former captain of the 5th Division, Ichimaru Jin, the former captain of the 3rd Division, and Tosen Kaname, the former captain of the 9th Division, are now missing. Fortunately, according to the report of the Technology Development Bureau, the Hōgyoku held by Aizen must be prepared to use it. There is a lot of preparation and waiting for the final completion, so there is no need to worry about him being abused at the moment, but the fact that these 3 people are a threat to the Soul Society and the world is unchangeable, so a search team operation has been organized. Today's meeting so far, disbanded. Yamamoto Yuan Liazai said, and disbanded. After the disbandment, Jaishur Yukatake and Kurako Shunsui were talking on the roof, but they were all less important things, and they were small things for the current Kurosaki Ichigo. I didn't expect to set up a search team. Jaishur Yukatake said helplessly, while Kurako Shunsui said very easily, it's all right, it's not us who will direct and manage it anyway, so just relax. Hearing Kurako Shunsui's very irresponsible words, Jaishur Yukatake also wanted to talk about him, but thinking that he had been with him for so many years, so he knew his character very well, so he sighed and said, although it is like that, but it's time to do something, right? Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui had to perfunctory and said, I see. Because he knew that if he didn't agree to his friend, he would have to say some long speeches, so Kurako Shunsui had no choice but to verbally said to promise perfunctory. And seeing Kurako Shunsui's appearance and tone, Jaishur Yukatake knew that he was perfunctory, but he couldn't do anything about him, so he didn't say anything, and then Shunpo left. After he left, Kurako Shunsui said to himself helplessly, although I really want to take care of it, who is still in the world? Who said that Aizen is his goal, and the world is also his territory? Ah! It's not a definite thing to provoke him. I don't know who Kurako Shunsui was talking to, but he left after he said it. But after he left, a man with long silver hair came out very tangled, then sighed and left. Chapter 95. And after a new Orium disappeared, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others came to school the next day and asked if a new Orium was here. They all said they didn't know a new Orium, which surprised Arisawa Tatsuki, and then Arisawa Tatsuki came to Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi asked from the side, what's going on? Ichigo. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at it and said, it's just that the memory of a new Orium was erased from their minds, and this matter is actually someone's, it's a prank. Kurosaki Ichigo told them everything indifferently, and Arisawa Tatsuki knew it immediately after hearing it, then turned around and ran to a place, and Ishida Yuryu and Chato Yasutora also followed. After they all left, Shihouin Yoruichi said helplessly, is this all right? Hearing her words, Kurosaki Ichigo said very relaxedly, of course it's all right, anyway, it's something Urahara Kisuke made, so let him explain it. Right. Shihouin Yoruichi was very funny to hear this, and then said, Ichigo, You are not jealous? Shihouin Yoruichi asked very skeptically, and I said casually, if you are really jealous, I killed him a long time ago. I won't keep him until now. Shihouin Yoruichi also nodded in cooperation after hearing this. Then why is that? Shihouin Yoruichi was still very puzzled, and I said angrily, it's not because he doesn't look good. Shihouin Yoruichi was very funny when he heard this, and then said, just because of this. Is this not enough? Kurosaki Ichigo asked back, and Shihouin Yoruichi didn't know what to say. And I looked at her very silent expression and leaned up to kiss her and said, okay, don't think about it, an xin can be a quiet beauty by my side, don't they say that you are responsible for your beauty, and I am responsible for making money to support your family, so, you should sit at ease. Then she flicked her forehead. When Shihouin Yoruichi came back to his senses, he was very angry and glared at me, but I saw a touch of inseparable affection in her eyes, so I hugged her comfortably, and she struggled shyly and said, don't be here. In this way, there are others. Hearing this, I smiled and said, it's okay, they can't see it anyway. After hearing this, she knew that Kurosaki Ichigo had set up a barrier, and then she said coquettishly, you know how to make fun of me. Seeing how cute she is, I put my head on her and said, it's probably because of love, that's why I like you so much. Shihouin Yoruichi was a little dissatisfied when I heard my answer, but when I heard this from me, in a word, she was still very happy and said, I know how to make people happy, and then she quietly leaned in my arms and enjoyed my pity. On the other side, because of Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others successfully retrieved a new Orium, and Urahara Kisuke also explained, games can cultivate a lot of things, first of all, physical strength, and Urahara Kisuke. Intelligence, cooperation, adaptability. Urahara then explained to them the reason for this. Then Arisawa Tatsuki was very upset and gave him a punch, but Urahara Kisuke avoided it very easily. Seeing her very upset, Urahara Kisuke apologized and said, I'm sorry, Miss Arisawa, this is mine. Wrong. Urahara Kisuke said a lot of good things before Arisawa Tatsuki let go. So what else is there? Ishida Yulong asked very puzzled, because Ishida Yulong thought of some other things because of these things, and because of Ishida Yulong's question Urahara Kisuke gave him a very compliment. His eyes said, actually, there is nothing to do, because there are some human beings who hunt souls in the present world, and they can't be called human beings. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, they are like Western vampires, but they are all it sucks the soul and hurts a lot of innocent people, so I hope you can solve it. And hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki asked very puzzled, since this is such a thing, why don't you say it directly? Hearing here Urahara Kisuke was also embarrassed, and then said with a smile, I thought this would give you some exercise, so I did this, and. Before he could finish speaking, Arisawa Tatsuki hit him. Then Urahara Kisuke squatted down and hugged his face as if it was hurting, and Arisawa Tatsuki was about to beat him when he was stopped by a new Orium, and then Arisawa Tatsuki struggled and said, let me beat him well. And a new Orium said, it's all right, Long Gui, there is no danger anyway. Arisawa Tatsuki got even more angry when he heard this, so he said, if you are really in danger, then I will definitely kill you. His Ishida Yuryu Yazutora was helpless when he heard Arisawa Tatsuki's angry words, and Abarai Renji didn't seem to hear it, but now they didn't dare to touch Arisawa Tatsuki's brow, so they had to stay quiet. Where is it? Miss Arisawa, are you relieved now? Urahara Kisuke said from the resurrection, and looked at her very provocatively. Of course, Arisawa Tatsuki's violent temper couldn't bear seeing this scene, so he was about to break free from a new Orium when beating him Urahara Kisuke, one of Bakud, Sho and Arisawa Tatsuki will not be able to move right away. UBD. Arisawa Tatsuki said angrily, while Urahara Kisuke looked at Arisawa Tatsuki helplessly and said, now it's time to get down to business. The type of person I just mentioned is called Bhavant, but the race of it's up to you to ask Mr. Kurosaki for the introduction. There's nothing left to do. Then Urahara Kisuke immediately walked away with the 3 modified souls. And Arisawa Tatsuki is very angry, because she has not been able to break free from Urahara Kisuke's bakud, and she was teased by him, so Arisawa Tatsuki shouted to the place where he disappeared, "I will never let you go, Urahara Kisuke." And Urahara Kisuke, who heard Arisawa Tatsuki's words, was also very sweaty yan. Hearing this, Inu Orium asked, "Longui, don't you like the store manager Urahara?" Arisawa Tatsuki was stunned when he heard this, even Abarai Renji, Ishida Yulong and Chayazu Tora was also stunned. And Arisawa Tatsuki came back to his senses and said, "Where did you see that I like him?" Hearing Arisawa Tatsuki's words, Inu Orium was very cute and said, "Isn't it? Then why do you say I won't let go of your words? Isn't that saying that I won't let him run away?" Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki really admires the idea of Inu Orium. Flowers. Even Ishida Yulong and the others said that they could not understand her brain circuit. After that, Arisawa Tatsuki didn't know what to say, and with the departure of Urahara Kisuke, the kid he set up also disbanded, so Arisawa Tatsuki moved a little and was about to say something when Inu Orium came up and said, "Dragon Gui, if you really like the store manager Urahara, then go after it bravely. Don't be tangled." Arisawa Tatsuki almost lost his temper when he heard this, and then patted her head angrily and said, "What do you say? It's impossible for me to fall in love with him." Then I walked towards the school. Inu Orium saw Arisawa Tatsuki leaving and followed her, while Abarai Renji and the others were very helpless, but they followed them to the school. On the way, Inu Orium has been encouraging Arisawa Tatsuki to bravely go to school. Urahara Kisuke launched a love offensive, but Arisawa Tatsuki didn't believe how she explained it, so she didn't bother to explain. Abarai Renji and the others followed behind and didn't make a sound at all, but they all thought, "I will ask Inu Orium in the future talk less." This idea has become ingrained. When I came to the school, I didn't see Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi in the classroom, so they went to the roof. And when I got to the roof, I saw Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi eating. Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised to see them coming, and Shihouin Yoruichi was a little dissatisfied, because she wanted to enjoy the time alone with Kurosaki Ichigo, but because of the arrival of Arisawa Tatsuki and the others, Shihouin Yoruichi had no choice but to smile. "What's the matter with me?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked, very puzzled, and Shihouin Yoruichi also looked at Arisawa Tatsuki, and after Arisawa Tatsuki told me what happened just now, I smiled helplessly and said, "Bhavant is also with humans with special abilities like quenchers. What quenchers have is only the ability to destroy the emptiness that will bring disaster to themselves. Bhavant absorbs the souls of human beings as his food. In addition, Quincy, as a human being, suffers from birth, old age, sickness, and death, but Bhavant can survive forever by absorbing the souls of human beings." Scene. However, taking the souls of dead humans when they are buried is the usual practice of Bhavant, but this time, what I saw Bhavant was absorbing the souls of living people, so I think because of something it's going to happen. When I finished speaking, Arisawa Tatsuki was going to ask what their purpose was, but seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's beckoning, he knew I was chasing them, so they had to leave. Bulletin. Chapter 96. After explaining to them, I went back with Shihouin Yoruichi and went back to their respective rooms after eating as usual, and I was so bored. Shihouin Yoruichi looked at me and asked, "What's the matter?" Hearing this, I said helplessly to her, "It's so boring. I really don't know what to do." At this time, I suddenly felt a surge of Ryutsu, and I became interested, and Shihouin Yoruichi saw the light in my eyes said, "Go ahead if you are interested. I'm going to sleep first." After that, I closed my eyes and lay down. I looked at her and smiled and said, "I'll be right back," then I kissed her and went out. At this time, Ishida was rescued by Yoshino because of the attack by Udagawa in Bavint, but he was still injured and hospitalized. In fact, it was not Feng Yi who saved him, but he was injured in order to save Feng Yi. Well, let's go and see them. I went to Ishida's hospital, and when I got there, I felt that Arisawa Tatsuki and the others were being attacked by the two twin dolls from 443 to Bavint. Yet, what is this thing that has made you so miserable, and who are those two idiots? They're so arrogant. I asked Arisawa Tatsuki, who was confronting, suddenly appeared in front of them. Ichigo, you came just in time, these two guys are Bavant, watch out for the water on the ground, Arisawa Tatsuki said. Ichigo, it's up to you, it would be embarrassing if you couldn't even deal with them. Arisawa Tatsuki said, wanting to see me make a fool of herself, but she really wanted me to be as helpless as them. Cut, this is the Bavants, and I thought it was the idiot who came running, I said to the two Bavants. Kurosaki-san, you better be careful, Inu said. What did you say about us, UBD, Hanta, Gru, go and kill this BD. The two men Peng and Pan asked their puppets to control the water to surround me, then wrapped me in the water. Watching I was wrapped in water, Peng and Pan were laughing out there. And Arisawa Tatsuki and the others also wanted to charge at me worried. Hey, you two idiots, if you want people to know that you are idiots, don't smirk there, your mother didn't tell you, you laughed so hard, I said in the water. What, impossible, how could it be, Hanta, Gru, Peng and Pan didn't believe it, and then called their puppets again, trying to pour water through my nose, but what made them drop their jaws was that the water didn't go, but circled around me. Did I say you two are like this? If that's the only level, then go. I said to them. You must know that I have an upper enchantment on my body. If the water can get in, it would be hell. Then, under their surprised eyes, the water around me started to freeze. When I received it, the frozen water around me began to shatter, fell to the ground and disappeared, without looking at their panicked appearance. They were surprised to see Arisawa Tatsuki here, and Anu Orium asked, what's going on? Hearing her question, Abarai Renji said, it should be using Kid to freeze the ice. Abarai Renji also very surprised, because this requires a very strong Kid cultivation base to release Kid without chant. And Arisawa Tatsuki said in disbelief when he heard it, it's impossible, I can also Kid. How can I do it? Hearing this, Abarai Renji looked at her like an idiot and said to her, you think everyone are they all like you? Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki froze and said, what did you say? UBD. Then Abarai Renji began to quarrel with Arisawa Tatsuki, and Kurosaki Ichigo thought helplessly when he saw this scene, these two must have been enemies in their previous lives. And Yulong Ishida and the others also kept persuading them, but it was useless, and I looked at the two Ba'ant and said, it's time to end. Looking at the vigilant Peng and Pan over there, they raised their hands and stretched out two fingers. Under their surprised eyes, two extremely thin starlights shot towards Peng and Pan from their fingers. They may have realized the danger and thought, hide, but it was too late, so I had to call the puppets to block, but they didn't even look at my starlight. Although it was thin, it was done by the Ryotsu compression I used. Well, it turned out that even the puppets shot through with them. Watching the two of them fall to the ground, even the puppets turned to ashes, the only thing that proves them is their clothes and the two pools of water on the ground. Of course, it's not my credit that they turned into ashes, but they would have turned into ashes if they lost their power. However, their powers all depend on the puppets, and their own strength is poor, and they are their puppets. It's too bad for me, if it's not boring to deal with them. I said the one hiding over there, wouldn't you come out to take a look when your companion died? I said to the front in their surprise. I did find a Bavint hiding there. Oh, have you been discovered? Sure enough, the captain's rank is different. Fang Ye walked out of the shadows. Yoshino, it's you, Ishida said. I'm not at the level of captain. Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly, and Yoshino was also very puzzled, but he didn't ask anything. Oh, it's better than some guys, but what are you doing here, aren't you here to die? I said casually. Kurosaki, don't kill her, Ishida said nervously to me. And I shrugged helplessly, and then walked aside. And Arisawa Tatsuki was always stopped by a new Orium and said something in Arisawa Tatsuki's ear. After Arisawa Tatsuki smiled and said, oh, if that's the case, then I don't care. Haha. Arisawa Tatsuki looked at them ambiguous and said. And Ishida Yulong saw that it was very easy for me to kill her, so I hurried to dissuade her, but this move made him expose his thoughts and was discovered by a new Orium next to me. And I pretended to look at Ishida Yulong it was a surprise, but it was relieved immediately, and Ishida Yulong heard Arisawa Tatsuki's words and knew that he was misunderstood, but he did not explain, and blushed like a monkey's a. Hey, talk to him if you have anything. Arisawa Tatsuki said, and then turned to Yasutora and Abarai Renji, what are you going to do? Don't disturb the good things here. Oh, let's go first and wait for them in the front. Abarai Renji also saw the ambiguity between them and said. Others walked away in agreement. No need, I just want to tell you that the other Ba'ant came for the power of his Quincy. Be careful if they will come again this time. Fang Ye said and left. Oh, Ishida is gone, do you want to keep up with me? Arisawa Tatsuki said with a breath. BD, UBD. Ishida couldn't stop hitting Arisawa Tatsuki for 1.4, but he fell down without hitting Arisawa Tatsuki with his body. And after sending Ishida Yuria back to the hospital again, Abarai Renji said to me, it's nice to see you again, Mr. Kurosaki. Hearing this, I said indifferently, okay, see you, so what? What happened? Hearing this, Abarai Renji solemnly knelt down to me and said, Mr. Kurosaki, I would like to ask you to teach me so that I can become stronger. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head. When I saw this scene, I was very helpless, and then I took him up and said, if you want to become stronger, you don't want to find me, but I won't say anything here, and Abarai Renji seems to have thought of something said, could it be? Before he could say anything, I said, it's all right if you know, don't say it, and he is much better than me in teaching others. After that, Abarai Renji bowed to me and said, run out. And when he left, I also laughed, and then disappeared in an instant. Chapter 97. And while Kurosaki Ichigo was walking towards the house, he suddenly felt that the Ryutsu of Yasutora was fighting with another kind of Ryutsu, so Kurosaki Ichigo passed by. And when I came over, I saw a huge petrified whale and its owner, Bavint named Sawato, arrogant, disgusting, flat, rubbish. This is how I feel about them, being attacked or relying on petrified whales. The mouth swallowed the attacking energy into the different space, or directly slipped and moved in the space, and then when others were unprepared, the petrified whale Fort Law suddenly appeared from the space, opened its mouth to swallow others, and swallowed people. Go to the space in its stomach. This kind of thing is really rubbish, to put it bluntly. It depends on its little space, and that old man Sawado is still so arrogant. What to say to let them see the difference in strength? Really think that he is the root scallions. Looking at Yasutora Chadu who is chasing them everywhere, I feel a little helpless. And the big doll whale Sato Yasutora was unprepared again, appeared on top of him and rushed towards him. Seeing that Sato couldn't dodge and was going to be swallowed by it, suddenly, with a touch, under the surprise of the old man, the doll Bala suddenly fell from the air and fell to the ground. Seeing that it was Kurosaki Ichigo, Yasutora said with relief, thank you. Ichigo and I nodded. Old man, are you going by yourself, or I'll take you off? I said to Sawato who was sitting on the doll. This guy was very arrogant just now, I want to see his arrogant capital. Oh, who are you? It's not easy for me to go, I want to get the power of that Shinigami today, but my opponent is him, God is so kind to me, I didn't expect another Shinigami to come, it's really good, very lucky. So let you be my food, Paula. Sawato said, and started calling his doll. The doll also said okay and started to act. That idiot old man still wanted the power of Arisawa Tatsuki and wanted me to be food. He really didn't know whether to live or die. Watching the big whale open its mouth and rush towards me, and then open its mouth to swallow me, garbage is garbage, just this one attack method. I didn't even move when I saw the big whale rushing over, I didn't move when I saw it. Get out of the way, Ichigo, shouted Chado Yasutora beside him. And Sawato, who was sitting on the big whale, was smiling, and his smile was ugly, but his smile soon disappeared, because his big whale fell to the ground with a touch again, and he almost didn't sit down and fall. Because I blocked it with one hand, and my hand didn't move at all. How cool is it? Is this the difference in strength you said? It's really boring, I smiled and said to Sawadari, who had just sat down. Impossible, Paula. Sawadari didn't believe it and started to control his doll again. He wanted to sneak into the underground space to attack me, but his idea was impossible. No matter how much he moved, he could only be there because I was in. He and his puppets are surrounded by a barrier, so he can only move within the barrier. Impossible, how is it possible? Paula Sawadari still didn't believe it, and started to let his dolls bump around, but the result was that he couldn't get out. Who the hell are you? What did you do? Sawadu no longer had the arrogance he started, and some only said in fear. I'm only asking now, but for a small character like you, I'm not qualified to know. I looked at him and said. Even such a small person wants to know who I am and doesn't look in the mirror. I think you've lived a long time, so I'll give you a ride. I said, looking at the doll and Sawadu, who were still trying to get out of the barrier. Had S90 black coffin. I gave up the chant and used the kid that Aizen used, and the one who didn't return me was not the kind of kid who gave up the chant and only had a little power. My kid was 100% powerful. This is the Kurosaki, the reason why Ichigo didn't use all his strength, otherwise, the power would be even greater. I saw a box with a black wall wrapping the frightened Sawato and the puppet in the barrier, and then countless shadow blades pierced into the box from around the black wall. When the black wall disappeared, Sawato and the puppet had been stabbed into pieces. Broken pieces. And I looked at Chado Yasutora and said, let's go. And Chado Yasutora's recovery is very complicated, because Kurosaki Ichigo is already very strong now, which makes Chado Yasutora, who has always wanted to help Kurosaki Ichigo, very helpless, but Chado Yasutora still followed Kurosaki Ichigo. On the way, Chado Yasutora kept thinking about it, and finally felt relieved. He must become stronger and help Ichigo. And after sending Chado Yasutora back, Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards a place. After stopping, Kurosaki Ichigo came to the entrance of a cave, and when I was about to go in, a person blocked my way, and when I saw someone coming, it is a Shinigami, and Kurosaki Ichigo also thought of it. He is Maki Ichinos, and he is a former 11th team member, and he trusts and admires Zaraki Kenpake's former 11th team captain. Because Kenpake defeated the original captain, he became the captain of the 11th division. The original captain died. He thought that his beliefs could no longer be understood, and he resented Kenpake. He became a Shinigami who fled. He joined the Soul Hunters because he had the same ambition as the Soul Hunter leader Kariyagami. In the final battle with Kenpake, he was seriously injured, and finally abandoned the darkness and turned to the light. After being killed by Kariya, his Zanpakuto rescued Kurosaki Ichigo once. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to let him go, but, you are from that division, why are you here? Hearing his rude and high-level words, Kurosaki Ichigo was also a little dissatisfied, and said, you take care of me, and then went inside, ignoring him, and Ichino's Maki was very embarrassed and angry, and then attacked me directly, then blocked it with a backhand and said, you are not my opponent, so get out. He was scared when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes, but his eyes became firm when he thought of Zaraki Kenpeki, then he jumped back and said, "You are strong, but I also have a reason not to give up," and took Zanpakut come out and said to me, "Shine Najigashumi," and it became like a rainbow. It's really troublesome. I turned my body towards him, while Ichino's Maki paused and said, "Glow. Ultimate Najigashumi." Seeing this scene, I thought it was very similar to my own crescent moon, and then after I gave him a crescent moon, the two strands of Ryutsu collided, and my Ryutsu ran over his Ryutsu directly and then hit him directly. And he was also solved by my trick. Seeing his very daring eyes, I sighed helplessly, and then walked towards the inside, and was blocked by someone after a while, and this man, as if he was still a lunatic, said, "You rubbish, suffer." Before he finished speaking, I came and pierced him with my hands. And he was very surprised, he actually died like this, and then disappeared with remorse. Seeing his doll disappear with him, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't take it to heart at all, and continued to walk inside. Chapter 98. And when I was walking into the cave, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others also understood Bavint's purpose and plan at Uraharakisuke, so they all headed for the cave. On the way, Arisawa Tatsuki complained very much, "Ichigo, it's true, you know it all, why didn't you tell us? It made us have to run around, really." Hearing Arisawa Tatsuki's complaint anew Orium he said very easily, "It's all right, Long Gui, we have nothing to lose anyway, and if it wasn't for Kurosaki who told us what I was caught, you wouldn't be able to find me so quickly, right?" Arisawa Tatsuki also nodded helplessly. "Even so, it's still quite annoying," Abarai Renji muttered very softly, and neither of Arisawa Tatsuki and the others heard it. And while they were trying very hard to go somewhere, Kurosaki Ichigo also met another Bavant in the cave. When Kurosaki Ichigo was walking slowly into the cave, something like a void suddenly appeared, and Kurosaki Ichigo waved his sword lightly, and a sword pressure appeared to divide it in two. But it didn't take long for another one to appear, and Kurosaki Ichigo killed it very easily. Kurosaki Ichigo thought that this was the ability of a BA 443 Winter in the original book, so Kurosaki Ichigo instantly came to him after sensing his location. Behind him, and he hadn't reacted yet, he said, "Where did that Shinigami go?" He still looked at his screen stupidly and said. Seeing his puzzled expression, I raised my hand and extended my index finger with a smile on my lips and said, "Had number 4. Baile." He also turned around when he heard my words, but because the attack had already come, he instead of hiding, he was pierced through his head, and the expression of doubt and fear disappeared. And I thought, these people are too weak. It's not challenging at all, Kurosaki Ichigo in the original book is too weak. This kind of stuff takes so much effort. After thinking about it, Kurosaki Ichigo went back to the cave and walked towards the cave. And while going inside, I looked at my own attributes. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo, Hōgyoku. S*X, male. Age, 15. Spouse, Shihouin Yoruichi, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Super Captain, level 21 5487/10,000. Zanpakut, the perfect Zangetsu, final solution. Kid, General. Shunpo, General. White Hits, General. Slash, General. Combat Experience, General. Crescent Moon Sky Chong, General. Crackling Flash, General. No Moon, General. Backpack, Character Fragments times 5487, Intermediate Experience Beads times 4000, Advanced Experience Beads times 3000, Super Experience Beads times 2000, Breakthrough Card times 49. Kurosaki Ichigo is also very happy to see this scene, because my strength has become stronger again, and now I realize that my Hōgyoku is not so simple. I don't have the ability to upgrade my strength at all, but I can break through and upgrade my strength by myself. I'm very happy to be stronger, and not without character fragments. And why the level of skills has become a general level, this is about the level of skills. From low to high, skills are divided into scholar level, general level, king level, emperor level, etc. And these levels also correspond to the world. The level of the world, that is, the level of all worlds is almost the same, and the difference is not much different. And Shihouin Yoruichi's strength has also become stronger, but her skill level is stuck at level 20, which is probably because there is no Hōgyoku, so Kurosaki Ichigo is determined in his heart to get Aizen's Hōgyoku. Why? Why don't you take it now? That's because there is a free coolie, so why bother? Aizen's is just a more advanced coolie in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes, so taking Hōgyoku in his hands is no trouble at all. No. And Kurosaki Ichigo came across another Bavant not long after walking. Seeing this scene, Kurosaki Ichigo thought helplessly, this is not a clearance game, why do they come one by one? The one who came over was a man with long green hair, wearing a purple robe, beige trousers, and holding a fan connected by a chain with a sword. When I saw this, I knew it was her doll. And she looked at me and said, "What a handsome boy. I don't know why you are here, Kbi." And she licked her lips, and I twitched the corners of my mouth helplessly. She swung a sword directly in front of her, and when she saw me appearing in front of her, her pupils shrank, and she immediately reacted with a fan and sword force and struck me at will, but she was still knocked back. Kurosaki Ichigo was very cool to see the traces of her being pushed back and extending backwards, but I still didn't leak a single expression, just like a person without emotion, and she was very scared after retreating a dozen meters, and then seeing the look in my eyes, I was even more frightened and said, "Who are you?" Hearing her question, Kurosaki Ichigo ignored her and swung his sword again, and this time he gave her a sword pressure. And when she saw this, she was directly scared, because she felt that this sword pressure was terrible, she would die, but she could neither escape nor block, so she could only be solved by this sword pressure in fear. Then the sword attacked the wall of the cave unstoppably, and directly opened a hole in the wall of the cave. Fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo put his strength very low, otherwise the cave would have collapsed long ago. And the innermost few Ba'ant were surprised when they felt the movement, and among them a man with silver-white hair, a short scar on his lower jaw, and a brown robe was very relaxed and light-hearted. After laughing, he glanced at them, and then focused his attention on the piercing gate. At this time, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others also came to the entrance of the cave. When they saw the scene in front of the cave, they were very surprised and said, "What's going on?" The corpse of Arisawa Tatsuki asked in amazement, but no one could answer, and then they all went inside. Kurosaki Ichigo sensed that they were all coming, so Kurosaki Ichigo also came to the place where Bavant gathered in a few moments, and the man in the middle of Bavant was very surprised when he saw me coming and said, "I didn't expect it so soon. Just a gentleman." Then he nodded slightly to me and said, "Please forgive me for not exhausting the friendship of the landlord." After hearing this, I smiled and said, "It's all right, I'm quite happy anyway." He looked at him all the time, and he was a little scared when he was looked at by Kurosaki Ichigo's very cold eyes, because he saw his own death in these eyes, which made him very unhappy as a person above him, and then said, "My name is Korea God, what is your name?" Hearing this, I shook my head and said, "There is no need for a dead person to know my name." After saying that, I gave him a sword. Seeing my appearance and words, Korea God was angry, so he raised his hand to block my attack, but seeing that my very bland tricks were so powerful, Korea God hurriedly dodged, and the man behind him a few Ba'ants are not so easy. When the three of them are about to be attacked by this sword, 2 Ba'ants dodge away, while the remaining one is killed like a fool. He was very unwilling to say, "Damn." He died after saying that. And the remaining 2, one is Soma Yoshino, the other is Koga-go, a doll with the appearance of a spider. He grabbed Soma Yoshino to avoid the attack just now, and then looked at me very scared, then he glanced at him casually, and he immediately looked elsewhere. Chapter 99. After seeing this scene, Korea God was very angry, but immediately said calmly, "It's really amazing. And I didn't have any reaction when I heard his words, and I didn't even bother to look at his attributes, because the strength is simply not worth using this to see." And when Korea God was about to attack, Arisawa Tatsuki and the others all came. They were also surprised to see me here, and then relieved. Arisawa Tatsuki said, "Ichigo, are you doing all those things?" And I nodded because I knew what it was things, so nod. "Ah, this place is not bad, it's really a ruin." Abarai Renji said, looking at the altar-like environment around the cave and where Bavant and others were. "Really, this is the last hiding place of our Bavant, it is the place where many of our comrades hide in order to avoid persecution, it is very deep, only in this way can we survive, but now there are only a few surviving ones." Korea God said after hearing Abarai Renji's words. "Oh, so it is, no wonder, but why don't you continue to hide, what are you doing out?" I asked, but I thought to myself, "Come out, you will die." "Oh, this is all for us to leave this world and prepare for it." Korea God walked up to the altar. "Prepare, for strength, you go to absorb the souls of the living, in order to get out of here, you go to capture the quenchers, right?" Arisawa Tatsuki said. "Yes," Korea God replied. "What, leaving the world? Do you really want to connect the world with the virtual world? Are you the same as Aizen?" Arisawa Tatsuki and the others said in surprise. Hearing this, Korea God was also stunned, and when they saw Arisawa Tatsuki, they also knew that they thought too much. And Korea God didn't know that there was only one person left under his subordinates. Soma Yoshino was not his subordinate. Korea God said at this time, "Although I don't know what you said, I didn't expect so many people to come." When he was about to start, Ishida Yulong took the lead in attacking Koga Gang, because he wanted to go to Soma Yoshino first, so he shot a few spiritual arrows at him, and Koga Gang saw this and used himself directly. The puppet blocked it. And as Ishida Yuryu attacked Arisawa Tatsuki, they also attacked them. I rushed to the gate of crossing the world and blocked their way, because Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to make trouble for them to get rid of the crossing. "Go in through the gate, and then go to the Soul Society to kill them." Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to, so Kurosaki Ichigo just stood there watching Arisawa Tatsuki and the others fight. And Arisawa Tatsuki fought with Korea God, because after returning from Soul Society, the training was doubled, so it didn't take long for Arisawa Tatsuki to learn his own Bankai, and it was not bad, and Arisawa Tatsuki's Bankai was very good. Bankai afterwards, an armor was formed around her body, and she was also holding a long spear and shield, and there was a flash of thunder around her, making it impossible for others to approach, so I thought it was very good. Arisawa Tatsuki, who was covered in thunder and lightning, fought evenly with Korea God, but Korea God was injured more. On the other side, Yulong Ishida and Koga just got into a fight, and it didn't take long for Chadu Yazutora and the others to join in, so Koga was killed tragically. Although he looked at the original book, this guy is not bad, but it has nothing to do with me. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter, so he doesn't help him. And Ishida Yulong rescued Soma Yoshino and said, "How is it? Are you all right?" Hearing this, Soma Yoshino said, "It's all right. It's just a little angry." Ishida Yulong was relieved to hear this. Then they all looked at the battle of Arisawa Tatsuki. Soma Yoshino asked Ishida Yulong, "Is it all right if I don't help her?" Hearing this, Ishida Yulong said easily, "It's all right, anyway, there is Kurosaki here, nothing will happen." Hearing this, she gave me a frightened look and immediately took it back and said, "Indeed." Seeing that Soma Yoshino was very afraid of Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Yulong said, "Don't be afraid, Kurosaki will not hurt his friends." Hearing this, Yoshino Soma also nodded, but she was thinking, she is his friend what? At this time, Arisawa Tatsuki and Korea God came to a last-ditch confrontation, and both sides were injured, but Arisawa Tatsuki's injury was small, while Korea God was very serious. Seeing this scene, Kurosaki Ichigo also jumped down from the altar, and Arisawa Tatsuki looked at me and complained, "Why didn't you do it?" Hearing this, I laughed and said, "Of course it's to train you guys. After that, go outside." And Arisawa Tatsuki and the others didn't say anything when they saw it, but at this time, the Korea God who came from Soma Yoshino said to him, "Korea, I didn't expect your plan to become like this, it will end before it starts." Soma Yoshino asked Korea, who was lying on the ground wondering what he was thinking. "Indeed. Although I thought about failure, I didn't think it would be like this. However, what is it if I know it will become like this? I will also come. All I want is a destination, this place that created us and also destroyed us, and destroying her is like an incidental thing to do in comparison. Whether it succeeds or not is a matter of desire for me. To be honest, we people have no goals in the first place. Is it just us to take revenge on the Soul Society? Is it your goal?" Korea God glanced at Soma Yoshino and said calmly to the sky, "Not the slightest fear of a failed life, but just a loss of life." Then he said to me, who was walking outside, "You are a person I don't understand. From your eyes, I can see your indifference to everything in front of you, as if everything has nothing to do with you, but it seems that everything is your master. What is your goal, or do you have no goals like me, living in a daze?" After saying that, Korea God disappeared, and I paused when I heard his words. "Just go on." On the way back, I suddenly looked at the city and a sense of loneliness came from it, as if I was out of tune with them, without a sense of belonging, and suddenly thought of Korea God, who has found his so-called home. I remembered what he said to me, "I can see from your eyes that you are indifferent to everything in front of you, so that everything has nothing to do with you, but it seems that everything is your master. What is your goal, or do you have no goals like me, living in a daze?" Thinking of this, I said to myself, "What is your goal?" He looked up at the sky and asked himself in the bottom of his heart, "What is my goal?" As Korea said, "I am indifferent to everything in front of me, and everything that happens around me has nothing to do with me, I live my own life. In a daze, I never have a goal, I never know why I live. Although I always say that I want to travel the world with Yoruichi, but I still haven't integrated into this world." Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo is confused. When I got home, I saw where Shihouin Yoruichi was sleeping peacefully, touched her face and thought, "Isn't my goal to protect those who love me and those I love?" Thinking about it, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly became enlightened. And then kissed her and fell asleep beside her. This night made Kurosaki Ichigo understand his heart, so his strength has also undergone some changes, and even the system has undergone unknown changes. Chapter 100. And after dawn, Shihouin Yoruichi felt that he was in a person's arms, and after feeling the familiar smell, he became dependent and arched inward, and I opened my eyes to see her look very funny, and then scratched her nose and said, "It's time to get up," and then nodded her forehead. "Don't." Shihouin Yoruichi said to me coquettishly, and he was lying on top of me, so I couldn't get up. Seeing her very naughty, I pretended to be very angry to shoot. I licked her butt and said, "Get up quickly, otherwise." And then looked at her with a very evil look, and Shihouin Yoruichi was very scared when she saw my eyes, because she didn't want to get out of bed today, so she was very fast get up and take a shower. When I saw this scene, I was very funny and helpless, and then I cleaned up the bed and went down. Watching 447 to the parents who were exercising in the yard outside, I was also very relaxed, and then I came out to see. He said to them, "It's really early." And before Mom said anything, Dad said, "It's not that we got up early, it's that you got up too late, son of ABCH." I was relieved to hear this. She laughed and didn't say anything, but my mother was very keen to find something. "What happened last night?" Mom asked, very puzzled, and after I heard it, I said very easily, it's nothing. It's just. Then I told them what happened last night, but I didn't say what Korea God said. After listening to my words, the two of them were very proud and said, since you have solved it, then it's fine. And Dad said happily, it can be said that you solved it for them. You're in trouble, so you have to go to the old man to get some rewards. He said it for granted, and when my mother heard this, she was very angry and said, what are you talking about? Really, this is you Shinigami. How can you ask for rewards from others? And where did the mother and father talk? But it seems that the mother has crushed the father. And when I got home, I saw Shihouin Yoruichi watching TV. And I also saw Relish. I was very surprised to see this at first, because I didn't find this in the original book, but then I also took this as the difference between the original and reality. I walked behind her and nodded her head rudely and said, okay, it's time to go to breakfast. Then I directly picked her up with the princess hug, and she was enjoying herself. I said in my arms, Ichigo, you seem to have changed. Hearing this, I was very curious and said, what has changed? I don't know very well, I just think you are fine now. I also kissed her dotingly and said, I am not good to you, but to whom? Then I hugged her and walked outside. And after coming out of the house, I put her down, and she said hello to my mom and dad who were exercising. I went to the houses of Yuzu and Xiaoli, and when I went in, I saw where they were preparing breakfast and said, do you need my help? Hearing this, the two of them turned around and said happily, no need. Brother, where are you sitting for a while? Xiaoli also nodded in agreement. When I saw their reaction, I was very amused. The two of them came next to me and said, let me help too. This is faster, and then picked up the ingredients and made it very skillfully. I was cooking happily and giggling beside me, I didn't know what I was thinking, and I had to wake the two of them up from the daydream and make it together. It didn't take long for us to make breakfast together, and then I got up and called Dad and the others in for breakfast, and Dad tasted it and said, you two did a great job today. And Mom, he said directly, this is made by your son, you can't eat it, really? And the father said very embarrassedly, yes, is it? Then he stopped talking and started eating, and seeing this scene we all laughed. In a burst of laughter after we finished our breakfast, Shihouin Yoruichi and I went to school, and Yuzu and Natsu also went to school, only Mom and Dad were left, but they all went to do their own thing. And after I entered the classroom, Kigo Asano came to me excitedly and said, Ichigo, you know what? Kurosaki Ichigo was very puzzled and asked, what? At this time, Sumi Kojima came over and said, it's a new classmate. I'm here. I was very puzzled when I heard this, but before I asked the head teacher who was here, I called someone out and said, introduce yourself. 39. A man with short yellow hair with a funny mushroom head walked into the classroom with an exaggerated smile and said, yes, teacher. Hirako Shinji said, then went straight forward, picked up the chalk, and began to write his name on it. The name is Flat Flat, the son of Ono's sister, the real foreskin, plus the son of the hot girl Menta Iko, so together it is Hirako Shinji, please advise. Hirako Shinji bowed slightly. Hey, Hirako-san, you wrote it backwards, Mr. Usse said immediately. I saw the 4 words on the blackboard, true and ping are fine, no matter how they are reversed, as long as they are not upside down, they are all the same, but zi is different. It's well written, Hirako Shinji said with a smile, when it comes to writing reverse words, I'm still good at listening. Is that so? Teacher Usse said, then can you mention it a little while you're writing? Haha, teacher, how can you say this first? Hirako Shinji said, if you say it first, everyone's reaction will be different, so it will not be fun. Teacher Usse was speechless for a while, and then pointed in the direction of Ichigo, forget it, you go to the seat first, just sit next to Kurosaki. Yes, teacher, Hirako Shinji replied, then came to the seat next to Ichigo, pulled out the chair and said to Ichigo, "You are Kurosaki, let's get along well in the future." "Oh." Ichigo replied, and then looked at Hirako Shinji's meaning and said, "Then please give me more advice in the future." "No, it should be 1.4. I need more advice from Kiyo Kurosaki." Hirako Shinji did not agree with Ichigo's words. "I didn't think much about it, after all, in his cognition, Ichigo probably didn't know his own. But Kurosaki Ichigo already knew him when he came in, and Shihouin Yoruichi knew about him too, but just now Hirako Shinji's attention was always on me and didn't find Shihouin Yoruichi, otherwise he would be surprised, because Shihouin Yoruichi would actually be there going to school here, and being very close to Kurosaki Ichigo. Please give me some advice too. Hirako classmate." Shihouin Yoruichi suddenly said behind Kurosaki Ichigo, and Hirako Shinji also subconsciously said after hearing it, "Please give me some advice, this." Before he finished speaking, he saw the person who spoke was stunned. Then he suddenly said loudly, "Yura Harakisuke. You cheat me." Chapter 101. When the teacher heard Hirako Shinji's loud shouting, he was very angry and said, "Hirako classmate, please be quiet." Hirako Shinji had to sit down quietly after hearing this, but he was always greeting Yura Harakisuke's family in his heart. "I was thinking about something, and after class, he came directly next to me and said, 'Can you go out with me?'" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said directly, "Of course not." Hirako Shinji collapsed when he heard this. Then I said to her very pleadingly, "I beg you." Seeing that he was very scared and pleading, I said with a smile on the corner of my mouth, "Okay, let's go." After that, I took Shihouin Yoruichi's hand. Out. Hirako Shinji was very happy to see this scene, but was surprised when he saw Shihouin Yoruichi going out, but he was stunned when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo holding Shihouin Yoruichi's hand, and Kigo Asano next to him came over and said, I'm new here, so it's right not to know, Ichigo and Yoruichi are a couple, I really envy Ichigo." Hirako Shinji lost his mind when I heard this, and kept thinking, Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo are a couple. Been thinking about this. Then I suddenly remembered 26 important things, so I recovered and ran outside, and Ryotsu, who sensed the two of us, came to the rooftop immediately, and then he looked at us and said, "You." Before he could say anything what Shihouin Yoruichi said, "If you have something to say, don't make any other things." Hearing this, he twitched the corners of his mouth and thought, it really is Shihouin Yoruichi. Then he recovered his emotions and said, "I'm here to invite you, Kurosaki Ichigo." Hirako Shinji looked at Ichigo and said, "That's why I invited you, Kurosaki Ichigo." Hirako Shinji raised his hand slightly, a terrifying force emerged, and then a mask appeared on Hirako Shinji's face. It was a completely white mask. The mouth on the mask was replaced by the shape of teeth, and there was a back part behind the mask. It looks like the hair on the back, but it has the taste of two ancient warriors. With Zanpakuto and the mask of the virtual, I am the one who stepped into the virtual realm from the Shinigami side, the one from the Kamen army. Hirako Shinji said, "I am your kind, Kurosaki Ichigo." Hearing this, I smiled and said, "Why, I haven't used the power of emptiness until now. Do you think I am your kind?" Hirako Shinji was also very surprised to hear this. "I didn't expect you to know us too. Did Yoruichi tell you? But don't care, although your phantom power hasn't manifested yet, it's probably because your own Shinigami power is too strong, so it's been destroyed. We have been suppressed, and come to our group, we will have a solution." Hirako Shinji analyzed and said. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was also very thoughtful, thinking, the power of his own emptiness may be given by the power of his own Shinigami. I was shocked, so I didn't dare to show it. "It's possible that what you said is true, but why should I join?" Kurosaki Ichigo said very easily. Hearing this, Hirako Shinji looked at Ichigo and said, I know you also have the ability to hollow, you know, this means that you can't be a complete Shinigami, and of course, you can't be a virtual, so neither the Soul Society nor the Hueco Mundo can fully accept you. Only us. Hirako Shinji looked at Ichigo and said. Only we Kamen Corps can fully accept you, Kurosaki Ichigo. Because all the members of our Kamen Corps, everyone is Zanpakuto plus a virtual mask. We are the same kind. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo nodded in agreement. Hirako Shinji saw me nodding and thought I agreed, so he was very happy and said, Did you agree? And I was very funny and said, I can't do it now, I'll go to your place and see it later. Listen, when Hirako Shinji was here to say something else, the class bell rang, and I said, let's go to class first. Let's talk about this after class. After that, I took Shihouin Yoruichi's hand and walked to the class. And Hirako Shinji had no choice but to go back to the class, and during the class Shihouin Yoruichi used the system's telekinesis to voice transmission to Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo, are you going to join? Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo also returned to his senses and said, Joined? It's okay to join anyway, isn't it? Shihouin Yoruichi also hummed when he heard this. And it can also strengthen my strength, so I choose to join. Yoruichi, you won't refuse to accept it. I heard Shihouin Yoruichi say here, of course I won't refuse, but aren't you Hōgyoku again? Why use joining them to get the power of hollow? Hearing here Kurosaki Ichigo said casually, although you can also use Hōgyoku to hollow, but I always think it's too easy, and. After a pause, Shihouin Yoruichi said, and I want to see the emptiness in my body, don't I? She understood it very well. After I said it, I also smiled helplessly and said, yes. You really know me. Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said very seriously, Ichigo, although I will not stop you, but I still have to say don't underestimate anyone, got it? I also knew that this was because Shihouin Yoruichi was worried about me, so I had to promise that I wouldn't underestimate the enemy. School was over in a blink of an eye. After school, Kurosaki Ichigo said to Hirako Shinji, I promise. Hirako Shinji was surprised and asked, what? Kurosaki Ichigo said casually, of course I promise. Join you. Hirako Shinji was also happy to hear this, and Kurosaki Ichigo went on to say, of course Yoruichi will also go with me. Otherwise I won't go. Hirako Shinji agreed without listening because he was very happy, so I didn't listen to Kurosaki Ichigo very well. Then Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi left. Alala. In this case, my mission is almost complete. Hirako Shinji watched Ichigo leave and said, I won't use this troublesome school in the future. It's great. I'm really unaccustomed to being in school. But why did you come to convince Ichigo that I must come to school? It's really unpleasant to think about it. Hirako Shinji walked towards a place, and behind Hirako Shinji, Long Gui was turning his head from the classroom to look at Ichigo and Hirako. Although I just saw their silhouettes and didn't hear what the two of them said, Long Gui could feel that something was happening between Ichigo and Hirako Shinji that no one else knew about. Chapter 102. After Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi left, Long Gui followed Hirako Shinji, who had just left the classroom, and Sato also followed, because there were many people in the school, coming and going, and there was only one gate to the school, and all the students they have to leave here, especially now that so many students are at the gate, so Hirako Shinji doesn't even notice two people behind him. Hirako Shinji walked slowly by himself, and kept complaining at the same time. Of course, what he complained was nothing more than a few words, even if he didn't listen, but because he kept complaining, he didn't even know his one or two pigtails behind him. With a very drawn face, a little girl with a knife on his back appeared behind him, and Hirako Shinji didn't notice it at all. The little girl stood behind Hirako Shinji. She was wearing red sportswear and flat wooden slippers on her feet, and then kicked Hirako's with one foot, only to see Hirako flew out directly, bang, and slammed into a wall before it stopped. It hurts, who is it? Hirako shouted loudly behind him, then turned his head to look. When he saw the little girl, he was indeed slightly startled. Hi! It is Saragaki Hiri, a member of the masked corps. Hiri raised his right foot and threw it slightly, and the slippers he called flew up. Hiri grabbed the slippers and slapped Hirako on the face fiercely and shouted, "Idiot, you've been dawdling to the end. What are you doing? And what about Kurosaki Ichigo? That one hasn't." Hirako Shinji said. "Idiot, then hurry up and trick him with rhetoric," Hiri roared loudly. "Well, wait for me to say finished," Hirako Shinji said. "Ichigo has agreed to join us, but he said it will take some time to deal with other things." "Idiot, we don't have much time, BD," Hiri yelled, grabbing Hirako Shinji's collar fiercely. "What do you want to do to Ichigo? Why should Ichigo join you?" Arisawa Tatsuki said, standing behind the two, and Sato also stood behind Long Gui. "Idiot!" Hiri grabbed Hirako Shinji's collar, then slammed his head against Hirako's forehead and said, "You are being followed, you idiot! I know that even for Ichigo's sake, Ichigo will say it's okay. I know him," Arisawa Tatsuki said, "so I thought it would be better to ask you guys directly." "Who are you, Hirako-san?" "Humph, do you think I'll tell you if you ask?" Hiri said, so the group of four fell into silence, and after a while, Hiri said, "My name is Saragaki." "Hiri, report your names." At this time, Inu Orium came over and said, "Longui, please slow down." "Really?" Arisawa Tatsuki was also very helpless to hear this, and then said, "Orium, you go back first." And Inu Orium came to Arisawa Tatsuki and saw Hirako Shinji and Saragaki Hiri saying, "What are you guys playing?" Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki covered his head helplessly and said, "Okay, you stay by the side first, stop talking." After speaking, Inu Orium had to shut up. "My name is Arisawa Tatsuki, and they are Yasutora and Inu Orium," Arisawa Tatsuki said. Oh, Hiri narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "A knight, a princess, and a tiger. Are they all very powerful names? I'm just an ape and a piece here, which is really enviable." P.S. During the Song dynasty, princess was changed to Emperor Ji, so the Ji of Orium means princess. "What do you mean by being flat? Just my name is not a creature." Hirako Shinji pouted slightly behind Hiri. "Putting the two together is really an idiot." Hiri glanced slightly, and then a sudden punch hit Hirako Shinji's arm, and with a pop, Hirako Shinji's fingers stabbed into his nose, and blood spurted out. Hiri looked at Orium and Sato, to be precise, at Orium, and also has a supple burst and a pair of big breasts. It's a really unpleasant woman. Pure jealousy. Hirako Shinji covered his nose and complained again, "And it's only for Orium." With a boom, Hiri punched Hirako Shinji's nose again. Although Hirako Shinji covered his nose, after being punched by Hiri, the blood from the nose gushed out even more. "Forget it, I don't have anything to say anyway." Hiri's eyes became slightly cold as he said, and a trace of murderous aura emerged from his body, "You all die here." "Wait a minute, Hiri, you can't kill them. If you kill them, Ichigo will come and kill you right away," Hirako Shinji said immediately. "Well..." Hiri was stunned for a moment, then looked at Hirako Shinji and said, "Do they know Kurosaki Ichigo? They're all Kurosaki Ichigo's friends and partners, so if you kill them, how do you think Ichigo will react?" Hirako Shinji said to her. "Forget it, let's go, Bald," Hiri said, then turned to leave. "Wait!" Arisawa Tatsuki shouted immediately, but before he could speak, Hiri stopped, and a gust of Ryutsu said, "Woman, I didn't kill you because you were Kurosaki Ichigo's friends. Don't take an inch." The powerful Ryutsu directly pressed Arisawa Tatsuki, Orium, and Sato, preventing the three of them from advancing. Then Hirako Shinji and Hiri left. Orium and Sato stood still and didn't move. He was pinned to the ground by Ryutsuo of Hiri and was temporarily unable to move. It wasn't until Hiri left for a while that the two regained their ability to act. Negative. Chapter 103. On the other side, after Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi went back and told Kurosaki parents what happened, Kurosaki's father looked at me very seriously and said, "Are you sure?" "I don't do anything I'm not sure about." Hearing this, Kurosaki's father was relieved, but Kurosaki's mother said, "I must go, can't I not go?" 35 Hearing this, I was very helpless and said to her, "I won't, I have something to do." After saying that, he was ready to go out, and Shihouin Yoruichi was also beside me. "Yoruichi, you don't have to worry about me, I can go by myself." Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi was very angry and said, "I don't want it. You said that you will take me wherever you go." Hearing here Kurosaki Ichigo, he also smiled and said, "Okay, okay," and left with Shihouin Yoruichi Shunpo. And after the two of us went out, I met Hirako Shinji, and then I said to him, "Okay." Hearing this, Hirako Shinji also nodded, and then said to me secretly, "Is she coming too?" Seeing his helpless expression, I had no choice but to nod. Then Hirako Shinji was speechless. "Where are you going?" Ichigo followed Hirako Shinji's side. 3 people stood in the air and walked in one direction. Of course Ichigo didn't know where to go, just followed Hirako Shinji. Shihouin Yoruichi knew, but didn't say anything. "I'll take you to see your future companions first, and then start practicing," Hirako Shinji said without turning his head. "Ichigo, don't be too surprised by then." "It's not surprising," Ichigo said lightly, "it's just a group of original Shinigami wearing masks." Hearing this Shihouin Yoruichi said aloud, "Yes, that's what it is." Hearing this, Hirako Shinji was full of black slime, but no sound. "Yoruichi, why don't you train Hollow as well?" Hirako Shinji pricked up his ears when he heard this, and Shihouin Yoruichi asked very strangely when he heard this, "Can I do it?" I know what she's worried about, because Shihouin Yoruichi has no emptiness in her body, so it's very troublesome, and I can't expose myself to Hōgyoku in front of Hirako Shinji and them, so I had to ask Hirako Shinji, "Can Yoruichi Hollow is it?" Hearing this, Hirako Shinji said, "It shouldn't be possible, because Hollow is because there is an empty power in the body, so it can be done, and Shihouin Yoruichi has no empty power in the body, so it can't be done." I was also discouraged when I heard this, but he said to her with his mind power, "It's okay, I'll leave it to you when I know it." Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi also said to me, "Okay." Seeing that I was a little dissatisfied, Shihouin Yoruichi hugged my arm and said, "It's okay." Hearing this, I had to compromise. Soon the 3 of them left Karakura town, almost leaving Karakura city, and Ichigo looked at the abandoned port and the countless empty warehouses on the dock. Ichigo looked at Hirako Shinji and said, "No, this is probably the headquarters of the masked army, it's too shabby." "Hey, it's a bit too much to say this now." Hirako Shinji looked at Ichigo and covered his forehead helplessly and said, "There's nothing we can do here, our identities are too special, and because this place is abandoned, so except for the occasional homeless coming back, not even Sue is here, so as long as you set up a barrier, then there will be no problem." And Yoruichi is snickering. "That's right." Ichigo nodded slightly and said, "At least I didn't feel any Ryutsu when I came here. If you hadn't brought me here, I wouldn't have noticed that there would be Ryutsu fluctuations here. Of course, we have already blocked all Ryutsu. Neither Shinigami nor Kudo can sense it." Hirako Shinji said with a slight pause, and a figure of a person appeared in his mind. He secretly said, "But if it was her, maybe she would be able to perceive it. After all, her power seems to be the same as Abba's power source. It seems that she will also be attracted to take a look." Naturally, Ichigo didn't know what Hirako Shinji was thinking. He just followed in Hirako Shinji's footsteps. In a flash, two people appeared in front of a completely abandoned warehouse. Let's go, this is it. Hirako Shinji pointed to himself. The warehouse in front of him opened his mouth. Ichigo looked at the most dilapidated warehouse in the entire terminal, followed in the footsteps of Hirako Shinji, and looked around at the same time, and saw that the entire warehouse was so dilapidated that it was about to collapse. Even the original tempered glass had been shattered, and the entire interior of the warehouse was shattered. There are some gravel everywhere, and the entire warehouse was originally 3 floors, but now it has become 1 floor, because most of the ceilings on the 2nd and 3rd floors have collapsed. Ichigo looked around and said, "Hey, it seems that this warehouse is the most broken one. You didn't choose this warehouse as your base camp because of this. But it is, even if it is some homeless. If I came here, I would probably go to those warehouses that are a little better, not this one that could kill people at any time." As soon as Ichigo's voice fell, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he clearly felt that there was suddenly a lot more in front of him. "Shares Ryutsu. Hey, the little devil slandered our base camp as soon as he came, this is too arrogant," a little girl with yellow hair and 2 braids said. Ichigo raised her head slightly, looking at the little girl. It was true he was still very young, with some small pimples that looked like pimples on his face. A tiger tooth was exposed on the outside of his lips, and he was wearing red sportswear and a pair of flip-flops, which looked very dragged. "Yo, Hirako Shinji greeted, "Okay, everyone, this is Kurosaki Ichigo who will join the outside. Ichigo, let me introduce you first." Ichigo looked at the members of the masked army. Hirako Shinji pointing at Saragaki Hiri, "The girl who is talking to you is Saragaki Hiri." Then Hirako Shinji pointed at a girl who was dressed very strangely, and Ichigo's first impression was that this girl was an alien. "She is Kuna Mashiro." "Hello." Kuna Mashiro looked at Ichigo and greeted. Ichigo bowed back and said, "Hello." Then Hirako Shinji pointed to a girl wearing glasses in a sailor uniform and said, "She is Sally Yachimaru. She, Hiri and Shiro are the only 3 women we have." Sally Yachimaru's eyes were cold under the glasses, glancing at Ichigo coldly. Ichigo was taken aback, wondering if he had offended her. Then Ichigo followed Hirako Shinji to look at the others. Aizen. A very large, fat uncle with a pink beard under his nose. Love Akawa. An uncle with an afro and a light blue sweater and sunglasses. Maguruma Kensei. 99. A handsome young man wearing a black vest and white hair, looking like a young man, wounded and bandaged. He is obviously a master of punching. Torabashi RJR. With blonde curly hair and a black wavy neck suit, he looks like a medieval gentleman. "They are all the current members of the masked army," Hirako Shinji said. "Of course, now there's one more you, Ichigo." Then Hirako Shinji looked at the others and said, "Then Ichigo will join us. Do you have anything? Opinion?" "Opinion." Saragaki Hiri squatted down slightly and looked down at Yuhu. "Shinji, this guy wants to join. I don't have any opinion, but before joining, let me see the power of this guy. If there is power if you want to join, there is no problem in joining, but if you don't have enough strength, who wants this guy? I don't want one of my comrades to hold back when fighting in the future." "Hey, Hiri." Hirako Shinji said, "This is not the time to do this." Hirako Shinji said helplessly, and then Shihouin Yoruichi came out from behind Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "What did you just say?" Little Hiri was shocked to see the people coming, not including Hirako Shinji of course. You are Shihouin Yoruichi. Chapter 104. And Hiri shouted loudly, and everyone in the Kamen army except Hirako Shinji was very surprised by the arrival of Shihouin Yoruichi, and seeing this scene Shihouin Yoruichi was very funny, and then said, "Ho-ri, what did you just say?" After speaking, he walked towards Ho, and seeing this scene Ho was very scared and stepped back. And the masked army people asked Hirako Shinji why Shihouin Yoruichi came here, and when Hirako Shinji saw that everyone was asking, unable to resist the pressure and had to say, that's because Shihouin Yoruichi is Ichigo's friend, so hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then exclaimed, "It's not true." Saragaki Hiri, who was on the other side, also heard Hirako Shinji's words, so he was surprised, and asked me. Really? Hearing her asking me instead of Shihouin Yoruichi, I had to nod. Seeing me nodding, Saragaki Hiri looked at Shihouin Yoruichi in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to be an old cow eating young grass." Hearing this, Hirako Shinji and the others knew they were going to suffer, and Shihouin Yoruichi's face turned black, then he said gloomily, "Don't you regret it?" Hiri and then very quickly teleported to Saragaki Hiri, then looked at her and said, and Hiri also regretted after saying it, but 26 it is said that the words have been said, and there is no way to take them back, so it doesn't matter in the day. But seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's terrifying appearance, Saragaki Hiri had no choice but to admit, "I said just now that you two are a perfect match." Shihouin Yoruichi is no longer angry after hearing this. Then he pointed the finger at me and said, "If you want to join, I have no opinion, but before joining, I still have that sentence to show me your power. If you have power, there is no problem in joining, but if you have power, there is no problem. If it's not enough, even Shihouin Yoruichi won't agree with me, because I don't want one of my comrades to hold back when fighting in the future." When Hirako Shinji wanted to refute this, Kurosaki Ichigo stopped and said, "Shinji, isn't she right? No organization will take in people who are incompetent. Although we haven't really played against each other, I can feel that your strength is very strong, and they don't know enough about me, so even if you force me to join, they will have a grudge against me, which is not what I hope, so it is necessary for them to increase their understanding of me, only in this way, they can treat me as a companion faster, and the best way to increase cognition is to fight." Shihouin Yoruichi snickered very funny when he heard this, because Kurosaki Ichigo's current strength is good, it's easy to destroy the Kamen Legion, so Shihouin Yoruichi thinks it's funny, even Shihouin Yoruichi can easily kill them now. And Hirako Shinji was very puzzled when he saw Shihouin Yoruichi's chuckle, and came to the side and asked, "Why are you laughing? Yoruichi, your lover is going to lose." Shihouin Yoruichi didn't refute, but was very relaxed. Said, "Just watch it." Hirako Shinji was even more curious when he saw this scene. On the other side, "It's good that you have this idea, but I like your words, that's good, as long as your strength is not too bad, then I will agree that you are my companion." Saragaki Hiri sees Ichigo smiled and said, "Don't waste time, come on, Kurosaki Ichigo, let me see how strong you are, don't let any water, otherwise, I will beat you hard." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo shrugged and said, "You have to be careful." After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, Shunpo came to Hiri and gave her a sword, and with the sound of clang, the blades in the hands of Ichigo and Hiri met. At this moment, Ichigo saw that Hiri's sword Zanpakute's gauntlet is oval, with a pattern similar to a peach heart on the gauntlet. "Don't look at these, feel the power coming from the knife, and watch." With a sudden bang, Hiri directly I was picked up, and Ichigo didn't move at all. Hiri was shocked to see this scene, and then Hiri rushed towards me again. Ichigo and Hiri, two Zanpakute kept going. They collided, and I didn't move from my position at all, and Hiri kept attacking me in a very tricky direction, and was blocked by me one by one. "Oh, this kid's strength is very strong, he can block all Hiri's attacks so easily," Torabashi RJR said, looking at the situation in front of him. "Idiot, didn't you see that Hiri Kazumoto didn't use much strength? Not to mention hollow, even Zanpakute didn't liberate," Maguruma Kensei said. "So, I don't think Kurosaki is using much power," Hachai-gen said. With a sound of clang, Saragaki Hiri took a few steps back. In this case, the warm-up exercise is over. Saragaki Hiri looked at Ichigo and said, "Hey, you should also show your real strength." "When it's time to take it out, I'll take it out," Ichigo replied. "Really? Saragaki Hiri replied, but if you die, don't blame me. Saragaki Hiri's face began to have some white matter appearing. Hollow Ichigo opened his eyes and looked at Saragaki Hiri, and it was very serious, and Shihouin Yoruichi also watched this scene very interestingly, and after sensing that Saragaki Hiri is now Ryutsu, he looked at us both with ease. Fighting. Hirako Shinji has been paying attention to Shihouin Yoruichi's expression. After seeing Hollow, she is still very relaxed and she knows that something is wrong, that is, Kurosaki Ichigo is very strong, and what Yura Harakisuk told him is fake. Thinking of this, Hirako Shinji was very angry, and then very helpless, but there was no other way, so I could only look at it and say it, because these are just Hirako Shinji's conjectures. Shinji, what's wrong? Kuna Mashiro asked Hirako Shinji's very strange expression, and Hirako Shinji also recovered and said, it's all right. After that, he looked at the battle inside, and Kuna Mashiro also looked strangely. It doesn't matter after a glance. Some white matter appeared on Saragaki Hiri's head, and then the white matter gradually took shape, a mask appeared on Saragaki Hiri's head. Saragaki Hiri stretched out his left hand and grabbed the mask on his head. Ichigo, if you still fight with me in the current state, then I will kill you. Saragaki Hiri pulled the mask on his head down, and the whole mask was completely exposed in front of Ichigo. There is a long horn at the upper end, that is, the position of the forehead, and there is a circle of diamond-like patterns under the position of the horn. Ichigo looked at Saragaki Hiri and took a fancy to the mask, and suddenly a powerful Ryutsu burst out from Saragaki Hiri's body. This Ryutsu is not Shinigami's power, it is obviously the Ryutsu after Saragaki Hiri Hollow. Ichigo feels it was very relaxed after that, and I became interested in seeing her ability to freely control Hollow. G. Chapter 105. Shihouin Yoruichi's ease made Hirako Shinji very uneasy, but Hirako Shinji didn't think too much. Ichigo was stunned for a moment, holding Tensa Zangetsu in one hand and raising a little. Saragaki Hiri's slash was just held by Tensa Zangetsu, and seeing this scene Saragaki Hiri's pupils shrank, and then Ichigo with a slight force, Saragaki Hiri was picked up, and with a boom, Saragaki Hiri directly knocked the ground out of a human-shaped pit, and the flying dust instantly covered Saragaki Hiri's figure. Is this the end? Ichigo look at where the dust is spreading. Seeing this, Hirako Shinji and Sokaman army were stunned, and Maguruma Kensei said, how is this possible? He was already stunned, and so everyone looked the same. Shihouin Yoruichi chuckled lightly when he saw this scene. When Hirako Shinji and the others heard it, they looked at her directly and said, Yoruichi, what's going on? Seeing that they all wanted to understand, Shihouin Yoruichi had no choice but to say it. Ichigo, it's not that weak. His current strength can be said to surpass the commander-in-chief. Even Aizen can't be Ichigo's opponent now, even if you don't need to learn Hollow, it's okay, but... Shihouin Yoruichi didn't say any more. Hirako Shinji also recovered after hearing this, and then understood her words, and then looked at Ichigo's figure happily and said, we may have pulled someone who can't afford it this time. And the mask all the members of the Legion have the same expression. Who? A sudden heavy breathing sounded into the ears of everyone present, and everyone focused their attention on the dust. Hirako Shinji stretched out his hand for a while, and the dust in front of his eyes was swept away in an instant, and Saragaki Hiri appeared. In front of everyone, she was half kneeling on the ground, holding Zanpakuto in her left hand to support the ground. Her right hand was covering her left half of her face, blood was constantly flowing out from her forehead. Saragaki Hiri's mask was very attractive to Ichigo, easily knocked out. It's not bad. It's virtual. Ichigo said very easily, and in Saragaki Hiri's ears it was like mocking her, and when she was about to shoot, Hirako Shinji appeared in front of her and said, okay. Hiri, she was beaten, you can't beat her. Hearing this, Saragaki Hiri was very angry but said, I haven't lost yet. Let me continue. When there was more to say, Hirako Shinji said directly. All right. We are not his opponent even if we go out in full force. Saragaki Hiri couldn't believe it, but she lowered her head when she saw Hirako Shinji's eyes. Ichigo, what do you want to do now? Hirako Shinji looked at me and said. Hearing this, I was very relaxed and said, what else can I do? Of course, learning Hollow. Hearing this, Hirako Shinji laughed, and the masked army has also put down the grudges in their hearts. And Saragaki Hiri didn't understand very much, and then he understood it under Hirako Shinji's explanation, and then he was very angry and said, I must beat Yura Harakisuke. And when they heard these words, people laughed. On the other side of Soul Society, a major event is happening, a major event that is enough to make Soul Society overwhelmed, and take all the energy of Soul Society. In the middle of the night, on the hill of Bipolar, in the entire Jingling Court, in addition to the chief captain of the 13th Division who is also the captain of the 1st Division, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni and the vice-captain Chijiro Sasakaibe were not there, and there was also the 11th Division. Captain Zaraki Kenpeki and Vice-Captain Kuzujishi Yachiru don't know how to feel the battle, only the other 8 captains and other vice-captains are left, but the 11th team has Madarame Ikeku in the 3rd seat and Ayasukawa in the 5th seat. Representative Yumi Chika, and the strange thing is that even Rukia Kukaki was called over. You must know that although she is the adopted daughter of the Kukaki family, she is currently an ordinary Shinigami without any seats, but anyway, they have a total of 20. The 2 of them are on the hill of Bipolar, perhaps because the chief captain Yamamoto Jinyazai Shigakuni has not yet appeared, so they are talking to each other. From their conversation, it seems that they were called up by the captain, Yamamoto Motoihuzei Shigakuni. Speaking of which, what happened? Hitsuga Ichware looked at Jaishur Yukatake in front of him and whispered, to gather everyone here, if something really happened, I'm afraid it's not a trivial matter. With a slight pause, Hitsuga Ichware said, speaking of which, could it be that fellow Aizen? Probably not. No, I don't know either. Jushiro said, I've asked, but no one knows the purpose of this call, including the seniors of Harumi and Anoka. Oops, Kukaki, you've been summoned too. Matsumoto Rangiku saw Rukia Kukaki behind Jushiro and said with concern, you're Ryutsu. Yes, Rukia nodded slightly, thank you for your concern, my Ryutsu has fully recovered. And perhaps because Hōgyoku has been stored in my soul, I feel that after Ryutsu recovers, there is no weakening. And it's a small improvement. Damn, this fog is really annoying, Abarai Renji complained. A strange fog was filling the entire Bipolar Hill, gradually blocking everyone's sight, making everyone's visibility gradually reduced. Papa footsteps sounded, and soon a figure appeared in front of everyone, but the fog around them made everyone only vaguely see the figure, but couldn't see who was coming. Everyone could only be on guard looked at the figure of this, Lee's, individual. Soon the figure came to the front of everyone. Because of the close distance, everyone could finally see the face of the person who came. When they saw that the person was the roar of Chijiro Sasakaibe, the vice-captain of the first team, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Kira Izuru opened his mouth and said, Deputy Captain Sasakaibe, please, Chief Captain. Kira Izuru didn't finish his words, and with a bang, Chijiro Sasakaibe fell directly to the ground. Everyone was shocked and stepped forward, especially the death squad leader Anohanaretsu and deputy leader Katetsu Aizen, who immediately checked the situation of Chijiro Sasakaibe. Seeing that Chijiro Sasakaibe was in the end, everyone was on guard, and at the same time, they put their hands on Zanpakuto, and they would immediately respond to other situations. It's just that they didn't find a figure standing here behind a group of people, because the fog blocked everything about this person. Chapter 106. And after Ichigo passed Saragaki Hiri's test, Hirako Shinji said, let's go straight to the second step with Ichigo's current strength. Hearing this, the other people in the masked army did not object, because seeing the strength of Ichigo, I felt that the first step was forgotten, so I started the second step directly. Ah, Ichigo said with a slight smile on his lips after being surprised for a moment, is it like this from the beginning? It's okay. I will definitely learn how to control the emptiness in the shortest possible time. Okay, let me tell you the most important point first. Hirako Shinji looked at Ichigo and said with a serious expression, if you want to learn hollow, you must be in the state of hollow, and in that state, Ichigo, all you have to remember is one sentence, don't be swallowed by hollow, try to devour hollow, only after you have swallowed hollow can you learn to control hollow. Devouring the void. Ichigo said softly. Remember, Ichigo. Hirako Shinji looked at Ichigo and said, don't waver and don't give up under any circumstances, otherwise, you will only be swallowed up. Ichigo narrowed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened his eyes. Just as Ichigo opened his eyes suddenly, Hirako Shinji's lightning-like tentacles slashed heavily on Ichigo's neck. The huge force directly swept Ichigo out. With a bang, Ichigo slammed into the wall, and then fell down, but 453 was Ichigo himself, but he fainted a long time ago. When it was cut on Ichigo's neck, the enormous force made Ichigo faint. It was also because Ichigo didn't fight back against Hirako Shinji, otherwise he would have been hit back by Ichigo before he could touch Ichigo. Aizen stepped forward to hug Ichigo and said, Captain Shinji, Kurosaki obviously doesn't have any defense against you. It's easy to stun him, but you're trying too hard. I'm sorry, I was too hard. Hirako Shinji said with a hint of embarrassment, and Shihouin Yoruichi came over and said, Shinji, after this training is over, prepare for Ichigo's attack. 35 Hearing this, Hirako Shinji was very worried, and immediately said with a whole expression, okay, let's go down there, let Ichigo hollow there so that it won't interfere with the world. Hirako Shinji stepped forward and opened a floor, a staircase appeared directly under the floor, and then the group of masked core and Shihouin Yoruichi all walked into the passage. Then the vast underground space is revealed, and if Ichigo is awake, the underground space here is like the one under Urahara Kisuk's shop. Okay, let's get started, Hachi, let's set up the barrier. By the way, set up a bond for Ichigo, Hirako Shinji said directly, and then continued after a slight pause, set up a triple barrier for Ichigo. Aizen was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, and then put Ichigo down, and then the mark in Hakujen's hand changed, Bakud number 63 chains and chains. I saw a huge chain suddenly appear, and then wrapped directly Ichigo's body, but he did not stop and continued to form a mark, the wall of iron sand. Monk-shaped tower, burning iron and shining, because of its firmness, it was silent in the end. Bakud's 75 5-pillar iron guns boom sounded 5 times, and I saw 5 huge iron pillars appearing in the sky and smashing directly on the ground. On Ichigo's head and limbs, then Aizen opened his hands, and with himself at the center, a huge pale golden enchantment appeared, wrapping him and Ichigo inside. At this moment, all the masked members present stopped the original movements in their hands for a moment, looked at Ichigo, self-examined Ichigo's face, and some white substances were gradually appearing. Come out, little 8. Hirako Shinji looked at Ichigo and said, Ichigo is about to hollow, we have done everything we can do, then it is up to Ichigo to see if he can live in his own spiritual world. Defeating the emptiness in the body will be the key, and everything must be unfolded at once. Kurosaki Ichigo, don't let everything down, or I will be a sinner in this world. And after Ichigo passed out, the virtual power in his body began to be difficult to control. But Ichigo's own consciousness has entered into his own spiritual world. This is the second time that Ichigo has come to his own spiritual world. On the other side, Arisawa Tatsuki suddenly frowned slightly. She looked at the sky and said, is this feeling like crossing the gate? In other words, is the Soul Society coming? Thinking of this, Arisawa Tatsuki he jumped up suddenly and rushed towards the left front. A door appeared out of thin air in the sky, the door wanted to open on both sides, and then a figure fell out of the door. Rukia. Arisawa Tatsuki was stunned for a moment, then rushed over and caught Rukia. Looking at Rukia's tightly closed eyes and the wound on his body, Ichigo frowned tightly. What happened? Rukia. Hello. Rukia, wake up, what's going on? Suddenly Arisawa Tatsuki felt a burst of cold air, and suddenly Ichigo hugged Rukia's body and disappeared in place. With a boom, I saw 4 cold air hit Arisawa where Tatsuki was standing before. Everything in that place was frozen. With a boom, Ichigo appeared in the air and looked at a beautiful lady who appeared in front of him. She was wearing a white long-sleeved kimono, with long snow-white hair and blue eyes. With a flower star-shaped hairpin on the upper right side of her head, she holds a samurai sword in her hand, but the whole sword, along with the blade and the gauntlet. The handle of the knife is all snow-white, with patterns on it, and a white ribbon is attached to the handle. From Ryutsu, I feel that this white knife is obviously a Zanpakuto. Give her to me. The woman looked at Arisawa Tatsuki, then pointed the knife at Rukia that Arisawa Tatsuki was holding. Humph. Arisawa Tatsuki snorted coldly, I'm sorry, although I don't know who you are, but Rukia is my companion, and I won't give my companion to someone I don't know, especially since this person just didn't make a sound. Attack us. Really? The woman replied slightly, then you will die with her. Said the woman dancing the white Zanpakuto in her hands, and saw a circle immediately appear under Arisawa Tatsuki's feet, the first time Yohabach. Arisawa Tatsuki was shocked, Shunpo used it again, and Arisawa Tatsuki's figure disappeared again in an instant, and just after that, within the circle, it seemed to be frozen from the sky and the earth, and then it broke. Fall. Arisawa Tatsuki squinted slightly at the woman in front of him. The woman smiled softly and did not speak. And Rukia in Arisawa Tatsuki's words said, it's my trick. You're awake, Rukia, Arisawa Tatsuki said, looking at Rukia in his arms. Well, Long Gui, this guy is Sodi no Shirayuki. Rukia looked at the woman and said, she is my Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto. Ichigo was slightly taken aback and said, Rukia, have you reached the Bankai stage too? It would be nice if it was just like that. Rukia said with a wry smile, she is my Zanpakuto, but this time, she came to this world to kill me. The entire Soul Society, all Zanpakuto have all betrayed, and kept attacking the master. In that way, he wanted to put the master to death. I managed to escape with great difficulty. Rukia said, as if pulling the wound somewhere, let out a low groan, and then fainted. Apparently her injuries were not minor. Chapter 107. Zanpakuto's betrayal, how is this possible? Arisawa Tatsuki was slightly startled, and secretly said in his heart, damn, this is a big trouble. Although this technique was used in his heart, Arisawa Tatsuki still held the Tianli behind him and secretly said, no matter what, I won't let Rukia have an accident. Arisawa Tatsuki said, holding Rukia in his left hand and Tianli in his right, come on, Sodi no Shirayuki. Arisawa Tatsuki said and walked directly towards Sodi no Shirayuki. Second dance White Ripple saw Sodi no Shirayuki stab out 4 points with a knife, and countless ice crystals emerged from each point, and then Sodi no Shirayuki waved Zanpakuto in his hand to Arisawa Tatsuki, and the 4 at 1 o'clock, there was a scrutiny of cold air, and then an ice crystal blasted directly towards Arisawa Tatsuki, and all the places where the ice crystal passed were frozen. Humph! Ichigo held Zangetsu in his right hand, raised it directly, and slashed down suddenly, thunder punishment. On the silver-white edge of the sky thunder, there was a layer of thunder flowers on the edge of the blade, and a thunderbolt sent out from the blade and directly broke countless ice crystals, and the thunder punishment directly hit the Sodi no Shirayuki blasted away, the ice crystals were washed away, leaving only a huge gap in the ground, and the frozen vegetation along the way was directly shattered into pieces. Boom! Thunder punishment slammed into the ground, and even the entire ground was broken open, but it didn't hit the enemy. because Sodi no Shirayuki suddenly dodged to the side when Arisawa Tatsuki used thunder punishment to dodge the attack just now. That attack! As expected of Shinigami's agent, the power he has is really powerful, even I can't match it. I'm afraid he is the only one who can. Sodi no Shirayuki paused and said, however, although your power is strong, if you want to defeat me, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. And I don't have to fight you, it's not me who wants to fight you, we'll see you next time, my master. Sodi no Shirayuki spread out slightly with a light blow from his hand. He saw countless tiny ice crystals attacking Arisawa Tatsuki. Arisawa Tatsuki jumped up and down, and suddenly ducked back. When Arisawa Tatsuki escaped the ice crystal and was about to attack again, he found Sodi no Shirayuki. There is a door behind. After crossing the gate, Sodi no Shirayuki walked into the gate, then turned his head to look at Ichigo and said, Arisawa Tatsuki, you will die under your Zanpakuto. Before he finished speaking, the gate of the crossing gate closed. 3. After watching Sodi no Shirayuki leave, Arisawa Tatsuki frowned slightly and said, there are sheets of frost everywhere, did Sodi no Shirayuki's attack just freeze the surroundings? It looks like Rukia's Zanpakuto, this kind of use the ability completely surpasses Rukia, and only Sodi no Shirayuki can do it to this level. Forget it, now is not the time to think about it. Arisawa Tatsuki hugged Rukia and said, let's go and treat Rukia first. And there's the matter of Zanpakuto, let's send Rukia to the Urahara store. I just don't know what's going on with the Soul Society. Thinking of this, Arisawa Tatsuki flew straight towards the Urahara store. Yo, Miss Arisawa, good evening. When Arisawa Tatsuki came to the Urahara store, Urahara Kisuke was already waiting. Also, how could Urahara Kisuke not notice the appearance of the piercing gate? Isn't this Miss Kukaki? Urahara Kisuke looked at Rukia who was holding Arisawa Tatsuki and said, it's been a long time, but it looks like I'm injured, and it's not serious. Do you need my help, Miss Arisawa? Miss Arisawa threw Rukia directly to Urahara Kisuke and said, cure him, store manager Urahara, as for the treatment fee, isn't the Kukaki family the head of the four nobles of the Soul Society? It shouldn't take a little advantage from you. The body is still Orium's house, I will go back to my body first, I will come to explain later, but, I don't know the specific situation, I am afraid that everything will only be known when Rukia wakes up. After speaking, Miss Arisawa directly fly away. But Urahara Kisuke shook his head helplessly when he saw the same figure of Miss Arisawa, but Miss Arisawa, it's impossible for me to go to Soul Society to ask for money. Then he took Rukia into his arms helplessly. Inside the Urahara store. On the other side, Ichigo was sealed by the triple Bakud, and the whole body could not move at all, but at this time, some white substances began to appear on Ichigo's face. Everyone is ready, it's time to start, Hirako Shinji said with a glance. Isn't there Hachi's barrier? Sally Yachimaru said indifferently, under the current triple barrier, Kurosaki Ichigo shouldn't be able to break free so easily. No, I don't think so, Hirako Shinji said, if I don't stop it, I believe the barrier will be broken soon. With a boom, I saw that the chain on Ichigo's body was directly broken by the huge Ryutsu on Ichigo's body, and even the 5-column iron rod began to shake. Much faster than I expected. Hirako Shinji frowned slightly. Cut, I thought I could finish reading this book. Sally Yachimaru put the magazine in her hand on the ground, walked to the interface and said, Little Hachi, open this place, I want to go in. Yes, Hachi-gen replied, and then saw a small door opened directly in front of Sally Yachimaru, and Sally Yachimaru walked into the barrier. Boom, bang, bang. As soon as Sally Yachimaru walked into the barrier, the 5-pillar iron gun shattered directly. Ichigo stood up and turned her head slightly to look at Sally Yachimaru. I saw that most of the mask on Ichigo's face had been formed, and only the position of the last left eye had not been formed. This time, Ichigo's hands and feet have become virtual bodies, which are no longer human hands and feet, but claws, virtual claws. And the mask of the remaining eye part is also slowly forming, but the speed is very slow. This is the last time for Ichigo to learn Hollow. If he cannot learn before the mask is fully formed, then Ichigo will become virtual. Of course that's not possible. Because Kurosaki Ichigo is not the Kurosaki Ichigo in the original book, so the current Ichigo has already wiped out the emptiness in his body, and in order not to make the masked army outside suspect, so he has to pretend to be no matter what. When Kurosaki Ichigo entered the spiritual world, there was no empty self at all, but there was a mass of empty power, so when Kurosaki Ichigo touched it, it directly entered Kurosaki Ichigo's body. So Kurosaki Ichigo's hollow is very simple, let others know that they are not envious of death, so Kurosaki Ichigo now lets his virtual instincts control his incomplete hollow to fight against the people from the Masked Legion. Outside, I'm Sally Yachimaru, although you already know my name, but this is my first self-introduction to you, please give me some advice. Sally Yachimaru took out Zanpakuto and pointed at Ichigo. Ho ho! Ichigo raised the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand and kept roaring in his mouth. Suddenly, Ichigo and Yachimaru's Sally started at the same time and charged directly towards each other. With a dang, two knives the collision, the huge force bounced back, Ichigo stood there without even shaking his body, but Sally Yachimaru was directly knocked out by Ichigo, but this is just the beginning, at this time Ichigo will not have any, some people have only very vain instincts. So after Ichigo hit Yazamaru's Sally, he immediately chased after Yazamaru's Sally, and the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand slashed directly without hesitation. Asking for flowers. Dang, Zanpakuto and Sally Yachimaru blocked Ichigo's slash again, but her entire body was slammed to the ground by a huge force. The entire ground sank directly into it. Tensa Zangetsu in Ichigo's hands continued to cut. With a sound of dang, Ichigo's Zangetsu slashed to the ground, Yachimaru's Sally's hands turned and pressed on the ground, and her whole body stood upside down, so that Ichigo's Zangetsu slashed beside her, and Yachimaru's Sally was upside down. Instead of retreating immediately, she split her legs, and then her whole body spun directly. Sally Yachimaru, who was spinning at a high speed with bang bang bang, kept raising her foot on Ichigo's face, and Ichigo didn't react in time for a while, and then Sally Yachimaru's eyes suddenly froze, and she slapped the ground with both hands, her whole body vacated here, and then she slammed her foot on Ichigo's shoulder condescendingly. The huge force of the bang caused the ground under Ichigo's feet to collapse directly, Ichigo's feet sank deeply into the ground, and the expression on Sally Yachimaru's face froze for a moment, because Ichigo grabbed it with one foot. With his feet, with a boom, Ichigo directly grabbed Sally Yachimaru and smashed it to the ground. A human-shaped pothole was directly smashed into the ground. Damn! Sally Yachimaru roared, and put her left hand on her forehead, and suddenly a square mask appeared on Sally Yachimaru's face, with 4 corners on her head, chin, and 2 sides of her face. On the side, the upper corners are slightly curved inward. There is no decoration on the mask, but there is a hollow cross, and the entire mask seems to have become 4 triangles. A pair of eyes appeared from the horizontal line of the cross. With a bang, Sally Yachimaru broke free from Ichigo's arm, and then kicked Ichigo's chest directly. Her strength directly caused Ichigo's body to retreat 2 steps. Sure enough, after hollow, if nothing else, at least this power is several times stronger, otherwise, it would be impossible to knock back Ichigo, and just like the beginning, he would be knocked out. Hu ho ho! Ichigo roared, Zangetsu in his hand kept looking at Yachimaru's Sally. Ichigo's attack speed was not slow, and after hollow, Ichigo's attack speed was much faster. Arrow Sally Kuromaru stepped back a little, and all of Ichigo's attacks were in vain, but Sally Yazamaru's movements did not relax in the slightest. On the contrary, her body became more and more tense, and her whole body was in a state that could explode at any time. This is also because Kurosaki Ichigo put a lot of water, otherwise, the force of the phantom can completely destroy the masked army, otherwise you think that the strength of Shinigami is so strong, can it become so weak after hollow? Of course, so everyone also I noticed this, especially Shihouin Yoruichi saw it at first sight. Bulletin. Chapter 108. Then Hirako Shinji asked Aizen to remove the enchantment and said, Ichigo, you actually learned how to hollow, why didn't you say it earlier? Hearing this, Ichigo chuckled and said, of course I don't want to hit you. Said when the mask on Ichigo's body bang, I saw Ichigo's face, the mask that had just been formed, suddenly collapsed at the moment when it was fully formed, and a huge crack appeared on the mask. The mask on Ichigo's face suddenly shattered, and at the same time, Ichigo's body was like the molting of a snake. The outer layer of Hollow's form fell off directly, and then the entire empty shell disappeared in the air. Seeing this scene Hirako Shinji they were very surprised and mmp. Because when I was hollow, it was a near-death experience. And Ichigo hollow didn't take long to succeed. Sometimes people are more dead than others, and they have to be thrown away. Shihouin Yoruichi quickly came over to Ichigo and asked, are you alright? Seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's worried look, I hugged her 463 and said, of course it's fine, how could I let myself be for you? I'm in danger. Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to hear this, but Hirako Shinji was very depressed when he saw our performance when we were making out and said, you should also look at the place to spread dog food. Listen at this point, the two of us separated and said in a tacit understanding, single dogs have no right to speak. Hearing this gave him another crit. Then everyone in the masked army wanted to see Ichigo Hollow's mask, even Shihouin Yoruichi wanted to see it, so Ichigo raised his hand and put it on his head, a black ryotsu formed in Ichigo's hand, then the whites of Ichigo's eyes were covered with black for a moment, and then Ichigo pulled down suddenly, and a mask appeared on Ichigo's face. This mask is the same bull-headed mask as the original, it looks very powerful, and everyone who saw the masked army here took a breath, because Ichigo, the hollow level, and ryotsu are several of them. 10 times, it was because the superiors suppressed the inferiors, so the emptiness in Kamen Legion was very afraid of the emptiness in Ichigo's body. Seeing this scene, Hirako Shinji smiled and said, welcome to join, Ichigo. Then I extended my hand, and I took off the mask and held his hand and said, please advise me. All laughed. On the other side, what the hell happened? Rukia Orisawa Tatsuki asked while looking at Rukia lying on the bed. Rukia sat up slightly, first looked at Orium and said, thank you, Orium. Orium shook his head and said, it's nothing. It's just that your injury is very serious, I think it's better for you to rest well. Rukia nodded slightly, then looked around at the people around him, Yura Harakisuke, Orisawa Tatsuki and Anu Orium. Mr. Kurosaki, aren't you? Rukia asked them, and Orisawa Tatsuki said directly, we don't know where they are. Hearing this, Rukia sighed. Orisawa Tatsuki said with a slight pause, Rukia, now is not the time to talk about this, you haven't told me what happened, why are you injured, and what you said before you fell into a coma, Zanpakuto's mutiny attacked the master again. What's going on? I don't know the specifics. Rukia said, after Ironkar attacked the world, the captain immediately called a meeting of the captains, and then prepared to enter the world for protection, but before entering the world, we suddenly received a message from the commander. The summoning of the captain, all the captains and vice-captains, and me were summoned to the bipolar hill. Just after we all gathered, the captain did not appear, but a man appeared in front of us. When he appeared, he made a rude remark, and also said that the commander-in-chief had been sealed by other rebellious Zanpakuto. Captain Komamura attacked him, but after Bankai, the king of Scourge attacked Captain Komamura, and he beat Captain Komamura to death. Then all of our Zanpakuto could not be liberated, and then our Zanpakuto materialized and appeared in front of us, then left us and walked to the man. At the same time, he launched an attack on the entire jingling court. Then the man announced that there will be Zanpakuto dominating the Shinigami. Don't be fooled by the guy's words. If you parse everything, is it obvious that the man is the key to all this? Because his appearance was accompanied by Zanpakuto's mutiny, and from his words, it seems that he is the mastermind. Arisawa Tatsuki said. However, who is that man Rukia? I don't know. Rukia shook his head slightly and said, he seems to have appeared out of nowhere, but he calls himself Muramasa. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki was very worried and said, Mr. Blackheart, do you know me? Seeing Arisawa Tatsuki asking himself, Urahara Kisuke was stunned and said, I don't know either. 99. Okay. Arisawa Tatsuki responded, but I'm afraid I need to enter the Soul Society to understand it. Hearing Urahara Kisuke here, he also responded, wait a minute. I'll contact Kurosaki. Sir, let's see if they are interested in this. Rukia was very happy to hear, please. It didn't take long for Urahara Kisuke to come back and say, the Soul Society is in good shape, the only one being attacked is Sei Ling T. But it's okay for now. I contacted Jushiro, but Zanpakuto attacked the master, and also there were some Zanpakuto who made troubles in the quiet hall, because all the captains and vice-captains were in Bipolar Hill, the Shinigami were not given orders, so they were easily defeated by Zanpakuto. But in Bipolar Hill, everyone was scattered after that, they found their respective squads instead. With the appearance of the captain and vice-captain, the Shinigami calmed down and responded to Zanpakuto's attack, but just as they were about to counterattack, all Zanpakuto disappeared as if they had never appeared. It's the same. As for other information, there's nothing more, but the jingling court was destroyed badly. Then I came back. Then the big brother has returned to the 6th division, Rukia said anxiously. No. Urahara Kisuke shook his head slightly and said, I've seen all the captains and vice-captains, but only the captain-in-chief has not been seen. The entire jingling court can't find the figure of the captain-in-chief, not even Ryutsu. I can't feel it either, maybe he's been sealed, as Muramasa said. As for Captain Kokaki, his whereabouts are unknown, just like the captain. Then big brother. Rukia said worriedly. Don't worry, Rukia. Arisawa Tatsuki said, that guy Byakuya won't die so easily, and this guy Muramasa actually summoned so many Zanpakuto, obviously, he must have some purpose and needs help, and Byakuya's Senbonzakura's power is very strong. As a helper, the stronger the power, the better. Zanpakuto is shaped by the master based on his own soul. If the master dies, Zanpakuto will not die, but at least his vitality will be severely damaged. Well, and Zanpakuto and the master themselves depend on each other, just like me. If I lose Tianli, how much power do I have? And if I die, who does Tianli exist for? So if I were Muramasa, I would never let Senbonzakura kill Byakuya. That's right. Urahara Kisuke nodded slightly and said, but the immediate priority should be to deal with Zanpakuto. Arankar has already appeared in this world. I'm afraid it won't be long before that guy from Aizen will completely control Hōgyoku. In a war, we must rely on the power of the Soul Society, so if we can't solve the Zanpakuto matter before then, I am afraid that by then, our chances of winning will be infinitely close to zero. Zanpakuto's betrayal took place in the Soul Society. If you want to solve it as soon as possible, you must enter the Soul Society, Arisawa Tatsuki said. Okay, then I will set off for the Soul Society as soon as the sun rises. Chapter 109. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo, Hōgyoku. S**X, male. Age, 15. Spouse, Shihouin Yoruichi, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Super Captain, 22nd level 13254/20,000. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, final solution. Kid, General. Shunpo, General. White Hits, General. Slash, General. Combat Experience, General. Crescent Moon Sky Chong, General. Crackling Flash, General. No Moon, General. Hollow, LV1, 0/10. Backpack, Character Fragments X13254, Intermediate EXP Beats X4000, Advanced EXP Beats X3000, Super EXP Beats X2000, Breakthrough Cards X69. Ichigo was very happy to see the current level interface, and because he got the power of Hollow, Ichigo's strength increased again, and after Ichigo raised the level of Hollow to the general level, Ichigo felt that the current strength was very helpless, because 20 SIX's strength has improved again. I don't know if Aizen can handle it. After thinking about it, Ichigo looked at Shihouin Yoruichi next to him and said, "Would you like to improve your strength?" Shihouin Yoruichi was also very happy to hear this, because she didn't want to take off Ichigo's hind legs, so she nodded firmly. Seeing this, Ichigo even wanted to take the Hōgyoku from Aizen's hands immediately, but he thought of something that a man used and wanted to use it on his own woman, so Ichigo refused, so he could only use it in the system. Check in the sign-in interface. After clicking into the interface, Ichigo saw that there were a lot of gift bags that he had not received. Seeing here, Ichigo took all these things, and then opened them one by one in the backpack. After knowing that all the things came out, Ichigo both happy and helpless. There are experience beads of all levels, probably more than 10,000. And there are hundreds of breakthrough cards. The most exciting thing is that I really got a Hōgyoku and a hollow skill. And of course Shihouin Yoruichi saw it too, so he was very happy to follow Ichigo. Ichigo said, "Now you can be like me, Yoruichi, I'm really happy." Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to hear Ichigo's sincere words. He hugged me and said in my ear, "There is a reward in the evening." I reacted when I heard this, and she pinched it and gave me a charming look. And the two of us walked leisurely like an ordinary couple after we came out from Hirako Shinji and the others. Seeing Shihouin Yoruichi's eyes, I couldn't help but hug her as a princess and said, "I'm thinking about it now. I want to teach you a lesson." And the hot air I exhaled made her face turn red, then she hugged my neck and said, "Then you come." When I heard this, I was going to do fa on the spot, but I immediately put this impulsively. He pressed it down and said, "Okay, you can use Hōgyoku and that skill first, and then talk about it." Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy to hear this and kissed me very well before using Hōgyoku, and after she used it. After that, the restrictions on those skill levels were also broken, and all skills entered the general level like Ichigo, and even Hollow's skills entered the general level, and even the strength was improved by 1 level. Immediately, she looked at her own attributes. Name, Shihouin Yoruichi, Hōgyoku. Gender, female. Age, 143. Spouse, Kurosaki Ichigo, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Super Captain, 22nd level 13254/20,000. Zanpakuto, Night Fist, Final Solution. Kid, General. Shunpo, General. White Hits, General. Slash, General. Combat Experience, General. Instant Open, General Level. Thor, General. Hollow, General. Backpack, Character Fragments X13254, Intermediate Experience Beads X14000, Advanced Experience Beads X13000, Super Experience Beads X12000, Breakthrough Cards X569. Seeing this scene, Shihouin Yoruichi was happy and Ichigo was also very happy for Shihouin Yoruichi. And why did Zanpakuto have no skills? That's because Shihouin Yoruichi put them all into the Thor battle body, and then I said, "Yoruichi, you hollow and take a look, I want to see what kind of mask it looks like." Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi also put his hand on his head very cooperatively. A black Ryutsu formed in Shihouin Yoruichi's hand, and then Shihouin Yoruichi, the whites of Yoruichi's eyes were instantly covered with black, and then Shihouin Yoruichi pulled down suddenly, and a mask appeared on his face. I didn't have any emotional fluctuations when I saw this mask Ichigo, because this mask is very similar to Ichigo's mask, it's just a little feminine, but I'm happy again, because my women are all about the same ability as myself. Does it represent a natural pair of 463? Even Shihouin Yoruichi was very happy when he saw this mask, then he hugged my arm and said, Ichigo, you also hollow, how about we take pictures together? I was stunned when I heard this, and Shihouin Yoruichi continued acting like a spoiled brat to me. I had to compromise hollow when I saw this scene. Then there are two Shinigami of hollow here and they are very narcissistic and take pictures here. And when Shihouin Yoruichi was shooting very vigorously, Urahara Kisuke came with a message, and when Shihouin Yoruichi heard it, he had to stop. Seeing this scene, Ichigo asked, what's wrong? Then Shihouin Yoruichi told Ichigo the matter and said, would you like to go? And Ichigo was thinking about something, because this scene was much different from the original, so let Ichigo. I am very worried that there will be things that Ichigo can't control, but I think that the revolt of Zanpakuto in the original book is also inserted from the middle, so Ichigo is not worried anymore. And Ichigo is most worried that these things have not been arranged by himself. I missed something interesting, so after Ichigo thought about it, he said, then let's go straight. Shihouin Yoruichi nodded after hearing this, then sent a message to Urahara Kisuke and followed Ichigo. Chapter 110. In front of the Urahara store, Urahara Kisuke, Yoruichi, Ichigo, Rukia Kukaki, Inu Orium, Arisawa Tatsuki, Sato Yazutora, Tessai Tsukabishi, Xiao Yu, Jinda were standing at the back door of the Urahara store. Arisawa Tatsuki took out the Shinigami proxy card and slammed it on with a bang on his chest. Arisawa Tatsuki's body was weak, and where the Shinigami-ized Ichigo was standing, Orium lifted Arisawa's body and looked at the Shinigami-ized Arisawa Tatsuki and said, no matter what you look at. Several times, each time I think Long Gui who looks like this is the most handsome. Okay. Arisawa Tatsuki gently stroked Orium's cheek and said, after I go to Soul Society, I will leave my body to you. As for my family, please help me deal with it. Orium nodded slightly and said, yes, don't worry, leave it to me, Long Gui. Ichigo, do you need me to help you? Sato asked. Ichigo shook his head slightly and said, no, it's not needed for now. You should stay here and practice with the store manager Urahara. When you face Aizen in the near future, you will still need your strength, so you should work hard to improve your strength now. As for you, don't have to worry about other things. Well, I see. Sato nodded slightly. Mr. Kurosaki. Urahara Kisuke looked at Ichigo and said, this time, all Zanpakuto in the Soul Society have betrayed, but the Zanpakuto in this world did not betray. First of all, Mr. Kurosaki, your Zanpakuto Zangetsu, and secondly, the one who replaced Miss Kukaki Shinigami who came to protect the present world, Yoshinosuke Shitani, his Zanpakuto is not the same. Even some Shinigami guardians of other cities, their Zanpakuto has not changed in any way, so I think this mutation must be man-made. Yes, someone in the Soul Society did, otherwise, this situation is impossible. Mr. Kurosaki, this time you and Yoruichi, Miss Kukaki and Miss Arisawa go to Soul Society. You must find the answer. Only if you find the answer can be dealt with at the source. I know, Deo. Ichigo said. What do you think I went to Soul Society? I went to Soul Society to solve Zanpakuto's mutiny as soon as possible. Only from the source is the fastest solution to all problems. Methods. That's good. Urahara Kisuke nodded slightly, and then said hesitantly, speaking of which, Mr. Kurosaki, please be careful during this trip to the Soul Society. Although your Zanpakuto will not betray in this world, but if you enter the Soul Society, then not necessarily, I think you should know your Zanpakutet's ability better than anyone, your Zanpakutet's power is too strong. Once there is a mutiny, it will be very bad for us. So, if your Zanpakut has any mutation, please return to this world immediately. I see. Ichigo nodded slightly and said, I don't want to face my Zanpakut more than anyone else. Not just because of their strength. But in my heart Ichigo was very relaxed, because Ichigo didn't believe he could put a soulless soul together. The Zanpakut got it out, so Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi were very relaxed. Okay, it's getting late, let's go first, it will take a lot of time to break the boundary. Yoruichi said. Rukia nodded slightly, then pulled out Zanpakut, thrust it into the air, and gently as soon as he turned around, a door appeared out of nowhere in the air. Through the gate. Then a black butterfly flew out, revolved around the Rukia twice, and then flew back to the gate. Rukia and Arisawa Tatsuki immediately followed, and Ichigo and Yoruichi, two people followed behind Rukia quickly. When the four passed through the gate quickly closed. Watching Ichigo disappear into the gate, Urahara Kisuke glanced at him, then looked at Sato beside him and said, Tessai, take Mr. Sato to the underground training ground, and the training intensity is twice that of yesterday. Yes, the store manager Tessai Tsukabishi responded, and before Sato could react, he grabbed Sato and ran towards the store. Although Sato is also known for his strength, facing Tessai Tsukabishi, he had no resistance at all. Yuli, he could only let Tessai Tsukabishi drag himself into the shop. Inside the Soul Society Jingling Garden, because of the relationship between Rukia, Ichigo, Yoruichi and Arisawa Tatsuki, three people directly entered the Jingling Garden, but this time the Jingling Garden is not a good scene, most of the surrounding buildings are destroyed, there are ruins everywhere. It looks like this time is really tricky. Arisawa Tatsuki glanced around and said, the entire Jingling court has been forced to this point. Although it was because of Zanpakut's sudden mutiny, all the Shinigami were caught off guard. But to be able to cause this situation, it seems that this time things are not easy. Okay, Long Gui, now is not the time to talk about this. Yoruichi said, Ichigo and I will go around to collect some information and see the situation of stealth maneuvers. You and Rukia should go to the 4th division first. The whereabouts of the captain is unknown. Anohanaretsu, as a Shinigami at the same time as the captain, has a lot of prestige among all the captains. Therefore, although the entire Jingling court is not out of control, most of the orders are from Anohana. It was decided by Captain Retsu. And many captains and vice-captains have to go to Anohanaretsu for advice. So the 4th division is now the same as the former 1st division, and maybe they can meet other captains. Yeah. I see, Yoruichi Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly, then be careful yourself, although Zanpakut suddenly disappeared, there is no guarantee that they will not appear again. Hey, you better protect yourselves, and even if you do meet Zanpakut it's no big deal, you know I'm Shihouin Yoruichi called Flash Goddess. It's not that easy for those Zanpakut to catch up with me, yes, and, Wang Hao, Ichigo's strength is not covered. Yoruichi responded slightly and then said, goodbye, and in a short moment, Yoruichi's figure disappeared. Arisawa Tatsuki shrugged slightly and said, okay, let's go, Rukia, let's go to the 4th division first. N. Rukia nodded slightly, then Rukia hesitated for a while and said, Long Gui, I want to go to the 6th division first. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, okay, then let's go to the 6th division first, I just want to see that guy Byakuya, if he's too embarrassed, I won't let that guy go. Thank you. Rukia said softly, and then the two of them walked towards the 6th division, along the way. Come on, there are ruins everywhere, and the defense of the entire Jingling court has almost completely disappeared, which means that the current Jingling court is like the Soul Society. The Soul Society's authority has almost disappeared. Chapter 111. On the way, Long Gui, do you remember what Mr. Urahara said. Rukia said, now that almost all Zanpakuto in the Soul Society have defected, we can't increase our strength for each other, so if something happens to your Zanpakuto, if you do, then you must leave the Soul Society immediately, and I will immediately open the gate of crossing the world and send you back, you know. As I said, Rukia, I'm more reluctant to confront my Zanpakuto than you are. Arisawa Tatsuki said, so, if something goes wrong, I will leave the Soul Society immediately, and I believe in my Zanpakuto. Really? Rukia responded slightly. Since Arisawa Tatsuki's Zanpakuto is actually the strongest Thunder Zanpakuto, they don't really want to face it. When the two came to the 6th Division, the 6th Division was very busy, and Shinigami kept sending some injured Shinigami to the 4th Division, and because of Zanpakuto's betrayal, every time they set off, the group started together. If walking alone, it is easy to be attacked by Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto did not leave, but only temporarily retreated. As soon as Rukia entered the 6th Division, she did not pay attention to these Shinigami, she ran directly to the captain's room of the 6th Division, and all she cared about was Byakuya Kokaki, the elder brother. Big brother! Rukia shouted as soon as he opened the door. If it was usual, Byakuya Kokaki would scold it in a flat tone, 467 This is the workplace, call me Captain Kokaki. But now Byakuya Kokaki is not in the captain's room, inside was only Abarai Renji, the vice-captain. Abarai Renji is sitting in front of his vice-captain's desk, processing documents, because the whereabouts of the 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kokaki is unknown, so everything is on Abarai Renji's body. Oh, Rukia, it's great that you're back. Abarai Renji immediately raised his head when he heard Rukia's voice, then stood up, walked in front of Rukia, patted Rukia's shoulder and said, Hey, it's really Rukia, really yet, it's been so long, where have you been? I'm very worried about you. Abarai Renji patted Rukia's shoulder as he spoke, and occasionally touched Rukia's head twice, completely messing up her hair. He didn't care about it at all. Rukia's face was already very ugly, not only was Abarai Renji's hair messed up, but more importantly, the few strokes he just slapped completely on his own wound, which almost made the wound open again. Renji, UBD! Rukia roared, and then with a bang, he punched Renji in the face, knocking Renji directly to the ground, and Rukia, KB, moved towards Renji. He shouted loudly, Don't go too far, you guy, the wound on my body has not healed yet. I'm sorry, Abarai Renji said while covering his cheeks, and then said with a slight expression, but it's great, you are safe and sound. I don't care. Rukia looked at Abarai Renji and said, Big brother, no, how is Captain Kokaki? Abarai Renji shook his head slightly and said, although a search team has been dispatched, no news has been received so far. It's no big deal. Arisawa Tatsuki walked into the office and said, that guy Byakuya won't be defeated so easily. UBD Abarai Renji looked at Arisawa Tatsuki and said in astonishment, Arisawa Tatsuki, even you are here. Is the situation so critical? 39. Forget it. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, as the vice-captain, you should also know that Arrancar has already appeared in this world, and it won't be too far from Aizen's action day, and if Arrancar appears in this world, that guys are likely to use this world as a battlefield. Arisawa Tatsuki said with a pause and then said, I know that when facing Aizen, the Soul Society will be the main force, so I hope that the Soul Society can deal with Aizen wholeheartedly without any worries, although I also hope he doesn't treat the world as a battlefield. I see. Abarai Renji nodded slightly and said, but Arisawa Tatsuki, since you are here, it proves that you should already know something. If your Zanpakuto also turns traitor. Deputy Captain. Just as Abarai Renji was speaking, a Shinigami walked in, glanced at it, paused and saluted slightly, Kokaki-sama, acting Shinigami-sama, Deputy Captain. Abarai Renji had no choice but to say, what's the matter? Tell me. Yes. Hearing Abarai Renji's words, the Shinigami said, the search team has just returned, but they were attacked by Zanpakuto. Some people failed to return, and many people were injured, only a few people were fine. The subordinates and others want to send these wounded to the 4th Division for treatment, but we are not enough manpower, if we encounter an attack by Zanpakuto. Damn, I know, I'll send them there myself, Abarai Renji said. Arisawa Tatsuki slightly stretched out his hand to stop Renji and said, forget it, I'll help you this time, it just so happens that I'm going to the 4th Division. Now that Byakuya is not here, you should have a lot of things to deal with. As for Rukia, she should stay here, I think she should have a lot of things to ask the search team. So let me go, and if Rukia happens to stay in the 6th team, I can rest assured. This. Abarai Renji was slightly taken aback, hesitant to make a decision. Arisawa Tatsuki patted Abarai Renji's shoulder casually and said, okay, don't hesitate, let's just do it, after all you have time to hesitate, the wounded outside don't have time to wait for you to make a decision, I'll go first. Arisawa Tatsuki said directly to the Shinigami, he said, if you can trust me, come with me to the 4th Division. Of course, Deputy Shinigami, the Shinigami said with joy immediately, then looked at Rukia and Abarai Renji and saluted slightly, Deputy Captain, I will let the search members come here, Deputy Shinigami, please come with me. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and followed this Shinigami out of the 6th Division's captain's room. Hey, Arisawa Tatsuki! Abarai Renji called twice, but Arisawa Tatsuki just waved his hand and didn't stop, and Abarai Renji could only shake his head, as Arisawa Tatsuki said, now that Byakuya Kukaki is not there, the entire 6th Division relying on him to support, so if it is not necessary, he cannot easily leave the 6th Division, otherwise. If a division does not have a captain and a vice-captain, it will be paralyzed immediately. Of course, the 11th Division is not counted. This division is led by Zaraki Kenpeki, a group of guys who only know how to fight, not at all. What is fear, so even the absence of the captain and vice-captain is no big deal. When Arisawa Tatsuki was about to come out, he said, that's right. Ichigo and Yoruichi are also here, so this matter should be resolved soon. Abarai Renji was stunned when she heard this. Out. Arisawa Tatsuki followed the Shinigami out. In front of the 6th Division, there were 5 or 6 Shinigami lying on stretchers. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were wrapped in a lot of bandages. Knowing that it was the people of the 6th Division, the purpose was to stop the bleeding first, and then send it to the 4th Division for treatment. When they saw Ichigo and the Shinigami next to Ichigo, they all gathered around and said, how did the vice-captain arrange it? They can't last long. Chapter 112. Arisawa Tatsuki glanced at him and said, I'm Arisawa Tatsuki, Shinigami's agent, and I know you can't go to the 4th Division alone because of Zanpakuto, but now the vice-captain Abarai Renji has too many official duties and can't spare time, so if possible, how about letting me go to the 4th Division with you? Anyway, I also have something to go to the 4th Division once. Thank you. Several Shinigami immediately opened their mouths to Ichigo, then I will ask you on the way, Deputy Shinigami. If there is Deputy Shinigami, then there is absolutely no problem. Several Shinigami said loudly road. Since you are all at ease, then let's go. Arisawa Tatsuki said, after all, the injured companion can't delay for too long. Companion. A few Shinigami were stunned for a moment, and then said with joy, yes, acting Lord Shinigami. Then several Shinigami immediately lifted the injured Shinigami and left the 6th Division with Arisawa Tatsuki, heading towards the 4th Division. Go ahead. Arisawa Tatsuki took the initiative to walk in the front. In addition to Arisawa Tatsuki, there were 2 Shinigami walking in front with Arisawa Tatsuki. Arisawa Tatsuki and the others were naturally injured when they were behind. Tell me about the situation. Arisawa Tatsuki looked at the 2 Shinigami beside him and said, I just came over from reality. To be honest, I don't know much about the situation of Soul Society. Tell me about the situation before the project. Yes, Acting Lord Shinigami. Shinigami next to him said, in fact, the matter has just happened, and the subordinates and others are not very clear about the situation, but it is already obvious that Zanpakut's mutiny, Zanpakut rebelled against the master, and attacked the master, and we will never show mercy. Now we can only react passively, and we cannot take the initiative to attack at all. So now I can only defend each division, and as for the rest of Jingling Court, I can only give up temporarily. Said the name Shinigami, as if something suddenly sounded, and then said, oh, yes, the 12th Division. The captain of Kurosaki Ichigo seems to be researching why Zanpakut betrayed the Yuan Ying. I think as long as Captain Kurosaki Ichigo researches 3, then the matter of Zanpakut can be resolved quickly. I hope it can be faster. Arisawa Tatsuki said. After all, if we don't figure it out, we won't be able to face the aggressive Zanpakut. We can only keep retreating as before, but now we have nowhere to go. Now, we can't go back. If we figure out the root of the matter, then I'm afraid we can only use the method we least want to use. Sir Shinigami. Shinigami next to him looked at Arisawa Tatsuki in surprise. They didn't understand what Arisawa Tatsuki meant, but they looked at Arisawa Tatsuki and felt a little uneasy in their eyes. For a while, everyone fell silent, and Arisawa Tatsuki didn't say much, and the group silently walked towards the 4th Division. The 4th Division is a medical division, so the 4th Division has almost no achievements in combat, and there is also a private ranking among the 13th Divisions of Godai. Because the 4th Division has no achievements in combat, the 4th Division the team has the lowest status among the 13th team, but Anohanaretsu is the captain of the 4th team. Because of this relationship, although the 4th team has the lowest ranking, the treatment and housing it received are not the best. Yes, but it surpasses some other divisions, and the position of the 4th Division happens to be the center of each division, and even the 1st Division is not at the very center, although there were many people at the beginning. I am dissatisfied, but there is no change, because the Captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni decided in this way. In Soul Society, the captain can be regarded as the highest existence, so the position of the 4th team has not changed. The entire Soul Society, the center of the entire Jingling Court, but this situation is the best for now, not bad. Seeing that it won't take long for the 4th Division to arrive, Arisawa Tatsuki stopped abruptly, looked behind him and said, since you're here, why don't you just come out directly, it's not like a big noise to hide in this way. The behavior of Zanpakut of the Spirit Garden. When he heard Arisawa Tatsuki's words, the surrounding Shinigami was slightly stunned. But when they saw that there was still a person standing in front of them, they immediately pulled out all the Zanpakut from their waists. Although it was said that there was no sword soul in Zanpakut and Shikai was no longer possible, but the sword in their hands was after all it's the knife they've been using all the time, and if they suddenly don't have this knife, they're probably not used to it. Arisawa Tatsuki waved his hand slightly to Shinigami behind him, then pulled out the Tianli from his waist and said, this place is not far from the 4th Division, let's go first, hurry up and send the injured comrades here for treatment. As for this guy, I'll just stop him. Shinigami, who was surrounded by Deputy Shinigami, was slightly taken aback and said, no, Deputy Shinigami, how could we leave you and run away, we want to fight with you. I know your intentions. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, but your mission now is to send your wounded companions to the 4th Division, not to stay and fight. If you stay too, then in case you encounter Zanpakut again, if we do, then our comrades will be in danger, so you must send your comrades to the 4th Division, understand? Yes, Deputy Shinigami-sama. Several Shinigami responded loudly at once. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly, holding Tianli in his hand, he suddenly rushed towards the person in front of him, the Zangetsu in his hand slashed fiercely, with a sound, The other party took out a samurai sword and held Arisawa Tatsuki's thunder. Arisawa Tatsuki said loudly, "Let's go quickly, yes." The Shinigami behind Ichigo responded, and then they all took the wounded Shinigami rushed towards the 4th division not far away. Arisawa Tatsuki looked at the man who was driving the thunder in his hand with a sword and said, "Sorry, your path ends here. I won't let you go any further." "You seem to be mistaken, Arisawa Tatsuki," the man said, looking at Arisawa Tatsuki's actions. "I have no interest in those Shinigami, I am here to find you, Arisawa Tatsuki." "You know me? Who are you?" Arisawa Tatsuki asked, looking at the man in front of him. "Ask for flowers. Don't you already know?" The man said with a smile, "I'm Zanpakuto, but you probably don't know my name yet. I'll tell you, my name is Muramasa, please give me more advice." "Muramasa?" Arisawa Tatsuki was slightly startled. At this time, Arisawa Tatsuki suddenly felt a force coming from the sky thunder, and then with a clang, Arisawa Tatsuki and Muramasa suddenly retreated, and the two distanced themselves. Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Muramasa and said with a whole expression, "You are Muramasa. It seems that it is because of your appearance this time that Zanpakuto will betray." "Mutiny, don't say it so badly." Muramasa said, "I just help Zanpakuto get rid of the shackles of Shinigami, so they can be free." "And Arisawa Tatsuki, I have been waiting for you for a long time, now it's your turn, Arisawa Tatsuki, your Zanpakuto are still bound in your hands, and I will set them free. You know I'm coming to Soul Society." Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Muramasa and squinted slightly. 0. Muramasa said with a smile, "Do you think that Rukia Kokaki can escape Sodi no Shirayuki's pursuit and escape into this world alone?" 39. "I see." Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, "I understand, you deliberately let Sodi no Shirayuki force Rukia, and when Rukia escapes to this world, as long as Rukia arrives in this world, then I will definitely resume the discovery, then whether Rukia is dead or not I will definitely come to the Soul Society. I am afraid that your order to Sodi no Shirayuki is to force Rukia into the world and let you handle it, etc." Arisawa Tatsuki said without waiting for Muramasa to speak. "Well then, I'm here now, tell me, what is your purpose in bringing me to the Soul Society?" "Purpose?" Muramasa looked at Tianli in Arisawa Tatsuki's hands and said, "My purpose is your Zanpakuto, Arisawa Tatsuki." Muramasa said, "My purpose is to free all Zanpakuto from Shinigami's bondage." "Freed from it, and Arisawa Tatsuki, you are Shinigami's agent, you have been in this world, my power can't affect this world. So I can only let you come to Soul Society, and let you come, only let Rukia Kokaki come forward." I don't believe that under normal circumstances, Zanpakuto would betray Shinigami." Arisawa Tatsuki tightened Tianli in his hands and said, "I think you should have caused Zanpakuto's betrayal. As long as you can kill you, then Zanpakuto's betrayal. Things will be resolved immediately." "Really? That's what you thought?" Muramasa said softly. At this time, the sword in Muramasa's hand suddenly disappeared, and at the same time he opened his palm to Arisawa Tatsuki. A gust of wind suddenly hit Ichigo, and at the same time blood flowed from Muramasa's eyes, and Arisawa Tatsuki was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that blood would suddenly flow out of Muramasa's eyes, so Ichigo was slightly taken aback, but then Arisawa Tatsuki noticed that his body was moving. Not anymore. Can't even struggle at all. At this time, a Shinigami dressed in a black death tyrant came, and stood directly between Arisawa Tatsuki and Muramasa, looked at Muramasa and said, "You really make me look good." 99 times. Chapter 113. Arisawa Tatsuki was very surprised to see the visitor and said, "Ichigo." Hearing this, Muramasa looked at me very solemnly and said, "Are you Kurosaki Ichigo?" I didn't speak and he said, "If you don't answer, I'll guess that you are Kurosaki Ichigo." At this time, another person also came to me and said, "This is Muramasa. How is it hurt?" It was Shihouin Yoruichi, and she was surprised to see Muramasa shedding blood and tears. Hearing Arisawa Tatsuki saying, "I don't know about that either," but he just blew out suddenly. Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi pondering here, Muramasa said, "Why did you two come to Soul Society?" After hearing his question, Shihouin Yoruichi came back to his senses and said with disdain, "Where are we going? You still have to worry about it." 35 He stopped talking when he heard this. "Then I won't disturb the two of you." After saying that, he walked away instantly, and Arisawa Tatsuki stopped him and said, "Don't run away." But Muramasa left, because he didn't have any confidence in 473 to Kurosaki Ichigo, and also added a Shihouin Yoruichi to make Muramasa more uncertain, so Muramasa withdrew. And his goal now is just to save his master, so he doesn't want to breed too many enemies, especially Kurosaki Ichigo. When he left, Arisawa Tatsuki was very dissatisfied and said, "Ichigo Yoruichi, why don't you two stop him?" Hearing this, I said indifferently, "This guy, I have no desire to do anything." Listen, Arisawa Tatsuki has black lines all over his face here, doesn't it mean that he is weak? Although Arisawa Tatsuki wanted to refute, he still gave up, and Shihouin Yoruichi smiled and said, "Okay, don't be depressed, let's go 4 times first. Let's go. Let's find a way to restore Zanpakuto." Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki nodded and said yes, while Shihouin Yoruichi looked at her as he was about to leave and said, "Don't underestimate the enemy in the future, we can't always. I'm here to save you." Shunpo left before Arisawa Tatsuki promised Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi. Thinking of what he had just encountered, Arisawa Tatsuki also pondered for a while, then returned to his original state and set off for the 4th division. The two of Ichigo, who were standing upstairs, looked at Arisawa Tatsuki's back and Ichigo said, "Why did you start preaching too?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi said very coquettishly, "Of course not, it's not because." When I wanted to say something, I saw Ichigo's smiling face and jumped into my arms, beating me coquettishly and saying, "You're so bad." I laughed and said, "Do you like me bad? Or do you like me not bad?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi thought about it in my arms and said, "I like it all." At this point, I kissed her forehead and said, "Okay, it's time for us to do something serious." Shihouin Yoruichi also nodded when I heard this, and then I hugged her Shunpo and left. And after Arisawa Tatsuki came to the 4th division, no Hanalei arranged a place for her to rest for a night, and then the next day, Arisawa Tatsuki got up and saw that the captain of the 4th division Anohanaretsu was bringing her looking at himself with a smile. Just looking at Anohanaretsu's smile, Arisawa Tatsuki felt a chill in his heart. Before Anohanaretsu spoke, Arisawa Tatsuki spoke first, "Good morning, Captain Anohana, you are so early. Get up." "Good morning, Yuzawa," Anohanaretsu said with a smile, "It's getting late, do you think I'm a bedridden woman?" "Yuzawa. No. For the black-bellied Anohanaretsu, I am afraid that the entire Soul Society is only not afraid of Yamamoto Uenyujai Shigakuni, who is the captain. As for the others, I am afraid that this is a bit of a fear, even the original Aizen-suke, the fear in Anohanaretsu's heart is probably no lower than that of the captain." So when Arisawa Tatsuki faced Anohanaretsu, he was also very afraid. "Mama, Captain Anohana, now is not the time to think about this." Kurako Shunsui, wearing a very fancy pink Captain Hayori, stood behind Anohanaretsu and said, "Arisawa, look at you, last night. Have a good rest." Arisawa Tatsuki nodded and said, "Very good." Jaishur Yukatake said, "Tell us if you have any discomfort," and Arisawa Tatsuki also nodded. "By the way, Captain Unohana, Captain Kyo, Captain Jushiro, do you have anything to do with me?" Arisawa Tatsuki immediately changed the subject when he heard Jushiro's words, "Now that Zanpakuto is betrayed, you should be very busy, why don't you come to see me so free?" Hearing here Jaishur Yukatake said, it's because Zanpakuto is the only one who hasn't defected yet, so I came to you and asked some things. Hearing here Arisawa Tatsuki said, did something happen? He read a sentence, and followed Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake and Unohana came to an office. Captain Unohana, leader of the Jing band, leader of Jushiro Abarai Renji saluted them and said, my subordinates have come with their Zanpakuto. Hearing Renji's words, Arisawa Tatsuki put his eyes on the two people behind Renji. One of them was a little boy, but there was a long snake's tail behind him. The rest of the woman. Abarai Renji pointed at the two people and said, they are my Zanpakuto, Zabimaru, they can be called Ape Woman and Snake Man respectively. I see. Ichigo nodded slightly and said, it turns out that the first person has already regained his Zanpakuto. Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake and said, you want to find the point in Renji's acquisition of Zanpakuto, then figure out a way for everyone to reconquer their Zanpakuto. That's right, so please re-narrate the situation. Abarai Unohana looked at Abarai Renji and Zabimaru and said, also ask Zanpakuto to talk about how you felt at the time. How did it feel at the time? The ape girl and the snake man folded their arms and pondered for a long time, then shook their heads and said, forget it. Idiot, how could you forget this kind of thing? Abarai Renji shouted loudly. I forgot, I just forgot, there's no reason for that, Snake Man said, it seems that I can't remember what happened after I left Renji. We are indeed idiots, but who made our master Renji? There is no way to do this. Ape Girl said angrily. Hey, do you mean one of my idiots? Renji was furious. Idiot, Renji big idiot. Snake jumped directly to Renji's neck and said. Then the three of them got into a fight. At this time, Shihouin Yoruichi Shunpo came in and was surprised to see Kurako Shunsui, who was coming, and said, I didn't expect you to come too. Yoruichi. Hearing this, Jaishur Yukatake said, you came, Yoruichi, did Mr. Kurosaki also? When he was about to say something, Shihouin Yoruichi nodded and said, yeah. Ichigo is here too. 35 Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui hurriedly asked, where is that Mr. Kurosaki? I heard Shihouin Yoruichi say, where is he outside? He said he didn't want to come in, so he was outside the 4th Division's quarters. Here Jushiro 1.4 Shiro said, I'll go and invite Mr. Kurosaki. Shihouin Yoruichi said when he was going to call Ichigo, forget it, we'll leave after I finish talking anyway, so Jaishur Yukatake had to stop. Then Yoruichi, what are you here to say? Egg no Hanaru said at this time, and Shihouin Yoruichi said, I'm here to tell you the reason for Zanpakuto's betrayal. Hearing this, people became serious, and then Shihouin Yoruichi said, Muramasa, the ability of this Zanpakuto is to magnify the anger of those Zanpakuto against the master hundreds of times, so as to betray, so the solution to this problem is to see the master of Zanpakuto. What should we do? Jaishur Yukatake asked, and Shihouin Yoruichi went on to say, it is just that the dissatisfaction and resentment in Zanpakuto must be dissipated while fighting Zanpakuto, and then Zanpakuto will give in again. Hearing this, everyone pondered, and then Shihouin Yoruichi said, I have said everything that should be said, so let's go first. After that, Shihouin Yoruichi left. Chapter 114. After listening to Shihouin Yoruichi's words, they also thought about it and said, since Mr. Kurosaki and Yoruichi already know the method and told us, and it seems that Zanpakuto was influenced by Muramasa only, then will it materialize and kill the master, that is to say, the man who claims to be Muramasa is very likely to be the mastermind behind the Zanpakuto incident this time. Okay, Kurako Shunsui stood up and said, it seems that this is the only way to do this. We will immediately pass on the order, but at the same time, we must add one more thing. If we encounter Zanpakuto, but we cannot recover immediately, then just kill Zanpakuto. Chun Shui. Jushiro looked at Kurako Shunsui slightly in shock, but before Kurako Shunsui could speak, he figured out the key and nodded slightly. Yes, it really can only be like this. After all, since Zanpakuto is after being awakened by Muramasa's inner dissatisfaction, it is very likely to be under his control, so Zanpakuto is likely to attack other people under his control. Maybe my Pisces will attack the spring water, so here we are when necessary. You can only destroy Zanpakuto first. After all, it takes a lot of time for everyone to find their Zanpakuto and conquer them, and they won't stand in place and wait. This. Arisawa Tatsuki hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "Yes, I know. Since there is nothing to do here, then I will go first. I think you should also need to communicate these things to other people. It's the squad." Arisawa Tatsuki turned and left the office. Arisawa Tatsuki rushed out of the 4th Division, but Arisawa Tatsuki who had just rushed out of the 4th Division, 2 figures appeared in front of Arisawa Tatsuki, and the 2 of them happened to stand in the way of Arisawa Tatsuki. On the way, Arisawa Tatsuki stopped, took a look, and saw a beautiful man on the right. Although the word beautiful is used for women, the man in front of him definitely deserves the word beautiful. The person on the left is even more recognizable, a big bald head, bright, and can even reflect light. Only the 3rd seat Madarame Ikeko and 5th seat Ayasukawa of the 11th team will have this combination in the entire jingling court. Yumi Chika, the 2 of them have always been in focus, and Meng is inseparable. Naturally, it appeared together now. One corner, Gongjin, why are you here? Arisawa Tatsuki looked at the 2 of them and asked with a little joy. Arisawa Tatsuki and they really didn't know each other, and the 3 of them had a very good relationship. "Yo," Long Gui greeted from the corner. And Ayasukawa Yumi Chika also said hello to Arisawa Tatsuki, and then Arisawa Tatsuki asked, "Kong-kun, what's the matter with you and Yujiao?" The 2 of them looked at each other the same, and the corner opened the mouth and said, "Long Gui, we heard that you already know how to reign in Zanpakuto after your betrayal, so we came to you. Our purpose is very simple. I also want to reconquer my Zanpakuto." "That's right." Ayasukawa Yumi Chika nodded slightly, then pulled out his Zanpakuto and said, "Without the lodging of the sword soul, this sword has lost its luster and is not beautiful at all. Let's go, let's talk while we walk." Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumi Chika and said, "Abarai Renji, the vice-captain of the 6th Division, has also successfully recovered his Zanpakuto Zabimaru. We have communicated with each other. I understand how to conquer Zanpakuto, and Ichigo and Yoruichi also told us everything they know, so I will tell you all this along the way, but whether you can conquer your own Zanpakuto depends on you. It's up to you." "Mr. Kurosaki is here too?" Madarame Ikeko asked in surprise, and Ayasukawa Yumi Chika looked at her curiously, and she nodded and said, "Yes. Ichigo and Yoruichi are here, and this they also told us how to conquer Zanpakuto." Hearing this, they said, as expected of Mr. Kurosaki. Arisawa Tatsuki was a little dissatisfied and said, "Do you want to listen?" "Hey, I'm sorry, tell us first, how to reign in Zanpakuto." Madarame Ikeko twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "When the time comes, I must let Hisokamari return to my Zanpakuto. I also want to let the peacock come back." Ayasukawa Yumi Chika said, holding up his Zanpakuto, "Otherwise, my sword will not be able to regain its luster. It's ugly. Let's go then." Arisawa Tatsuki said, "If you want to conquer Zanpakuto, you must first find Zanpakuto, but Zanpakuto doesn't know where it is now?" But according to Abarai Renji's experience, those Zanpakuto are likely to find them automatically, so we can only hang out in the jingling court, and hope your Zanpakuto can find you soon. Otherwise, we don't know how long we will hang out. 35. Isn't that just right? Ayasukawa Yumi Chika said, "You can just tell us how this is going to take over Zanpakuto. Let's talk as we walk." Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, Actually, Captain Anohana, Captain Kyo, and Captain Jushiro already know about these things. Even if I don't say it, I'm afraid they will pass the news down. Speaking of Arisawa Tatsuki and Madarame Ikeku, Ayasukawa Yumichika chose a random direction and walked in a random direction. Arisawa Tatsuki said, "The reason why Zanpakuto betrayed and even attacked the master is because Zanpakuto is dissatisfied with the master. It's no big deal, but these dissatisfactions accumulate, and then under the guidance of Muramasa, the dissatisfaction becomes resentment. Once Zanpakuto resents the master, he will naturally leave the master, and once resentment master, then there will be a gap between Shinigami and Zanpakuto, and there will be no dialogue. In this case, Zanpakuto will naturally be unable to shikai. Therefore, there is only one way to resubdue Zanpakuto, and that is to dispel Zanpakuto's dissatisfaction and resentment. The methods of various Zanpakuto are different, but one thing is the same, that is, it is necessary to fight with Zanpakuto. Only during the battle can the dissatisfaction and resentment of Zanpakuto be dispelled. Renji did this, just didn't know you. Is it the same? Dispel Zanpakuto's dissatisfaction and resentment. Madarame Ikeku said silently, and then said, "I don't even know what my Zanpakuto is dissatisfied with himself. Let's talk about 477 when you reach your Zanpakuto." Arisawa Tatsuki said, "When the time comes, you can directly ask your Zanpakuto." Then Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Ayasukawa Yumichika and said, "Although I don't know that the Zanpakuto in one corner is because what, I'm not dissatisfied with a corner, but I know that Gongqin's Zanpakuto must be dissatisfied with Gongqin's name for him. Who knows?" Ayasukawa Yumichika said indifferently, "But no matter what, I will not change his name, Long Gui. There should be other ways to conquer Zanpakuto." "Yes." Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, "Although Zanpakuto is dissatisfied with the master, these dissatisfactions are not a big deal in the end. The main problem is that their dissatisfaction has been expanded by the village is unlimited, so if they can be in the positive during the battle, if you directly defeat Zanpakuto and make Zanpakuto submit, you will be able to subdue Zanpakuto, but this kind of thing is not so easy to do. First of all, without the soul of the sword, we naturally cannot let Zanpakuto liberate, and Zanpakuto can naturally. It's easy to do, so that we are at a disadvantage from the beginning, and how we use Zanpakuto is learned from Zanpakuto. From this point of view, we should also call them a teacher, so if we fight Zanpakuto, if we do, we must use all our strength from the beginning, otherwise, we may not even be able to resist. One corner, bow and kiss, you have to think about it. Once you get into battle, it will not be so easy to stop at that time. Now, the probability of cutting off Zanpakuto is not low, you have to consider this." Chapter 115. Arisawa Tatsuki, Madarame Ikeku, and Ayasukawa Yumichika have been hanging out in Jingling Garden for not a day or two, but Zanpakuto has not heard the slightest news these days. It seems that all Zanpakuto are hiding. Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika did not find their Zanpakuto. "Really, it's been several days, and I haven't met Zanpakuto at all. What's going on?" Madarame Ikeku said impatiently, "Are all those Zanpakuto missing?" "Calm down." Arisawa Tatsuki said softly, "Perhaps our Zanpakuto is waiting for us to lose our only patience. You should also know that if we can't keep our minds calm, we will lose our composure very soon. If not, if we fight calmly, then we have already lost half of the battle before we fight it first. Perhaps the reason why those who have not appeared is because they want us to lose our cool." One corner, Long Gui is right. Ayasukawa Yumichika nodded slightly and said, "You must remain calm in battle. Anyway, we've been looking for it for several days, and it's not bad for a while." Damn! Madarame Ikeku read out a sentence, forcibly suppressed the irritability in his heart, and continued to walk forward. On the other side, in a tent in a forest, there is a man and a woman hugging each other and sleeping, and there are a lot of picnic equipment outside the tent, and the pot outside the tent exudes a burst of fragrance, and it is connected to the barbecue grill. The meat skewers also made a greasy sound, and the golden color was very attractive. The two people inside the tent didn't care about the outside affairs at all, they still hugged each other and fell asleep, and both of them were very casual. And if someone sees their bodies, they will definitely make others feel ashamed, because these two are the most perfect bodies. And these two are none other than Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi. After coming to Soul Society, the two were very relaxed, because Kurosaki Ichigo said that this incident was caused by a Zanpakuto, and it was also a trouble to save his master. It came out, so Shihouin Yoruichi was curious. Ichigo helped her find it, but after seeing its strength, Shihouin Yoruichi was very disappointed, and Ichigo also knew Shihouin Yoruichi's disappointment, so Ichigo brought Shihouin Yoruichi to camp. The morning sun shines on Shihouin Yoruichi's face through the tent, and Shihouin Yoruichi wakes up hazy after being irradiated. When he was about to get up, he felt that he was still with me and shrank in my arms again. And I also opened my eyes and looked at her and said, "Why don't you get up?" Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi was very attached and said, "Can you rest for a while?" Nose said, "I don't think I didn't feed you last night." Hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi felt the swelling below, and seeing Ichigo eager to try, he hurriedly said, "I'm getting up now." Seeing her hurriedly getting up, I smiled and said, "Just kidding." Shihouin Yoruichi was very angry when he heard this, and he fell down on me and said, "I'm going to punish you." I also began to grope on her, and after a few minutes Shihouin Yoruichi's eyes became blurred. I kissed directly when I saw this, and Shihouin Yoruichi also responded. When the kiss was almost done, I let go of Shihouin Yoruichi and let her lie down and said, "Okay, lie down for a while. I'll go out and prepare breakfast first." After that, I covered Shihouin Yoruichi with a blanket, and I was very casual. Put on trousers and go out topless. When Shihouin Yoruichi came back to his senses, he saw Ichigo going out. From the window of the tent, he was very happy to see Ichigo preparing breakfast, and his eyes were so gentle that he seemed to melt Ichigo. Ichigo felt Shihouin Yoruichi's gaze, so he turned around and said with a smile, "It's time to get up for breakfast, little lazy cat." Hearing Shihouin Yoruichi's claws, he said, "I'm not a lazy cat." I also chuckled when I heard this. He turned around and prepared breakfast. And Shihouin Yoruichi got dressed, and after Shihouin Yoruichi got dressed, Ichigo finished breakfast too. When I saw her coming out, I said, "Come and eat." But Shihouin Yoruichi was still standing there, and then I saw her pursed lips came to her with a smile and kissed directly next to her, and then she couldn't pretend to be angry, and fell softly into my arms, and then I hugged her with the princess and sat by the dining table. After my mouth left hers, I looked at her affectionately and said, "Since you don't do it yourself, let me feed you." Then I started to feed her, and Shihouin Yoruichi didn't refuse, eating very quietly in Ichigo's arms. On the other side, the three of Arisawa Tatsuki randomly chose a direction to go. Anyway, they didn't know where Zanpakuto was hiding, so it was the same wherever they went, so they chose a direction at random. Time gradually passed. Madarame Ikeko raised his head slightly to look at the sky, shook his head slightly and said, "Looks like today's busy work again." Yasukawa Yumichika patted Madarame Ikeko's shoulder and said, "Forget it, we haven't already. Are you ready?" 35. That said, "But they hide like this, it makes me very uncomfortable," Madarame Ikeko said impatiently. "Hey, hurry up, bring the stretcher, after all, they will be sent to the 4th Division immediately. Don't delay, their injuries are very serious. Hurry up, let's go together, otherwise, in case of encountering Zanpakuto again, it's troublesome." Suddenly, there was a burst of noise in the distance. Judging from the sound, it was obvious that a lot of people came, and from the words of these people revealed a message that they had met Zanpakuto. Arisawa Tatsuki, Madarame Ikeko, Yasukawa Yumichika, the three of them looked at each other, and then disappeared in place in an instant, and then on the rows of eaves and walls, the three figures of Arisawa Tatsuki kept flashing. Soon Arisawa Tatsuki and the three of them came to the noisy place. In front of them, a group of Shinigami was protecting two people. From what they just said, it seemed that they were going to send to the 4th Division. Master Madarame Ikeku, Master Ayasukawa Yumichika, Master Shinigami, Zhao Zhao. Seeing Ichigo and the three of them appear, the group of Shinigami gave a slight meal and then saluted. But neither Arisawa Tatsuki nor Madarame Ikeku paid attention to these condescension. Their eyes were on the two people lying on the stretcher. Big brother Kira Izuru, who was lying on a stretcher, looked at Madarame Ikeku and others who appeared and said, "So you met Zanpakuto?" Madarame Ikeku asked Kira Izuru excitedly. "Yeah, it's my Kazuma," said Hisagi Shuai on the other stretcher. "Kazuya attacked me, and Kira rescued me. Although we let Kazuya push away, both of us were seriously injured. Kira could have been healed, but he himself was seriously injured, so we had to let them send us to the 4th Division." "That's it." Madarame Ikeku glanced at it and said, "Then hurry up, don't delay the treatment." Then he moved away and let them pass. Chapter 116. Just as they were about to leave, Arisawa Tatsuki raised his head slightly and looked at the sky in the distance. Ayasukawa Yumichika saw Arisawa Tatsuki's actions for the first time, and asked with some doubts, "Longui, did you find anything? Muramasa and the others are here." Arisawa Tatsuki said softly, then put his hand on his Zanpakuto. "Well, I feel it too, and besides Muramasa, there seem to be two Ryotsu. I don't know if they are who, but I think it should be Zanpakuto's." "Oh, I feel it too," Ayasukawa Yumichika said. "They didn't hide Ryotsu in any way. It doesn't seem like they wanted to attack us. Isn't it better this way?" Madarame Ikeku smiled and said, "It's the most troublesome to sneak around, isn't it better to come out and fight?" "Humph, I think I know what Zanpakuto is coming." Arisawa Tatsuki looked into the distance and said, "Apart from Muramasa, the others are Hazukimaru in a corner and Gongjin's peacock." Arisawa Tatsuki didn't say it directly, the name glass-colored peacock, because it needs to be said by Gongjin himself. "Is it my Hazukimaru? This is really nice," Madarame Ikeku said excitedly. "I've been looking for him for a long time." "Oh, Longui, how did you know?" Ayasukawa Yumichika said, "Although we can already feel each other's Ryotsu, we can't tell which Zanpakuto is from the Ryotsu." "You are. How did I know it was Hazukimaru and my peacock from a corner?" "It's very simple." Arisawa Tatsuki said, "In order to find Zanpakuto, we haven't put away our Ryotsu for a few days, and we can sense our Ryotsu from a distance, and our Zanpakuto has always been with us. For our Ryotsu naturally, it is more clear, and you have seen the matter of Hisagi eldest brother just now. His Zanpakuto attacked him. In this case, coupled with the previous Abarai Renji incident, it is obvious that Zanpakuto will attack his master, and this the Zanpakuto who came next time was obviously aimed at a few of us, and could feel our Ryotsu, but it was still coming towards us, not what is our Zanpakuto." "Oh, it makes sense." Madarame Ikeku smiled and said, "But no matter what, since they have already come, then it would be better." Madarame Ikeku's mouth rose, and his left hand tightened the Zanpakuto in his hand. Arisawa Tatsuki took a sip, then looked at the Shinigami who were escorting Hisagi Shuai and Kira Izuru. "What are you doing here? Hurry up and send them to the 4th Division. Just leave it to the three of us here." "Yes, Acting Lord Shinigami." Those Shinigami responded immediately, then raised Hisagi Shuai and Kira Izuru and hurriedly headed for the 4th Division. The three figures of appeared in front of the three of Ichigo. The one in front was naturally Muramasa, behind him stood two people, and the one on the left was a strong man with long hair and a beard, with darker skin and eyes and feet. With red eyeshadow, there is a thick black line on the chest, and the other on the right is a very handsome man, wearing clothes similar to a puppet suit. "Listen! Longui, this is a fight between the two of us, so you are not allowed to take action. Madarame Ikeko said, otherwise I won't spare you. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki also let go of Zanpakute's hand and said, okay, okay. Then I'll go watch Muramasa, don't let him mess around. 35 Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika nodded when they heard this. And Madarame Ikeko put his gaze on which brawny man, looked at him and said, could it be that you are? What? Don't you recognize me? Buddy, said the brawny man, holding a spear in his hand, which was exactly what Madarame Ikeko's Zanpakuchikai looked like after. Humph. Madarame Ikeko looked at the strong man and said, if you are Hosokameru, then come and prove it. Prove? How do you want to prove? Hosokameru asked, looking at Madarame Ikeko. It's easy. Madarame Ikeko smiled and said, if you are really Hosokameru, then you must know that, and you can use that to prove it. That. Hosokameru was stunned for a moment, then showed a faint smile and said, that's the one, okay, come on. Madarame Ikeko and Hosokameru looked at each other and seemed to be waiting for each other to get ready. Just cha-cha. Madarame Ikeko and Hosokameru tiptoed and danced step by step. Although they were two, they were very tacit, as if they were dancing alone. Just because the two of them danced this dance, so everyone looked at the two of them, watching their dance, and there was a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. With a pop, Madarame Ikeko and Hosokameru stood still with their weapons raised at the same time. Although Hosokameru was holding a spear, Madarame Ikeko was holding an unsheathed one. Zanpakut, but the movements of the two were exactly the same, and the two said at the same time, how lucky. Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi were watching them fight on top of them. Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi felt Muramasa's Ryutsu came directly after they came out. After seeing Madarame Ikeko's and Hosokameru's dance, it was also very interesting. It was speechless and helpless, and Shihouin Yoruichi said, they are really weird, and Ichigo said, no, the owner of Zanpakut is too weird. Shihouin Yoruichi didn't refuse and nodded after hearing this. The picture returns to them. Hey, Yujiao, now is not the time to watch you dance, I don't want to watch your lucky dance at all. Arisawa Tatsuki said with a black line, looking at your dance, maybe you will boost your morale, but for me, it's just a blow to my momentum. What? Long Gui, what are you talking about? Madarame Ikeko shouted loudly while looking at Arisawa Tatsuki, but there was no way to see Arisawa Tatsuki's impatient expression. Forget it, this dance is perfect anyway. Madarame Ikeko turned his head slightly to look at Hosokameru and said, sure enough, you are indeed a fake Hosokameru. Madarame Ikeko said, only Hosokameru can keep up with my actions, as long as I hit you here, I'll be able to get back the power of Zanpakut. Is it just you? Hosokameru didn't even put his eyes on Madarame Ikeko, but looked to the other side and said, is it possible? It was obvious that Hosokameru was very disdainful of Madarame Ikeko. Humph, just try and see. Madarame Ikeko said with a slight pause, since you are my Zanpakut, then you should know the rules of battle very well. Of course. Hosokameru pointed at Madarame Ikeko with his spear in his hand, the battle must be one-on-one, and absolutely must use all of your strength, otherwise, even if you die, there is nothing to complain about. Going up took out his Zanpakut from the corner of the half-mu and charged directly towards Hosokameru. Madarame Ikeko holds Zanpakut in his right hand and the scabbard in his left hand while attacking Hosokameru. Zanpakut and the scabbard keep attacking Hosokameru, and Hosokameru can only hold the spear horizontally to resist. From the beginning, Madarame Ikeko gained a huge advantage and attacked Hosokameru, but Hosokameru seemed to be completely suppressed, and he could only defend continuously with the spear, kbi, in his hand, but as the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. Although Hosokameru held the spear to resist the fierce attack of Madarame Ikeko's sword and scabbard, but soon a cold light flashed across Hosokameru's face, and a bloodstain appeared immediately, and the appearance of this bloodstain made Hosokameru's movements a little slower, and it was this thread that made 2 bloodstains appear on Hosokameru's abdomen. "What's the matter? Is this my Zanpakuto?" Madarame Ikeko said loudly, "With such little strength, it's too vulnerable." Madarame Ikeko's purpose was not just to mock Hosokameru, but more if he wants to disturb Hosokameru's heart. Once his heart is disturbed during the battle, his strength will be greatly reduced. "Don't worry, mate," Hosokameru said, "the battle has just begun. I just want to see your power. Since you can't wait, then I will use my power." Hosokameru immediately calmed down and entered a calm state of mind in an instant. With the sound of clang, Hosokameru held the spear and held Madarame Ikeko's spear. Madarame Ikeko immediately held the scabbard and pointed towards Hosokameru's chest, and this posthumous Hosokameru pushed the spear suddenly. Madarame Ikeko immediately felt a huge force coming from the Zanpakuto in his hand, making Madarame Ikeko unable to control his body for a while, and took a small half-step back. And it is this small half-step, all of a sudden the offensive and defensive transposition. Hosokameru stabbed Madarame Ikeko with a spear in his hand. Madarame Ikeko hurriedly hit the spear with a scabbard, and Zanpakuto stabbed towards Hosokameru. With a pop, Madarame Ikeko's scabbard hit the middle of the spear. You must know that the spear held in Hosokameru's hand is a spear in appearance, but it is actually a fusion of 3-section sticks. The principle, but it is not just a 3-section stick, it should be a 3-section gun. And the scabbard in Madarame Ikeko's hand was hit in the middle, so naturally, the spear immediately turned into 3 sections, and the point of the spear turned, and the tip of the spear was cut directly towards Madarame Ikeko. Madarame Ikeko's pupils shrank slightly. If this time is cut, then obviously Madarame Ikeko's entire head will bloom, and the cut in Madarame Ikeko's hands. Although the Pokemon is stabbing towards Hosokameru, Hosokameru has already avoided the key point. If this is the case, then Madarame Ikeko will definitely die if his head blooms, and Hosokameru will only be injured, even serious injuries. It doesn't matter, it's a very cost-effective deal to exchange injuries for life. With a dang, at the last moment, Madarame Ikeko could only withdraw his Zanpakuto to block the fatal blow. However, in this way, Madarame Ikeko was completely caught in a passive beating situation, and I saw Hosokameru constantly attacking Madarame Ikeko with a 3-section gun, and Madarame Ikeko could only barely resist. After all, Hosokameru, what he holds in his hand is the weapon after Shikai, and what Madarame Ikeko holds in his hand is only Zanpakuto who has not yet Shikai. Under normal circumstances, Shikai's strength is 2 to 3 times that of Shikai, and Bankai is 5 to 10 times that of Shikai. Of course, there are always exceptions to everything. The power of Shinigami itself is the most important, just like Aizen Suyu in the original book. At first glance, when he left Soul Society, he was only Kaika Suijutsu of Shikai, and he was still able to defeat Ichigo and others after Bankai. Although Shikai is not as exaggerated as Bankai, but facing Zanpakuto who is not Shikai, the advantage is still very obvious. In addition, Hosokameru's own strength is not under Madarame Ikeko, so after Hosokameru exerted his strength, Madarame Ikeko immediately fell into a complete situation. Being passive, it was even worse than when he attacked Hosokameru just now. At least just now. Hosokameru can also be used as all attacks, even if they are not blocked in time, they are some big ones, while Madarame Ikeko, facing Hosokameru's attacks, can only block most of the attacks, and some of them can't be resisted at all. Puchi, Puchi sounded 3 times in a row, and I saw 3 stab wounds appearing on Madarame Ikeko's body. This was not the kind of small flesh wound that Madarame Ikeko caused to Hosokameru without even a drop of blood. Although it is not big, it is very deep, because each of the spears in Hosokameru's hand pierced directly into Madara's eyes. The body of the horns caused great damage to Madarame Ikeko every time, and the blood gushed out like a spring. It seems that you are vulnerable. Mate, Hosokameru looked at Madarame Ikeko and said, and then the 3-segmented spear in his hand folded into a spear, which Hosokameru slammed down. Damn, the movement of the body has slowed down. Madarame Ikeko looked at the falling spear. Although he wanted to dodge, his body was a little bit reluctant. After reading a sentence, and then holding Zanpakut and the scabbard in front of him with a bang, the spear slammed into Madara. On the knife and scabbard in the corner of the eye, although the tip of the spear did not cause damage to Madarame Ikeko, the huge force attached to the spear directly smashed the half-mu family out, and with a bang, Madarame Ikeko directly crashed into a house. Inside, but the huge force directly crashed the whole house. Chapter 117. On the other side, Arisawa Tatsuki couldn't help but started thinking about attacking Muramasa, and at this moment Arisawa Tatsuki disappeared in place and appeared behind Muramasa, holding Zanpakut's hilt in his hand, and then headed directly towards Muramasa. Cutting down. Muramasa saw the figure of Arisawa Tatsuki disappear, his pupils shrank slightly, and at this moment, Arisawa Tatsuki appeared behind Muramasa, and the hilt in his hand swung down. Muramasa immediately used Shunpo to disappear in place. When Muramasa disappeared, when it reappeared, it was already quite far away. Arisawa Tatsuki's strength has improved a lot with the battle. Seeing Arisawa Tatsuki's current strength, Ichigo also nodded. Muramasa looked at Arisawa Tatsuki, and stretched out his hand slightly to betray Arisawa Tatsuki's Zanpakut. But in an instant, a sword strike came, and Muramasa had to dodge when he saw it. The sword hit the ground and opened a hole in the ground, and it was a deep hole. Seeing this, Muramasa his pupil shrank, and then he looked towards the sky. And Arisawa Tatsuki also looked up to the sky and saw two people standing there. Arisawa Tatsuki was very happy, and Muramasa's face was a little bad. Seeing Muramasa's bad face, Arisawa Tatsuki felt very relieved, and then Muramasa's face returned to its original state and said, "Do you want to kill me?" Muramasa smiled, ignoring Arisawa Tatsuki, looking at writing to Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi, "Are you sure you want to do this? Or, what happened to the chief captain Yamamoto Motoyazai Shokai, did you all ignore it?" And when Arisawa Tatsuki was about to charge, "Wait a minute, Ryuki." Hearing Muramasa's words, Shihouin Yoruichi immediately stopped Arisawa Tatsuki, looked at Muramasa and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "It's nothing, it's just the literal meaning." Muramasa said with a faint smile, "You should know that Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni is in my hands. If I die, then he will be sealed forever. Without Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo, in this Soul Society, I see who else has the qualifications and ability to become the captain, to lead the entire Jingling Court and the other 12 captains." And Ichigo has been watching from the sidelines. Shihouin Yoruichi is listening. "Look at me at the back," and then motioned to her casually. Shihouin Yoruichi fell silent, and then the abilities of the other 9 captains flashed in his mind. Except for Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni, no one else can become the captain and lead the other captains. This is not just a relationship of strength, although strength is also very important, but more of other abilities. Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, although the two of them are disciples of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo, but they do not have the qualifications, and both have their own shortcomings. Jushiro is not in good health, and Kurako Shunsui cannot give the slightest steadiness. Anoha Naretsu is very strong, and she has enough qualifications as Shinigami, who was in the same period as Yamamoto Yuanyujai, but in the end she is still a woman. Although the other captains respect her, it does not mean that they are willing to make her the leader. Captain, Byakuya Kukaki is the patriarch of the Kukaki family, which is the head of the 4 noble families. If she becomes the chief captain, then the Soul Society will become the Kukaki family's world, so Byakuya Kukaki will not work either. Broken B, she can perfectly control the Xingjun, but he can't take charge of the entire Jingling Court, and as the commander-in-chief, he must have enough majesty. I'm afraid Bro B will not be able to have enough majesty in his life. Komamura Seijin, not to mention other, his strength is not enough, and his appearance unacceptable by many Shinigami, so also unable to be captain. Hōgyoku, he is a gifted child. He came to the Soul Society less than 100 years to become the captain, and was an ordinary soul in Rukonga for decades. He created the history of the Soul Society, and he has a high mind and a good relationship with other people, but he is still too young, the handling of many things is too immature. Zaraki Kenpeki, a fighter who only knows how to fight, doesn't mention it. Kuroshi Mayuri, a Frankenstein who only knows about research, also doesn't mention it. In this way, except for Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni, there is no other person who can become the captain at all, and the other captains who are qualified to become the captain are only Hōgyoku who has matured hundreds of years later, of course. And Aizen who has left Soul Society and entered Hueco Mundo. In fact, he is the most suitable character to be the captain, but unfortunately he is a Shinigami who betrayed Soul Society. And when Shihouin Yoruichi was thinking, see you next time, Kurosaki Ichigo. Muramasa looked at Ichigo and said with a smile, while his body slowly disappeared, Arisawa Tatsuki tightened Zanpakuto in his hand, let him go, Dragon Gui. Shihouin Yoruichi said, we can't take any risky actions until we find the captain. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki had to give up. At BH at 2, plus. Then Arisawa Tatsuki said, let's go, and have a look. That direction should be a corner where he fought Hazukimaru. When Madarame Ikeko and Hazukimaru were fighting, Ayasukawa Yumichika also found the remaining man, but although the two did not speak immediately after meeting, they left the place very tacitly, until they left for a long time. After the distance, the two talents stopped. Looking at you wearing a peacock suit, you should be a rattan peacock. Ayasukawa Yumichika looked at the handsome man, a peacock with a color of glass, and said, to even want to kill your own master, it is still very ugly and psychological. Behavior. UBD, don't put on the air of a master in front of me. A well appeared on the forehead of the colored peacock, you are not allowed to call me that name again, otherwise, I will kill you. Flowers. Oh, it's really ugly. Ayasukawa Yumichika looked at the glass-colored peacock and said, the way you fight and kill, I really doubt whether you are my Zanpakuto, Fuji peacock. You guy, I've decided to kill you. The colored peacock was easily angered by Ayasukawa Yumichika. Vine peacock was the name Ayasukawa Yumichika gave him, and he didn't like it very much. It's like at the time of liberation, if Gongqin called this name, then he would only be half willing to shikai, but he has stopped this name for many years, and even he can't remember exactly how many years, and he is angry with this name. He has already accumulated to the limit, and this time, with Muramasa's ability, he can be freely embodied, so he decided that he would never want to hear this name again. If anyone mentions this name again, he will definitely let the other party pay the price, and the first one who needs to pay the price, naturally gave himself this name, and has been calling his master Ayasukawa Yumichika like this, but he did not expect to meet this time, and the other party called him like this at the beginning. The face of Ayasukawa Yumichika shouting to himself like this appeared in the mind of the peacock of the color of glass, and the anger of the peacock of the color of glass skyrocketed in an instant. 0. Then come on, let me see how powerful you are, Fuji peacock, Ayasukawa Yumichika continued. As soon as the glass-colored peacock heard Ayasukawa Yumichika's words, he stopped talking, directly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, pointed at Ayasukawa Yumichika with the tip of the knife, and said, bloom out. The rays of light, peacock feathers also appeared from the sword, and then the blade of the sword became 5, but then the 5 blades became glass-colored vine-like things that extended out, and immediately shot at Ayasukawa Yumichika. You don't even say hello, just do it, Vine Peacock, it looks like you've become a lot uglier after you left me. Ayasukawa Yumichika looked at the rushing vines, and immediately ducked away, and at the same time he didn't forget to speak. Humph! I think you've become ugly. The colored peacock said, you're trying to use your words when you're dying. You should be very clear about my abilities. You should pray now that you don't get caught by me. If not, your time of death is coming. He said that the hand holding the handle of the sword turned, and the 5 vines immediately changed direction and attacked Ayasukawa Yumichika. Ayasukawa Yumichika didn't speak, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Facing the rushing vines, he didn't dare to speak again, but focused all his attention on avoiding the attack. This is his Zanpakuto, so he knew very well about Zanpakuto's ability. He knew that once he was entangled by these vines, Ryutsu would be pulled away, and unless someone came to save him, there would be no room for resistance. Chapter 118. The 5 glazed vines have flashed a beautiful light. Ayasukawa Yumichika kept dodging, and at the same time, the Zanpakuto in his hand kept waving out, directly cutting off some close vines. But the glass-colored peacock's face did not change in the slightest, and Ayasukawa Yumichika also knew that although he was able to resist the glass-colored peacock's attack now, it was because the glass-colored peacock did not express its full strength. Then you will immediately fall into crisis, but you will not be able to get close to the peacock with the glass-colored peacock at all, let alone launch an attack, so Zanpakuto has no shikai, except for Kid, there is no longer any way to attack from a distance. As for Kid, he is in the 11th division. In this battle division, no one uses Kid at all. Even if there is, they are all transferred to other divisions. Even Ayasukawa Yumichika, using Kid to scare people and deal with some miscellaneous fish is no problem, but it is just a joke to want to use Kid to deal with the glass-colored peacock that is equal to or even slightly surpassed by himself. Humph, as my master, with just such a little strength, this kind of strength has been my master for so many years, you are really a disgusting fellow, the colored peacock mocked unceremoniously. With a boom, a vine wrapped around Ayasukawa Yumichika's palm, and with a swipe, at the same time, Ayasukawa Yumichika immediately cut off the Zanpakuto in his hand, and the stopped figure instantly left the place and appeared about 10 meters behind him. The place and the ground he was standing on was hit by 4 vines in an instant. If Ayasukawa Yumichika's speed was a little slower, he would be entangled by all the vines immediately, and the outcome would be announced immediately. And the consequences of failure, countless Shinigami have known with their lives, Ayasukawa Yumichika, but he didn't want to die at all, especially at the hands of his own Zanpakuto. The glass-colored peacock stopped, and he looked at Ayasukawa Yumichika who was gasping for breath, because the fighting time was not short, although the glass-colored peacock was not tired, it just consumed a lot of physical strength, and Ayasukawa Yumichika's physical strength was more than half consumed. And was just entangled by vines, although it was cut off immediately, some Ryutsu was still sucked away. Makes Ayasukawa Yumichika's Ryutsu slightly lower. The glass-colored peacock did not launch an attack, but looked at Ayasukawa Yumichika and said, "You are really vulnerable, Bowie, is this your full strength?" The glass-colored peacock walked towards Ayasukawa Yumichika step by step. "It's really disappointing. I originally thought that your power should be stronger, but I didn't expect it to be just that," he said with a slight pause, "but it's no wonder that you're not Abarai Renji, and naturally you're better than Abarai Renji. Without him, he can use his own strength to make his own Zanpakuto submit, and you can't do it without his strength. Anyone with a little discernment can see that the purpose of the colored peacock is to I want to disturb Ayasukawa Yumichika's mind, but these words are true, even if I see it, I am afraid that my heart will be affected. It can be said to be a real conspiracy. Hey, the battle isn't over yet, what are you doing in such a hurry?" Ayasukawa Yumichika looked at the colored peacock and said, "People can't get angry, if you get angry a little bit, then it's easy to get small pimples. Look, Liulai peacock, a small pimple has popped up under the corner of your mouth." "Really?" The glazed peacock was slightly taken aback, although he was vaguely uneasy, his reason told him that he should not listen to Ayasukawa Yumichika's words, but the emphasis on appearance made his reason flash and then disappear. Now, he took out a mirror out of nowhere and looked into it, especially under the corner of his mouth. He began to look for the little pimple in Ayasukawa Yumichika's mouth at that moment. When Ayasukawa Yumichika saw the glass-colored peacock and took out the mirror to look for the little pimple that didn't exist, he suddenly turned around and ran away. The glass-colored peacock was slightly taken aback. He thought that Ayasukawa Yumichika would take the opportunity to sneak attack and attack himself. But he didn't expect that Ayasukawa Yumichika would escape so suddenly, so the glass-colored peacock was stunned for a moment. But even this time, Ayasukawa Yumichika escaped a distance of tens of meters, and the glass-colored peacock immediately woke up. He threw the mirror in his hand and immediately chased after Ayasukawa Yumichika. "Stop, UBD, what kind of Shinigami are you, and what the fifth seat are you? You escaped during the battle." The glass-colored peacock shouted loudly behind Ayasukawa Yumichika. Ayasukawa Yumichika turned his head slightly and looked at glancing at the glass-colored peacock chasing after him. He turned pale in shock, then stepped up and disappeared in place in an instant. Then appeared in the distance. "Damn, this guy actually uses shunpo, can't I?" The glass-colored peacock said, and then a little under his feet, the figure also disappeared and appeared in the distance. But the glass-colored peacock hurried to catch up, didn't even see the smile that flashed from the corner of Ayasukawa Yumichika's mouth. The glass-colored peacock kept chasing, the two of them ran for a long time, and Ayasukawa Yumichika seemed to be a little helpless. Ryutsu descended, and the speed also decreased slightly. It seemed as if the strength had decreased and could not maintain that kind of high speed. Is the same? No, it is not like, and it is like this at all. At least that is what the colored peacock thinks. The glass-colored peacock saw Ayasukawa Yumichika's appearance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, regardless of Ryutsu's smile, he speeded up and chased Ayasukawa Yumichika again. The distance between the two quickly shortened, from the original 50 meters, then 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The glass-colored peacock can even feel the smell of sweat coming from Ayasukawa Yumichika, so the glass-colored peacock believes that Ayasukawa Yumichika's Ryutsu has been exhausted. Otherwise, according to Ayasukawa Yumichika, how can it be possible? The only possibility is that the smell of sweat will appear on your body, and the only possibility is that it may appear after you have not enough Ryutsu on your body and consume a lot of physical strength. In a blink of an eye, the two came to a corner. Ayasukawa Yumichika slowed down a little in order to turn, and at this moment, the glass-colored peacock suddenly accelerated, catching up with Ayasukawa Yumichika in an instant. The knife in his hand slashed. "Just let me give you back all the humiliation you gave me." The humiliation that the colored peacock said was of course in time for Ayasukawa Yumichika to call him the name Fuji Peacock. Originally, it was no big deal, but it was all in Muramis's. After the ability is infinitely expanded, it is not like life and death, so the glass-colored peacock does not hold back at all. Although the tentacles of the glass-colored peacock, 5 glass-colored vines wrapped around Ayasukawa Yumichika's neck, right hand, waist, legs, and only 1 vine wrapped around Ayasukawa Yumichika. A smile appeared on the face of the glass-colored peacock, and then the 5 glass-colored vines immediately gave out bursts of light. It was obvious that Ryutsu, who was absorbing Ayasukawa Yumichika, under normal circumstances, once caught, then the vines would Ryutsu will be drawn immediately, and Shinigami of Ryutsu will be drawn. Because Ryutsu is forcibly drawn, so it will gradually be unable to use strength. So if you are entangled, unless your Ryutsu has not been drawn much at the beginning, the strength has not yet been drawn. Cut off the vines immediately before disappearing. Otherwise, there is absolutely no possibility of escape. And just when Ayasukawa Yumichika was entangled in vines to extract Ryutsu, Ayasukawa Yumichika raised his head slightly. A smug smile appeared on his face. This smile made the glass-colored peacock a little puzzled. He didn't know why Ayasukawa Yumichika was at this time. He also laughed, which made him wonder. "You've been fooled, the glass-colored peacock." Although the Ryutsu from his body was still being extracted and his power was disappearing, Ayasukawa Yumichika said with a smile, "I won this battle." The glass-colored peacock won the battle. The colored peacock froze for a moment. At this time, the body with colored pupils froze suddenly, especially in the eyes of the colored peacock, it lost all its radiance, leaving only unbelievable surprise. He lowered his head. On his chest, a knife penetrated his body, the tip of the knife penetrated from his back. Since I told you that you have pimples on the corner of your mouth, I have already started to calculate this step. Ayasukawa Yumichika walked out of the vines, looked at the glass-colored peacock lying on the ground, and said, I know you are 1.4. I really believe what I say, but it will leave a part of my mind to pay attention to me, so I didn't attack you at that time, because I know it's useless, but if I turn around and run away, your thoughts will be different, you will think that all this is for me to escape, you will naturally catch up immediately, and after chasing here, your stamina and Ryutsu have also consumed a lot, and because you have been chasing me, you did not notice, the distance between us is getting closer and closer. If I were you, I would keep a certain distance, and wait until Zanpakuto catches and chases each other for a while before getting close, because then even if the other party wants to die together, there is no such thing as but you don't have it. Vine Peacock, when you see me running away, you lose your cool, so Vine Peacock, you are still recovering. Knife. Po. Humph. The colored peacock snorted coldly, I told you, don't call me this name, call me the colored peacock. Yes, Ayasukawa Yumichika nodded slightly and said, I see, the glass color, peacock. Following Ayasukawa Yumichika's opening, the glass color peacock closed his eyes slightly, and then the whole body slowly disappeared. Chapter 119. And Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi dared to go where they fought against Madarame Ikeku, and Arisawa Tatsuki followed behind us. Bankai Raimon Hazukameru. Hazukameru shouted loudly, the Ryutsu on his body rose into the sky, and the spear in his hand turned into a whirlwind and flew directly into the sky, and then he saw a huge three-sectioned weapon similar to an axe falling down. Think of it as an axe first. Hazukameru picked up an axe with a dragon pattern engraved on it, and then Hazukameru held an axe in each of his hands. Madarame Ikeku stared at Hazukameru in shock. You actually know Bankai? What are you surprised about, buddy? Hazukameru smiled, isn't this a very obvious thing, and you can Bankai, how could I not be able to Bankai? That's right. Madarame Ikeku was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly, it's true that I'm stupid. Madarame Ikeku, who was holding Zanpakuto and Yoko's hand, stared tightly at Hazukameru. Hey, in this situation, do you still want to fight me? Mate. Hazukameru looked at Madarame Ikeku, raised the axe in his right hand and said, Mate, indeed, your strength is beyond my imagination, even if it's not so easy for me after Shikai to defeat you without Shikai, but now it's different, I'm Bankai now, you should know that after Bankai 26, I can easily defeat you. Really, that's not necessarily. Madarame Ikeku looked at Hazukameru and smiled, I can stop you after Shikai, but not necessarily can't stop you after Bankai. I see. Hazukameru nodded slightly and said, that's a good idea, mate. That's how fighting should be, even in the face of a strong enemy. Hazukameru raised the axe in his hand and said, but mate, fighting is not based on ideas. Hazukameru directly danced the rhyme on Hazukameru in his hand. The dragon pattern on the axe surface, which had no luster, was immediately filled with red at this moment. Madarame Ikeku waved away. Looking at the surging power, Madarame Ikeku didn't even have the idea to dodge, because he knew that he would never be able to dodge, and he could only raise Zanpakuto in his hand and lay beside him. With a boom, Ichigo, Shihouin Yoruichi and Arisawa Tatsuki came to Madarame Ikeku's side. When they saw what was in front of them, Ichigo hesitated and did not move, and Arisawa Tatsuki's figure moved slightly, but Ichigo stretched out. Stopping Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Ichigo hesitantly and said, Ichigo. We can't intervene, Longui. Shihouin Yoruichi said softly, if it's another battle, can you rescue Madarame Ikeku? But right now, as long as this battle isn't over, we can only stay here. Why? Arisawa Tatsuki asked suspiciously, if he is shot, it will be very dangerous and he may die. In recent days, Arisawa Tatsuki, Madarame Ikeku, and Ayasukawa Yumichika have all been working together, going around looking for Zanpakuto. Although we only got along for a few days, Arisawa Tatsuki still has a good feeling for this heroic bald head and beautiful sissy. Of course, this good feeling is only the scope of that kind of friendship. Boom! When Shihouin Yoruichi and Arisawa Tatsuki were talking, Madarame Ikeku was directly hit, and the whole person vomited blood and flew out. On the ground, Ichigo said, because this battle is a battle between Madarame Ikeku and his Zanpakuto, it is a battle between the two of them, and it is about his dignity. If we shoot, then it is equivalent to killing for his self-esteem. As friends, we can only watch, no matter what the outcome is, we can't intervene, unless the battle is over as before. Ichigo put Madarame Ikeku down, only to see Madarame Ikeku tightly closed his eyes. Very obviously, in the blow just now, Madarame Ikeku passed out. No, it should not be said that he passed out, it should be a temporary shock. With the sound of dang, Ichigo held a tense Zangetsu and fought against Hisokameru. Hisokameru backed away and opened the distance. Ichigo's eyes glanced slightly, then he looked at Hisokameru and said, "You really won the battle against Madarame Ikeku, but since you are here, don't even think about leaving." Then Shihouin Yoruichi said to Arisawa Tatsuki, "Long Gui, you immediately take Madarame Ikeku to the 4th Division to let Captain Anohana heal, Ichigo and I will capture Hisokameru." Yes, Arisawa Tatsuki immediately carried Madarame Ikeku on his back, and then stepped a little, and the figure disappeared immediately. Hisokameru looked at Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi, he kept diverting his eyes between the two, and suddenly Ichigo raised Tensa Zangetsu with one hand and slashed towards Hisokameru. Hisokameru raised the red axe on the table with both hands, blocking him in front of him. When Tensa Zangetsu stood on two axes, the enormous force cracking the ground on the soles of Hisokameru's feet in an instant. But at the same time Hisokameru is also very difficult, although Ichigo did not exert all his strength, but the current Ichigo is not something that Hisokameru can contain. And Shihouin Yoruichi watched from the side and didn't make a move, because she knew she didn't need to make a move at all. Ichigo held the hilt in his hand, and with a sudden flash, Ichigo appeared behind Hisokameru and slashed towards Hisokameru. And Hisokameru didn't perceive Ichigo's figure at all, but it seems to be because of instinct. With the sound of dang, Ichigo was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that this attack would be blocked. Looking at it intently, he saw that Hisokameru lowered the blade of the axe he was carrying, thus blocking Ichigo's attack. When Ichigo was slightly absent-minded, Hisokameru and Ichigo distanced themselves, and then began to dance with Raimon Hisokameru in his hand. At the same time, the dragon pattern once again emitted a red light. I saw two people, Ayasukawa Yumichika and the colored peacock appearing on the field. Ayasukawa Yumichika glanced at the figure of Gongjin, and immediately asked, "Mr. Kurosaki, Miss Shihouin, how is the corner?" "I don't know, I asked Long Gui to take him to Captain Anoka." Shihouin Yoruichi said softly. "Oh, if you say that, that bald boy lost to you." The glass-colored peacock looked at Hisokameru and said, "It's really good, my master is different. I'm full of bad water." Glass-colored, peacock. Hisokameru looked at the glass-colored peacock and said, "I didn't expect that even you would succumb to those Shinigami." "Don't say that, it's true, I did have some resentment towards the master at first, but when I was defeated by the master, I figured it out. In fact, what we are dissatisfied with is only the dissatisfaction with the master, but under the control of Muramasa, this dissatisfaction has turned into resentment, but it is still very strong resentment, so after hearing Muramasa's words, you did not hesitate to betray the master, and you too, Hisokameru, you are only temporarily controlled, as long as you can surrender your own master's subordinates, then you will naturally understand." 500 Humph. It's useless to talk too much. Hisokameru directly swung the huge axe in his hand, then swung the big axe again and shouted, "Let's take this move from me first." I saw that at this moment, Hazukamera was surrounded by a few people wearing a black tight suit, even their faces were covered in black cloth, only a pair of eyes were exposed, it was obviously the one where the broken bees were. Seeing Jun, who was in charge, was subdued with the short sword in hand, and they were all aiming each of the short swords at the key point of Hazukameru, so that once Hazukameru resisted, several short swords would immediately be stabbed. Body, in this case, although Hazukamera was extremely upset, he no longer resisted. You are too careless, like your master, once you enter the battle, it is easy to ignore the situation around you. The voice of the bee came out, and then the bee came out wearing the captain of the 2nd Division, Hayori, and glanced at Hazukamera said, bring him back to the technical authority, captain of Kurosaki Ichigo. Damn, how could I be caught like this? Hazukamera looked around at Shinigami who restrained him, but he didn't give up, looking for an opportunity to escape at any time. Soon Shinigami came over with a pair of shackles, and then forcibly put them on Hazukameru. When Hazukameru put on the shackles, his face changed, and his face became very ugly in an instant, because this pair of shackles was specially used to suppress Ryutsu. After anyone wears it, they will never be able to use Ryutsu again, and Hazukameru is naturally reluctant to wear it, but the people around him have already expected it after he died, and there is a deep expression in his eyes. After Hazukameru put it on, he couldn't use the Ryutsu in his body, but Hazukamera didn't say much, but silently followed these seeing Jun away. Chapter 120. Then the broken bee came to us, and then said respectfully, Mr. Kurosaki, Yoruichi-sama, thank you for your help and bowed, and Shihouin Yoruichi stepped forward to help her and said, it's nothing. It's a small matter anyway. So it's all right. And he patted the shoulder of the bee very boldly, and then the bee said, then I'll take this Zanpakuto back. After that, he left. Shihouin Yoruichi fell into contemplation while watching the place where the broken bees disappeared. What's wrong? Ichigo asked her. Shihouin Yoruichi returned to his senses and said, it's nothing, I just remembered when I was the captain. Hearing this, Ichigo hugged her and said, would you like to take a look? After hearing this, Shihouin Yoruichi shook his head and said, no, everything that should be put down has been put down, so there is no need to go back. Hearing this, Ichigo also nodded, and then took her away in an instant. And Ichigo took Shihouin Yoruichi back to where they pitched their tent, and then left there to ignore what happened to Soul Society. A few days later, in the 4th Division, Arisawa Tatsuki and Oo no Hanaru were fighting each other, and Oo no Hanaru easily blocked Arisawa Tatsuki's moves. Arisawa Tatsuki was holding a bamboo sword. He charged directly towards Oo no Hana, and chopped at her head, while Oo Hana took a step to the left very easily and dodged, and then hit the bamboo sword in Arisawa Tatsuki's hand. Dropped. Captain Egg Flower, it's amazing. Arisawa Tatsuki said while stroking the beaten hand, and then Egg Flower smiled and said, it's nothing, it's just that I have practiced kendo longer than you. Hear this, Arisawa Tatsuki also nodded. And then Kotetsu Aizen started to talk to Arisawa Tatsuki about kendo's insights and Arisawa Tatsuki's problems. Kotetsu Aizen was watching them all the time. While the egg was talking, 3 people came in. Arisawa Tatsuki just watched. He took a look and didn't speak, but continued to listen to the explanation of the egg, and the egg-like flower didn't care, but continued to explain to Arisawa Tatsuki, and Arisawa Tatsuki naturally focused all his attention on the egg. Flowers are here. The 3 people who came, the first one was Madarame Ikeko with a big bald head, and next to him was the inseparable Ayakawa Yumichika. Apart from the 2 of them, there was only one left, wearing a beautiful feather suit. It was Ayakawa Yumichika's Zanpakuto glazed peacock. Hey, Long Gui! Madarame Ikeko shouted loudly as soon as he saw Arisawa Tatsuki. Arisawa Tatsuki hadn't spoken yet, and while he was speaking, 3 people came in. Arisawa Tatsuki hadn't spoken yet, and Kotetsu Aizen stepped forward to block. Madarame Ikeko said, Please wait a moment, Madara Mizo Ryuki is cultivating, so please don't disturb for the time being. Cultivation. Madara Ikeko was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Ashawali and Ichigo staying together, and the two of them seemed to be talking about something, but Madara Ikeko had no interest in this point. His interest is to fight against opponents stronger than himself, but this time he is not for fighting, he is here to get his Zanpakuto back. Although it is said that his Zanpakuto is in the 12th division, he has also been there, it's just that he was chased back. Although he was angry, the final result was that he and Ayasukawa Yumichika were beaten by Captain Kurosaki Ichigo. Everyone in Jingling Court knows that Captain Anohanaretsu and Captain Kurosaki Ichigo are at odds. The reason is that the 4th division is a medical division, while the 12th division is a research division. River water. But in fact, Kurosaki Ichigo is most interested in poisoning except for research. It can be seen from the poison that he made his Zanpakuto, so he and Captain Anohanaretsu are extremely wrong. That's why Madara Ikeko came to Anohanaretsu, hoping to ask Anohanaretsu Captain to help get Hisokamura back, but speaking of it, there is no way to do it, who made the captain of the 11th division Zaraki Kenpeki run away from nowhere. I know. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly. Eggs Hiwali nodded slightly and said, okay, then Long Gui, let's practice right away. I will not fight you with all my strength, but with similar strength as you, so if you want to block me, and can only block me after learning, so the time of the battle is set when you block me. I see. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, however, Captain Eggflower, if you're training, just wait for a while. Without waiting for Eggflower to answer, Arisawa Tatsuki turned and walked towards Madara Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika. Yo, Yujiao, your injury is still not healed, why did you come here? Arisawa Tatsuki greeted Madara Ikeko from a distance, you should rest now, and your Zanpakuto has not been caught. Don't mention this, I'm angry when I say it. Madara Ikeko said with an angry face, Long Gui, you shouldn't be cultivating now, I want to talk to Captain Uzuhawa about something. Can you? Captain Anoka. Arisawa Tatsuki read, then shook his head slightly and said, I don't know, just ask yourself. Is that so? Madara Ikeko recited a sentence, then waved his hand and said, that's it, Long Gui, I'll go and ask first. After speaking, she ran towards the egg flower. Wait, a corner. Arisawa Tatsuki pulled Madara Ikeko and said, your face is very wrong, what happened? It's no big deal, Long Gui. Madara Ikeko said casually, I'm going to find Captain Anoka. Madara Ikeko walked away. Ayasukawa Yumichika immediately followed, but Arisawa Tatsuki didn't have time to stop Ayasukawa Yumichika, but caught the glass-colored peacock who was following at the end. Hey, glass-colored peacock, what happened? Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Madara Ikeko and said, one corner's behavior is strange. It's not a big deal, the colored peacock said while looking in the mirror, yesterday, he was defeated by Hisokamura, and he was knocked out directly. During the battle, if he fainted, then obviously the battle has already been lost. Needless to say, you should know the importance of the previous battle. The glass-colored peacock said with a slight pause, of course, this is not the most important thing. Madara Ikeko is not an ordinary person, even if it is a battle. It won't be the case if he loses, but the most important thing is that after he lost the battle, Hisokamura was caught by the captain of the 2nd division, Xiao Bei, who sent Hisokamura to the 12th division. I know. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, I know everything that happened, but it doesn't seem to be a problem, right? The 12th division is the Technology Development Bureau, and the 12th division captain, Kurosaki Ichigo, is a technology developer. The director of the bureau, this time Zanpakuto, suddenly left the mutiny, which is probably a very interesting thing for Kurosaki Ichigo. So after catching Zanpakuto, it's no problem for Captain Broken Bee to hand him over to the 12th Division Shadow. This was originally no problem, but today Madarame Ikeko went to the 12th Division to meet Hisokameru, but was blocked by the 12th Division. The colored peacock said, in the end, it was directly blocked by the 12th Division. The captain of the squad, Kurosaki Ichigo, called it out. From the words of Kurosaki Ichigo, the Zanpakuto who was recaptured has not changed except the sword soul has become an independent entity, and Hisokameru is the sword that has not been recaptured. Soul, he seems to have received hypnosis and the like, but Kurosaki Ichigo said that the time is too short to fully find out, so he still needs further research. But Madarame Ikeko doesn't think Hisokameru is used as experimental material, so it is with Kurosaki Ichigo got into an argument, and was kicked out by Kurosaki Ichigo, and the captain and vice-captain of the 11th team still don't know where they are, so after thinking about it, Madarame Ikeko can only come over and ask Anohanaretsu. I see. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly, then shook his head and said, the glass-colored peacock, you go and tell the corner, it's useless, even Captain Uzuki can't help him get Hisokameru back. Yes, I'm afraid even Captain Anohana would agree to hand Hisokameru to the 12th Division for research. Well. The glass-colored peacock was slightly taken aback. Although he guessed that even coming to Anohanaretsu would be in vain, what he thought was that Anohanaretsu couldn't get Hisokameru back from Kurosaki Ichigo. It's very simple. First of all, Kurosaki Ichigo is the director of the Technology Development Bureau. It can be said that he is a scientist. Arisawa Tatsuki said softly, every scientist is a genius, but you must know that geniuses and lunatics are just it's only a step away. Especially these genius scientists, they have a common characteristic, that is, they are crazy about research. But to conduct research, the most important thing is to study materials. A real scientist, if he has a knowledge of one thing, if they are interested, they will not give up unless they fully understand one thing, and their persistence in researching materials is terrifying. Now, the revolt of Zanpakuto must have made him very emotional. I'm interested, so unless he fully understands what happened when he met Zanpakuto, or else, let alone Captain Anoka, even if the Captain Yamamoto Genryuze Shogun speaks in person, he won't change his mind. It makes sense. The glass-colored peacock nodded slightly, obviously, although Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't look very good, he is definitely a real scientist. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, we don't have much time right now, and we don't know when Aizen will attack the present world. At that time, if there is no Soul Society's power, the present world will not be able to stop Aizen's attack at all, so, we must go to the present world as early as possible, and the sooner we go, the more time we have to prepare, and it is better to wait for work than to rush to fight. So in order to be able to go to the present world as soon as possible, then Zanpakuto's affairs must be done, please, quickly solve it. Only by solving this Zanpakuto mutiny can all the Shinigami fully recover their strength, and after this Zanpakuto mutiny, some talented Shinigami fear. I am afraid that the strength will also have a lot of physique, but only in this way can I have a better chance of winning when facing the attack of Aizen in the future, and it is easy to say that it is easy to solve the rebellion of Zanpakuto, and it is difficult to say it. But the hardest part is that we don't know what happened to Zanpakuto to betray us and want to. If this mystery is solved, then it is the best and fastest to find Zanpakuto, so Hisokameru in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo will let Kurosaki Ichigo find out the reason for Zanpakuto's betrayal in a short time, and then Kurosaki Ichigo will be there as a way to help all the Shinigami get Zanpakuto back. And if there is no Hisokameru, then there is only one way to solve Zanpakuto, then, just like us, find our own Zanpakuto, then defeat Zanpakuto, and make Zanpakuto submit to us again, but this kind of thing, except for a few Shinigami can do it, how many others can do it? So based on this consideration, Captain Anohanaretsu. Isn't the choice already obvious? Humph, it's really troublesome, said the glass-colored peacock, then turned and ran in the direction of Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika. Arisawa Tatsuki shook his head slightly and said, although I don't like Kurosaki Ichigo, this guy is indeed a rare genius as a scientist. Chapter 121. No. Anohanaretsu shook his head slightly, looked at Madarame Ikeko in front of him and shook his head slightly. I can help you with other things, but Madara Muzan, I don't agree with this matter. What? Madarame Ikeko was slightly taken aback. He knew that Anohanaretsu was at odds with Kurosaki Ichigo. He originally thought he could ask Anohanaretsu for help, but he didn't expect that he would be rejected by her just as he guessed. Why, Captain Unohana? Madarame Ikeko asked immediately. Madara Muzan, you should be very clear about the current situation. Since Captain Kurosaki Ichigo has left Hisokomaru in the 12th Division, it means that Hisokomaru must be helpful in solving the mystery of Zanpakuto's mutiny, so I will not go. The 12th Division, and Madara Muzan's seats, I hope you can stop going to the 12th Division until the research of Captain Kurosaki Ichigo is completed. Although you should use your Zanpakuto as experimental material, but in the current situation, I can only say sorry. But why? Madarame Ikeko wanted to say something else. At this time, Katetsu Aizen, the vice-captain of the 4th Division, walked in from outside, looked at Anohanaretsu and said, Captain, the vice-captain of Nyan Dream is here to pick up the captain. Behind Katetsu Aizen, Nyan Meng walked out with a blank face, looked at Anohanaretsu and saluted slightly, Captain Anohana, Captain Kurosaki Ichigo, let me pick you up. Anohanaretsu nodded slightly, stood up, came to Nyan Men's side, and said, I see, Yanjian, I'll leave it to you here. Yes, Captain, Katetsu Aizen replied. Anohanaretsu nodded 500 and followed Nyan Dream. At this time Katetsu Aizen looked at Anohanaretsu's back and shouted, Captain, you don't have to go, other people can go in your place. No. Anohanaretsu shook his head slightly and said, indeed, other people can also go in my place, but the effect is definitely not as good. We are short of time now, so we must reduce the time as much as possible. After speaking, Anohanaretsu stopped talking directly. Nyan Meng left. Captain Anohana, Team Anohana. Madarame Ikeko shouted behind Anohanaretsu. Yasukawa Yumichika stepped forward to stop Madarame Ikeko, looked at Katetsu Aizen and asked, Vice-Captain Toru, what are Captain Unohana and Vice-Captain Nyan Dream going to do? Captain Kurosaki Ichigo said before that the captain must be checked, saying that the captain may be helpful to his Gansu. Katetsu Aizen said, so Captain Unohana is going to the 12th Division. What? Captain Unohana himself? Madarame Ikeko said in surprise. So that's how it is, the glass-colored peacock said, it's just like what Arisawa Tatsuki said. Same as what Longui said. Yasukawa Yumichika was stunned for a moment, then looked at the glass-colored peacock and said, speaking of which, you seem to have been with Ichigo for a while. That's right. The glass-colored peacock nodded slightly, I talked to her a lot, and he said that according to the current situation, Anohanaretsu would not agree to go to the 12th Division to get the ghost, B. Tomura back. Although he said a lot of reasons, but he did not fully believe it, but now it seems that he is right at all. On the other side, because of the intense training, Arisawa Tatsuki was sweating profusely, and the smell of sweat was spreading. Arisawa Tatsuki hesitated for a moment, turned and walked towards his room, because the wound on his body had already stopped bleeding, so Arisawa Tatsuki planned to wash off the odor of sweat on his body first. After all, the 4th Division is a medical division, and the number of women is much higher than that of men. After all, women are more or less sympathetic, and men are more or less happy and grudge. In this way, the number of women who join the 4th Division will be several times more than that of men, plus the captain of the 4th Division. The fact that both captains and vice-captains are women has contributed to this trend. Even now, there are several times more women than men in the 4th Division. And Arisawa Tatsuki is also a girl who loves to be clean, so she still intends to clean up the odor of sweat on her body first. Miss Arisawa! A familiar voice suddenly came out in the distance. Arisawa Tatsuki was stunned for a moment, turned his head slightly, and saw a man in a death tyrant costume running over. Arisawa Tatsuki looked at this man for a moment, then showed a slight smile and said, "Yo, it's been a long time." "It's gone, Hanadaru. You seem to be doing well. This man is the 7th seat of the 4th division, Yamada Hanadaru." Before Arisawa Tatsuki broke into the jingling garden to save Rukia, he held this guy hostage. "Yes, thanks to you." Yamada Hanadaru smiled and nodded. "Ever since I heard that Miss Arisawa you successfully rescued Miss Rukia, I haven't had a chance to thank you. My purpose at that time was to save Rukia, so I will save Rukia with or without you." Arisawa Tatsuki said softly. Then Arisawa Tatsuki patted Yamada Hanadaru on the shoulder and said, "Speaking of which, Hanadaru, you came just in time. I happen to have something I want to ask you for." "Please." Yamada Hanadaru was stunned for a moment. Arisawa Tatsuki smiled and nodded and said, "Well, I just trained, and there are quite a few wounds on my body. Although the bleeding has stopped, it has not been treated yet. I originally planned to go first. Take a shower and then get someone to deal with it, but it's up to you now, Hanadaru." No wonder I saw Miss Arisawa wearing a tattered death tyrant, so that's how it is. Yamada Hanadaru nodded slightly. "If it's other things, I don't have much confidence, but if it's treatment, then, please leave it to me, Miss Arisawa." Yamada Hanadaru glanced at the injuries on Arisawa Tatsuki's body and said, "Give me a moment, and I will definitely heal all your injuries within an hour. Then I'll leave it to you." Ichigo nodded slightly and said, "Let's go, I've been living in the 4th Division's quarters recently." Arisawa Tatsuki turned and walked towards the 4th Division's place to take care of the wounded. "Really? Great!" Yamada Hanadaru said excitedly, then immediately followed Arisawa Tatsuki. Yamada Hanadaru looked at Arisawa Tatsuki's figure and asked cautiously, "Miss Arisawa, when you are free, you can tell me something in the world." Arisawa Tatsuki was stunned for a moment, and Yamada Hanadaru immediately said in a panic, "It doesn't matter if you don't have time." "Haha! In this world?" Arisawa Tatsuki said a little, and then said, "Hanadaru, this world is not a good place? There are some intolerable things in some dark corners, and this is only in some corners. Some the disgusting scene is even placed directly in front of you, but you can only watch it, but there is nothing you can do." Yamada Hanadaru is just timid and slow to react. Not only is he not stupid, on the contrary, he is also very smart. It can be seen from his timid personality that he can become the 7th seat of the 4th team. Although he is the 7th seat, he can to be an officer is itself a manifestation of strength. Yamada Hanadaru seemed to understand what Arisawa Tatsuki said, and he asked cautiously, "Is it darker than Hueco Mundo, 35? Arisawa Tatsuki shook his head slightly and said, "I haven't been to Hueco Mundo, I don't know what Hueco Mundo is like, so I can't compare, but in this world, some people's hearts are better than those who have lost their hearts to be dark, and these people often have power or financial resources that ordinary people do not have. Fake will eat people's souls, and these people will ruin others' homes, which is more disgusting than false behavior." "Is that so?" Yamada Hanadaru said slightly, his eyes dimmed. Maybe in his eyes, the world is a very beautiful place, but in fact, the world is completely inferior to Soul Society. At least the general summoning souls living in the Soul Society are poor, but they are very harmonious with each other, and the families in the Soul Society did not know each other from the beginning, they just got along and formed a family, and in this world, everyone sweeping the snow in front of your door, don't care about the frost on the roof of others. This sentence explains everything. But the world is not all darkness. Arisawa Tatsuki saw that Yamada Hanadaru was in a low mood and said, "There are many places in the world that are full of light and hope, although there are very few, but occasionally it will appear, and every time it appears, my heart is always warm. Please sit on the bed, Miss Arisawa." Yamada Hanadaru followed Arisawa Tatsuki to the room, saying that the room was actually just an ordinary dormitory with only a few beds and some daily necessities. Arisawa Tatsuki put down the thunder on his body, while Yamada Hanadaru stood beside Arisawa Tatsuki, and immediately gathered Ryutsuo in his hands and placed it on the wound on Arisawa Tatsuki's back. Chapter 122. On the other hand, Ichigo came to help Soul Society because of Shihouin Yoruichi's request. Okay, in this case, the personnel are all here. Captain Anohana, you can assign tasks. Ichigo glanced at the 5 people who came to the 4th Division: Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, Broken B, Komamura Seijin, Hitsuga Ichwir, and then said. Jaishur Yukatake opened his mouth at this time, except for Captain Zaraki who has not returned so far, the missing captain and Captain Kukaki, and Captain Kuroshi Mayuri who is only interested in research. The other captains have already come. Anohana Retsu nodded slightly and said, this time, we have gathered everyone, but there is only one thing. Everyone knows that Zanpakuto suddenly betrayed and attacked the master, and now he has found a way to regain Zanpakuto, that is to meet his own Zanpakuto, and then used the battle to make him submit. This has been confirmed. The vice-captain of the 6th Division Abarai Renji has successfully subdued his own Zanpakuto, and just 2 days ago, the 5th seat of the 11th Division. Yasukawa Yumichika also he reconquered his own Zanpakuto, but there were also failures, that is, the 3rd seat of the 11th team. He was defeated by his own Zanpakuto Hisokameru. Because of the rescue of Mr. Kurosaki, he was only seriously injured in a coma and did not die in battle. In the end, Hisokameru was caught in time because of the appearance of Captain Broken B. Captain Uzawa, we already know all this, you made us anxious, shouldn't you be saying this? Broken B said, if so, please allow me to retire first, I still have a lot of things to deal with. Captain Broken B Ichigo smiled and said, wait a moment, please? Yoruichi will be here soon. What? Lord Yoruichi? Bumblebee's face reddened, her figure flashed, and she saw that she had already sat down in her seat again. Ichigo smiled lightly, revealing a slight smile, and the others who wanted to leave also stopped, and they all knew that Yoruichi was out to investigate information. And now that he is back, it proves that he must have obtained some information. After a while, I'm sorry, because my whole body was sweating just now, so as soon as I came back, I couldn't wait to take a shower, making everyone wait for a long time. And when he said this, he looked at me very sarcastically. Yoruichi took off her coat because she had just taken a bath. She is now wearing the same clothes as Shiobi. To be precise, Yingguo is Shiobi imitating her clothes. The only difference is that, the outside of the Broken Bee is wearing Captain Haori, but Yoruichi does not have it. Yoruichi-sama Brobi saw Yoruichi and immediately stood up and her eyes glowed, but fortunately she still remembered that she was the captain of the 2nd Division, so she stood there and didn't say anything. Yo, Broken Bee. Yoruichi said hello, then came to Anohana Retsu's side, looked at the other people and said, okay, I won't say much about the gossip, I'll just talk about what I've been investigating these days. Let's hear the news. After a slight pause, Yoruichi said, ever since Ichigo and I came to Soul Society from this world, we have been investigating, and these days we have traveled all over the Jingling Court, investigating the entire Jingling Court. The situation of Lingting, of course, now everyone knows the situation of Jinglingting, I will not say more. My purpose is to find Zanpakuto's lair, but I have not been able to find any traces, but just recently, it was when Madarame Ikeku and Yasukawa Yumichika fought their own Zanpakuto and Ichigo, and I finally got some news. Shihouin Yoruichi didn't panic at all when he said this. Shihouin Yoruichi and Ichigo didn't investigate at all when they first came to Soul Society, but in the world of 2 people. And Ichigo came here because Shihouin Yoruichi used his all-out effort to get Ichigo to agree, so his whole body was covered in sweat. What is it? Zanpakuto's lair. Broken B said immediately, unintentionally cooperating with Yoruichi. I don't know. Yoruichi shook his head slightly and said, Zanpakute's lair is very hidden. Although we both found a cave, after a little exploration, I still can't confirm whether that cave is Zanpakute's cave, but whether it is or not it doesn't matter much, because the two of us found something in this cave, so we rushed back immediately, gathered everyone together, and went to that cave together. Is there anything in the cave? Yoruichi asked, have you found anything that you can't give up? Yoruichi. Let's put it this way, I think whether this cave is Zanpakute's lair or not, we must enter it once. Yoruichi said firmly, and when we left there in secret, it seemed that someone was following us. We think it is very likely it's another Zanpakute, but it doesn't mean to fight us. If we enter again, then it is possible that soon they have set a trap and are waiting for us to drill, but even if we know that Zanpakute may already be here, there is a trap set in the cave, we all have to go once. There is no room for rejection. Yoruichi's words made everyone stunned for a moment, and then they all turned their attention to Yoruichi. Yoruichi took a deep breath and said, it feels like my investigation, I found out that the missing captain, Yamamoto Jinyazai Shigakuni, is in that cave, and it seems that he can be restrained by a seal. What? Genryazai-sensei? 35 Jushiro was surprised. Kurako Shunsui pulled the hat on his head slightly and said, I didn't expect the old man to be sealed. Damn! How dare these Zanpakute treat Genryazai-sama like this? Komamura Seijin suddenly slapped the table angrily, but Komamura Seijin, who had just clapped his palm, couldn't help the pain in his shoulder for a while. Captain Komamura, your injury is not yet healed, so please take care of yourself, Anohanaretsu said. My little injury is not a big problem, but I didn't expect Genryazai-sama to be restrained. Komamura Seijin said slightly, no wonder the captain-in-chief hasn't appeared these days. Komamura Seijin said he stood up and said, since the whereabouts of the captain have been discovered, what are you waiting for, go see the captain and rescue him. Yes, the commander-in-chief really needs to be rescued. Anohanaretsu nodded slightly and said, but we can't just rush over like this. The enemy has probably set a trap and is waiting for us to step on it. We can't just rush over like this. We must discuss some countermeasures carefully, and since this cave is the cave of the Zanpakute seal commander, the defense must be very strict. I am afraid that there will be a lot of Zanpakute, and the situation will be very critical. I am afraid war is inevitable. At that time, everyone should be more careful. Seeking flowers. Don't worry, Captain Anoka. Kurako Shunsui stood up and smiled and said, as for the traps, according to Zanpakute's historical style, I think these traps are also ambush. If it was an ambush, then it would be great, Hitsugaichware said, then glanced at everyone present and said, I think everyone wants to take back their Zanpakute. Kurako Shunsui nodded slightly and said, of course, and according to Zanpakute's actions, if we dive into that cave, Zanpakute will definitely come out to obstruct them, and the one who obstructs everyone may be their Zanpakute. When you think of the time to do this, everyone should know it. Respective Zanpakute. Broken B said with a smile on his face, I want to gradually see what my Zanpakute will look like. Please be vigilant. Seeing their careless expressions, Shihouin Yoruichi immediately said, Zanpakute's power is very strong, and they were originally born from their own souls, so you will, Zanpakute can all use Shikai, even the Zanpakute of the captains are able to Bankai, after Zanpakute's betrayal, they can also carry out Bankai, and because of Zanpakute's betrayal, the Zanpakute in your hands becomes an ordinary knife and cannot be liberated, so in the face of Zanpakute's betrayal those Zanpakute times, we were actually at a disadvantage from the beginning, but Zanpakute would not have any mercy on us, so if you want to defeat Zanpakute and regain Zanpakute's ability, then you must first understand Zanpakute's dissatisfaction with you at this point. Only by eliminating Zanpakute's dissatisfaction, and then using his emotions to make Zanpakuto remember the fetters he saw with him. Only in this way can Zanpakuto be able to reign in Zanpakuto. 00. Yoruichi, you're right. Jaisho Yukitake said, everyone should know their own abilities, so naturally, we also know our Zanpakuto's abilities, so when you go to rescue the captain, everyone must be careful, absolutely don't act alone. I suggest that when you act, at least 2 or more people should be in a group, so that you can at least take care of each other. Forget it, that's it. Anohanaretsu sighed slightly, and then said, okay, since it's absolute, then everyone will go back and prepare, and the Soul Society can't be without the captain, so 3 hours later, we immediately set off to rescue the chief captain. Captain Komamura, after all of us have left, I have to ask you here, can Captain Komamura ask you to stay here? Yes, I understand. Komamura Seijin nodded slightly and said, although I also want to go to rescue the captain, my injury has not fully recovered, and if I go, I'm afraid it will only be a hindrance for you, so I still don't go. Okay, and staying here, I can not only let you have no worries, but I can also take a good rest by the way. Anohanaretsu nodded slightly, then looked at the sky, and then nodded slightly, okay, then everyone, it's getting late, go back separately, make some final preparations, and then set off. Yes, all the captains responded, and then left. Chapter 123. And when Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi came to the room prepared for them, Shihouin Yoruichi asked, thank you very much, Ichigo. Hearing this, Ichigo was very dissatisfied and hugged her and spanked her. He said, I've already said that, we don't need to talk about this between the two of us. Then he hugged her and lay on the bed, while Shihouin Yoruichi put his head on Ichigo's chest and said, Ichigo, why do you suddenly want to help them again? It's not because you tried your best, or I wouldn't come to help them. Ichigo teased her and said to her, and Shihouin Yoruichi smacked Ichigo's chest very shyly, and then closed his eyes quietly listening to Ichigo's heartbeat. When Ichigo saw this scene, he hugged her tightly and lay down quietly. And 3 hours later, in front of the 4th Division's quarters, Anohanaretsu, Jaisho Yukitake, Kurako Shunsui, 503. B. Hitsugaichware, Komamura Seijin, Yoruichi, Ichigo, 8 people have assembled, and of course, some vice-captains. After all, these captains are leaving, and they have to speak to these vice-captains, and Arisawa Tatsuki didn't come, because the egg flower light told her to exercise in the 4th Division, so Arisawa Tatsuki had to stay where? Okay, it looks like you are all ready. Yoruichi looked at the other people and said slightly, okay, then let's not waste time, let's go directly, everyone must follow. A wicked smile appeared on Yoruichi's face, and then Yoruichi's figure suddenly disappeared in place. After Yoruichi-sama, Xiaobei saw Yoruichi's figure disappearing in place, a little under his feet, the whole figure also disappeared. At the same time, Ichigo smiled slightly, raised his feet slightly, and the whole figure disappeared instantly. On the buildings in the distance, the figures of Yoruichi, Broken Bee, and Ichigo kept flashing. What a troublesome guy! Hitsugaichware said softly, and immediately chased in the direction of Yoruichi and Ichigo. Of course, Hitsugaichware didn't plan to chase with his legs, and saw the figure of Hitsugaichware who had just run a step. It had already disappeared, and behind the Broken Bee, the figure of Hitsugaichware appeared and followed closely behind the Broken Bee. Alala, you are really energetic, it's great to be young. Kurako Shunsui sighed inexplicably, and then his figure flashed and disappeared in place, chasing after Yoruichi and the others. It really looks like a child, Jaisho Yukitake said with a slight smile, and then the figure also disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it had already appeared beside Kurako Shunsui. Anohanaretsu looked at Kotetsu Aizen with a smile and said, then I'll leave it to you here, Yuan. Yes, Captain, don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Kotetsu Aizen said immediately, passing the zanpakut in his hand to Anohanaretsu. "Captain, your zanpakut." Anohanaretsu nodded slightly, took zanpakut, and then slowly walked towards the direction Yoruichi and the others were leaving. Although Anohanaretsu seemed to be slow, but after each step Anohanaretsu stepped out gently, the voice always appeared in the distance, as if shrinking into an inch. "Hey, Yoruichi, is that cave inside the Jingling Garden or outside the Jingling Garden?" Jaisure Yukatake asked softly, looking at Yoruichi in front of him. "It's in the courtyard." Yoruichi's entire body suddenly flew out. Yoruichi continued, "Ichigo, you probably don't know, Jingling Court doesn't sound very big, but in fact, Jingling Court is not very big. Small, even if I am moving at full speed, it will take a lot of time to make a complete circle, and many places in Jingling Garden are not inhabited by Shinigami but forests and cliffs, such as Bipolar Hill. It's just a cliff, so if you want to hide, it's the best in these mountains, and I found the cave where the captain was sealed on a mountain." Ichigo nodded slightly, and Jaisure Yukatake said, "In that case, these zanpakut never actually left." "Of course." Yoruichi said, "Have you forgotten? Jushiro, the Jingling Garden is surrounded by a circular defensive cover, and since the zanpakut mutiny, the Jingling Garden has been closed. The passage with the Soul Society, the passage is guarded by Shinigami. Has there been news that Shinigami at the passage has been attacked, but Zanpakut has always appeared in Jingling Court, so obviously Zanpakut and the others must be in Jingling Court. As for the location, I have only found the cave where the captain was sealed. As for whether it is the lair of the Zanpakut, I don't know yet. But I have already investigated the surrounding terrain. There is no place to hide and live, except for the cave where the captain is imprisoned in front of him. Moreover, if the captain is imprisoned in other places, then it is necessary to allocate troops to take care of the captain, and the lair. Naturally, people need to be guarded. In this case, it is better to directly detain the captain in the Bite's lair, unless the two locations are very close and can go to rescue in time, but since they can become their lair, then it must be a very hidden place. It is not difficult to find such a place in Jingling Court, but it is not easy to find two places that are very close. At least, when I and Ikisuk traveled almost all over the Jingling Garden, and we didn't find such a place. Is that so?" Hitsugaichware nodded slightly and said, "That is to say, this cave is not only the cave of the Seal Commander, but it may also be the lair of those Zanpakut. Is it possible that all the rebellious Zanpakut are here?" "No, that doesn't seem to be the case." Yoruichi shook his head slightly and said, "I have investigated with Ichigo, and Zanpakut also seems to be divided into levels. This division is based on strength. Everyone knows that Zanpakut also follows suit. Shinigami's strength has improved, and even if the Zanpakut of the captains are betrayed, they still overwhelm the other Zanpakut. Of course, there are also some Zanpakut of the vice-captains. As for the Zanpakut of other Shinigami, I have not seen it. So inside 1.4, although the number of Zanpakut is not large, they are all powerful Zanpakut, and your Zanpakut must be there too, so the situation may be very dangerous at that time. Everyone be prepared." "Looks like this, the situation seems to become troublesome," Kurako Shunsui said with a slight smile. "Yoruichi, how far is it?" "It doesn't take long. It's coming soon," Yoruichi said with a smile on his face. "Don't be too impatient." Then, after walking for a minute, "Okay, here we are." Yoruichi's figure suddenly stopped, and then stood under a huge mountain wall, and at the moment when Yoruichi stopped, Anohanaretsu, Broken Bee, Jaisure Yukatake, Kurako Shunsui, Hitsugaichware and the others also fell behind Yoruichi and Ichigo. G. Chapter 124. Is this the cave? Anohanaretsu asked, looking at the mountain wall. Because in front of the group is just a mountain wall, there is no cave. Yoruichi nodded slightly and said, "It's here that we found the traces of Zanpakut, and then we found out that the captain was actually sealed inside." Yoruichi stepped forward slightly, and in front of her was the mountain wall, but Yoruichi directly he hit it, and the moment Yoruichi hit it, Yoruichi's entire injured body melted directly into the mountain wall. I see. Anohanaretsu said softly, do you use this kind of blinding method to block other people's investigation? Let's go in too. After saying that, Anohanaretsu stepped forward and stretched a hand into the mountain wall. After feeling it for a while, he said, I see, does it still have the effect of sound insulation? No wonder Yoruichi didn't move at all after entering. Anohanaretsu walked directly into the mountain wall. And Ichigo also went in, because the sight has not yet adjusted, so at first Ichigo's eyes were dark. Ichigo directly stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Originally, Ichigo thought that he could touch the rock or he would feel empty, but Ichigo was unexpected. Yes, Ichigo directly touched a soft mass, even Ichigo couldn't hold it with one hand, and these 26 were very familiar. Ah, so Ichigo is so lecherous, I haven't shown it before, I've been deceived by you. Yoruichi grabbed Ichigo's wrist and said with a smirk. But he didn't take Ichigo's hand from his chest. Ichigo was stunned for a moment, watching his hand grab Yoruichi's left chest, hesitating for a moment. Ichigo desperately wanted to retract, but Yoruichi held Ichigo's hand tightly, making Ichigo unable to retract at all. Suddenly, Ichigo disappeared in front of Yoruichi with a sound of, and outside the mountain wall, Shihouin and others who were just about to enter suddenly appeared in Ichigo, and Ichigo was a little stunned. Did something happen? Mr. Kurosaki Shihouin looked at Ichigo and asked with some doubts, are there any enemies inside? What happened to Yoruichi and Captain Anohana? Nothing, Ichigo said calmly, and then Ichigo continued to walk towards the mountain wall. Ichigo's words and deeds made Shihouin and the other group full of doubts, but they knew from Ichigo's actions that it was about Ichigo's private affairs, so Ichigo didn't say anything, and they were embarrassed to ask. Naturally, Ichigo knew their doubts, but Ichigo didn't want to explain anything at all, and it was just a matter of Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi. And why does Ichigo do this? Because Ichigo doesn't want others to see his intimacy with his own woman, so this is the reaction. And Ichigo, who was about to enter the cave, suddenly saw Shihouin Yoruichi's head leaking out of it, and then said coquettishly, don't be angry, Ichigo. After being stunned for a moment, Ichigo burst out and said, Yoruichi, you. When I was about to say something, I saw the current situation, so Ichigo stopped talking. Yoruichi looked at Ichigo seductively and said, reward at night. This. Ichigo didn't know what to say for a while, and the captains next to Ichigo looked around as if they didn't hear anything, and then I said into Shihouin Yoruichi's ear, clean up you at night. Then he flicked Shihouin Yoruichi's forehead, and went in. Shihouin Yoruichi felt the happy light in his eyes and entered again. At this time, the other captains, Shihouin, Kurako Shunsui and others also entered the dojo. Captain Anohana, the passages below are many and complicated, but each of them can lead to the seal of the chief captain. Shihouin Yoruichi shouted loudly when he and Ichigo left, then leave the others to Anohana. Captain, you have come to assign tasks. This. Anohanaretsu said with a smile, the purpose of coming here this time is to rescue your excellency the chief captain, not to play, but to abandon the task of rescuing the chief captain. But unfortunately, Ichigo, the two Shihouin Yoruichi had already run away and did not hear the words and did not see Anohanaretsu's expression, but a few people such as Shihouin who had just entered but heard these words, although they did not see Anohanaretsu's expression, but just hearing those words shocked them for a while. There's nothing wrong with those words, but Anohanaretsu said them in that tone, and that's a big problem. After Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi left, they walked towards Yamamoto far away from Liuzai very easily. People who didn't know thought that Ichigo and the two were traveling. But Shihouin Yoruichi kept holding Ichigo's arm and said, just spare me this time? Ichigo. She said in a very coquettish tone, so Ichigo also softened and said, "Forget it this time. But don't have another time." Shihouin Yoruichi nodded quickly upon hearing this. Walking and walking, they came to a very open place. There were many stone pillars in front of them, and below the stone pillars was a bottomless abyss. Ichigo was standing on the last flat platform. Opposite them, very far there is also a platform at the distance. "Yoruichi, this is..." Ichigo opened his mouth while looking in front of him, while Shihouin Yoruichi kept holding on to Ichigo's arm. "I don't know what's going on." Yoruichi shook his head slightly, looked in front of him and said, "It was like this when I came, I just don't know if these were originally there or if they were made by Zanpakuto. However, after passing through these stone pillars, after walking for a long distance, it is the location of the Seal Commander." After Ichigo and Yoruichi of Saifeng 503 came here, Ichigo did not go in, but Shihouin Yoruichi went in. Ichigo nodded slightly, then stepped forward and glanced at the whole stone pillar forest. If this is natural, then naturally there is nothing, but if it was dug by those Zanpakuto, then I am afraid that this cave is full of various traps. That's right. Yoruichi nodded slightly and said, under normal circumstances, if the Zanpakuto created this place, then since they have the energy to create such a big bottomless pit, they will naturally have the energy to create other traps, but the strange thing is that, I once swaggered in, didn't hide my traces, even made a lot of noise on purpose, but no one appeared in the whole cave, and no trap was launched. In this case, it seems that they did not set a trap. Ichigo said softly, and then looked at Yoruichi. Ichigo suddenly noticed that Yoruichi's eyes were a little flickering. Ichigo was stunned for a moment, and then nodded vaguely. "Forget it, let's go, Yoruichi, no matter how much danger lies ahead, we must go and rescue the captain, the old man." Yoruichi's mouth showed a slight smile and nodded, "Okay, then let's go." Shihouin Yoruichi didn't let go of Ichigo's arm from beginning to end. Chapter 125. Ichigo, Yoruichi, two people suddenly jumped to one stone pillar, and then jumped towards the other stone pillar. Their goal was naturally the opposite platform. Just after the two of Yoruichi and Ichigo walked halfway, they jumped up again, towards different stone pillars, but at this moment, suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air behind Ichigo and the two of them. At this time, the two of them were in the air, and suddenly the sound of breaking the air was clearly coming towards the two of them. Seeing that the two were about to be hit, suddenly Ichigo, Yoruichi, the two were in the air. They all twisted their bodies forcibly, and a cold light of brushed past them. The two of them avoided the cold light at the same time. At the moment of boom, they saw Ichigo, Yoruichi, all the stone pillars in front of them. All were destroyed, and the two of them had lost their foothold, but at this moment, the two of them had already seen clearly what that cold light was. After a turn in the air, now is the time when the old power has been exhausted and the new power has not yet been generated. The strength of Ichigo and Yoruichi is very terrible now, so it is very easy to use the power to reach the intact stone pillar in the air, while Yoruichi has never left Ichigo's side, and Ichigo came to a stone pillar. Ichigo held the handle of the knife and waved it suddenly. In an instant, a blade appeared on a stone pillar behind Ichigo. With a swipe sound, the stone pillar was directly cut into two pieces, and a figure flew out. Ichigo turned around and looked at the hilt in the figure's hand was waved again, several times in a row, only to see a sword press appearing in front of the figure again out of thin air, and cut it directly. Dang dang, the figure held a saw in his hand, the wheel and the attached chain blocked several times in a row. Although it was blocked, it was still pushed away by the sword. Then it hit the rock wall and fell down. He immediately got up again and jumped up. A ghost-like man landed on the stone pillar, with red hair and a well-developed body wrapped around a black cloth. His right hand held a saw wheel, while his left hand covered on the wound on his chest. There was an iron chain hanging from his neck. One end of the chain was connected to the giant wheel in his right hand, and the other end was connected to another saw wheel. If I remember correctly, Yoruichi looked at the other party and said, "You should be the vice-captain of the 9th Division, Zanpakuto of Hisagi Shuei, let's die." I shrank, "You seem to have attacked Hisagi Shuei and killed him. Defeat, and then defeat Kira Izuru, the vice-captain of the 3rd Division who came to support, right?" Humph. Feng Di snorted coldly and did not speak. Yoruichi smiled lightly, and Ichigo swooped and died towards the wind. Suddenly, behind Ichigo, there was a huge sound of breaking the air, and at the same time, a basketball-sized fireball directly attacked in front of Ichigo. At this time, Yoruichi's figure stood up and stood behind Ichigo with one foot. Opened his hands and shouted, "The 31 red cannon of Had." Yoruichi's red cannon is not the red cannon used by Yoruichi before, and I saw a huge red energy ball blasting out directly. With a sound of bang, then only a fat man was seen holding a meteor hammer and fell to Feng Di's side. And Ichigo held the hilt in his hand and slashed down suddenly, a blade appeared directly in front of the fireball, and then directly cut the fireball into 2 pieces. "It's Zanpakuto from Omadame Rekio, the vice-captain of the 2nd Division, with a 5-shaped head," Yoruichi said while standing beside Ichigo. "This image is probably thick and no one else can fit it except that guy." "Yes, it's exactly the same as that guy, but the fireball just now was definitely not released by this guy." Ichigo watched the fat man take out a food bag, and then saw him take out a pancake from the bag to eat when he got up. He did look exactly like his owner, Omadame Rekio. "Hey, didn't you say that these Shinigami are no big deal?" Wuxingtu looked at Feng Di on top, took a bite of the pancake, and then smiled at Feng Di. "Now look at yours, it doesn't seem like you're a big deal, either." "Humph, it's my business, you don't have to worry about it." Feng Di looked at Wuxingtu and said unceremoniously, "Even without you, I will be fine." "Dang dang dang you guy, you really don't know what to do." I saw a girl in a white and purple kimono with a pink ribbon appearing on the other side of Feng Di, with brown hair and a unique hairpin, like a 7 knives shape. There are also 2 basketball-sized bells hanging from the end of the ribbon. "Oh, there is a newcomer? There is no knife in his hand, so I don't know who it is." Yoruichi looked at the girl and said. Ichigo put his eyes on the girl's hairpin and thought for a moment. Ichigo looked at the girl and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be Zanpakuto Fime of the 5th Division Vice-Captain Hinamori Momo." "Oh, how did you know?" Fime asked, looking at Ichigo with a smile. Ichigo pointed out the hairpin on her head and said, "Your hairpin seems to be exactly the shape of Zanpakuto after liberation. I don't think other Zanpakuto would be interested in other Zanpakuto-shaped hairpins." "Yes, I'm Fime, but this is not a hairpin." Fime stretched out her hand and I touched the Fime hairpin on my head. "Lee's good, this is my knife." A Fime hairpin turned into a knife in an instant. The tip of the knife pointed straight at Ichigo. "Wind death, Fime," Wuxingtu Yoruichi looked at the 3 of them. "No, it should be 3 Zanpakuto," and said, "Before the battle, I have a few questions I want to ask. Is this place your mother? Nest?" "Humph, who knows?" Feng Di took the lead and said, "If you want to know, then come and kill us." "Of course." Yoruichi nodded slightly and said, "You should also know that killing you does not mean killing you. After all, Zanpakuto is born from the soul of the master. As long as the master is fine, then even if I kill you Zanpakuto, I can still let the captain of the 12th Division, Kurosaki Ichigo, restore you this time." Chapter 126. Want to kill us? Then use your strength. Fime looked at Yoruichi and said, "You can't kill anyone with your mouth." "Ichigo, I don't need you to help me," Yoruichi said, standing beside Ichigo. "Okay." Ichigo waved his hand slightly, and then lightly held Tensa Zangetsu in his hand, while Yoruichi rushed towards Fime, Wuxingtu, and Kazuya. In an instant, he came to the front of Fime and punched her. Fime looked at Yoruichi who suddenly appeared, and was shocked. She immediately used the fireball on Fime, and then with a clang, Fime held her in her hand. Yoruichi's fist was caught by a twig on his knife. However, he still couldn't resist the power of Yoruichi's fist, so he was knocked flying, and then Yoruichi's foot a little, the whole figure disappeared in place. With a boom, a sawwheel stabbed into the ground where Yoruichi had just stood. Yoruichi's figure appeared in front of Fime, facing Fime. There was only a small distance between the two, so Ichigo and Fime looked at each other face to face. But one was standing, while the other fell to the ground, and the ground was also punched with a hole. At this time, Yoruichi's mouth showed a slight smile, Fime's pupil shrank, and with a pop, Yoruichi's fist hit Fime 503's abdomen. Fime was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Yoruichi's fist with humiliation and stabbed directly at Yoruichi. "Are you humiliating me?" 99. Hey! Yoruichi stepped a little, and the figure disappeared in front of Fime, and appeared 10 meters in front of her. Yoruichi stretched out his left hand and pointed to Fime's back. "Shame? I don't have that kind of time." "You didn't you find it? You have one of your companions who didn't attack together." Yoruichi's words made Fime slightly stunned, and at the same time, he followed Yoruichi's fingers and looked behind him, only to see that his five-shaped head was holding the meteor hammer behind him. A sneak attack on Yoruichi, but the distance between Yoruichi and Fime just now was too close, so Wuxingta did not dare to attack at will, and the other Zanpakuto, Wind died. He still stood in place, but a blade penetrated his body, pierced his body from his back. If you take a closer look, isn't it the Zanpakuto who died of the wind? I used your body to block their sight so that they didn't see my movements. Yoruichi said with a smile, "My title is Instant Yoruichi. So my speed is very fast. Just now you blocking their sight, they were naturally unprepared, so they solved him very quickly." Yoruichi said, shaking his fist. "Damn, UBD." Fime looked at Ichigo with an angry look on her face, and her originally cute face was no longer cute because of her anger. "You should know that if you lose your cool in battle, you will only make yourself unable to see the opponent's moves." Yoruichi looked at Fime and said, "And anger will make people completely irrational." Pucci. Before Fime could react, Yoruichi took her knife out of her back and slashed directly on her shoulder. A bloody arrow flew out, and Yoruichi disappeared in front of Fime. Appearing beside Fime, she looked at the fallen Fime with a slight smile and said, "I'm sorry, I should not have done such a heavy hand for the sake of women, but let me send it to the 12th Division." Just after saying that, Yoruichi squatted down slightly, trying to hug Fime, but at this moment, a meteor hammer suddenly smashed over. With a boom, Yoruichi's figure disappeared and appeared on the other side. Looking at the five-shaped head holding a meteor hammer, he was rushing towards him. Obviously his purpose should be to rescue Fime. Yoruichi looking at Wuxingta, he said slightly, "Cut, I almost forgot, there is still you. I'm sorry, you are the same as your master. There's no sense of existence." Yoruichi looked at Kazuma's direction with a slight pause, because he suddenly realized that he hadn't sensed Kazuya's Ryutsu by chance, and as expected, when he was looking at Kazuya's original place, there is already empty, and the wind death seems to be long gone. "Che, have you escaped?" Yoruichi said softly, then looked at Wu-shaped head and Fime who fell to the ground. "It seems that he was just when I was about to pick her up. It's a pity to escape, I thought I could catch the three of you. But forget it, as for you and Feng Death, you should be regarded as companions, you seem to be abandoned by him like this. By myself, how does it feel to be abandoned by your comrade?" However, both Wuxingta and Fime ignored Yoruichi's words, and Yoruichi also glanced at Ichigo at this moment, and then Yoruichi didn't bother much on this point. He looked to the other side, then put his eyes on Fime and said, "Speaking of which, I always thought it was just an illusion, but just when I hit you, I clearly felt that, except for our in addition, it seems that there is another person or Zanpakuto, but the other party is definitely not Feng Shi, because the two kinds of Ryutsu feel completely different, although I don't know who the other party is, but the other party seems to be very related to you, Fei. Otherwise, I wouldn't have revealed a huge flaw when I attacked you, allowing me to confirm his existence. Come out, don't hide, Yoruichi said loudly in one direction, I know you are there. Whisper, came a female voice, it really is that stupid woman. Fei fell to the ground and said, Yoruichi looked at Ichigo and found that Ichigo was gone, so she was slightly taken aback, and at this time, I saw the wind and sand swept across the sky. Come, although Yoruichi has been on full alert for a long time, but he is not prepared for the other party to come to this trick, so in order to cope with the big eyes from that corner, there are a lot of wind and sand blowing into the eyes. Although Yoruichi immediately blocked his hand in front of him, but in just a short moment, Yoruichi lost his sight, but with Yoruichi's strength, it is now a trivial matter, and it is not defenseless, although Yoruichi looks he seemed to be standing there unguarded, but Yoruichi's Ryutsu was distributed around his body. If someone approached him or even attacked him, then Yoruichi would let him know his strength. Yoruichi has absolute confidence to hit the opponent before attacking himself. The ashes in the sky blocked Yoruichi's sight, I've been hit. Yoruichi said, because suddenly Yoruichi couldn't feel Fei's Ryutsu, and with the form in front of him, it was obvious that someone came to save Fei. Yoruichi's eyes narrowed and he wanted to chase after him, but the ashes around him completely surrounded Ichigo. Yoruichi just took 2 steps and touched the ashes, and when he was about to be attacked, Ichigo suddenly appeared in front of Yoruichi and blocked that Zanpakute's attack with Tensa Zangetsu, and she saw Ichigo inside without being affected at all. Immediately back out. Ichigo glanced at Yoruichi who covered his eyes and stopped chasing. Ichigo put his hand on his Tensa Zangetsu, Ichigo looked at the torn dust, and then directly raised the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand and slashed, a huge silver-white edge with a sky-blue arc-shaped sword pressure shot directly at the ash in front. The ashes dissipated, Fei and Wuxingta were all gone, so that's fine. He had already expected this, but the strange thing was that the other party didn't attack him, and no one stayed. That is to say, the place is to give up the plan to chase after him. Interesting, Ichigo said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, the attack method just now, if I remember correctly, should be Zanpakut, Hanko's attack method from Matsumoto Rangiku, Vice Captain of the 10th Division, Hanko. Turn around and walk towards Yoruichi. Chapter 127. Ichigo came to Yoruichi's side, tapped her forehead and said, really, why do you underestimate the enemy? Yoruichi stuck out his tongue when he heard this, then laughed dryly, and then Ichigo shook his head and went to the small lake next to him to get some water. I got a wet towel and came to Yoruichi's side to get the sand out of her eyes. Yoruichi looked at Ichigo very nervously, and when Ichigo saw her, he shook his head and said, be careful in the future. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly followed. After Yoruichi, Ichigo, and Anohanaretsu were separated, Anohanaretsu and other 5 people were divided into 3 teams. Anohanaretsu himself was on a team, and the fastest and most agile Shatterbee was on a team alone. The rest is naturally Jaishur Yukatake, Kurako Shunsui, and Hitsugaya as a team. Although Anohanaretsu originally planned to have Shatsugaya and Hitsugaya as a team, as the commander-in-chief of stealthy mobility, she is naturally born. It is more suitable to act alone, and because Shatterbee admires Yoruichi very much, she can almost be regarded as a copy of Yoruichi. Like Yoruichi, she is a natural top scout and assassin, so I finally decided to let Shabe act alone. After all, this is the only way, only then can she fully unleash the full power of Broken Bee. On the contrary, if she is allowed to cooperate with her teammates, it will only limit her hands and feet. If nothing else, no matter how strong her opponent is, it will reveal that she is naturally capable of fusion. Traces of Broken Bees entering any environment. And Anohanaretsu herself also considered that one person can move a little more freely, and Kurako Shunsui is bound to act together with Jaishur Yukatake, so after Anohanaretsu thought about it, and after the broken bee left alone, she also left. Just before leaving, leave one sentence, you only have distribution. In this case, 5 people become 3 teams, but this is not the final assignment. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake both looked at each other. How should we assign it? Kurako Shunsui said helplessly, but at this time Hitsuga Ichigo was already walking in another direction. You guys stay here and think about it, I'll take a step first. After Hitsuga Ichigo jumped a few times, his figure had completely disappeared from Kurako Shunsui and in front of Jaishur Yukatake. Captain Hitsugaya, Captain Hitsugaya! Jaishur Yukatake called out a few times, but Hitsuga Ichigo did not respond to him. In the end, Jaishur Yukatake could only shake his head slightly and gave up his plan to call Hitsuga Ichigo back. Kurako Shunsui said with a slight smile, I didn't expect that our 5 captains plus 2 super captains, such a huge power team turned into 5 teams in this short moment. Team Chun Shui, now is not the time to talk about this. Jaishur Yukatake said, if the 7 of us gather together, then the power generated will naturally be very strong. We can take every step and go straight to the place where the seal captain is. But now the 7 of us are completely dispersed, and we are now in the headquarters of the other party. In this case, we have no geographical advantage, so it is easy to be defeated by the enemy one by one. Yes, but it's not completely bad, there are some good points. Kurako Shunsui said with a slight smile, if we stay together, then the enemy will naturally not have to worry about other places, just need to concentrate all the strength. Just come and attack us, and you know, our Zanpakuto should also be in the enemy's camp, and we will most likely be wiped out by the opponent. But now it's different, because we are scattered, and the opponent has to separate other Zanpakuto to block other people. Otherwise, as long as anyone reaches the place where the old man was sealed, then it is very likely that the old man will be rescued, and then they need to face the old man. You should also know the power of the old man. No one in Zanpakuto can stop the old man's attack, even that Muramasa is no exception. Kurako Shunsui pulled the hat on his head slightly and said, whether we act separately or together, each has its own advantages and disadvantages, but almost all of us are captains. The only one who is not, Mr. Kurosaki, has the strength to surpass the captain. Each of us has enough strength to act together. On the contrary, it will get in the way. In these words, it is better to act separately. In this case, everyone can exert their full strength. I think Yoruichi and Captain Anohana should have seen this, so they each chose a direction. That's right. Jaishur Yukatake nodded slightly, then looked at Kurako Shunsui and said, then let's go too, but the 2 of us will be in a team. Speaking of which, Chun Shui, we haven't fought side by side like this for a long time. Yeah, it's been a long time. Kurako Shunsui nodded slightly and said, just to revisit today. As he said this, a unique look appeared in Kurako Shunsui's eyes. The real captain of the 8th Division. One of the more than 10 people who stood above all sentient beings in Soul Society and stood at the top of Soul Society. Immediately, the look in Kurako Shunsui's eyes disappeared, and he changed back again, the frivolous middle-aged and wretched uncle, but Jaishur Yukatake knew that this was just his disguise, and then the 2 walked in the same direction together. Is it too confident? Or something else? Yoruichi and Ichigo came to a cave. Yoruichi looked at the cave in front of him and said, I didn't encounter any traps or obstacles when I came here. Ask for flowers. What's wrong, Yoruichi? Ichigo looked at Yoruichi and asked with some doubts. The leader of the seal is in front. Yoruichi pointed to the cave in front of him and said, but Ichigo, we came all the way. Except for one attack at the beginning, we came all the way very safely. Not to mention the attack by Zanpakuto, even if not even a single trap was triggered, this place is built underground. When building, you can add countless traps, but whether it was the last time I came to investigate this time, and this time, we were not in any danger. Don't you think it's strange? Indeed, this cave should be Zanpakute's lair. It stands to reason that even if the back is not strict, but it is not so, it makes people feel like no one. Ichigo said slightly, and if not before, if we have encountered an attack, I am afraid this cave is completely an ordinary cave, and speaking, it seems that someone deliberately let us come here. Point 0. It's not completely impossible. Yoruichi nodded slightly, and if you think about it like this, then you can say a lot of things, but there is one thing that can't make sense. Our purpose is to rescue the captain, Your Excellency. Suppose, Ichigo, I am those Zanpakute, if I am your enemy, then as an enemy, I will naturally try my best to prevent you from rescuing the captain. After all, the captain's power is too powerful. Since I chose to seal, I naturally cannot control this force. In order to prevent this force from becoming my geothermal heat, then I have few choices, but try to prevent you from approaching the captain, so that you can't rescue the captain. This is inevitable. If I don't say so, then there are only two results. First, the value is not enough. Ichigo said, old Yamamoto is not qualified to let them spend their energy to protect. But this is obviously impossible. Even among Zanpakute, someone should be able to think that old Yamamoto was rescued. If you do, then for Jingling Court, it is not just the question of whether there is an old Yamamoto, but the morale of the entire Jingling Court. As long as the old Yamamoto is in Jingling Court, then there are 13 teams in Jingling Court. It will be as stable as a mountain, and even in battle, it can add a little more strength, but on the contrary, if there is no old Yamamoto in Jingling Court, the morale of the squad will gradually decrease, and finally it will be broken and vulnerable. Second, Yoruichi said, the enemy has set up traps waiting for me, waiting for us to take the bait, so all the traps are in front of us. He said with a slight pause, but it seems that we have no choice. If we give up or if we back down, we will never be able to save the Commander-in-Chief, so we can only continue to work hard. Yoruichi stepped forward and pushed open the door of the cave. Chapter 128. When Yoruichi pushed open the door, the figure of the Captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni appeared in her eyes, but the current captain closed his eyes slightly, and his face was kind, just like an ordinary old man. His Zanpakute was held in his arms by him, and there was a triangular barrier around it. This barrier was obviously the main force of the SEAL commander Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni. As long as this barrier could be broken, then naturally the captain was rescued. It hasn't changed at all. Yoruichi glanced around and said, last time I was like this too, the only difference was that there were a few people standing around at that time, and they seemed to be maintaining the barrier. But this time there's not even one person. It seems to be telling us that it's a trap. And Ichigo said 507 very easily, since that person doesn't come out, then let's destroy this. Who said nobody's there? After Ichigo finished speaking, a voice sounded. I saw a person walking out slowly behind a rock wall behind the Commander-in-Chief. Muramasa. Yoruichi looked at the man who suddenly appeared and said slightly stunned. Ichigo said with some dissatisfaction, Yoruichi, really, it's time to teach you how to use your current power. Yoruichi was also stunned when he heard this, because Yoruichi didn't have a good control after getting his current power. Hold, because the power is too strong. So Ichigo temporarily sealed her extra power. Shihouin Yoruichi's name, I've already heard it like thunder. Muramasa said with a slight smile, and in the Soul Society's collection, I've seen your name on it countless times, Flash Goddess, Master Shihouin Yoruichi, the owner of Shihouin and the captain of the 2nd division of the previous generation. Hey! Yoruichi's mouth cracked slightly, revealing a smile. If it looks like this, you really know me well, but if I'm not mistaken, you should be the reason for all Zanpakute's betrayal, and since it appears here, it means that this is your lair. As long as you step on this lair and defeat you, then you will naturally be able to restore all the betrayed Zanpakute to their senses. Muramasa didn't answer Yoruichi's words, but looked at Ichigo and said, although I know Mr. Yoruichi very well, there is really little information about Mr. Kurosaki. Hearing this, Ichigo chuckled, and Yoruichi also smiled and said, why, want to make a plan after getting to know Ichigo? 35. There's no such thing, Lord Yoruichi, but do you want to fight me? Muramasa asked with a smile while looking at Yoruichi, but Lord Yoruichi, if you want to fight me, it's not that easy. By the way, Yoruichi my lord, I heard that as the Flash Goddess you have 2 disciples, and you have taught 2 Shunpo, one of them is the man next to you, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ah, so it is, Yoruichi said softly, however, Ichigo is not really my disciple, I will teach Ichigo Shunpo because of another person, and I am Ichigo's lover now. Still holding Ichigo's arm. I know, Urahara Kisuke. Muramasa said with a smile, Urahara Kisuke, the captain of the 12th Division, the founder and first director of the Technology Development Bureau, before serving as the captain of the 12th Division, you were the 2nd Division captain. When he was the captain of the division, he was the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, and also served as the sub-captain of the supervision team of one of the 5 secret mobile divisions. And later, he seemed to be involved in the rebellion, so he disappeared from the Soul Society, and you disappeared at the same time, the captain of the 2nd Division. It seems that you have investigated us very clearly, Yoruichi said, looking at Muramasa. I don't fully understand, but these are all recorded in the Soul Society. Although it took a lot of time to find these things, thanks to the huge database of the Soul Society, I know a lot of secrets. Muramasa said. Really? Yoruichi looked at Muramasa, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous aura appeared directly. Don't be too anxious, Yoruichi-sama, Muramasa said with a smile on his face. By the way, Yoruichi-sama, since Kurosaki Ichigo is not your disciple, I would like to ask another Byakuya Kukaki. Are you your disciple? You mean little Byakuya? Yoruichi smiled softly, it shouldn't be counted. Yoruichi smiled softly, little Byakuya is not my disciple, to be precise, it should be regarded as my younger brother. Really? Muramasa replied, I heard that you not only taught him Shunpo, but it seems that you also taught Byakuya Kukaki the special footwork of the Shihouin family. It looks like you really found out a lot of things, Yoruichi said. Her figure disappeared immediately, and Yoruichi's figure appeared behind Masa Muramura. To the villages. Seeing that Yoruichi was about to hit Muramasa, Muramasa's figure suddenly disappeared with a boom, and the ground where Muramasa was standing cracked instantly, turning into a big pit. Muramasa's figure appeared not far away, but the one who just appeared had his foot smashed behind him. With a bang, Muramasa flew out as a whole, and a Yoruichi suddenly appeared behind him, his fist aimed at Muramasa's heart, as if he was waiting for Muramasa to come and hit him. Suddenly, countless sakura petals suddenly appeared and wrapped around Yoruichi's fist. At the same time, some sakura petals appeared behind Muramasa to form a sakura flower. From a bang, these sakura petals caught Muramasa, and immediately it headed for the Night 1.4 attack. This way of attacking Yoruichi's foot a little, the figure disappeared in place, Sakura Flower's attack failed, Yoruichi's figure appeared again, she looked around and said, it's the little Byakuya's Zanpakuto Senbonzakura. A figure appeared in front of Yoruichi, this is a samurai wearing a ferocious mask, with a headdress of sakura petals on his head, and countless sakura petals are flying behind him, obviously he is Senbonzakura. I'm sorry, Muramasa looked at Yoruichi and said, when facing the legendary Flash Goddess, I used Shunpo out of my control. This is really an insult to Yoruichi-sama, but Yoruichi-sama, I said it before. Your opponent is not me. My opponent? Yoruichi said, you mean, Senbonzakura is my opponent? G. Chapter 129. No, he is not your opponent, Yoruichi-sama. Senbonzakura is one of the opponents I chose for you. Yoruichi-sama, your other opponent is already standing behind you. Muramasa said with a smile, and right at this when a figure appeared behind Yoruichi, Yoruichi noticed the figure for the first time, but Yoruichi didn't do anything, because although Yoruichi didn't see it, he could feel that the other party didn't seem to attack him, so Yoruichi also he didn't do anything, just turned around slightly and looked at the person behind him. The moment Yoruichi turned around, her pupils suddenly expanded, and there was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Little Byakuya, how could it be you? How could you? 35. Shihouin Yoruichi, can you please leave here? Byakuya Kokaki looked at Yoruichi without any expression on his face and said, if that's the case, I can let you live. Hey, although I don't know what's going on. Yoruichi looked at Kokaki Shiro 26 and said, but it looks like you are taking refuge with Zanpakuto, but forget it, let's not mention this, let's not say anything else, even if it seems that the Commander-in-Chief is right in front of my eyes, how could I just retreat like this? Really? Byakuya Kokaki responded slightly, stretched out his hand slightly and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Scatter. Senbonzakura, I saw Byakuya Kokaki's blade turned into sakura petals and fell down. The glove suddenly appeared in Yoruichi's hand, and then immediately appeared in front of Byakuya Kokaki, directly hitting Byakuya Kokaki. A group of sakura petals appeared in front of Byakuya Kokaki in time, blocking the sudden blow for Byakuya Kokaki. Byakuya Kokaki slightly looking up in Ichigo's direction. Senbonzakura. Yes, Master Senbonzakura replied, and then rushed towards Ichigo. Let me be your opponent. Senbonzakura fell in front of Ichigo, but Senbonzakura didn't move, because he knew Ichigo's strength was very strong, terrible, can kill him in seconds, so he just came to interfere with Ichigo. Don't be so nervous, I won't do it now, Ichigo said very easily, and Senbonzakura nodded after hearing it, but didn't speak, and Ichigo didn't care whether he heard it or not, just looked at Yoruichi's fight. Byakuya Kokaki stretched out his hand slightly, countless sakura petals swept in. Hey! Yoruichi stepped a little, and the figure disappeared in place in an instant. Byakuya Kokaki raised his other hand, both hands operated at the same time, the speed of sakura petals flying immediately more than doubled, but even this still can't catch up with Yoruichi. Yoruichi can become flash goddess. Not for dry meals. Even Byakuya Kokaki's Senbonzakura has trouble catching up to Yoruichi. The village is looking at the battle group with a unique smile on the corner of his mouth. There is no worry on his face, it seems that he is not afraid that his party will be defeated. It was true on the surface that Byakuya Kokaki had the upper hand, but in fact even Byakuya Kokaki and Senbonzakura knew that although they had the upper hand on the surface, in reality, neither of them had much confidence in winning. And neither Yoruichi nor Ichigo was serious, otherwise they both knew what happened to them. Just when Yoruichi and Ichigo came to the stone room of the sealed captain, the other captains who entered the cave were also blocked by other Zanpakuto. Let's play with us, two very cute little boys who look almost exactly the same, wear high hats and clothes similar to cloaks, and each holds a folding fan in their hands. At this time, they are pulling Jushiro alone. One of his hands said, come on, let's play with us. Jushiro said with a helpless wry smile, well, this is not a place for children, you should go home quickly. No, we want to play games, one of them said. By the way, let's guess who we are first? If you guess wrong, you will be punished. Guess quickly, one of the children shook Jushiro's arm constantly. That, are you Sugyo no Kotori? Jushiro looked at the two children and said. You guessed it right. This is the reward. Sugyo no Kotori said at the same time, and then handed the fan in his hand to Jushiro. Jushiro froze for a moment, then smiled and stretched out his hand to pick it up, but just after this death, a thunder light in a flash, Jushiro immediately crouched down, and a thunder light passed over Jushiro's head, directly smashing a rock above. Yeah, he was fooled. Sugyo no Kotori held hands and turned and ran away. It's really too bad, kids. Jushiro's smile disappeared, and he said with a serious face. Then he turned his head to look at Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui nodded slightly and said, "Go, Jushiro, I also want to deal with my own affairs." Jushiro nodded slightly, then chased in the direction of Sugyo no Kotori. After a while, when Jushiro was almost completely gone, Kurako Shunsui said, "You should come out." Right after Sugyo no Kotori appeared, just like Jushiro knew Sugyo no Kotori, "I also know you, Kaden Kaikotsu." Following Kurako Shunsui's opening, a figure appeared in front of Kurako Shunsui, with purple hair slightly curled on both sides, with a large and exaggerated skull decoration on his hair, wearing a 507, wearing a blindfold, wearing a dress similar to a skirt, revealing a large piece of tender skin, with a red ribbon tied around her slender neck. Her figure is very hot, just like Matsumoto Rangiku, the same mature, female image and the same surging waves. Sugyo no Kotori and Jushiro went to play games. "So what shall we play?" Kurako Shunsui said, looking at Kaden Kaikotsu. "I'm so sorry, the game with you is already over." Kaden Kaikotsu refused without hesitation, "I'm tired of your decadent appearance, so I left you." "Don't say that, after all we've been together for so long. Oh, by the way," Kurako Shunsui said with a faint smile, "there should be another Kaden Kaikotsu. I feel two Ryotsu nearby, one is you. Yes, there is another one, although I haven't seen it, but this kind of familiarity on Ryotsu, I don't think there is anything wrong, it should be another Kaden Kaikotsu." A girl ninja who seemed to be somewhat restrained came out, with thin straight short hair, with a single skull decoration on the left side of the hair. Her face was covered by a mask and hair, only the right eye was visible, and she was dressed in a ninja outfit. She didn't seem to want to speak. After appearing, she just stood there silently. Chapter 130. Do you know that we are two? Kaden Kaikotsu S, that mature woman is represented by S, the other is represented by X, looked at Kurako Shunsui and asked suspiciously, and then said to himself, "I'm really confused, you are our master after all, and it's no big deal to know that we are two of us." Then Kaden Kaikotsu spoke again, "You just said, you want to play games with us, right?" 35. And Kurako Shunsui nodded slightly and said, "Finally want to play with me, but what's the best way to play? It's up to me to decide." Kaden Kaikotsu said, "Let's just play." When he said this, Kaden Kaikotsu paused slightly, then suddenly pulled out a big sword and shouted, "Shadow Ghost!" Suddenly Kaden Kaikotsu rushed in front of Kurako Shunsui and slashed at Kurako Shunsui's shadow with the big knife in his hand. Kurako Shunsui had already prepared in his heart, almost the moment Kaden Kaikotsu launched, Kurako Shunsui launched at the same time, with a dang from his Zanpakut, Kurako Shunsui held Kaden Kaikotsu's broadsword. So dangerous, Kurako Shunsui looked at Kaden Kaikotsu and said, "If I get hit, then I'll take twice as much damage." "You seem to have forgotten that I'm not alone," Kaden Kaikotsu said with a smile. Kurako Shunsui glanced and saw that where Kaden Kaikotsu was standing, she was no longer there. On the contrary, Kurako Shunsui clearly felt Ryotsu of Kaden Kaikotsu X is approaching behind him. "How could I forget her?" Kurako Shunsui replied, "As your master, how could I forget you?" Kurako Shunsui disappeared immediately. Kaden Kaikotsu's attack failed, but the two none of the Kaden Kaikotsus seemed to have any unexpected expressions. They have been following Kurako Shunsui for many years. Naturally, they know that it is impossible to cause damage to Kurako Shunsui with the attack just now, but it is precisely because they have followed Kurako Shunsui. It has been many years, so they are very clear about Kurako Shunsui's strength, and relatively, they are also very clear about Kurako Shunsui's weakness. The figure of Kurako Shunsui reappeared, but at the moment of his appearance, Kaden Kaikotsu also appeared behind Kurako Shunsui, and the big sword in his hand stabbed into the shadow behind Kurako Shunsui. With a puff, Kurako Shunsui's shoulders seemed to have been pierced by a large sword, and a column of blood spurted out. Hum. Kurako Shunsui groaned, and then the entire figure disappeared instantly, and Kaiten Kaikotsuks did not pursue this time, because the two Kaiten Kaikotsu knew that they were able to hit before because Kurako Shunsui did not really enter the fighting state, that's why he was hit so easily by Kaiten Kaikotsuks. The figure of Kurako Shunsui reappeared, he glanced at his shoulder a little, and then put his eyes on the two Kaiten Kaikotsu. Is that so much strength? Kaiten Kaikotsus looked at Kurako Shunsui and said, really? It's disappointing. Kaiten Kaikotsu said, holding a large sword and heading straight towards Kurako Shunsui, while Kaiten Kaikotsuks followed Kaiten Kaikotsu's side, and the two advanced almost at the same time, assisting each other. Kurako Shunsui watched the movements of the two Kaiten Kaikotsu, his eyes narrowed slightly, while the movements of the two Kaiten Kaikotsu paused slightly, and looked at each other quickly, and then the two of them fired at the same time. Kaiten Kaikotsus attacked Kurako Shunsui's upper body, and the other one attacked the lower body of Kurako Shunsui, and the two large knives attacked Kurako Shunsui at the same time, and Kurako Shunsui held two knives with two knives, just because they could not be released, so the two knives in Kurako Shunsui's hands were just ordinary zanpakut, nothing special. Yes, the only special thing is that the knife on Kurako Shunsui's left hand is more like a small dagger. Dang dang dang, the sound of the blades intersecting kept ringing, and click suddenly, Kurako Shunsui used the two knives in his hands to clamp the two blades of the two Kaiten Kaikotsu, just after the two Kaiten Kaikotsu looked at each other. At the same time, he pulled out the big knife, and then each moved to one side in a vertical direction, and then the two attacked from the left and right sides at the same time. Kurako Shunsui's figure turned and stepped back, turning the two people's left and right pincer attack into an attack in one direction, and then the two-handed sword in his hand swung to the middle, the sound of dang 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 blades intersecting. I saw Kurako Shunsui constantly retreating, while constantly blocking the attacks of the two Kaiten Kaikotsu. Era, is your strength only that little? Kaiten Kaikotsus kept attacking and said at the same time, if that's the case, I'm afraid you won't be able to save your life from our hands. Oh, fighting against women, especially with a beautiful woman like you, is already embarrassing me. Kurako Shunsui said with a smile, now it's already exhausted. Really? So sorry, we don't have time to follow your pace. Kaiten Kaikotsu's attack suddenly intensified, sped up a bit and attacked Kurako Shunsui suddenly, although her accelerated attack, another Kaiten Kaikotsu's attack has also become more bizarre and unpredictable, and the attack speed is getting faster and faster. As for Kurako Shunsui, he seems to be really embarrassed. He never took the initiative to attack, just kept defending, but defense is not invincible, long-standing will be lost. There is a flaw here. Kaiten Kaikotsu said suddenly, and at the same time the blade in his hand had been cut off. Kurako Shunsui turned his feet, his body swayed, two sleeves thorns fell, Kaiten Kaikotsu's, Li's Zhao, and both Kurako Shunsui's sleeves fell down at the same time. And Kaiten Kaikotsu's attack was still blocked by Kurako Shunsui. Really, it's really troublesome to have such a strong master. Kaiten Kaikotsu looked at Kurako Shunsui and said, at least when I try to kill the master, I still can't succeed. Kurako Shunsui looked at the two women after his zanpakut materialized, slightly held the hat on his head with zanpakut, and said helplessly, I still can't really start, really. It seems that the battle will drag on for a long time. It seems that it can only prolong the time. Kaiten Kaikotsu looked at Kurako Shunsui and said, this is our base camp, as long as we delay time, there will be other zanpakut to support us soon. At that time, I will master, your situation is very dangerous. Chapter 131. Boom, boom, the two huge Sakura columns attacked Yoruichi under the control of Byakuya Kukaki. Yoruichi exerted his footwork to the limit. Byakuya Kokaki's attacks could only keep falling behind Yoruichi, but Yoruichi did not. He didn't take the initiative to attack, as if he had some scruples in his heart, he just kept dodging, and he didn't make any moves to approach Byakuya Kokaki, let alone fight back. Muramasa looked at the battlefield gently, and he had no doubts about Yoruichi's actions. After all, Yoruichi and Byakuya Kokaki have always had a good relationship, and Yoruichi not only taught Byakuya Kokaki Shunpo, but also Shihouin's secret footwork. It was taught to Byakuya Kokaki, this is the footwork that even Ichigo did not learn from Fuki Point, but Yoruichi taught Byakuya Kokaki. It can be seen that Yoruichi values Byakuya Kokaki, so Yoruichi's constant avoidance is more in line with emotion. Of course, this doesn't mean that Yoruichi has feelings for Byakuya Kokaki, it's just that the master and the apprentice value him. Little Byakuya, what happened? Yoruichi looked at Byakuya Kokaki who was constantly attacking him and said, why are you standing by Zanpakut's side and helping Zanpakut deal with us? What the hell is going on? Hurry up and say it. Ah, Byakuya. There's nothing to say. Byakuya Kokaki had no expression on his face, he looked at Yoruichi indifferently and said, as expected of Shihouin Yoruichi, in my Bankai's situation, he was able to evade my attack so easily, but the next blow, can you dodge it? As Byakuya Kokaki opened his mouth, he saw that the countless sakura petals in front of him gathered into a huge wave, slapped directly, and Byakuya Kokaki said loudly, Senbonzakura. Yes, master. Senbonzakura immediately drew out a lot of sakura petals, but Senbonzakura did not forget, Ichigo, although he took a lot of power, he still had a small amount of power left, he gave up the attack, he put this a small part of the power is concentrated around the body, forming a thin layer of sakura flower coat, but although it is only a thin layer, because the sakura flower constantly rotates around Senbonzakura, so the defense power is also not low, and the large number of sakura petals that were swept away also formed a huge wave and slapped away from behind Yoruichi. Yoruichi saw that she was surrounded by sakura flowers, and at this moment, she was surrounded by sakura flowers. Boom saw two waves of sakura flowers collided directly, and the powerful force directly destroyed the entire ground, and the whole ground began to collapse, and then Byakuya Kokaki and Senbonzakura began to recover the sakura petals, only to see that the entire ground was blasted directly. The big pit is the size of an entire basketball court, which shows the power of the blow just now, b. At this time, Yoruichi's figure suddenly appeared behind Byakuya Kokaki, Yoruichi suddenly raised his right foot, drink. Yoruichi directly put his foot on Byakuya Kokaki's head, and the huge force directly kicked Byakuya Kokaki out, but then Yoruichi stopped and continued to charge towards Byakuya Kokaki, since Yoruichi has decided to attack. Then she won't have any more hesitation. 3. Byakuya Kokaki just stood up, and before he fully recovered, Yoruichi was already standing in front of Byakuya Kokaki, and at the same time a fist hit Byakuya Kokaki, with a pop. I saw Senbonzakura appeared in Byakuya Kokaki's in front of the next Yoruichi's attack, while launching an attack on Yoruichi. Muramasa frowned slightly, but Yoruichi wouldn't be merciful, she directly punched to the bang. Byakuya Kokaki took the initiative to punch and fight against Yoruichi, and at the same time, following Yoruichi's power, he supported Senbonzakura's figure. He stepped back suddenly, and at the same time, the countless sakura petals behind him directly divided into two sakura styles and rushed towards Yoruichi and Ichigo respectively. Seeing this scene, Ichigo chuckled and didn't move, but Ryutsu, who appeared all over his body, blocked all the petals. Yoruichi avoided it very easily, and then Yoruichi's figure disappeared directly. At the same time, a fist appeared next to Byakuya Kokaki again and hit Byakuya Kokaki directly. This time even Senbonzakura was within the range of this punch, and this time Yoruichi's appearance was so sudden that even Byakuya Kokaki didn't seem to expect it, so in the face of Yoruichi's blow, Byakuya Kokaki had almost no ability to evade or resist. With the sound of dang, I saw Muramasa appearing in front of Senbonzakura holding a zanpakut, and using the blade to hold Yoruichi's fist that suddenly appeared. Then Muramasa looked at Yoruichi and slightly stretched out his left hand. Yoruichi immediately felt when a whirlwind blew. She didn't dodge, just stood there and covered her eyes with her hands. After the cyclone, a smile appeared on Muramasa's face. I'm sorry, I can't move. Yoruichi wanted to move his body, but he couldn't do it at all. Although there was nothing on his body, Yoruichi didn't. It was very clear that there seemed to be some ropes on my body, completely binding myself, making myself unable to move at all, and Ryutsu suddenly lost control, because he was completely unable to move and could not use Ryutsu. Yoruichi, who couldn't move and couldn't use Ryutsu, naturally couldn't escape, and was subdued in a short moment. Of course, this doesn't mean that Yoruichi's strength is so different from Muramasa's, it's just that she is the only one. It was the first time that I fought against Muramasa, so I had no idea about Muramasa's ability, and Yoruichi and Ichigo, either of them had great strength, especially when the two of them joined forces. In front of them, they would be powerless to fight back. The reason why he was completely subdued by Muramasa in a short period of time was because he did not understand that if he really fought, he would definitely not be Yoruichi's opponent, and he might even be able to fight in a short period of time. He lost to Yoruichi within that time. If Yoruichi could be a little more vigilant, he probably wouldn't have been trapped by Muramasa and couldn't move. But there are not so many ifs in the world, and the current situation is that Yoruichi has nothing on the surface, but actually can't move, can't use Ryutsu, and if nothing else happens, he can only be slaughtered. When a blade appeared in Byakuya Kokaki's hand, he held the handle tightly, and there was a murderous look in his eyes, but this murderous look was not directed at Yoruichi. Damn, too careless, Yoruichi said silently in his heart. And Muramasa Zanpakut was walking towards Yoruichi step by step. As expected of Flash Goddess. Muramasa looked at Yoruichi and said, if it wasn't for the gap between your attack and I blocked it, I wouldn't be able to catch you at all, but you are too careless. Muramasa raised his hand directly. Zanpakut slashed towards Yoruichi. But Yoruichi's expression didn't change at all, and he was still smiling. Crescent Moon Chong. Suddenly Ichigo's voice sounded, and Muramasa was slightly taken aback. When he raised his head, he saw a black curved crescent-shaped blade shot directly at Muramasa. Muramasa didn't dare to underestimate Ichigo's Crescent Moon Chong, so when he found the Crescent Moon, he immediately backed away. Even so, he just avoided it. The crescent blade slashed directly at Yoruichi's the wound, but at this moment, they suddenly found that the power that bound themselves disappeared, that is to say, they had recovered their freedom. There was a loud boom, and between Muramasa and Yoruichi, there was a huge gap like a gap, and the gap continued to extend, as if it had opened another entrance to the cave. Obviously, this blow is the power of the crescent moon. Kurosaki Ichigo. Muramasa said softly looking at Ichigo. Chapter 132. Don't forget me, Muramasa. Ichigo's figure appeared between Yoruichi and Muramasa. Ichigo was holding Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand and looking at Muramasa. Really? I forgot about you. Muramasa looked at Ichigo and said, however, there are so many people who came to Yamamoto Tuliazai. Sure enough, it was the right thing to ask Yoruichi-sama to bring back the chief captain who was sealed here. Now, as long as the captain is here, then each of you will automatically be delivered to your door. It turned out to be intentional. Yoruichi looked at Muramasa and said, no wonder I find it so strange that the defense of the place where you sealed the commander-in-chief is so lax, that you let me in and out so easily, so you deliberately let me bring this news you went back, but what is your purpose? Muramasa, is it just for me to bring all the captains here? Who knows? Muramasa said with a smile, and then turned around with Zanpakut in his hand, come to beat me, if that's the case, maybe I'll remember why. Really? Yoruichi responded and bent down slightly. Obviously, Yoruichi was ready to fight, but at this moment, Ichigo reached out his hand slightly to stop Yoruichi and said, "Okay, let me come. Wait a minute and then unseal your seal." Hearing this, Yoruichi nodded obediently, while Muramasa said in confusion, "Seal." And Ichigo didn't hide it at all and said, "Yeah. It's Yoruichi's seal, because Yoruichi can't adapt to his own strength, so I put a seal on her, or do you think you can beat her with just a few of you?" "I see." Muramasa nodded slightly and said, "I see. Kurosaki Ichigo, I'm standing here right now. If you have the ability, you can come. Kokaki, Senbonzakura, don't meddle in this battle, and don't let others step in." Byakuya Kokaki did not speak, but the Sakura style in front of him gradually retracted and retreated behind him, while Senbonzakura first looked at Byakuya Kokaki and saw that Byakuya Kokaki did not object, and then spoke, "Yes, Muramasa-san. In this case, the battle is up to you, Ichigo, but please fix him for me." Yoruichi looked at Ichigo and said. Ichigo showed a slight smile, holding the handle of Tensa Zangetsu in his hand, smiled at her, then looked at Muramasa and said, "Come on." Muramasa disappeared in an instant and came behind Ichigo with a knife, and Ichigo raised the knife to block it easily, while Muramasa was stunned for a moment. In this stunned state, Ichigo also used Shunpo to come to the side of Muramasa and give him a knife. Although Muramasa blocked it, he was still opened. "It's so fast," Muramasa said in his heart as he looked at the blade in his hand. "Although I haven't really fought before, I heard Zanpakuto's descriptions and felt that he wasn't very strong, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. It's all wrong, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength is so strong, even Yamamoto Uenliazai should not be as good. And he and Shihouin Yoruichi's Zanpakut are very strange, I can't feel the soul of the sword inside. You seem to be distracted. You are so bold." Ichigo's figure appeared in front of Muramasa, and Tensa Zangetsu in his hand slashed without hesitation. Muramasa was shocked. He didn't think that it wasn't Ichigo's full strength just now, but Ichigo's speed. It actually got faster, and before he even noticed it, Ichigo appeared in front of him. With a puff, Tensa Zangetsu slashed down, and a pillar of blood spurted out from Muramasa's chest, but Muramasa's strength was not bad after all, and Ichigo didn't want to kill him now, so he was in as soon as Ichigo opened his mouth, he had already stepped back. Although he did not completely avoid this attack, he only let Tensa Zangetsu brush past him, so although the knife on the chest looked serious, in fact, the wound was not very serious. "Hey, is this your real power?" After Muramasa distanced himself from Ichigo, he looked at Ichigo and said, "Exactly, if there is no such power, I would be too disappointed." Then Kurosaki Ichigo, "You just let me see, you are the most mysterious person recorded in the Soul Society, and you have an existence that can surpass the captain, and how powerful you are, don't let me down, Kurosaki Ichigo." "So Soul Society recorded me like this," Ichigo said, "if that's the case, then I can't let Soul Society's record make mistakes." Ichigo stepped a little under his feet, and the whole person rushed towards Muramasa. Muramasa held the Zanpakut in his hand and aimed it at Ichigo. Ichigo watched Muramasa's actions with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Ichigo disappeared completely, and Muramasa's pupils shrank suddenly and said in shock, "It's not Shunpo, this is what footwork? Totally different from Shunpo, wait, it seems like a fake." "You're distracted again, what are you thinking during the battle?" Ichigo's figure appeared behind Muramasa and said, but before Ichigo could speak, the Tensa Zangetsu held by Ichigo's right hand had already been cut off. "If you don't retreat, you will be hit by Tensa Zangetsu again." However, even if he found out, he couldn't hide, because Ichigo was faster than before this time. Poof! Tensa Zangetsu slashed on Muramasa's left shoulder, but as soon as he slashed into his shoulder, Muramasa held Zanpakut and held Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu. Blood continued to flow down Tensa Zanjutsu's blade. Although Muramasa held Tensa Zangetsu had already cut into Muramasa's shoulder. If Muramasa hadn't blocked Tensa Zangetsu in time, I'm afraid this knife would have been directly cut off Muramasa's entire shoulder, but even now, Muramasa is in extreme danger. After all, this knife may be completely chopped off at any time. Ask for flowers. Muramasa, is your strength just like that? Ichigo held Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand and pressed it down very easily. If so, I'm afraid you will die here today this time. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. Muramasa-kun and Ichigo said, I didn't expect that it was not your full strength just now. As the Soul Society records, you are a very strong person. A mysterious person. And Zaraki Kenpeki was born to fight, and a warrior who died to fight. Only fighting is his spiritual food and the real purpose of living, and as long as it is fighting, then his strength it will continue to improve. This kind of talent is really scary. But I think you are even more scary than him, because now you have no idea what the limit of your strength is, so you are the most difficult to deal with among all people. Yes, but a Shihouin Yoruichi should be added by now. Maybe. Ichigo said with a slight smile, but Muramasa, your strength doesn't seem to be as strong as I imagined. If your strength is only this tight, then you are too disappointing for me. Ichigo looked at Muramasa and said, you mentioned Kenpeki just now, right? If your power is only this level, then I might as well torture Kenpeki. 0. Boom! Countless rubble fell, and the mountain next to it was completely shattered. This sudden moment caused everyone present to be stunned, but Muramasa didn't care. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when Ichigo was stunned. The right hand suddenly exerted force, pushed Ichigo, and then the whole person went straight to the side and escaped from Ichigo's knife. And Ichigo didn't want to kill him, so he let him run away, and Ichigo didn't care about Muramasa. What he cared about was a Ryutsu, a familiar Ryutsu, which made Ichigo's face full of black lines. Ichigo turning his head to look at the crumbling mountain, he saw a tall figure appearing under the crumbling mountain. It was only because of the dust that he could not see the identity of this person, but the others present had already left. Ryutsu knew who this person was. Immediately under this figure, two figures appeared. Yo, Ichigo, I just heard it, and sure enough, do you want to fight with me too? My strength has become stronger now, so let's start right away. A very excited voices sounded, and then three figures walked out of the dust. Sure enough. Ichigo looked at the three figures. The one in front was Zaraki Kenpeki, and behind him were Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika. Ichigo looked at Zaraki Kenpeki and said with a smile, don't look like that same time. Little one with a pink head sticking out from behind Zaraki Kenpeki, it was Vice Captain Kuzujishi Yachiru. She stretched out her hand to greet Ichigo. Xiaojian has always wanted to fight you again. Great, you guys thought of going together this time. Bulletin. Chapter 133. Captain, now is not the time to fight with Mr. Kurosaki. Ayasukawa Yumichika stood behind Zaraki Kenpeki and said, it's time to rescue the captain first. Oh. Zaraki Kenpeki turned his head slightly to look at Yamamoto Uenyujai Shigakuni, the commander-in-chief in the barrier, who was holding Zanpakuto with his eyes closed. Cut, it's really troublesome, old man, it's really useless to be sealed. Then Zaraki Kenpeki put his eyes on Muramasa and said, hey, is that you? Your strength is very good, you can actually seal the old man. But from the battle between you and Ichigo just now, it seems that your strength is also very strong. Not so good. 33. Hey, Zaraki Kenpeki. Muramasa glanced at Zaraki Kenpeki and said, I didn't expect there was another captain, and he was the guy who couldn't liberate Zanpakuto. But, it's okay. Muramasa said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Although there are many of you, there are also many people on my side. Following Muramasa's words, several figures appeared at the entrance of the cave behind Yoruichi. The person in the front is a man with a flame erupting from his mouth. He wears a long circle-shaped long ring that can erupt flames. It is the Zanpakuto Scourge of the 7th Division, Komamura Seijin, May 10. There were 3 people behind him. One of them was a samurai-type male with a small house-like ornament on his back, holding a long stick and wrapped in a small piece of white cloth, Zanpakuto of Chijiro Sasakaibe, the vice-captain of the first team. The other is a big fat man, holding a meteor hammer-like thing, naturally a 5-shaped head. The remaining person is a woman, with dark red short hair, emerald eyes, with a pair of deep red hair. A cat girl with red cat ears and a pink cat tail, wearing a pink singlet and pumpkin pants. This kind of dress should be a cat, Yoruichi glanced at it and said, and it appeared with Wu-shaped head. It should be Hanko who rescued Wu-shaped head and Fime from Ichigo and I just now. Even if this guy doesn't come to save me, I'll be fine. It's just that she wants to save me. Fime turned from Wu-shaped head. The wound on her body had been bandaged, but her face there's a little bit more white on it. Humph, you are so ungrateful. Hanko said to Fime, then looked at Yoruichi and said, I am Hanko, and it was indeed me who saved this Princess Taiping and that dead fat man. Then Hanko raised himself slightly, the attractive red tongue licked the paw slightly and said, speaking of which, how does the paw taste? And Yoruichi didn't take it seriously, because her attacks were blocked by Ichigo. Oh, it's so beautiful. Ayasukawa Yumichika looked at Hanko with an excited look on his face and said, it's really beautiful to be able to save people from Mr. Kurosaki's hands. I haven't dared to fight Mr. Kurosaki until now. This is so beautiful, said Ayasukawa Yumichika, wriggling his waist unconsciously. This is his bad habit when he is excited. I can't help but wiggle all the time. 3. Era. Fime glanced at Ayasukawa Yumichika, then looked at Hanko and said, Hanko, you are really charming, you can even attract enemies. Behind Tingda's words, Hanko's eyes flashed a hint of pride. However, with Fime's next sentence, Hanko's eyes were only filled with shame and anger. Hanko, who originally thought Ayasukawa Yumichika was good, at this moment wondered why Ayasukawa Yumichika didn't die sooner. Fime's next sentence was, your charm can only attract this disgusting man who has no masculinity at all. As for the others, you can't even attract the peacock brother who practiced colored glass. I don't want to hear your compliments. Hanko heard Fime's words, then looked at Ayasukawa Yumichika's actions angrily, and said with a disgusting expression, I really don't know, why the glass-colored peacock brother can bear you like this. Dead se. Se. All the expressions on Ayasukawa Yumichika's face froze for a moment. After a while, the expression on his face recovered. Although there was nothing on the surface, there was something in his eyes. Strong murderous intent, especially when he looked at Hanko, that murderous intent emerged like a substance. Apparently Hanko hit Ayasukawa Yumichika's dead end, so Ayasukawa Yumichika almost completely lost his mind. Ayasukawa Yumichika directly pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist and walked towards Hanko. No one is allowed to snatch this opponent from me. Ayasukawa Yumichika directly held Zanpakuto and rushed up. Humph, who would be afraid of you, a dead se. Hanko spoke coldly again. Then he also rushed towards Ayasukawa Yumichika. With the sound of dang, Ayasukawa attacked and slashed it down, but Hanko easily escaped. Zanpakuto slashed directly to the ground, and the gravel was splashed all over the place. At the beginning, it was stalking the master, so as a Shinigami, he would never use it to chop the ground, because it is very easy to roll the blade, but now Ayasukawa Yumichika is holding Zanpakuto and chops directly on the ground. From this, it can be seen that Ayasukawa Yumichika's anger. Immediately after Hanko dodged, her left hand suddenly protruded and grabbed towards Ayasukawa Yumichika. With the sound of dang, Ayasukawa Yumichika immediately grabbed Hanko's claws with Zanpakuto. Damn, you are attacking in the face. Yasukawa Yumichika looked at Hanko angrily and shouted. Hey, you've been fooled, Hanko said in a low voice, come on. In an instant, countless dust flew up and attacked Yasukawa Yumichika. Yasukawa Yumichika was startled, and the figure immediately retreated, but his action was too slow. When he retreated, countless dust had surrounded him. Yasukawa Yumichika let out a scream, and at the same time rushed out of the dust, but Yasukawa Yumichika was not very good at this time. There were wounds all over his body, one after another like a cat's claws. The same marks. And where Hanko was standing, her left claw was retracted, while her right was holding a knife handle. Damn, UBD. Yasukawa Yumichika felt a slight tingling on his face, reached out and touched it. A trace of blood flowed out. Obviously there were a lot of wounds on his face. Yasukawa Yumichika's face showed a trace of anger. He looking at Hanko, there was a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. You actually hurt my face, I'm going to kill you as a fellow. Yasukawa Yumichika rushed towards Hanko directly. Hanko's figure didn't move, but with a wave of the hilt in his hand, countless dust flew up and rushed towards Yasukawa Yumichika. Yasukawa Yumichika looked at the dust coming in front of him, and suddenly accelerated, and in an instant, Yasukawa Yumichika passed through. She wiped away the countless dust in front of her, but Hanko didn't care at all, instead a smile appeared on her face. Yasukawa Yumichika was startled. Dang dang suddenly sounded a bell next to him at the same time breaking the air. Yasukawa Yumichika turned his feet, turned his body, looked out of the corner of his eye, and saw two huge fireballs attacking him come. The fireball was about to hit Yasukawa Yumichika, but Zanpakuto cut it directly, cutting the two fireballs in half. Hey Madarame Ikeku appeared beside Yasukawa Yumichika to block the two huge fireballs, and then watched the release fireballs. Fime said, the battle is one-on-one. A gust of wind slammed towards Madarame Ikeku. Good chance saw Wu-shaped head smashing the meteor hammer in his hand towards Madarame Ikeku. Madarame Ikeku's figure turned around, dodging the meteor hammer, but this time, the two of them, the individual was surrounded by the other three people. One-on-one fighting is not suitable for us. A faint smile appeared on Wu-shaped head's face. Divine Retribution stepped forward to block Zaraki Kenpeki in front of Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki glanced at him, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, looking at you, it seems that you are coming to be my opponent? Well, just let me exercise, wait a minute to fight Ichigo. Then Zaraki Kenpeki charged directly towards the scourge, and Kuzujishi Yachiru jumped straight away from Zaraki Kenpeki's back. Scourge also rushed towards Zaraki Kenpeki. The two men acted like a charge horn, and all the Shinigami and Zanpakuto present rushed towards their respective opponents. All-out war broke out. Ichigo holding Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand and Zanpakuto and Muramasa's hand suddenly intersect. Ichigo's strength is greater, but now Ichigo is only holding Zangetsu in his right hand, while Muramasa is holding Zanpakuto in both hands. There is not much difference in strength, so neither of them can gain an advantage in the opponent's hands, but the 1.4 guard has not used all his strength. Ichigo directly holds the hilt of the knife, and immediately comes behind Muramasa with a sudden wave. When he was about to hit Muramasa's back, a mass of sakura petals appeared behind Muramasa, and the blade was directly blocked. Byakuya Kokaki and Senbonzakura simultaneously activated Kinjian, and the entire space was filled with sakura flowers, which were beautiful but extremely dangerous. But this time, next to Byakuya Kokaki, Yoruichi appeared with his fist clenched, and his fist was hit hard. Senbonzakura raised his hand slightly, and then Yoruichi appeared in front of Senbonzakura again, and for a while Shinigami and Zanpakuto formed a big melee. In the narrow space of boom, 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 the ryotsuo of several captains filled the surroundings, and the powerful force caused the surrounding rock walls to collapse one after another. Those fighting, whether it's Shinigami or Zanpakuto, have to take a small part of their minds to pay attention to the falling rocks in the sky. After all, it's easy to get distracted if you get hit in the middle of a fight. In this kind of melee, everyone is highly focused on their own spirit, and there will be several attacks if they are not careful. Once they are distracted, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 134. Different Ryotsu filled the whole cave. The powerful Ryotsu kept colliding on the cave. Because of Ryotsu's collision, all kinds of gravel kept falling, some big and small. The big one was a huge rock, the small one was just a huge rock. Some small rubble, but for Shinigami or Zanpakuto who are fighting below, the size doesn't matter, they are fighting with high concentration, and once the rock falls and hits them, it will definitely affect them even if it doesn't affect their movements, it will naturally disrupt their spirits. After all, when they are highly concentrated, something suddenly disturbs them, even if it's just a brief moment of distraction. The opponent seizes the opportunity to defeat. Boom boom boom, suddenly the whole cave collapsed suddenly, so Shinigami and Zanpakuto didn't seem to have time to escape, and they were covered by countless rocks in an instant. Outside the cave, above the surface, if someone stood here, they would see that the entire surface suddenly vibrated violently, and then the entire surface fell directly into the ground, forming a huge pit. After a while, there was no movement in the entire pothole, and it seemed that all the Shinigami and Zanpakuto had been buried alive. 26. Suddenly, in the whole pothole, a Ryotsu rose up into the sky, and before I could tell who the owner of this Ryotsu was, this Ryotsu was like a signal bomb. The gravel in the cave began to shake constantly, and the boom boom suddenly exploded in the pothole, and a figure rushed out every time it exploded. Dozens of figures emerged from the pothole, and then everyone separated automatically and stood on both sides of the pothole. Ichigo, Yoruichi, Ayasukawa Yumichika, Madara Mikeku, Kuzujishi Yachiru, and Zanpakuto Kurako Shunsui with Jaishur Yukatake and Broken Bee. In Broken Bee's hand there is also a very well-known woman who resembles an elf, wearing yellow-black patterned clothes and two long brown braids. On the other side, Muramasa led Byakuya Kokaki, Senbonzakura, two Kaiten Kaikotsuo and two children's Gyo no Kotori, Hanko, Fime, Wuxingtu, Yanling Maru, Tianju, etc. standing opposite. Allah, Kurako Shunsui looked at Byakuya Kokaki for a moment, then shook his head helplessly and said, I didn't expect Captain Kokaki to be on that side, what a pity. Byakuya Kokaki didn't speak, and the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest. He didn't have the slightest idea of responding to Kurako Shunsui's words, maybe he was disdainful, or maybe he couldn't. Captain Kokaki Anohanaretsu appeared behind Byakuya Kokaki and said with a smile, You act like this, can I think that you betrayed the Soul Society like Aizen once did? Byakuya Kokaki's pupils shrank suddenly, no, not only Byakuya Kokaki, but also the others present, including Muramasa. They turned their heads and looked at Anohana who suddenly appeared in the middle of their group in surprise. Retsu, they don't know when Anohanaretsu stood here, but watching Anohanaretsu put her hands together slightly in front of her, like a noble and elegant lady, with a warm smile on her face, their hearts were shivering, since Anohanaretsu could appear behind them unknowingly, it meant that if Anohanaretsu wanted to deal with them, it would be easy. Countless sakura flowers danced around Byakuya Kokaki, and at this moment, Anohanaretsu disappeared and appeared in front of Ichigo and Yoruichi. Captain Unohana, he's really amazing. Ichigo looked at Anohanaretsu and said. Although Anohanaretsu is very low-key, the strength that occasionally shows up makes everyone dare not be presumptuous in front of him. But these people don't include Ichigo and Yoruichi. Don't say that, Mr. Kurosaki, if you're serious, they should have been resolved long ago, there's no time to react, oh no, Hanaru said with certainty, and Ichigo didn't answer and shrugged lightly. This is... Yoruichi looked at a person in a grey-green robe behind Anohanaretsu, because the robe covered the entire body, even the face, and outsiders could not even see the outline of the body under the robe, so it's impossible to tell if it's male or female. It's my Zanpakuto Minajiki. Anohanaretsu said, I met him on the road, and then it was delayed until not long ago, when I was just about to find you, the cave collapsed. At this time, Minajiki slightly there was a move to raise his head, but then he disappeared behind Anohanaretsu, and it was obvious that he had returned to Zanpakuto, and the people present were slightly taken aback. Is that the place where the captain was sealed? Anohanaretsu turned his head to look at the barrier, and in the crack just now, the barrier of the captain was still intact. It seems that we must find a way to seal the barrier. It's enough to be rescued. But the captain seems to be in a deep sleep now. I don't know if it's the effect of the barrier or something else, but if the barrier can be broken, I think the captain can be awakened, as long as the captain can be awakened. By the way, Vice Captain, where's the captain? Madarame Ikeko heard the chief captain, and then his own captain suddenly sounded, but after looking around, he didn't find Zaraki Kenpeiki's figure, and asked Kuzujishi Yachiru in a low voice, who was only present. People are not small people. Although Madarame Ikeko lowered his voice, he was still heard by the people present. Of course, the people on Muramasa's side couldn't hear it. Aira, is Captain Zaraki here too? Anohanaretsu's face showed a slight smile and looked at Kuzujishi Yachiru. I remember Vice Captain Kusaka and Captain Zaraki seemed to be silently going to plus 510 division. After he left the team and disappeared for such a long time, why did he suddenly appear here? Deputy Captain Kalu, can you please give me an explanation? Small Sword Kuzujishi Yachiru didn't have any explanation at all. Just when she was at a loss, Zaraki Kenpeiki's Ryutsu suddenly rose into the sky, and the strong Ryutsu shot straight from the pothole into the sky, like a real Ryutsu, directly destroy the rocks in the pothole. Haha! Zaraki Kenpeiki rushed out of the innumerable rubble, burst into laughter, and there was infinite joy in his laughter. And about 10 meters behind Zaraki Kenpeiki is the seal of Yamamoto Uenyujai Shigakuni. Damn, Zaraki Kenpeiki is actually there. Muramasa shouted in shock, go and stop Zaraki Kenpeiki, and then rushed over. Behind him, all Zanpakuto rushed over, Byakuya Kokaki, Senbonzakura at the same time, reaching out, countless sakura petals formed two sakura styles and attacked Zaraki Kenpeiki directly. Mr. Kurosaki, here, apart from Kenpeiki, you are the only one with the strongest destructive power. The task of destroying and solving the barrier is left to you, please. Muramasa and other Zanpakuto, leave it to us, said Anohanaretsu. He rushed directly towards the village. At the same time, there were other people who disappeared. Yoruichi came to Ichigo and said, I will leave it to you, Ichigo. Yoruichi kissed Ichigo and disappeared, and Yoruichi appeared next to Anohanaretsu. Chapter 135. Holding Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand, Ichigo rushed directly towards the barrier that sealed the chief captain. Murakami noticed Ichigo immediately, but he was entangled by Anohanaretsu and faced Kid, whom Anohanaretsu had taken at his fingertips. With the power to resist, but not the ability to rush out, Ichigo is getting closer and closer to the commander's barrier. But Muramasa couldn't get out at all. In the end, Muramasa could only wave his hand and said loudly, quick, go and stop Kurosaki Ichigo. We must not let him destroy the barrier of the seal commander. As Muramasa said, Byakuya Kokaki and Senbonzakura immediately charged towards Kurosaki Ichigo. 3. Yoruichi suddenly appeared in front of Byakuya Kokaki and said with a smile, little Byakuya, now is not the time for you to leave. In front of Senbonzakura, Broken Bee stood in front of him and said, I will never let you guys go again. Forward. Boom, boom! A huge black armored samurai held a huge knife in his hand and slashed towards Yoruichi and Broken Bee. With a sound of dang, Zaraki Kenpeiki directly blocked the knife with Zanpakuto in his hand. The corner of his mouth cracked and said, the power of this knife is very good, I'm starting to be a little interested in you, come on, let's fight. Hey! Ichigo stopped at the barrier of the Commander-in-Chief Yamamoto Uenyujai Shigakuni, held the sword in his right hand, and raised it directly above his head. If you want to break the barrier of the Commander-in-Chief, I am afraid that you will need a lot of Ryutsu. Control your own strength. Ichigo closed his eyes slightly, and at the same time, the Ryutsu in his body continued to emerge, converging on the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand. Behind him, the melee of the others was in full swing, but there was no a person came to disturb Ichigo, although Muramasa kept shouting, but no one was able to cross the boundary set by Anohanaretsu. Suddenly, Ichigo opened his eyes, and his left hand was also on Tensa Zangetsu. Village appeared in front of the barrier, holding Zanpakuto in both hands, and in front of Anohanaretsu, Zanpakuto blocked Anohanaretsu's face. Although it was only a short moment, it was enough for Muramasa, enough for him to break away from Anohanaretsu and rushed in front of Ichigo. Ichigo held Tensa Zangetsu and said, "Then we will split it with you." As the Ryutsu on Ichigo's body skyrocketed again, the Ryutsu soaring to the sky was like a substance, and Ichigo slashed down, crescent moon. Sky Chong. A black arc-shaped blade slammed towards the barrier. Of course, Muramasa was still standing in front of the barrier. When he was released, Ichigo looked at Muramasa and smiled, and Muramasa was surprised to see this smile, but Muramasa didn't think much about it at this time. With the release of the blade, the battle below stopped in a short moment, and everyone focused their attention on this black blade. Muramasa standing in front of the barrier, before Ichigo released the crescent moon, his feet were as motionless as a rock, and he seemed to be planning to defend the barrier, but when Ichigo held Tensa Zangetsu and just cut it down, Muramasa ducked. Opened, so the crescent moon shot directly on the barrier that trapped Yamamoto Yuanyuji, and the huge force generated by the boom crescent moon after hitting the barrier made the whole area seem to tremble. Immediately, the whole ground collapsed completely, and a huge energy rushed towards the surrounding area. Hanko, Fime, Wuxingtu, these Zanpakuto, who were not too strong, couldn't even stand, and were directly attacked. The huge energy rushed out, and it was the black rope after Bankai who rescued them. What's the matter? Muramasa's last move caught the eyes of all Shinigami and Zanpakuto. Each of them is very puzzled, and they don't know what Muramasa is doing. I got it, I've been tricked. Anohanaretsu landed next to Ichigo and said. Ichigo looked over and saw a trace of worry on Anohanaretsu's face. You must know that Anohanaretsu has always been very calm, just like a pool of water, it seems to be always so calm, and occasionally there is a hint of other expressions. For example, when the black-bellied nature is exerted, Anohanaretsu will have a hint of other expressions at this time, floating like a breeze that occasionally blows. It was very rare that Anohanaretsu showed a worried look now. Crack! The barrier that trapped the chief captain Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shigakuni suddenly made such a sound, and then the entire barrier collapsed. Anohanaretsu wanted to reappear, but at this moment other Zanpakuto had already appeared one after another, blocking the village in front of Zheng, although they are also very puzzled, why Muramasa let Ichigo break the barrier, but before everything is known, they will still work hard to protect Muramasa's safety. Haha! Village was looking at Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shigakuni in the broken barrier and slightly stretched out his hand, and suddenly a force immediately attacked Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shigakuni, but none of the Shinigami had time to stop him. We were fooled, his purpose was not to provoke Zanpakuto's mutiny, let alone house arrest the commander-in-chief, his purpose was to use our power to destroy the barrier of the commander-in-chief. Uzhawali said, this barrier is always the captain set up to protect himself, not Muramasa set the seal of the captain. And his previous actions were all to achieve this goal. Impossible. Yoruichi shook his head abruptly and said, those actions of Zanpakuto, but I don't want to tempt us at all, etc. Yoruichi looked at Muramasa and narrowed his eyes slightly, if all Zanpakuto are the same like a chess piece, it is at your mercy, but if it is just your tool, it all makes sense. Because it is just a chess piece, there is no need to know the truth, but in order to achieve your goal, you provoke Zanpakuto betrayed his master, thus causing chaos in the Soul Society, and then deliberately asked Yoruichi to bring out the news that the captain was here, and then deliberately ambush here with other Zanpakuto. The purpose is to convince us that your purpose is to let Zanpakuto rebel master. no. Hearing Yoruichi's words, Fime immediately said to Muramasa, Big brother Muramasa, tell her quickly, she is talking nonsense. Sir Shihouin Yoruichi, you are really smart. Muramasa said with a smile. Although it was a compliment, in Yoruichi's eyes, it was a humiliation, a naked humiliation. Although there was no change in Yoruichi's face, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. However, Muramasa's words were considered to be acknowledging what Yoruichi said, so the expressions of Zanpakuto around him began to get excited. At this time, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shigakuni slightly opened his eyes and said, It looks like you guys have been put together. After saying that, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shigakuni disappeared and appeared beside Anohanaretsu and Ichigo. Looking at Muramasa, his purpose is to spy on my spiritual world. Spiritual world. Yoruichi read a sentence, then looked at Muramasa and said, What do you want to do? Muramasa. Hey, I'll just tell you a little bit. Muramasa said, I was the abyss-like spiritual world of Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shigakuni from the beginning, but he was very alert. When I first appeared, he closed it off. In his spiritual world, he sealed himself in another dimension at the cost of losing his consciousness. That barrier was the embodiment of his power to seal himself. He couldn't break this barrier. It wasn't that my strength was not enough, but he had already calculated it when he closed it. If I forcibly break it, then the counterattack of the barrier will also seal me off. In order to break the barrier, I designed Zanpakuto to betray, just as I did. As I thought, without the captain in charge, Soul Society really fell into chaos because of Zanpakuto's betrayal. At the same time, I disguised Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shogun as if it was sealed by me, and the next thing was simple, Shihouin Yoruichi found out. The trace of the Commander-in-Chief, of course I have to go back and discuss with you the rescue Commander-in-Chief. Said here, Muramasa turned around and said, Then goodbye everyone Shinigami and Zanpakuto, thank you very much, you are very hard-working, especially the Zanpakuto, if you work so hard, my plan can't be so smooth, and Kurosaki Ichigo, your sword is very strong, even I may not be able to take it, but if it is not like this, it will not be able to break Yamamoto Genryusai, Lee does, the barrier set by the Kongwo, then goodbye, I still have something to do, let's go first. Damn, do you want to leave like this? Kaiten Kaikotsus looked at Muramasato with an angry look on his face. Muramasa glanced at her slightly, and waved his hand slightly like driving a fly away, Sorry, I don't have time to take care of you, you can do whatever you want. That's the best. The two Kaiten Kaikotsu had big swords in their hands at the same time, and then directly charged towards the village with the big swords. At the same time, there were other Zanpakuto who rushed over. Obviously, they were also dissatisfied with the use of them by the village. I plan to counterattack Muramasa, but of course this is only part of it, and the other part is very hesitant, no matter what. Muramasa once led them, and suddenly asked them to counterattack Muramasa, which made them a little unacceptable, so they stood in place and did not move. It's a troublesome guy. Muramasa said softly, and saw a flame suddenly appeared on the ground, and then sparks drifted past Zanpakuto. In an instant, the blazing flames directly burned the entire pit, and all Zanpakuto were blown away. Within the range of the flames, including those Zanpakuto who did not counterattack Muramasa. For Muramasa, these Zanpakuto are useless, and it doesn't matter whether they stay or not, but since they dare to counterattack themselves, they will be destroyed directly. Chapter 136. Ichigo didn't pay attention to him at all, so Ichigo didn't care about his movements in the dark. Yoruichi also kept watching beside Ichigo, and the other Shinigami were all attracted by the sudden burning flame, because they have found that the flame that suddenly burned was not an ordinary flame, but the flame that Zanpakuto, Rijinjaka, the commander-in-chief of Yamamoto Jinyazai, turned into. Rijin Jaka is currently the oldest and recognized Zanpakuto in the entire Soul Society with the highest attack power and the strongest heat type, so when his flame burns to other Zanpakuto, all Zanpakuto hardly have any resistance, and all are defeated in an instant. All Zanpakuto surrounded by flames turned into ashes and turned into a knife again, and fell to the ground. Of course, it was not a complete knife, but a broken knife. After the flames passed, countless broken knives appeared on the ground, and these were all Zanpakuto who had just counterattacked Muramasa or other Zanpakuto controlled by Muramasa. Except Byakuya Kokaki and Senbonzakura, all Zanpakuto controlled by Muramasa would be destroyed by himself. Lose. A smile appeared on the corner of Muramasa's mouth. Goodbye then, Shinigami, it's up to you to clean up the mess of Soul Society. After saying that, Muramasa turned around and left suddenly. Byakuya Kokaki and Senbonzakura turned and followed. Stop! Broken Bee looked at the figure who was about to leave, and immediately opened the mouth and said, 510 at the same time, the figure chased after the village. Don't go, Broken Bee! Yoruichi was shocked when he saw Broken Bee's actions, and he couldn't care about anything else, so he directly rushed towards Broken Bee. After all, Yoruichi was stronger than Broken Bee. Launched, but still caught up with Xiao Bi, but fortunately Yoruichi caught up. If it wasn't for Yoruichi's catching up to make Xiao Bi's movements stop for a while, I wondered that Xiao Bi's position was probably more than 10 meters ahead. And there, now being surrounded by a fiery flame, was created by Rijin Jaka. It's just that the Broken Bees stopped for a while because Yoruichi caught up, so that they didn't get burned, but in this case, all the Shinigami could only watch Muramasa leave. Judging from Rijin Jaka's actions, it is obvious that he has received Muramasa's control. The group looked at the wall of fire in front of him, and Jaishur Yukatake said, I didn't expect that even Rijin Jaka would fall into Muramasa's hands. Teacher, what kind of Muramasa is Muramasa? Muramasa, he is a Zanpakuto that has existed for a long time. His ability is to invade other Zanpakuto, and then let his own will control the other's Zanpakuto. Kuni said with a serious look, the real purpose of stopping him is the urgent mission of the Godai 13th Division. But even though he said so, but at the moment, everyone is surrounded by the flames of Rijin Jaka, and it is impossible to pursue them at all. You must know Godai 13, since Aizen's mutiny, there is no new captain to take over the positions of captains of the 3, 5, and 9 divisions, so although there are 13 divisions, there are only 10 captains, and now there are 10 captains. Among the captains, one defected to Muramasa's side. Of the remaining 9, one of them was seriously injured and did not participate in this operation. The other was only interested in research. There are 7 remaining, and now these 7, all of them are here, trapped here by Zanpakuto Rijin Jaka, the chief captain. The two figures suddenly rushed towards the gap in the sky. It was Yoruichi and Broken Bee, but when they had just soared into the sky, they saw that the flames also separated 2 pillars of fire in front of them. There was a loud noise, the 2 fire pillars intersected, and an explosion was directly emitted. The strong airflow directly affected the balance of Yoruichi and Smash Bee, and the speed inevitably slowed down, but at this moment Yoruichi and Smash Bee 2 people suddenly felt an incomparable heat, and suddenly the 2 of them found that the flames around them had surrounded themselves. The 2 were startled, and at the same time retreated, falling back to the ground, and Rijin Jaka did not pursue. It seems that Rijin Jaka's purpose is to trap us here. Yoruichi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Of course Yoruichi was not tired, and the sweat was forced out because he was too close to Rijin Jaka. If you want to go out in a normal way, it's impossible. Yoruichi and Bro Bee's speed and flexibility are the strongest in the entire Soul Society. Since both of them are free from Rijin Jaka's blockade, it is enough proof that others simply can't do it. Lord Yoruichi, do you have any way to get out? B. Brobe asked looking at Yoruichi. Yoruichi didn't answer, raised his head slightly and looked to the side. The group followed Yoruichi's gaze. Yoruichi said, with Ichigo's strength, you can rush out very easily, and Ichigo opens the seal on me, so can I rush out. Indeed, Kurako Shunsui stretched out his hand and pulled his hat and said, I once fought with Mr. Kurosaki, so if Mr. Kurosaki wants to go out, it's easy. Everyone turned their attention to Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo saw that everyone looked at him, but immediately felt a burst of heat, and he was slightly stunned. Ichigo looked around and asked suspiciously, this is old Yamamoto's Regenjaka. This is the Regenjaka of the Commander-in-Chief. Yoruichi appeared beside Ichigo and said, I was controlled by Muramasa, and now Muramasa has escaped. Escaped to this world? Where? Ichigo was slightly taken aback, and asked in disbelief. The present Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni said, Murama has already gone to the present Karakura town. Karakura town? Ichigo said strangely, why? Old man. Why is Muramasa going? Muramasa, he is also a Zanpakuto, his master was also a Shinigami of the Soul Society, named Xianghe, who used to be a very famous Shinigami of the Soul Society, who achieved great popularity during a rebellion, so he was framed by someone, was imprisoned, but after being a little wronged, he beheaded Shinigami and left the jingling court. So far, he has betrayed the Soul Society and became a traitor. Later, I and another person lived in this world. The land of heavy spirits, that is, Karakura town, found Xianghe and sealed it. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni said, Xianghe used his own Zanpakuto's ability, no hook, to control other Zanpakuto to counterattack the master. The Soul Society also paid a huge price for sealing the Xianghe River. These things only Genryuzai Sensei and Captain Unohana know about these things, Jaishur Yukatake said. Ichigo's eyes turned to Yoruichi. Yoruichi shook his head slightly and said, I don't know, I just knew there was this kind of rebellion at the beginning. As for the details, I don't know. In other words, is that at least 100 years ago? Otherwise, it is impossible for Yoruichi, who was the captain of the 2nd Division, to have left the Soul Society 100 years ago not to know. The feeling that Xianghe was sealed, etc. Ichigo looked at Yamamoto Yuanyujeju National Road, Master, you just said that the Xianghe River was sealed in Karakura town, and the village is also heading towards Karakura town. Don't tell me, the village is doing this series of things for the purpose of it's all for his master. Ichigo asked. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigakuni didn't answer directly, but opened his eyes slightly and said, just after you broke my barrier, Muramasa immediately invaded my spiritual world and peeped at a small part of me. Memory, because he knows that he doesn't have much time to peep, he only has that short time, but during this time, other memories are not observed, just selected to peep a part of the memory. After peeping, he still has a little time to I went to see other memories, but he immediately withdrew from my spiritual world, and then left directly, and the memory he peeped was the place where Xianghe was sealed. Chapter 137. Hey! Ichigo said with a smile, it's really funny, the village is controlling the other Zanpakuto and letting those Zanpakuto counterattack his master, but he is so loyal to his master that he hasn't changed a bit for so many years, and he has no change in the village. It is naturally nothing, even if it is an enemy of the real world, it has nothing to do with the real world. Any price paid for its master is worth it, but for other Zanpakuto, especially those who are controlled by the village are attacking their masters. For Zanpakuto, how cruel this is, they can obviously fight side by side with their masters, they are clearly born in the soul of their masters, and the masters are equivalent to their parents, although they are somewhat dissatisfied with the masters, but it's not a big deal. But Muramasa controlled them and made them attack their masters, but even if they were controlled, even if they counterattacked their masters, they must still love their masters very much in their hearts. However, they counterattacked with their own hands, and even killed their masters. When they were controlled, they might not feel it, but if the control of Muramasa was lifted, then those Zanpakuto knew that they killed their masters with their own hands. Let those Zanpakuto face their hearts. Maybe they will go crazy, but obviously there will never be any Zanpakuto who knows that he killed his master with his own hands, and killed his master like his parents. The hearts of these Zanpakuto should be able to bear it. Maybe it will be the best result to let them dissipate with their master at that time. Ichigo! Yoruichi shouted loudly, but Ichigo stopped talking and said, I'm sorry, but Muramasa, he is playing with other Zanpakuto and Shinigami's previous fetters like this, I'm just a little angry. In fact, Ichigo is just talking nonsense because his Zanpakuto has no soul at all, it is just a little outfit in front of them. This is not the time. Yoruichi said, Ichigo, we are now trapped here by Zanpakuto Rijinjaka of His Excellency Chief Captain, we can't rush out, only you can go out, we will distract Rijinjaka later, when the time comes, you can take the opportunity to leave here, and then go to the other vice-captains, let them open the gate of crossing the world through the world, go to the world, we will go there later. Yes, I see, I will go first. But I don't need you to distract Rijinjaka. Ichigo held Tensa Zangetsu in his hand and said, Yoruichi, you want to go with me? Ichigo said arrogantly, and Yoruichi is also very well behaved nodded. Then Ichigo clenched Tensa Zangetsu tightly, and then charged and slashed, a black crescent appeared from the blade, and then directly cut off the flame wall formed by Rijinjaka. People were amazed when they saw this scene, but they didn't. Excessive surprise, because Ichigo's strength they also know well. Please, Kurosaki Ichigo, Chief Captain Yamamoto Motonyazai Shigakuni said. Yes, Mr. Yamamoto. Ichigo nodded slightly, then looked at the Commander-in-Chief and said, before leaving, Mr., I suddenly realized that you and my father can't be seen on the surface. My father is funny on the surface, but in fact it is really hidden. And although you are very majestic on the surface, you also have the kindness of an ordinary old man. Sometimes I really think you are my grandpa. Saying this, Ichigo didn't wait for the captain to speak, and rushed out with Yoruichi in his arms. Yamamoto Yuanyugai Shigakuni raised the cane in his hand, and Kurako Shunsui said cautiously, Don't be angry. Old man Shan, although Mr. Kurosaki is powerful, he is only a 16-year-old child. He is only childish, so don't be with him. He counts. Yet, Genryazai-sensei, Jaishur Yukatake also said, Mr. Kurosaki sometimes speaks without thinking, but in general he is a good boy. For him, we need good teaching, and no other of. Idiot. Yamamoto Yuanyugai Shigakuni said loudly, Kurosaki Ichigo, he has been a Shinigami for less than a year, and he has the ability to surpass the captain's level, and his Zanpakuto ability is even more amazing. Among all the captains, he can definitely kill several people. Just like Xianghe in the past, they are all young people who are successful, if they can't guide them well, I'm afraid. It's alright, Anohanaretsu said with a smile, Kurosaki Ichigo and Hibikika have different things on their backs, and there's Ishin too, Your Excellency Chief Captain. Flowers. Hearing this, Yamamoto Yuanyugai Shigakuni nodded slightly, then suddenly opened his eyes and said, Then it's time to give Rijinjaka a little punishment to this disobedient child. The crutch instantly collapsed, revealing the inside Zanpakuto. On the other side of Karakura town, a cross-border gate opened, and the village was coming out of the cross-border gate. He glanced around, and after identifying the direction a little, he stepped down and immediately went in another direction. Muramasa just appeared in Karakura town, and immediately someone in Karakura town sensed it, and there were more than one, Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi in the Urahara store, Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki in their own home, Ishida Ryujin in the general hospital, and Hirako Shinji et al. At a warehouse. But they just glanced at it slightly, and then went about their own business, ignoring Muramasa. 0. And just after the village Zhang left, a figure appeared nearby. Just now the source of Ryutsu was indeed in this direction. Ishida Yulong slightly pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose and said, But it's really strange, this feeling is not false, but it's only a little like Shinigami, and a little bit more. Other feelings, what is going on? Is this person a virtual Shinigami or something else? I can only follow the past. Ishida Yulong's feet were a little bit, and the whole person immediately flew away, while he was advancing. The direction was exactly the direction Muramasa was heading. Because Muramasa did not hide his whereabouts in the slightest, Muramasa wanted to rush to the place where his master, Xianghe, was sealed, as soon as possible. He knew that neither Rijinjaka nor Zanpakuto, who launched a surprise attack in Jingling Court, would not delay for too long, and after he knew that Hisokamaro had been captured alive and handed over to the captain of the 12th Division, Kurosaki Ichigo, he knew that those days when Zanpakuto was under his control would not be long, and it was because of this that he did not hesitate to let Rijinjaka kill Kaiten Kaikotsuo and a series of Zanpakuto, but in any case, there is not much time left for him. He must unseal the seal of Xianghe before the Soul Society arrives, otherwise, the meeting was all for nothing, so he did not hide his whereabouts, and rushed towards the destination directly. Chapter 138. The villages in the forest outside Karakura town. Speaking of which, this is really rare. In this modern environment, there is such a forest in Karakura town. Although this is on the mountain outside Karakura town, it's been a very rare thing. After all, this natural environment can be maintained. Cough cough. Suddenly the village started to cough violently, and with his coughing, his palms were instantly dyed red. Hoo! Muramasa took a breath, wiped the blood from his hands, then stood up and continued to move towards the target, but his body could no longer support his body. Although Muramasa's willpower continued to support his body, but willpower could not completely replace his body after all. Muramasa, who had just walked out not far away, fell on the grass with a bang, blood flowed from his mouth, and Muramasa's body began to slowly move. If there is no accident, the village will completely dissipate here. Longui, hurry up. Inu Orium was running in the forest with a small bag on his back, and then said loudly to Arisawa Tatsuki, who was behind him. Ayus 510. Longui said helplessly, Orium, where are you taking me? Didn't I say it? Inu Orium waved his hand slightly and said, I'll take you to a good place, which I just discovered. It's a beautiful place, hurry up, let's go quickly. Really? Arisawa Tatsuki responded slightly, and then asked, what happened recently, why did you come here? Is it because you are in a bad mood? Don't worry, Longui, I'm fine. Inu Orium's face showed a sweet smile and then urged Arisawa Tatsuki, let's go quickly, Longui. It's nothing, there's no problem. Arisawa Tatsuki said in a low voice, looking at Inu Orium's sweet smile. Arisawa Tatsuki didn't say more. In fact, Arisawa Tatsuki had a bold idea in his mind, but she didn't ask Inu Orium, because she knew that Inu Orium would not tell her. It wasn't that Inu Orium didn't believe her, but that Inu Orium didn't want to worry about herself. Oops! Inu Orium, who was suddenly running in front, let out a scream, and then only heard a bang, the sound of falling, and Arisawa Tatsuki was startled. Orium, what happened? How are you? At the same time, he immediately ran in the direction of Inu Orium. It hurts. Inu Orium sat on the ground and rubbed his a. Arisawa Tatsuki glanced and knew that Inu Orium was fine, but Arisawa Tatsuki didn't care about this, but another person on the ground, frowning slightly. This person, it's weird, and I've been so lazy lately that someone didn't even notice. Although he knew that the person in front of him was struggling to the brink of death, Arisawa Tatsuki's first thought popped into his heart. But not to save him, but a strange feeling. Hey! Inu Orium finally endured the pain and opened his eyes and glanced at it. For a moment, Inu Orium's pupils shrank slightly, and then he stepped forward to check a little. This person is so weak. His vitality is constantly increasing. As time goes by, I'm afraid it won't be long before you die. Wait, Orium, I'm going to call an ambulance, I know him, he's a very dangerous person, Arisawa Tatsuki said immediately, turning around and leaving. Inu Orium shook his head slightly and said, no, I still have to save him. After speaking, Inu Orium stretched out his hands and said, Shun Sakura, Xiao Chong, Shuangtian Gidun, I refuse. I saw two small figures flashed, and then formed a yellow protective film to cover the person, but Inu Orium did not know that this person was named Muramasa, the person who caused incomparable harm to the Soul Society. Inu Orium did not know the person in front of him. Who is the person? But Inu Orium's nature made it impossible for her to watch this person die in front of her like this, so although Inu Orium didn't know the origin of this person in front of her, she still tried her best to rescue her. And Arisawa Tatsuki saw her move and wanted to stop it, but saw the look in Inu Orium's eyes, so he stopped talking, but this time Arisawa Tatsuki didn't bring anything that could be Shinigami, so he was very worried, and Inu Orium said, Long Gui, please go and fetch some water. Arisawa Tatsuki took out the empty bottle in Inu Orium's backpack and quickly walked out of the forest. When he walked out of the forest, a very beautiful lake appeared in front of Arisawa Tatsuki. There are all kinds of wild flowers everywhere, coupled with the rippling lake surface, and occasionally one or two small fish jump out of the lake. It is indeed a rare beauty. Arisawa Tatsuki glanced at it a little. Although the surrounding scenery was beautiful, Arisawa Tatsuki didn't stop there too much. She just stepped forward, filled the empty bottle with water by the lake, and then turned around and walked back. This is... Muramasa opened his eyes slightly, looked around, and naturally found Inu Orium who was treating him. It's you, Inu Orium. Muramasa looked at Inu Orium and said, then he glanced at the yellow light film on his body and said, this should be your ability. How do you know my name? Inu Orium looked at Muramasa suspiciously for a moment. Muramasa forcibly broke free from Inu Orium's light film, and as Muramasa broke free, Shun Sakura and Xiao Chong immediately returned to Inu Orium's hairpin. Orium immediately shouted, no, you can't get up yet, and the treatment is not over yet. As soon as Muramasa waved his hand, he directly threw Inu Orium to the ground. Oops! Inu Orium screamed. Of course, Muramasa used a lot of strength. Hey, Muramasa, what are you doing? Arisawa Tatsuki just came back feeling this scene. He immediately ran over to block Inu Orium and glared at Muramasa. If you want to fight, I'll fight you. Muramasa looked at Arisawa Tatsuki, frowned slightly and said, so it's Shinigami's agent Arisawa Tatsuki, I have no interest in you right now. Then Muramasa looked at Inu Orium and said, you don't seem to know at all. Inu Orium. Forget it, I don't have time to entangle with you. My name is Muramasa, and I am a Zanpakuto. I have read your information in the Soul Society, and in the Soul Society records, your ability is at an application similar to time, but you are still too weak now, and you have a good ability in healing, but in combat or other aspects, it is almost useless. But you are still useful. Said Muramasa. There was a gleam in his eyes. Muramasa. Inu Orium was slightly surprised, then saw the Zanpakuto in Muramasa's hand and said, is this your Zanpakuto? Oh, it looks like you know some things, so it's best. Muramasa's face showed a slight smile, and then walked towards Inu Orium. Stop! Arisawa Tatsuki said angrily, if you come forward again, I will be welcome. Long Gui, run away. Inu Orium held Long Gui slightly and said, go find Ishida and Sato quickly. Muramasa snorted coldly, looked at Arisawa Tatsuki and said, Ishida, Sato, probably Ishida Yuryu and Sato Yasutora, they are also recorded in the Soul Society, one is a Quincy, and the other does have other abilities. Humans. Since you know Kurosaki Ichigo, you don't want to go. Dreaming. Arisawa Tatsuki took the lead, and suddenly kicked a side kick towards Muramasa. This kick, Long Gui only used 7 points of strength, and there are 3 points left to give Arisawa Tatsuki enough opportunities and strength to go restrained. Arisawa Tatsuki's pupils shrank suddenly, because she only saw the other party's slightly extended hand, and then her whole body could not move. Of course, 1.4, Orium, who just wanted to use her ability, also found that she could not move. Moved. Muramasa glanced at them and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "It's nothing, it's just to let you guys not move around for a while, and now you don't have a way to become a Shinigami, so it's just a little bit stronger than an ordinary human being." After a while, he said, "I think Kurosaki Ichigo will chase after him soon, and the two of you will be the best bargaining chip." A sound sounded, and the village immediately disappeared in place. With a bang, an energy arrow hit the ground. Pierce a hole directly into the ground. "Come out!" Ishida Yuryu Muramasa appeared behind Inu Orium and Arisawa Tatsuki and said, "Only you, the Quinkitcher, can carry out this kind of attack. If you don't come out, you will not be able to rescue me from my hands." Of these two, in the grass on the other side, Yulong Ishida came out wearing a Quincy battle suit, made by himself, and holding a huge energy bow, looked at Muramasa and said, "Let go of Inu and Arisawa-san." Chapter 139. Energy arrows shot continuously, all of which were aimed at the village, but the village was not paying attention at all. He just stood behind Orium and Long Gui and ignored the threat of Ishida Yulong. These arrows always disappeared halfway through, and Yulong Ishida didn't dare to fight with all his strength, because it was very likely to hurt Orium and Longui. "UBD, hurry up and let go of Orium and Ryugi." Ishida Yulong pointed his bow and arrow at Muramasa, "Someone come and fight me one-on-one." "I'm sorry, I don't have time to play with you." Muzheng said softly, then looked at Long Gui and said, "The bottle of water you just received seems to have come from this direction, right? There should be a water source here, right? Is it a lake?" "Yes, why are you asking this?" Orium asked with some doubts. "If you want to go there, I can take you there, because I found it there, but you have to release Long Gui first." "This can't be done." Muzheng shook his head slightly and said, "You two are both hostages in my hands now. Although it is said that only one hostage is needed, if there is only one hostage, accidents are easy to occur, such as the one with 26 left. The hostage will not cooperate with my actions wholeheartedly, and it is not impossible to even make a small gesture, so in order for you to cooperate with me wholeheartedly, don't make any crooked ideas. I will use another hostage in my hand to threaten you, and at the same time the two of you cannot have any communication, and if one of you does anything against me, then the other will suffer instead." "What?" Long Gui was slightly startled and gritted his teeth slightly, but Muramasa didn't pay attention to it, but saw Yulong Ishida fight. "If you don't want them to have an accident, don't follow me. But don't worry. Well, I don't have any interest in the two of them, but I have one thing to do now, so I don't have time to fight with you, and I don't want you to delay me here, so before I finish this thing, it's best not to have any changes, otherwise, these two women will die because of your relationship." "UBD." Ishida Yulong looked at Muramasa and gritted his teeth slightly, at the same time secretly said in his heart, "Damn, I just don't know why Ryutsu suddenly lost this guy. If it wasn't like this, Inu and Arisawa would just if he wasn't caught, he wouldn't have to be restrained everywhere like now. Don't worry. As long as I finish that thing, I will let them go." Muramasa said, "I have no interest in the lives of the two of them." Muramasa opened his hands slightly. Orium and Long, the two of you immediately felt that their feet could move, and Muramasa said, "I have untied the shackles on your feet. Of course, the other restraints on your body have not been loosened, so you can't even escape." After speaking, Muramasa turned around and stood in front of Orium and Long Gui and said, "Let's go, take me to that lake." Ishida Yulong watched Muramasa's body come out from behind Orium and Long Gui, and slightly raised the bow and arrow in his hand to aim at Muramasa's heart. "My life just came back from this woman. Muramasa didn't turn his head and walked directly behind Orium and Longui. He didn't turn his head, but his words were indeed directed at Ishida Yu who was behind him. Dragon said. If it wasn't for this woman, I'm afraid I would have died just now, but after I woke up just now, I didn't receive this woman's treatment, I pushed her away, because I didn't receive treatment, my life wouldn't be at all. For a long time, should we take a gamble? The stake is the life of these two women. First of all, you can let go of the bow and arrow in your hand. I will stand here and will never move. You are a quencher. In this case, the hit rate is definitely above 99%, but we're betting on whether I can kill these two women at the same time when your arrow pierces my heart. Ishida Yulong gritted his teeth and looked at Muramasa. I don't care what you're going to do, but can you promise to let Inu and Arizawa go after you're done? Oh, Muramasa said with a smile, I just said that I have no interest in the lives of these two women. The only purpose of my life is to accomplish that, so if I had to choose between the lives of these two women and that matter, I wouldn't have any hesitation. Hearing Muramasa's words, the bow and arrow in Ishida Yulong's hand was finally put down after hesitating for a while. He didn't want to and couldn't take the lives of Inu and Arizawa as a bet. It's really here, said the villager looking at the scene in front of him. Under the leadership of Orium and Longui, the villager soon came to the front of a lake. The villager looked around with a hint of excitement on his face. It's here. Muramasa looked at a flash of excitement in the surrounding extension, he pushed Orium and Longui directly away, and walked towards the front, because he was so excited that he consciously forgot Ishida Yu who was behind him. Dragon! Just as the village is pushing Orium and Longui away, Ishida Yulong directly raised the bow and arrow in his hand and aimed at the village, and then shot the arrow directly at the village. When Ishida Yulong shot the arrow, the village was the first. Time felt it, but he didn't have time to react, and suddenly he saw the sakura flower falling, and in an instant, the sakura flower formed a wall behind Muramasa with a puchi sound, and the arrows shot by Yulong Ishida dissipated in sakura. Inside the petals. This is Byakuya Kukaki's Senbonzakura. Ishida Yulong looked at the sakura petals that appeared in front of him and was shocked, because it was impossible for sakura flowers to exist in this season, plus the ryotsu on these sakura petals, except Byakuya Kukaki Senbonzakura would not have any possibility. A figure flew out, a man in samurai armor and a mask. It's you, Senbonzakura, said the villager looking at the man in front of him. Let him leave it to me, Muramasa, go and accomplish what you want to do, Senbonzakura said, then holding Zanpakuto in his hand, he said, scatter it. The Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into countless sakura petals. Damn, why is Byakuya Kukaki's Senbonzakura here? Ishida Yuryu dodged Sakura Hana's attack, then looked at Muramasa. By the way, this is Soul Society Zanpakuto's betrayal. Zanpakuto's betrayal. Longui was also slightly startled, looked at Muramasa and asked, Ichigo, what happened to Ichigo 510? Is Shinigami acting as Kurosaki Ichigo? Muramasa said casually, who knows? Probably still trapped by Rijinjaka's flames. How? Longui said incredulously, his eyes widened. Muramasa, Kurosaki Ichigo has come out. Senbonzakura forced Ishida Yuryu back and said, when the master and I came over, we met Kurosaki Ichigo and Shihouin Yoruichi, and it was the master who held back Kurosaki Ichigo and the others, otherwise, I'm afraid he's already here. Impossible. Muramasa said in disbelief, how could he escape the siege of Rijinjaka? Suddenly Muramasa seemed to remember something, he gritted his teeth slightly and said, he is really inscrutable. Now is not the time to talk about this, Senbonzakura said, you know very well Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, he may come over at any time, if you want to save Xianghe, you must come before him, otherwise, everything will be destroyed. That's right. Muzheng nodded slightly, and then immediately ran towards a big tree in the center of the lake. Looking at the big tree, there was a look of nostalgia in Muzheng's eyes, and he took a deep breath. With a breath, Ryotsu began to gather. Because he was too excited, Muramasa didn't notice what was wrong in Senbonzakura's words, because saving the Hibiki River has always been Muramasa's goal, but this is not the purpose of other Zanpakuto, but now Senbonzakura's performance seems to be better than Muramasa's. I still have to worry, for fear of being destroyed by others, but Muramasa's whole mind is not here, he didn't notice it at all. Chapter 140. Before that, Ichigo and Yoruichi, under the leadership of Hell Butterfly, passed through the gate of the world and came to the world. They appeared in the high sky of Karakura town, but because Ichigo and Yoruichi were still in Shinigami state, they were not afraid at all. Discovered by ordinary humans. Ichigo glanced around slightly, then took a deep breath, and immediately released Ryotsu, relying on Ryotsu to find Muramasa's location. Muramasa's Ryotsu is very special, because he is Zanpakuto, neither Shinigami nor Fu, let alone human, so his Ryotsu will be very special, so Ichigo quickly found Muramasa's Ryotsu, but found Muramasa at the same time as the Ryotsu of Ichigo. Ichigo also discovered the Ryotsu of Ishida Yuryu and the Ryotsu of Inu Orium. Ichigo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately rushed towards the direction he sensed Ryotsu. A few figures flashed, and the figures of Ichigo and Yoruichi had left the city and rushed towards Ryotsu. Suddenly, two people appeared in front of Ichigo. One of them was the captain of the official 6th Division, Byakuya Kokaki, who had been assisting Zanpakuto since Zanpakuto's mutiny, and the other, of course, his Zanpakuto Senbonzakura. Byakuya Kokaki. Yoruichi was stunned for a moment, then an angry expression appeared on his face. Get out of the way, Byakuya. Looking at Yoruichi with an angry face, Byakuya Kokaki said, Senbonzakura, go and help Muramasa, his current body can't fight at all, I'll stop Shihouin Yoruichi. Yes, Master Senbonzakura replied and left immediately, while Byakuya Kokaki held the Zanpakuto and said, let's scatter. The Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into countless sakura flowers. Get out of the way, Byakuya Kokaki. Yoruichi looked at Byakuya Kokaki, who was standing in front of him, and said, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Shihouin Yoruichi, do you know why I want to help Muramasa? Byakuya Kokaki watched Ichigo silent for a while, and then opened his mouth, with countless sakura petals flying around his body. Yoruichi took a deep breath, and Ichigo said, I don't have time to listen to your explanation right now, but no matter what, I know that Byakuya Kokaki is Byakuya Kokaki, and the reason why he will help Muramasa against us is that he must have his own last resort, otherwise, Byakuya Kokaki, who places great importance on the Kokaki family's honor, will not let go of the Kokaki family's honor and let the entire Soul Society look at the Kokaki family with strange eyes. Of Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya Kokaki looked at Ichigo and said, I didn't expect you, someone who has never been to the Soul Society a few times, would know me so well, but since I'm here, I can't let you pass for the time being, you should be able to understand. Ah, I can understand. Ichigo nodded slightly, then raised Tensa Zangetsu in his hand and said, but being able to understand is one thing, whether I want to do it is another. We'll do it. Saying that, the Ryotsu on Yoruichi began to emerge continuously, and rose. Yoruichi's fist pointed at Byakuya Kokaki and said, I don't have time to stay here, now, Byakuya Kokaki, let me ask you, do you let me? Step aside. Seeing your words, I thought you could understand me too, Byakuya Kokaki said softly, while countless sakura petals fluttered around him. Hey, I want to understand you too. Yoruichi took a deep breath, and said, a very scary Ryotsu emerged from Yoruichi's body, and said, but I don't want to think about it now. Feeling the huge Ryotsu from Yoruichi, Byakuya Kokaki no longer hesitated, stretched out his right hand slightly, and the countless sakura petals around him flew directly and stayed on Byakuya Kokaki's palm, forming a Zanpakuto, Byakuya Kokaki held this slightly turned Zanpakute's tip toward the ground and release his hand slightly, Bankai. Countless huge blades appeared behind Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi Byakuya Kokaki, and all of them instantly turned into countless sakura petals. Drink! Yoruichi shouted and charged directly towards Byakuya Kokaki. After releasing her full strength, Yoruichi's speed increased dozens of times, and even at the most basic speed, it was faster than the average Shinigami using Shunpo. Speed, and Byakuya Kokaki controlled Sakura Flower with both hands faster than normal Shinigami, but couldn't catch up with Yoruichi. And Yoruichi can kill Byakuya Kokaki with his current speed if he can't react at all, but because Byakuya Kokaki is her student, so he didn't attack him, just taught him a little. Shihouin Yoruichi, let me tell you one thing, you know that the owner of the village is named Xianghe, and everything he does is to save Xianghe, and Xianghe, he is 110 years old. The former Shinigami. Byakuya Kokaki looked at Yoruichi, and since Yoruichi possessed a power that he couldn't stop, he could only speak to attract Yoruichi's attention. Byakuya Kokaki said, because of his outstanding performance in the Shinigami Rebellion, Xianghe became the third seat of the 6th division at that time. He was very appreciated by my grandfather Kokaki Yinling, so he was recruited as a son-in-law and given to him Kokaki surname. So his full name is Kokaki Xianghe. Kokaki rang. Yoruichi said, wait, if you say that, you should call him uncle? Byakuya Kokaki closed his eyes slightly, then opened it and said, it can be said that, later, he relied on Muramasa's power so much that he was framed to kill his companions, because there were witnesses, all the jingling court was only he was able to imprison Xianghe first, but when my grandfather and the captain were about to rescue him, he killed the guard and escaped after being provoked during the detention. The entire jingling court was an enemy, and later he was sealed by the commander-in-chief and my grandfather. But despite the seal, my grandfather told me that even though Xianghe had betrayed, he was still a member of the Kokaki family. These things must come from the Kokaki family. Settle to maintain the Kokaki's honor. So it is. Yoruichi nodded slightly and said, I understand what you mean. Byakuya, because Xianghe is sealed, so you can't solve it, but you know that one day the seal will be lifted, not the seal itself. That is, someone will unlock it, but you can't take the initiative to open the seal, and you can't keep staring at the seal, so when the village is betrayed, you already know the purpose of the village, so you pretend to take refuge in the village. The purpose of Muramasa's subordinates is to be able to know in time when Xianghe unlocks the seal, and then to solve this matter, right? Shihouin Yoruichi. Byakuya Kokaki looked at Yoruichi and said, this matter is about the honor of my Kokaki family. If Muramasa had not gone to lift the seal, and now the time is pressing, I would not have been able to tell you a word, but since you have already know, then I hope you can leave this matter to me. Shihouin Yoruichi. So it is, I understand. Yoruichi nodded slightly, and then said with a cold expression, but Byakuya, Muramasa has already implicated people in this world, I don't allow them to have an accident, Lee does, you understand me, do you mean R? I see. Byakuya Kokaki nodded slightly and said, then, next, we must try our best to restrain Ryutsu, and don't let Muramasa have any possibility of rubbing his head. Humph, I know, and it is estimated that Muzheng should not have the time and energy to be distracted. After all, if he wants to rescue his master Xianghe, he must lift the seal wholeheartedly, so as long as you are careful, then there will be no problems. When the time comes, Xianghe will be handed over to you to solve, and I will protect Orium and the others. That's it. Byakuya Kokaki nodded slightly, and then Yoruichi returned to Ichigo and looked at Ichigo pitifully and said, is this okay? Seeing her very cute side, I jokingly said, or it's up to you to decide in the future. And Yoruichi also understood Ichigo's joking, so jokingly said, okay. And Ichigo scratched her nose and said, do as you said this time. Byakuya Kokaki let out a sigh of relief after hearing this, then nodded slightly, and left Shunpo, and I hugged. Where did Yoruichi go? Chapter 141. Kakamuramasa finished the chant in his mouth, and then he saw the big tree in front of him, shattered like glass, turned into pieces and scattered. Then something similar to a coffin rose from the bottom of the lake and stood in front of the village Zheng, Xianghe. The Xianghe is in it, I can feel it, I can feel the breath of the Xianghe. Muzheng murmured. He murmured, Muramasa, who had always been very calm, almost completely lost his mind at this moment, and then directly stretched out his hand to unlock the seal on the coffin. With a bang sound, the coffin in front of him suddenly exploded, and a man emerged from the coffin. His clothes were corroded due to the passage of time, revealing muscles that were still strong after 100 years. A knife, obviously this should be the body of Muramasa. The crotch skirt of the lower body may not have any corruption due to the different materials, but after 100 years, this crotch skirt can be seen to be very special. He is wearing old clothes, and he is also wearing a red windflower yarn, that is, the scarf-like thing that Byakuya Kokaki wears around his neck, which is very expensive, equivalent to the price of building 10 houses in Jingling Garden, judging from the fact that most of the captains and vice-captains of the Soul Society and all ordinary Shinigami live in the team building. The price of building a house is probably not low. 510. The village of Xianghe was walking towards the person in front of him step by step. When the village was standing in front of this person, Ichigo came with Yoruichi in his arms. Seeing the people who came, Inu Orium and Arisawa Tatsuki were very surprised and called out, Ichigo, Yoruichi, you are here. Then Ichigo and Yoruichi nodded to them. Kurosaki Ichigo, you came very quickly, Muramasa said, looking at Ichigo who suddenly appeared, but you are still a step late, I have already unblocked Xianghe. This is Xianghe, your master. Ichigo hugged Yoruichi, turned his head slightly and looked at the man floating 1 meter above the ground beside Muramasa, but I didn't come late, I came at the time. Just right. Just right. Muzheng was stunned for a moment, then pointed to Xianghe Road beside him, idiot, I can already unblock Xianghe. That's right. Yoruichi interrupted Muramasa and said, it's just right after you unblock Muramasa. Then Yoruichi looked at Senbonzakura and Ishida Yuryu who were still fighting and said loudly, okay, Ishida, Senbonzakura, your fighting can be stopped, there is no need to continue fighting, Byakuya is coming soon, and next, our enemy will be Kokaki Kyokawa and his Zanpakuto Muramasa. Shihouin Yoruichi, how do you know Xianghe's full name? Muramasa looked at Yoruichi with a confused expression. I see. Senbonzakura responded, then stopped fighting with Ishida Yuryu, and suddenly stood beside Ichigo and said, it seems that the master has told you something. Of course. Yoruichi nodded slightly and said, at that time, he was blocking my way. If he didn't tell me, how could I stop fighting him? What's going on? Muramasa looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. Don't you understand yet? Byakuya Kokaki appeared beside Senbonzakura and said, I just used you to unblock and revive Xianghe. For this reason, I pretended to betray the Soul Society. What did you say? Muramasa looked at the sudden Byakuya Kokaki and said with disbelief, you mean, everything you did in Soul Society was just for me to unblock Xianghe? Why? What is your purpose? What is it? Purpose? My purpose is to kill Xianghe and clean up the honor of the Kokaki family that was sullied by him. Byakuya Kokaki said softly, I want to clean up the filth that Xianghe left to the Kokaki family, only after the head of the Kokaki family killed Xianghe with his own hands can he be completely washed away. Damn, UBD Muzheng gritted his teeth fiercely, he turned his head to look at Xianghe, but Xianghe seems to have been sealed for too long. The seal has been undone, so Xianghe will not take much time to wake up. You should pay the price, Muramasa. Yoruichi slightly came out of Ichigo's arms, clenched his fists and said, I promised Byakuya that I would not do anything to Hirokawa, but Muramasa, you are holding Orium and Ryuki abducted, and in Soul Society, I have to figure it out with you about Zanpakuto, who controls Shinigami. And Ichigo said, how about I take action? Hearing this, Yoruichi shook his head and refused and said, no need. This time I will do my best to end this farce in an instant. Hearing this, Ichigo also nodded. Do you want to settle accounts with me? Hey, a smile appeared on Muramasa's face. Shihouin Yoruichi, although I also want to fight you, but there is no chance, I will become the Zanpakuto of Xianghe, so that let's fight again when the time comes. Said the villagers turned to look at Xianghe behind him, and Xianghe also opened his eyes gently at this time. Xianghe, Xianghe. Munshung watched Xianghe open his eyes, with an extremely excited expression in his eyes, and he walked towards Xianghe step by step. The village is a Zanpakuto that can invade other in this way, he can control other Zanpakuto according to his own wishes, so Muramasa has a very good understanding of the psychology of any Shinigami and Zanpakuto, even if they have never seen Shinigami or Zanpakuto, Muramasa can read each other's words, deeds and eyes. In the change, you can guess the current psychology of the other party. No matter how powerful Muramasa is a Zanpakuto. As Zanpakuto, his defense against his master is the weakest, especially Muramasa who has been planning to rescue his master for hundreds of years. The master is extremely loyal, and he has just rescued his master, so the village is not seeing the anger and murderous intent flashing in Xianghe's eyes at all. With a puff, Xianghe looked at Muramasa who was in front of him, and the murderous aura in his eyes burst out. Even Ichigo and Byakuya Kukaki in the distance could clearly feel this murderous aura. Zhang naturally felt it too, but he thought that this murderous aura was directed at other people. As Zanpakuto of Xianghe, Muramasa naturally knew what happened 100 years ago, so after he felt Xianghe's murderous aura, he did not at all concerned, especially by the presence of Byakuya Kukaki. With a puchy sound, Xianghe held the Zanpakuto in his hand and stabbed it into Muramasa's body. The entire tip of the knife pierced directly from Muramasa's back, but Xianghe was not satisfied at all, and he sent out again. With such force, the entire blade pierced through Muramasa's body. G. Chapter 142. Muramasa lowered his head in shock and disbelief, looking at the blade that pierced into his body, especially the hand holding the handle of Zanpakuto on Muramasa's right hand, and then raised his head slightly to look at Xianghe muttering to himself. Xianghe, why? This grasp penetrated Muramasa's Zanpakuto in Xianghe's hands, which is Muramasa's body, and Muramasa has been following Xianghe since his awakening, and he has never produced any other psychologically. It was Ishin's single-minded helper Xianghe, who knew that after Xianghe was sealed, he continued to start planning. Even after 100 years, he did not change in the slightest, and finally let him find the place where Xianghe was sealed. Then he unblocked Xianghe, but he did not expect that his result would be like this. Being stabbed by Xianghe with his own body is like a normal person, no, let alone a normal person, even a normal Shinigami will die soon after receiving this blow, but the difference is that he has power beyond the ordinary Zanpakuto, so even if he takes a blow to the vital point, he does not die immediately. Why? Because you betrayed me, Muramasa. Xianghe looked at Muramasa and said, before I was sealed, I kept calling you, but you didn't give me a response, and at that moment, I was caught by Yinling and Yamamoto. I was sealed by them without even a chance to fight. If it wasn't for you, if you could respond, then that battle, I would never be sealed by Yinling and Yamamoto. No, it's not like this, Xianghe. Muzheng seemed to have caught something, he said anxiously, at that time, I had been waiting for you, Xianghe, I had been waiting for your call, but I never heard the sound. River your voice, but one day suddenly I left your spiritual world, and then I can't go back again. And then I learned that you were sealed. I have been looking for the place you sealed. I didn't find it until now. Humph, do you think I'll believe you? Xianghe said, and even if things are as you said, so what, since you can't hear my call, it's useless to keep saying that. Xianghe suddenly exerted his force, and with a click, Zanpakut, who had stabbed into Muramasa's body, was directly broken. Muramasa clutched his abdomen and stepped back. He looked at the knife in Xianghe's hand in disbelief. The handle, and Xianghe threw the broken blade casually. Ichigo looked at Xianghe's sudden action, and clenched the hilt of the knife with both hands. Although he was in a hostile position with Muramasa, Ichigo also felt a trace of sadness for Muramasa. The ruthless master, let alone Muramasa, is probably a sadness for any Zanpakut. But Ichigo felt not only sadness for Muramasa, but anger for Xianghe. Although Ichigo didn't know what happened between the two of them, from the conversation between the two of them, Ichigo vaguely guessed that before Xianghe was sealed, he wanted to use Muramasa's power to break free from the sealed situation, but unfortunately, for some unknown reason, Muramasa in Xianghe's spiritual world could not hear Xianghe's voice. The call of Xianghe, the village is not always running out by himself, because this not only consumes the power of the village, but also consumes the power of the Xianghe, so the village is not there, but the result is Xianghe because of this. Sealed, so Xianghe put all the responsibility on Muzheng. He believes that the reason why he was sealed is because the village is not responding to his call. Even after 100 years, Xianghe has not changed at all. He still thinks so, he alone thinks that all the faults are committed by the village. He never looked for the reason in himself at all, and because of this, Xianghe stabbed him fiercely just after he was unblocked by the villager. As for why he broke the body of the villager, it was because in Xianghe's view, since it was useless, then it is better to destroy it directly. Xianghe suddenly put his gaze aside Byakuya Kukaki's body, looked at Byakuya Kukaki's dress and said, "Silver wind flower yarn, pincers. This kind of dress, you are from the Kukaki family, and pincers these two things and wind flower yarn are not qualified to wear if they are not core members. Kid, who are you from the Kukaki family?" "I am the 28th generation head, Byakuya Kukaki, and the current captain of the 6th division." Byakuya Kukaki said, "Come here to wash away the stains you brought to the Kukaki family." 28th generation, head of the family, captain of the 6th division. Xianghe responded, and then said, "It seems that I have been sealed for a lot of days. Remember that Yinling is the head of the 20th 7th generation. Yinling has passed on the position of the head of the family and the 6th division captain to you, so what about Yinling?" Xianghe looked at Byakuya Kukaki and shouted loudly, "Is he already dead, isn't he? If not dead, if so, how could he possibly pass both positions to you? Don't keep mentioning your grandfather's name with your mouth shut." Byakuya Kukaki looked at Xianghe Road with a calm expression on his face, "You don't have the qualification to mention your grandfather's name." Then Byakuya Kukaki said with a slight pause, when I was in the house, my grandfather had already told me everything about you, and the treatment for you had already been decided. Kukaki Xianghe, you made a lot of credit for the Kukaki family back then, but you also smeared the Kukaki family. But the merits and demerits cannot be calculated in this way. As credits, we will not take back Kukaki's surname. No matter when you are a member of the Kukaki family, you are called Kukaki Xianghe. But as a fault, honor the Kukaki family. Smear, Kukaki Xianghe, as the head of the family, I will use your life and your blood to wash away the stains that you brought." "Hey, it looks like Yinling is really dead," Xianghe said with a smile, "otherwise, he shouldn't have handed these things over to you, kid. Since Yinling is dead, then your Kukaki family owes something to you. I want to get back a little interest on you first." The expression on Byakuya Kukaki's arrogant face did not change in the slightest. "Senbonzakura." Byakuya Kukaki rushed towards the sound of the river when he opened his mouth. "Yes, master." Senbonzakura agreed, and then suddenly came to Byakuya Kukaki's side, and then turned into countless sakura petals, and then these sakura petals formed a zanpakuto and appeared in Byakuya Kukaki's hand, and the zanpakuto and Byakuya Kukaki's tight hand moved even faster, a three-pointer. Ask for flowers. Use me. Xianghe Muzheng forced himself to come to Xianghe's side, and at the same time he was holding his broken body in his hand. Humph! Xianghe didn't even look at the village Zheng, he retreated abruptly, and then stretched out his hand and grabbed a halberd for sealing that was stuck on the ground. There were several halberds all around. Look, it's just ordinary metal, but it's not an ordinary weapon, it's specially made for sealing, so there are some other powers gathered on the halberd. Each of them has the power to seal, and ordinary seals will not use these at all. These halberds will only be used when preparing to seal the existence of strong power, and when Xianghe is sealed, these long halberds will be used. 5 or 6 halberds were used in full, which shows how terrifying the power of Xianghe is. Dang 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 dang! Byakuya Kukaki slashed down with zanpakuto in both hands, but was blocked by the halberd in Xianghe's hand. In a blink of an eye, the two of them passed several moves, but in terms of melee combatability, the two of them were not too strong. The big gap, the sound of, saw Byakuya Kukaki holding zanpakuto in both hands and being framed by Hikari River with a halberd. You still have 2 strokes, kid. Xianghe looked at Byakuya Kukaki and said, no wonder Yinling will give you both the positions of the head of the Kukaki family and the captain of the 6th division. It is indeed a bit of a skill. What do you mean? The expression on Byakuya Kukaki's face didn't change in the slightest, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Oh! Xianghe said disdainfully, are you asking me why I don't use zanpakuto, but use this? Very simple, zanpakuto is just a tool, a weapon. Since this weapon is no longer wanted to be used or it is no longer suitable for me if you want to, then naturally you have to throw it away, because you can always find a replacement. Really? Even if this weapon has been silently waiting for its master to wield it for 100 years? Byakuya Kukaki asked, looking at Xianghe. Humph, you mean Muramasa? Xianghe suddenly exerted strength with both hands, pushed Byakuya Kukaki out, and immediately chased after Byakuya Kukaki, and said at the same time, when I was sealed, he didn't respond to me, whatever the reason, the result is the same, unable to respond to my zanpakuto, there is no need to exist in this world. What? Muramasa opened his eyes, and he looked at Xianghe in disbelief. If it was before, Muramasa could lie to himself that Xianghe misunderstood him, so he made these actions. But with the when Xianghe said these words, the village was completely given up, and in an instant, a deathly aura suddenly surged in the village's body, and in an instant, the village was completely wrapped up. Chapter 143. Ichigo, what's wrong with him? Yoruichi looked at Muramasato while holding Ichigo's arm. Ichigo looked at the village and said, since his master Xianghe was sealed, he has never stopped to rescue Xianghe for hundreds of years. Later, he finally found an opportunity. For this reason, he controlled almost all zanpakuto in Jingling Court. He rebelled against Shinigami, and then finally learned where Xianghe was sealed, and came here to rescue Xianghe. His only wish for 100 years was to be able to fight with his master Xianghe as before. For the past 100 years, his body has been weakening every day. If it wasn't for his belief in saving Xianghe, I'm afraid he would have dissipated long ago. But now... Ichigo shook his head slightly and said. The only belief in 100 years has been completely destroyed. As zanpakuto was denied existence by his own master, I am afraid that he will not exist at this time in the near future. Why is this happening? Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Muramasa and said, Ichigo, didn't you say that? Zanpakuto was born in the soul of May 13th Shinigami, and Shinigami is the closest relationship, why is this? Yes, Zanpakuto was born from the soul of Shinigami, and the shape and ability of Zanpakuto are determined by the soul of Shinigami. Ichigo nodded and said, Shinigami got Zanpakut's help by knowing Zanpakut's name. Zanpakut and Shinigami should live together, fight together, and finally dissipate together. This is my relationship with Shunkage and Zangetsu. But Xianghe doesn't seem to have planned it. The completely self-centered Xianghe probably just regards Zanpakut as a tool, and any tool can find a substitute, so he can kill his own Zanpakut without hesitation, Muramasa said, with a slight meal from Ichigo. Said, if Xianghe was not handed over to Byakuya, I would have killed this guy. Ah! Muramasa suddenly let out a scream, and then I saw a Ryutsu gushing out from Muramasa's body and rising into the sky. This Ryutsu was like a signal, and Byakuya Kokaki and Hibikikawa were both heading towards the sky at the same time. In order to deal with the attack, the battle this time was much more intense than the previous battle. Obviously, the previous fight between the two was just a test, and now that the test is over, then naturally both sides have to exert their full strength. This Ryutsu. Ichigo looked at Muramasa, a blood-red Ryutsu surrounded his body, and the blood-red Ryutsu was almost black. This feeling can't be wrong, is the virtual Ryutsu. Ishida Yulong came to Ichigo's side and said. That's right. Ichigo nodded slightly and said, this is indeed Ryutsu. Wait, Ishida, your power. Ichigo suddenly looked at Ishida Yuryu and the energy bow in his hand and said, because I'm used to fighting with you, so I didn't notice it at first, and now I suddenly remembered. Yulong, is your Quincy stronger? UBD, Ishida Yulong turned his head abruptly and ignored Ichigo. Ichigo smiled and looked at Ishida lightly with his left hand around Yoruichi. Hey, Ishida, you can't do this kind of attitude, it's a bit arrogant. You are arrogant, your whole family is proud, Ishida Yulong said angrily. Ishida. You're even more arrogant when you say this. Ichigo said. Ichigo Yulong looked at Ichigo with an angry face. Ichigo was startled and immediately waved his hand and said, well, don't be angry, Ishida, since Soul Society after you came back, you started to become mysterious, and you spent less time with your companions, so I'm just joking, don't take it too seriously. Stupid. Ishida Yulong just wanted to say something, but suddenly the figure of his father Ishida Longxian flashed in his mind, and all the words he wanted to say stopped, and he lowered his head slightly and stopped talking. Ichigo frowned slightly. Ah, my body is so hot, why is this happening? Muramasa said, and at the same time the Ryutsu on his body became even stronger. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the entire space, and there were dozens of Minos Grande, that is, black long bodies with black parts. It is a dress similar to a witch's cloak. Jillian with a clown-like nose and a white mask, and then Muramasa's Ryutsu no longer shoots straight into the sky, but spreads around, and as they spread, countless phantoms appear in the air. Although these phantoms are just trash fish, but the number is too large, thousands of phantoms appear in the air, and the densely packed almost fills the entire sky. The troublesome guy. Ichigo said, smiled at Yoruichi lightly, let go of Yoruichi, raised Tensa Zangetsu with his right hand, took a deep breath, and then a surge of Ryutsu suddenly appeared on the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand. Ichigo he suddenly shouted, Crescent Moon Sky Chong. A black curved blade shot straight away, puff pu because the number of swarms of trash fish is too large, and the density is too high, so Ichigo's crescent moon Tianchong directly opened a huge passage in the swarm of miscellaneous fish, and countless empties were killed in the blow just now, but it did not have any effect on the whole situation, because the crescent moon rushed away. The huge passage that came out was completely filled in the blink of an eye after the crescent moon rushed past, as if it had never appeared. Cut, this amount is too much trouble. Ichigo frowned slightly. Humph. Ishida Yulong snorted coldly beside Ichigo, then raised the energy bow in his hand and opened the bow slightly. Rain of light. Suddenly Ishida Yulong let go, and at this moment, there should have been only one energy arrow shot. I went out. But on Ishida Yulong's energy bow, there were countless tiny energy arrows shot out, covering almost the entire sky in an instant, like a raging rainstorm. Allah, it's really a rain of light. Ichigo looked at Yulong Ishida's skills and smiled, then held Yoruichi in his arms again and said, then I'll leave this to you, Ishida. Orium, Dragon Gui, tell me what happened to you during this time. If you want to talk about love, change the place. Ishida Yulong said with a big cross on his forehead. Yes, Ichigo waved his hands casually, but he didn't mean to move his feet. Compared to us, Ichigo, should you tell me about the situation? Arisawa Tatsuki raised his head slightly and looked at Ichigo. Let's talk about this when we go back. Ichigo said easily, and Arisawa Tatsuki said with dissatisfaction, you said. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi Byakuya Kukaki's voice came, and at the same time a Ryutsu rose up into the sky. It doesn't look good. Ichigo said, Byakuya Kukaki's Zanpakut, Senbonzakura has become Zanpakut, in this case Bankai, Byakuya Kukaki's power should be stronger than before, but Xianghe's strength can't either. Small, if something happens, it will be troublesome. Ichigo and Yoruichi looked at each other, Yoruichi nodded slightly, then Ichigo let go of Yoruichi and said, sorry, Yoruichi, I'll go first, they'll leave it to you. Yoruichi nodded slightly, and took the initiative to let go of Ichigo. Ichigo turned and rushed towards Byakuya Kukaki. As soon as Ichigo rushed out, a Jillian stood in front of Ichigo. Trouble. Ichigo looked at Jillian 1.4 in front of him, kept his feet, and waved the hilt on his right hand lightly, and saw a sword suddenly appear in front of Jillian's head, and then pierced through Jillian's mask. In Jillian's brain, this Jillian's movements immediately stopped, and then the whole body disappeared directly. But just killed one Jillian's Ichigo, two more Jillians appeared in front of him, and all the Jillians around were heading towards Ichigo. Obviously Jillian took Ichigo as the first target, the one in the sky. Countless trash fish are constantly turning into Jillians. It's really troublesome. Ichigo looked at Jillian around him. Of course he could leave the place in an instant, but he couldn't leave, because he had already seen that several Jillians in front of him were gathering Ryutsu, ready to release Zero, while Ichigo behind him are Orium, Long Gui and Ishida Yulong. So many Zeros can't be blocked by Ishida Yuryu and Orium. Although Yoruichi is also behind, Ichigo doesn't want to make trouble for her, so Ichigo is ready to kill these Jillians. Chapter 144. Boring. Ichigo said, and the hilt in his hand kept swiping, piercing Jillian's head every time, but there were too many Jillians, nearly 100 of them, and new Jillians were constantly being formed, even if it was Ichigo who kept killing Jillian, but he could only keep the numbers so that the number of Jillian would not increase again. However, Ichigo has never used Tensa Zanjutsu's moves, but Ichigo keeps gathering Ryutsu on Tensa Zangetsu. Dozens of red Zeros happened directly, and all Zeros' targets were Orium, Ishida and others. Ichigo suddenly raised the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand and slashed it down. The huge black-red curved blade of Crescent Moon Rush suddenly shot out. Countless Zeros, and then directly smashed the dozens of Jillians behind them into two halves. Two red lights flashed by Ichigo's side. I saw that the only two Zeros left were not hit by the Crescent Moon, and they continued to blast in the direction of Orium and Ishida Yulong. Cut. Ichigo's figure. Shen, disappeared directly in place, appeared in front of Zero, and then the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand slashed directly on Zero. Although Zero's power was powerful, but after all, it was only released by this ordinary Jillian, and Ichigo's power was not weak. Zero was directly split by Ichigo, and the only remaining Zero had been blasted in front of Yoruichi and Ishida 26 Yulong. It was going to be shot, but 3 days of shielding, I refuse. A yellow, translucent, slightly curved triangle appeared upside down in front of Yoruichi and the others. With a boom, Zero slammed directly on the shield. But it didn't have any effect. Orium waved his hand slightly and the 3-day knot shield disappeared immediately, and then Yoruichi looked directly at Ichigo and said, Ichigo, Just go and fight, I will protect them. Okay. Ichigo nodded slightly and said, I see. A smile appeared on the corner of Ichigo's mouth, and then he raised the hilt in his left hand slightly and said, then I will no longer retain my strength. With a wave, crack the air flash, Ichigo's figure disappeared immediately. Ichigo appeared in front of Jillian in the distance, and Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand had already split Jillian's mask. I saw that Jillian's entire body was split into two by Ichigo, and a very terrifying Ryutsu extended from Tensa Zangetsu's sword body, which eliminated Jillian from behind like a tide. But Ichigo didn't stay in place, his body kept disappearing and appearing, and every time a row of Jillian disappeared. Although new Jillians are constantly being formed, Ichigo's attack speed is very fast, completely exceeding Jillian's forming speed, so the number of Jillians is still decreasing. Byakuya Kokaki raised his hand slightly, and the countless sakura petals fluttered to form a huge sakura style and attacked directly towards Xianghe. Xianghe was startled, and the halberd in his hand spun at a high speed. With a boom, the sakura style was blocked and shocked, but the halberd in Xianghe's hand instantly shattered, and then the entire sakura style devoured Xianghe's body. After the sakura petals passed, Xianghe's body became riddled with holes. Byakuya Kokaki looked at Xianghe, his eyes shrank suddenly, and the Xianghe in front of him suddenly turned into a phantom and disappeared in front of him. It's very strange. Kyuka appeared beside Byakuya Kokaki and said, Byakuya Kokaki turned his hand and countless sakura petals devoured Kyuka again, but this Kyuka disappeared again, with a puchy sound, the sound behind Byakuya Kokaki the river appeared, and at the same time, Xianghe held the broken halberd in his hand and looked directly behind Byakuya Kokaki, a blood column shot out. But when Byakuya Kokaki devoured Xianghe with sakura petals, he saw the figure of Xianghe dissipate again. This is my power. Xianghe appeared in front of Byakuya Kokaki and looked at Byakuya Kokaki and said, you should know that Muramis's ability is to enter the spiritual world of other Zanpakuto and manipulate other Zanpakuto, and his ability it is extended from this ability of mine. My ability is able to disturb anyone's five senses. That is to say, what you see now is just the me I let you see. I'm standing in a position you'll never find out. Five senses? That is to say, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, these five senses. Byakuya Kokaki opened his mouth and said, does that mean hallucinations? Illusion? It's not that kind of pediatric stuff. Xianghe said with a smile on his face, now your whole body feels in my master, and you can't fight normally anymore. He said only seeing Byakuya Kokaki's front of the river suddenly turned into countless rivers, it is obvious that the vision is controlled, and the sound of the river has become illusory, and the hearing has lost its effect. Byakuya Kokaki's Ryutsu is even more unable to. Feeling the sound of the river, the sense of touch is also ineffective. Saying that, Xianghe waved his hand slightly and said, of course, this method can be restrained. As long as you close your heart to fight with me like Yunling and Yamamoto, then this method will be ineffective. Byakuya Kokaki looked at the countless ringing rivers in front of him, no, if you seal your heart, even if you can defeat you can only be sealed again, and sealing can only be a short-term means, so I will not seal my heart, the purpose to kill you. Under such circumstances, how dare you dare to be delusional? Xianghe's face showed anger, the narrow-minded Xianghe was very resentful to Byakuya Kokaki who was facing danger but still had no fear at all, and he hoped to see Byakuya Kokaki in a state of embarrassment unbearable look, not the dull face now. Xianghe once again pulled out a complete halberd and charged directly towards Byakuya Kokaki. Byakuya Kokaki raised his hand slightly, and countless sakura petals went directly towards Xianghe, but this Xianghe was just a phantom, his body-side Xianghe appeared beside Byakuya Kokaki, and the halberd in his hand stabbed fiercely. The puchy halberd penetrated Byakuya Kokaki's body and pierced into Byakuya Kokaki's abdomen. It's really embarrassing, the head of the 28th generation. Xianghe looked at Byakuya Kokaki and said, are you still wanting to kill me now? It's not wishful thinking. Byakuya Kokaki calmly said, although you can control my 5 senses, but Xianghe, I'm not fighting alone. Byakuya Kokaki raised his hand slightly and said, Jijing Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. The petals of Sakura formed countless zanpakuta around the 2 people, completely enclosing the 2 people. In my space, there is no point in disturbing the feeling, because these more than 1,000 blades can hit the space. You in any corner. Humph, I'm still so arrogant now. Xianghe glanced around, then raised the halberd in his hand and said. With a puchy sound, a blade shot through Xianghe's side and nailed it behind Xianghe's back. A blood stain appeared on Xianghe's cheek. If Xianghe hadn't turned his head to the side in time, then I'm afraid this would have been the case. A knife will directly pierce his head. Impossible, how could you attack me with such precision? Xianghe looked at Byakuya Kokaki and said incredulously, your 5 senses have obviously been disturbed by me. Because I didn't attack with my 5 senses just now. Byakuya Kokaki said. At this time, Senbonzakura's figure appeared behind Byakuya Kokaki. Of course, it was just a shadow. Xianghe saw Senbonzakura's figure, his pupils shrank suddenly. Byakuya Kokaki said, Shinigami and Zanpakuta were originally 2 people, only it is only by resonating with each other's souls that the strongest power can be exerted, and you, who gave up everything for the sake of the so-called honor, cannot defeat me and Senbonzakura. Shut up 513, it's you who don't understand anything. Xianghe's face showed endless resentment and anger, no matter how much I have achieved, I did not agree with me, let me betray the name of a traitor, and I am exiled, and if that is the case, then I create my own place by my own strength. Strength is order. Stupid. Ichigo's figure appeared in Byakuya Kokaki's annihilation space. He looked at Xianghe and said coldly, Xianghe, I don't know much about your past, I only know a little bit, but from that point I knew that the reason why you have become what you are now is that you misunderstood the nature of power. The nature of power is not to destroy or create something. The nature of power is to protect and protect the people you care about. Things, guard the bond between yourself and your partner, and only when you use your power to guard can you exert your power to the fullest. Said Ichigo, pointing to himself, my name is the name of Ichigo. It means to protect my whole life. To protect my sister, my partner, and my home, the reason why I can have the power I am today is because I want to protect. Guard? Stupid, I don't need that kind of power. Xianghe pointed at himself and said, my power is unique and cannot be imitated by anyone, so my power is used to destroy your bondage to me today. I want to completely break the shackles of the Kokaki family. Then there is no need to say more. Byakuya Kokaki opened his mouth and opened his hand slightly, and a Zanpakuta immediately appeared in his hand. Byakuya Kokaki pointed the tip of the knife to the sound of the river. I inherited the responsibility of the Kokaki family from my grandfather Yinling. Now do it again. The moment he said this, all the Zanpakuta in Jijing space turned into sakura petals and fluttered beside Byakuya Kokaki, and then the sakura petals gathered on the Zanpakuta in Byakuya Kokaki's hand, and immediately opened a pair of sakura petals. Huge white wings, and seen white emperor sword. Chapter 145. Chi. Ichigo looked at Kokaki Xianghe road, be proud of yourself, because you were from the Kokaki family before, so your life will be handed over to Byakuya to break. If it is me, as your punishment for breaking Zanpakuta, it will make you regret that you are still alive, regret that you couldn't die sooner. Humph, arrogant brat, Kokaki Xianghe said disdainfully when he heard Ichigo's words, the current brat doesn't have the strength of points, but he is more arrogant than each other. Is that so? 35 Ichigo replied slightly, I'd better wait for you to settle Byakuya before you tell me this, but I don't have any hope of hearing it, because I believe that you definitely not a match for Byakuya Kokaki. What? Kokaki Xianghe looked at Ichigo with a trace of anger on his face. He looked at Ichigo and said, Little devil, you are too arrogant, the so-called 28th generation head in front of you, under my power, is completely arrogant. Vulnerable. You are the most vulnerable, Xianghe. Ichigo said coldly. Byakuya and Senbonzakura trust each other, and they work together to protect the honor of the Kurosaki family, but what about you, Xianghe? Although you betrayed the Soul Society, but after all, you are just a Shinigami, but as a Shinigami, you don't even believe in Zanpakuto born in your own soul, and even broke Zanpakuto with your own hands. Zanpakuto was born in Shinigami's soul, which is equivalent to Shinigami itself. It's the same, but Xianghe, you don't even believe in yourself, what else can you believe? As I said, I don't need to trust this kind of thing, Kurosaki Xianghe said loudly, all I need is power, powerful power. Then use this power to create a new world, a new order, and I will be the new king. It's hopeless. Ichigo turned slightly and said, forget it, Byakuya, I'm going to find Yoruichi, this guy will be handed over to you. If I had known that Xianghe was such a hopeless guy, then I would why bother to come here? It's a waste of time, and if that's the case, it's better to spend this time having S*X with Yoruichi. Saying that, Ichigo turned around slightly, and Shunpo left. This guy's power has increased a lot more than the last time he was at Bipolar Hill, Byakuya Kurosaki said inwardly as he watched Ichigo's voice disappearing. The speed just now is really scary. I will also work hard. Now. Master. Senbonzakura's phantom appeared behind Byakuya Kurosaki. Byakuya Kurosaki shook his head slightly and said, okay, Senbonzakura, we will concentrate all our strength on this blow. Yes, Master Senbonzakura responded immediately, and then saw Senbonzakura's phantom disappear, and the huge white wings behind Byakuya Kurosaki became even more dazzling. Humph. If you want, then I'll kill you with this blow. Kurosaki Hikari raised the halberd in his hand, and Ryutsu on his body kept gathering on the halberd in his hand. After killing you, I will kill you. Go and kill that brazen brat just now. Byakuya Kurosaki didn't speak, and then the huge white wings spread out. I saw a slight point under Byakuya Kurosaki's feet, and the whole person suddenly rushed towards the Kurosaki Sound River. Kurosaki Sound River tightened the halberd in his hand, and then moved towards Byakuya Kurosaki. He rushed over, and the distance between the two disappeared in a blink of an eye. With a loud bang, Byakuya Kurosaki's White Emperor Sword and Kurosaki Xianghe's halberd collided. Two huge Ryutsu collided suddenly. The powerful force directly dented the entire ground, and at the same time the entire Jijing space was completely destroyed. Destroyed, the smoke dissipated. Byakuya Kurosaki's figure appeared behind Kurosaki Kyokawa, and Kurosaki Kyokawa's figure stood behind Byakuya Kurosaki, obviously in the blow just now, after the two people collided with Ryutsu, rushed past the opponent. Dang dang twice, Byakuya Kurosaki held Zanpakuto and used Zanpakuto pillar to support his body on the ground without letting himself fall down, and Kurosaki Xianghe did the same, holding a halberd in his hand, although the halberd had been broken. But Kurosaki Xianghe also supported his body with the broken halberd, and neither of them spoke. The two seemed to be about the same. The two people supported their bodies, and it seemed that the two were equally injured, but just after holding on for a while, Byakuya Kurosaki's hand could no longer hold Zanpakuto, and the whole body fell directly, with a boom. Senbonzakura coming out of Byakuya Kurosaki's Zanpakuto, he immediately supported Byakuya Kurosaki, and Kurosaki Kyokawa was also unable to hold the halberd in his hand, but Kurosaki Kyokawa seemed to be able to stand up, only to see Kurosaki Koshiki standing there said. It's not over yet, I still have the final end. Muramasa, come here. Muramasa, come over quickly, Muramasa. Kurosaki Xianghe kept shouting, did you hear me? I'm calling you, Muramasa. Muramasa. With a cross of, Ichigo's figure appeared in front of Kurosaki Kyokawa. Muramasa, why? Why didn't you respond to me? Kurosaki Kyokawa looked at Ichigo in front of him and fell directly to the ground. Some desperation opened his mouth and said, maybe he was like this when he was sealed 100 years ago, so he stabbed Muramasa directly as soon as the seal was lifted. Remember Muramasa? Ichigo held Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand, squatted down slightly, and looked at the Kukaki-sounding river on the ground. It seems a little late. Are you late? Muramasa asked you to stab you, and then acted as if the zanpakut of the body was broken by you. How could? The hope in Kukaki Xianghe's eyes began to gradually dissipate. Immediately, Ichigo continued, oh, yes, there is one more thing. Do you know how you were sealed before? Let me tell you, because Muramasa didn't answer your call. But why did Muramasa will he not respond to you? You are the master of the village. Under normal circumstances, no matter what you want to do, the village should respond to you, but why doesn't the village respond to you? Ichigo said, waiting. Kukaki Xianghe went to think and said immediately, because the village is unable to hear your call, Xianghe, as the master of the village is born in your soul, but the village is unable to hear your call. You should any idea why this is? Impossible. Why is this? Why? Kukaki Kyukawa muttered to himself. Suddenly a powerful Ryutsu surged from his body. Ichigo frowned, but then let go, because Kukaki Kyukawa he did not stand up, and the gushing Ryutsu did not gather, but dissipated all around. Obviously, the life of Kukaki Kyukawa had been completely exhausted. Xianghe's death, and dissipated away. Hey, Byakuya, are you alright? Ichigo looked at Byakuya Kukaki, who was more than 10 meters in front of him, and said, Xianghe is dead. You have already maintained Kukaki's house, and you don't have to pretend to betray. Xianghe, Xianghe. The village seemed to sense the death of Kukaki Xianghe, and his figure kept rushing over, and it came out from the countless voids. Really, I forgot. It's not over yet. Ichigo said softly, forget it, I'll get rid of him, and once Hibiki dies, as his Zanpakut Muramasa, if it is dealt with, then the Muramasa may only become a void in the end. Muramasa, who is so loyal to his master, and who has sacrificed everything for his master, should not have such a fate. Ichigo appeared in an instant. Where is Muramasa? He looked around for a while, then suddenly rushed towards Muramasa who was less than 10 meters away in front of him. His right hand tightened. Ichigo was going to directly, Li Dihao, use Tensa Zangetsu to cut down Muramasa. With a puff, Ichigo's figure rushed past the position occupied by Muramasa. There was blood in the sky, and even Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu was covered in blood. Disgusting! Ichigo said, and then kept moving towards him. The Kusama who rushed towards him slashed away, and Murasa stood there without moving, but the Kusama all around defended him desperately, and even in the blow just now, dozens of Kusama directly met Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu's blade, which saved Muramasa from attacking. Suddenly, all the virtual movements stopped, and then I saw that Muramasa's whole body was completely wrapped by the Ryutsu on his body. It looked like just a black thing, and then the surrounding virtual objects were directly given by Muramasa. Absorbed, first of all the emptiness closest to Muzheng, then the emptiness around him, and finally even those Jillians were not spared, all of them were absorbed by Muzheng. It's a little troublesome now. Ichigo murmured to himself, looking at the situation in front of him, while the others, Byakuya Kukaki, Senbonzakura, Orium, Ishida Yuryu, Ryuki, they all saw the sober in front of them, and for a moment everyone stopped and looked at the situation in front of them. Chapter 146. Ichigo looked at the midair, Muramasa already wearing an empty mask. He had 2 horns on his head, but they extended straight out to both sides. The place where Muramasa's eyes were on the mask was a V-S hole. A half-moon-shaped thing similar to a blade appeared on the arms of his hands, and immediately red eyes appeared from the mask, following the V-hole, from one side to the other. Obviously he only has this one eye, but that V is his eye socket. The figure of Muramasa disappeared in place in an instant. It's very fast. His speed is not lower than Byakuya Kukaki. Ichigo's mind came to this thought, and then Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand turned, holding Tensa Zangetsu in his backhand. Suddenly he stabbed behind him. When behind Ichigo, Muramasa used the blade on his arm to hold Tensa Zangetsu, and in a split second he suddenly appeared behind Muramasa, slashed towards Muramasa, and just broke through the village. Muramasa felt the clothes, although he wanted to dodge, but Ichigo has no strength now, so he didn't dodge and was cut. Seeing that the ferocious wound on his back has not yet bleed before high-speed regeneration, Ichigo was a little surprised when he saw this scene, and Homura also imitated Ichigo and came to Ichigo's back in an instant, but Ichigo was early. I found it, and Ichigo's 513 eyes were very calm and peaceful, without any fluctuations. And Ichigo appeared at Muramasa's side in an instant, holding Tensa Zangetsu and slashing down suddenly, with the sound of clang, Tensa Zangetsu was caught by the blade on Muramasa's arm. Is that okay? After this guy becomes virtual, his strength can't be underestimated. Ichigo's right hand tightly held Tensa Zangetsu's heart. I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. The Tensa Zangetsu in Ichigo's hand was shaken by Muramasa, and at the same time, the blade in Muramasa's other hand had broken through Ichigo's Madara-like Death Tyrant outfit, and there was a sound of puchi. Ichigo's shoulder was broken by the blade on Muramasa's arm. With a boom, Ichigo's figure disappeared again, and then appeared in the sky. Ichigo looked down at Muramasa, and Ichigo was a little angry. This guy is really annoying, let's solve it quickly. Ichigo thought to himself, looked at Muramasa, and saw that Muramasa had disappeared. Ichigo immediately looked for Muramasa's figure, and Ichigo found it immediately, and he in front of him, Muramasa, who was standing opposite him, was staring at himself with that eye, and at the same time a blue energy ball had formed in front of his mouth. This is Zero. Ichigo looked at Muramasa. He was a little surprised and said, has it completely become empty? This guy, said Ichigo, took a deep breath, and then took the initiative to stand in front of Muramasa and glance at Tensa Zangetsu in his hand. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched. With a slight smile, how interesting. 35 said that Ichigo's Ryutsu suddenly strengthened, and the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand was covered with a layer of black Ryutsu. Boom! A huge blue beam of light shot directly at Ichigo. Ichigo's eyes narrowed, and Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand slashed crescent moon. Suddenly, a black crescent-like slash filled the entire sky, and the blue Zero was directly hit. This slash disappeared without a trace after being hit, and then attacked the village. What a terrifying slash! Byakuya Kokaki, who was watching the battle, said silently in his heart, it's really scary. And although Zanpakuto's ability is single, the purest one should be the most powerful. And that's the case now. Powerful power, I don't know in a few years, I'm afraid. Kurosaki Ichigo, what kind of person are you? Why are you awakening this kind of Zanpakut? Even the Kurosaki clan in the Soul Society did not have this kind of Zanpakut. Muramasa had a hard time dodging Ichigo's slash. Although he was still hit by half of his body, he recovered under high-speed regeneration, and Ichigo's figure had disappeared again. In Muramasa's eyes, Muramasa didn't dare to stay where he was, so he immediately left the spot and moved to the left, while searching for Ichigo's figure, but Ichigo just happened to appear to Muramasa's left, just like Muramasa slammed into Ichigo directly. In the same way, a smile appeared on the corner of Ichigo's mouth. It's unfortunate. Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand raised it high, and then cut it down suddenly. Crescent Moon Sky Chong, a huge black arc-shaped blade suddenly shot out. Muramasa wanted to hide, but it was too late, because Ichigo launched the attack when Muramasa was completely unprepared. How could it be possible that Muramasa had a chance to dodge? On Muramasa's body, a huge cloud of smoke covered the entire sky. Did you kill it? Long Gui raised his head slightly and looked at the situation in front of him. No, not yet. Ishida Yulong said. I saw that the village in front of me seemed to have changed, and I saw that the village was covering his head with his hands and screaming constantly. At the same time, the Ryutsu on his body continued to strengthen, but it seemed very chaotic. Suddenly, I saw a mass of black Ryutsu completely covering Muramasa, and slowly this mass of black Ryutsu began to expand, forming a sphere, and then solidified. I saw a huge red and white sphere appear in front of the crowd. What is this? Ichigo and everyone present looked at the huge sphere in front of them. Although they knew it wasn't a good thing, their hearts were full of doubts. This sphere is constantly expanding towards all directions. Ichigo is holding Tensazang Etsu, and all the Tensazang Etsu are Ichigo's Ryutsu, whatever you are, as long as you destroy you. Ichigo is holding Tensazang Etsu. Suddenly cut down, crescent moon clash, a huge black-red curved blade shot towards the huge sphere. When it hit the sphere, the huge curved blade gave a slight pause, and then it was directly absorbed. What? Ichigo was shocked, but at this moment, it seemed to absorb Ichigo's huge Ryutsu, so his expansion speed suddenly increased a little bit. Ichigo was unprepared for a moment, and was directly stuck by the huge sphere, and then Ichigo was not completely after defending, he was directly sucked into the body by the huge sphere, but when he was sucked in, he smiled and said, "It's really troublesome." Chapter 147. After the sphere absorbed Ichigo, it paused slightly and stopped expanding, but then it sprayed out countless black mucus. Jillian, let alone Ishida Yulong and the others, even Byakuya Kokaki and Senbonzakura were secretly shocked, because the number was too many, and it was still increasing. The Jillian group takes the sphere as the center and walks around. Damn it! Ishida Yulong looked at Jillian, who was scattered around, and said, "These Minos Grandes must be stopped, otherwise, once these Minos Grandes are allowed to enter Karakura town, it will immediately cause huge casualties. Let's scatter." Byakuya Kokaki and Senbonzakura said at the same time, and then the two of them rushed directly into the Jillian group. Countless sakura petals were flying around them, and then with a wave of their hands, the sakura petals wrapped a Jillian's face live, and after rotating twice, the sakura petals attacked the other Jillian, and the previous Jillian, whose entire head had been smashed, disappeared together with the body. However, although the attack power of Byakuya Kokaki and Senbonzakura is very high and the attack speed is very fast, they can only go in one direction of the tarantula, and they can do nothing in other directions. Because of the previous battle with Hibiki, he had serious injuries, and Ryutsu had some shortcomings, so even if he joined forces with Senbonzakura, he could only block one direction, but these Jillians were centered on the sphere of Muramasa's incarnation. Spreading in all directions, even if Byakuya Kokaki blocked one direction, Jillian in the other 7 directions couldn't block it. After all, Kokaki and Senbonzakura couldn't be separated. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ishida Yulong raised the energy bow in his hand, shot an arrow through Jillian's head, and then drew the bow and arrow again. Jillian is no more vain than those scumbags, although Jillian is only a low-level scorpion, but compared to those scorpions, Jillian the strength is hundreds of thousands of times theirs. If Ishida Yulong uses the Rain of Light again, he is afraid. 0 I am afraid that it will take a certain amount of shooting to kill Jillian. In this case, the consumption of Ryutsu will be huge and the loss will not be worth the loss, so Ishida Yulong chooses to shoot one by one, so that Ishida Yulong can use the greatest strength. Gathered on one arrow, each shot out is capable of killing a Minos Grande. And Yoruichi also punched those Jillians one by one, but there were still too many. No. Orium said from the side, the number of Minos Grande is too much, and sooner or later it will threaten Karakura town. Ishida, what can you do? 35. Our number is too small. Ishida Yulong shook his head slightly, and Kurosaki is also wrapped in this strange sphere. If Kurosaki is there, then with his Zangetsu, his speed will reach the limit. It would also be easy to deal with these Minos Grande, at least be able to block one more direction, but now the Kurosaki is wrapped in this sphere. Moreover, Kurosaki also attacked this sphere with the crescent moon before. The attack power of the crescent moon was very powerful, but it turned out to be absorbed. Obviously, this sphere can absorb Ryutsu's attack, so if you use Ryutsu's skills to attack at a long distance, I'm afraid it's not a good idea, and when Ichigo touches it, Ichigo also absorbs 3. Obviously, this sphere is not afraid of physical attacks. Damn, now is not the time to think about it, let's kill the Minos Grande around first. Ishida Yulong opened the energy bow in his hand and aimed it at a hollow, but his heart was dark. Said, just after the sphere absorbed Kurosaki's crescent moon and Kurosaki, it stopped to expand. Could it be that although this sphere can absorb the crescent moon, it can't be used immediately? Oops! Suddenly a classical sliding door appeared in the air, and then slowly opened. More than 10 people appeared from the door, the current 3 people, one of them looked like an upright dog-shaped beast, dressed in Captain Yuri. The word 7 written on the woven means he is the captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Seijin. He was followed by a man with a flame erupting from his mouth and a long ring of flame erupting on his body. The other is a little boy with only white hair, but also wearing Captain Hayori, who is obviously Hitsuga Ichigo, captain of the 10th Division. Behind him, a handsome young man with green hair followed behind him, but this young man's hands and feet were carved out of ice, which was his Zanpakuto, Haranmaru. The last one is a petite but very fast and agile 2nd Division captain, Shabi. She is the only one who can catch up with Yoruichi in speed. Of course, she needs to be in a state of instant openness. Next to Broken Bee was a girl the size of an elf in a different picture. It is Suzumi Baki. Behind their 3 captains, there are many people, Matsumoto Rangiku who is a big breast and Hanko who is a cat girl, Hinamori Momo who is a childhood friend of Hitsuga Ichigo and Fime who is a girl in a kimono, Madarame Ikeku who is a big bald head and Hosokamura who is a burly man. Ayasukawa Yumichika and the glass-colored peacock who are not far away from Madarame Ikeku, the taciturn Kira Chizuru and the helper who is carrying a huge iron ball, the fat man Omadame Rekiyo and the fat man Zanpakuto 5-shaped head. This is a little bit pass. Abarai Renji, who had red hair and looked like a bad boy, stood behind the 3 vice-captains, but stood in front of all the vice-captains. Beside him stood a female baboon and a snake-tailed child. The chains were entangled. At this time, a woman in a white kimono held a white knife and walked towards Byakuya Kukaki. There was a long ribbon on the handle of the knife, which seemed to sprinkle a little bit as she moved. The ray of light is unusually beautiful, and she is the most beautiful Zanpakuto, Sodi no Shirayuki, of the Ice and Snow Department of the Soul Society. A black figure followed behind her. An onion head is clearly Rukia Kukaki, the owner of Sodi no Shirayuki. Abarai Renji looked at Ishida Yulong and Anu Orium and said, "Yo, long time no see, by the way, what about Mr. Kurosaki? Why didn't you find him?" "Well, forget it, then leave it to us, Zanpakuto's hypnosis has been solved, and there will be a steady stream of support from the Soul Society." Ho ho ho! Jillian's roar suddenly spread throughout the sky, everyone stopped, raised their heads slightly, and looked at the source of the sound, only to see a huge gap suddenly opened in the sky. Jillian's head poked out from the gap. "Ask for flowers. Damn it, the black cavity has been opened, and it's so big." Ishida Yulong looked at the huge black cavity in the sky, equivalent to Shinigami's piercing gate or iron car. The holes that ripped through the sky were called black. However, the black cavity opened by iron car leads directly to the Sui Palace, and the road in the middle is called Breaking the Realm, same as Shinigami going to Soul Society, and Zayuxu is just hiding in a small different space. Immediately find a way to bet on a black tongue, otherwise, Minos Grande will continue to come from Hueco Mundo from afar, Hitsugaya said immediately. "But, Captain, what should I do?" Matsumoto Rangiku asked with some doubts. "But why is the black cavity suddenly opened?" Broken Bee looked at the huge black cavity in the sky and said, "And this black cavity was only opened after we arrived, why are there so many Jillians on the ground? It should have been attracted by this sphere." Byakuya looked at the huge sphere on the ground and said, this sphere was transformed by Muramasa after absorbing countless jillions and voids, and he has been constantly expanding. After Mr. Kurosaki's crescent moon and Kurosaki Ichigo himself, the expansion stopped, but then you opened the gate of piercing, and the black cavity was also opened. Obviously, this sphere has the ability to attract Jillian. It's all released from this sphere. How is it possible that Mr. Kurosaki actually? Hōgyoku said, but now is not the time to get to the bottom of it, and Byakuya, you have been assisting Muramasa before, according to the commander's command, this matter will be brought to you by yourself. Chief Captain Yamamoto Motonuse Shigakuni explained that the immediate problem must be solved first. Master. Senbonzakura appeared behind Byakuya. Byakuya nodded slightly, then stretched out his hand slightly. Zanpakuta appeared behind him. Senbonzakura's behavior was exactly the same as Byakuya, and the two released Zanpakuta in their hands at the same time. Zanpakuta fell and disappeared out of thin air, and then the countless huge blades behind Byakuya and Senbonzakura came out. Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, then the countless huge blades behind the two people turned into countless sakura petals, and Byakuya and Senbonzakura stretched out their hands slightly at the same time. Sakura flower directly slammed into the huge black cavity in the sky. With the attack of the bone refining force, the black cavity that was continuously expanding immediately slowed down the expansion, but still could not stop. The countless Jillian in the black cavity were constantly drilling. They came out and fell to the ground, and both Byakuya and Senbonzakura glowed pink, and it was clear that the two of them had pushed their Ryutsu to the limit. Idiot, is it possible to do such a thing? Broken Bee looked at the actions of Byakuya and Senbonzakura. No, if there is such a huge Ryutsu, maybe it can be done. Hōgyoku said, Bankai Daiguren Harinmaru. Hōgyoku's body is like wearing an ice dragon's armor, and Harinmaru is a direct incarnation. He became an ice dragon, and then came to Byakuya and Senbonzakura's side respectively, and launched an attack directly at Haikyang, both of whom burst into blue light at the same time. Chapter 148. A beam of light of different colors shot up into the sky and shot directly above the black cavity. All the Shinigami and Zanpakuta who came to this world showed their full Ryutsu and began to suppress the black cavity. In this case, it seems that I can't be lazy. Ishida Yulong looked at the actions of Shinigami and Zanpakuta in the sky, and suddenly opened the spiritual bow in his hand. 7 measuring arrows appeared on the spiritual bow. He took a deep breath and said, 7-star luminary sun released his fingers at the same time, and the 7 energy arrows shot out, respectively, towards the 7 Jillians. Looking at it from a distance, the 7 energy arrows just formed the shape of the Big Dipper. The energy arrows reflect a strong light, which makes people unable to face them directly, just like the light of the sun. The 7-star luminary lives up to its name, and the puff pupu only hears 7 soft sounds, and the 7 energy arrows hit the 7 Jillians, and then I saw these 7 Jillians disappearing silently in their entire body, as if they had never appeared in the first place, as if the stars in the sky disappeared silently after dawn. Ishida, you are so amazing. May 17. Orium looked at Ishida Yulong with a look of surprise and said, I killed 7 Minos Grandes at once. Then Orium raised his head slightly and pondered, but if it's Ichigo, I should be able to beat more Minos Grande. Ishida Yulong looked confused. He wanted to say something, but he knew that he couldn't say Orium at all. After the group experienced the Soul Society, he was very clear, so after hesitating for a while, he decided not to complain to Orium, and opened the spiritual bow in his hand again. The black cavity in the sky is constantly shrinking, because a group of Shinigami and Zanpakuta's Ryutsu are constantly suppressing the black cavity back. On the ground, Ishida Yulong is constantly shooting Minos Grande Killian, just 7-star day. Although the power is huge, the burden on the fingers is not small. After only opening the bow a few times, bright red blood beads have already appeared on Ishida Yulong's fingers. Glancing at the blood beads on his fingers, Ishida Yulong shook his head secretly and said, "It seems that I really can't use this move continuously, and I haven't even exerted 30% of the power of this move, it looks like I'm going back. After that, I have to find that guy to strengthen the training." Such thoughts flashed in my heart, but Ishida Yulong pulled the spiritual bow again without the slightest pause. Yoruichi was surprised when he saw Yulong Ichigo's attack, and then continued to kill Jillian, but when he looked at the sphere, there was still a flash of worry, thinking, "What's wrong, Ichigo, why hasn't he come out yet?" Ichigo was sucked into the body by the huge sphere. Ichigo lost consciousness for a moment. It seemed like a moment, but it seemed like a long time. Ichigo opened his eyes, but the situation in front of him made Ichigo stunned for a moment, because in front of him it is a sea, and countless stone pillars stand in the sea, some large and small, and some stone pillars have a radius of more than 100 meters, as if there was once a glorious place here, but it has become the current one under the erosion of time. Like ruins. This is... Ichigo muttered while standing on a stone pillar looking around. Suddenly, the sound of boom sounded, and the entire ground shook. Ichigo looked at it and saw that the stone pillar in the distance suddenly burst, and then sank into the sea. It turned out to be the spiritual world of Kokaki Kyokawa. Ichigo said calmly, and then Ichigo looked indifferently in one direction. Muramasa's figure appeared in front of Ichigo, holding a zanpakuto in his hand. Looking at Ichigo and smiling he said, "Kurosaki Ichigo, I didn't expect you to be here." At this time, Muramasa was just like the first Muramasa Ichigo met, not the virtual Muramasa after he came to the world. "Muramasa, I didn't expect to see you here." Ichigo looked at Muramasa and said, "In that case, this is indeed the spiritual world of Xianghe." "Yes, to be honest, I don't know why I came here again." Muramasa looked at Ichigo in the sky and said, "Perhaps Xianghe wants me to kill you here in the end." Muramasa said directly. He rushed towards Ichigo. Zanpakuto in his hand looked very cunningly at the sole of Ichigo's left foot. "Stop, Muramasa!" Ichigo didn't want to fight Muramasa, not because of other things, but because of Muramasa's heart for Hikari. His persistent and desperate behavior towards Hikari made Ichigo have a great feeling. If it was Hollow's Muramasa, Ichigo had no choice but to raise Tensa Zangetsu in his hand, but now it is Muramasa. Under normal circumstances, Ichigo didn't want to fight him, so Ichigo avoided the village positive attack. Muramasa kept his hands. Ichigo had a very fast speed in Bankai's state. Ichigo easily dodged Muramasa's attack, dodging a dozen moves in a row, but Muramasa didn't show the slightest the thought of stopping, so Ichigo could only hold Tensa Zangetsu in his hand and slashed. With the sound of dang, Tensa Zangetsu intersected with Zanpakuto in Muramasa's hand, giving off a crisp figure. Ichigo did not use all his strength, and only Tensa Zangetsu in his hand. The blade kept intersecting. Ichigo and Muramasa neither took advantage. The two knives pressed against each other. Muramasa held Zanpakuto in both hands and continued to exert strength. "Kurosaki Ichigo, your strength surprised me. You can be so powerful with only one hand, and without using all your strength. Already with me it's hard to tell the winner. If you use all your strength, it should be more unpredictable, but Kurosaki Ichigo, the strength of your one hand is not comparable to the strength of my two hands. If you continue to not use all your strength, I am afraid you will lose. Give it to me, Kurosaki Ichigo." "Muramasa, I don't want to fight with you. Xianghe is dead, and everything should have ended." Ichigo felt the power from Tensa Zangetsu Ua Muramasa. Ichigo blocked it with a little force, and then beat him back. "No, it is because Kyokawa is dead that we have to fight, Kurosaki Ichigo." The village is looking at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "King Kyo is dead, as his Zanpakuto. I have no meaning to survive, but Kyoka is dead. It's too lonely for the river to die alone. So Kurosaki Ichigo, you and I go to accompany him." "Muramasa." Ichigo looked at Muramasa and said angrily, "Idiot, why do you want to cater to Xianghe like this? Zanpakuto was born in the soul of Shinigami, the two sides are of one mind, and then they identify with each other, communicate with each other, and finally reach the same mind. The realm of the same body, each other can give everything for each other, this is the relationship Zanpakuto and Shinigami should have. A very special, but most important companion, not Zanpakuto who just caters to Shinigami. In this case, there is no two minds at all. And before Xianghe was sealed, you could no longer hear his voice, which proves that Xianghe has already denied you, and you have worked so hard to help him solve it. After opening the seal, he even broke your body. He did not regard you as a companion at all. You are a servant in his heart. No, not even a servant. He just regards you as a punching bag, a piece of garbage. Muramasa paused slightly, his eyes were slightly hesitant, but then Muramasa's eyes firmed. Zanpakuto itself is just a prop of Shinigami, what should Shinigami think of Zanpakuto? That is Shinigami my own problem. Muramasa said with a sudden force, and pushed Ichigo out directly. 1.4 His body suddenly swung up, then opened his left hand, and a gust of wind blew, but there was no change in Ichigo's eyes, but Ichigo in the sea below Muramasa, countless arms appeared, and these arms stretched infinitely, directly catching Ichigo's shadow reflected in the sea. It's useless, Muramasa, I've already seen your tricks clearly. Ichigo's figure disappeared instantly, and in the sea below, Ichigo's shadow also disappeared, and these arms naturally lost their function. Ichigo appeared behind Muramasa and Tensa Zangetsu in his right hand suddenly slashed, sword press. Muramasa immediately grabbed to the side, and at the same time opened his left hand again, but the target of Ichigo's sword press was not Muramasa from the beginning, but the sea under the two people's feet. With a boom, Ichigo's sword pressure directly broke the sea, the huge force made the sea water rush towards both sides, and the sea water under the two people's feet disappeared directly. Humph! Muramasa gritted his teeth, there was no reflection in the water, his moves naturally couldn't be used, and Muramasa had already fallen to the worst in this battle. Chapter 149. Stop it, Muramasa! Ichigo held Tensa Zangetsu tightly in his right hand to hold Zanpakuto in Muramasa's hand and said, now you are not my opponent at all, Xianghe is dead, and you have no reason to fight. You who have no reason to fight can't be my opponent. No, I won't lose, I haven't fully exerted my power yet. Muramasa rushed towards Ichigo, UBD. Ichigo raised the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand and chopped it down, with a ha sound, Tensa Zangetsu chopped off Muramasa's body, but Muramasa's figure turned into nothingness. Pucci! Ichigo felt a sharp pain in his back. Ichigo instantly disappeared and appeared on a stone pillar below. Blood dripped from his back, and he raised his head slightly to look at Muramasa standing high in the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo, although your strength is strong, you fell into my ability from the beginning. Muramasa looked at Ichigo and said, in my ability, your five senses have been completely disturbed by me. You can't find where I am, right? Really? Ichigo responded, then looked at Muramasa and closed his eyes slightly, but Muramasa, although you disturbed my five senses, have you forgotten? With my strength, you can disturb me. What? You've lost this battle from the start. 26 Shut up! Muramasa shouted loudly, and then suddenly rushed towards Ichigo, although Ichigo clearly felt that Muramasa was right in front of his eyes, but Ichigo closed his eyes and used Ryutsu to perceive. In front of Ichigo, Muramasa raised Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed towards Ichigo, but Ichigo, who had closed his eyes, turned around and turned his back to Muramasa, and slashed the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand suddenly, with the sound of dang, Tensa Zangetsu. After cutting down, Muramasa's figure appeared, he barely blocked Tensa Zangetsu with Zanpakuto in his hand, and Muramasa behind Ichigo turned into a phantom and disappeared. Dang dang dang! Ichigo kept waving Tensa Zangetsu with his right hand, but Muramasa could only barely block Tensa Zangetsu's attack with Zanpakuto in his hand. Kurosaki Ichigo is really scary. Muramasa blocked Ichigo's attack while he silently thought in my mind. As I said, you have no chance of winning this fight, Ichigo said to him with his eyes closed. Hey, Muramasa said, looking at Ichigo, this battle isn't over yet, and as I said, Kurosaki Ichigo, I'm not going to lose. I haven't fully exerted my power yet. Time is running out. The vain resentment that has been swallowed up by him for a long time is constantly resisting his power. I'm afraid it won't be long before he will become completely vain. Ichigo thought to himself, and his power is in continue to consume in the battle with me, this will speed up his hollow. Enough, Muramasa, Ichigo shouted loudly, you save a little strength to fight against your empty resentment. Long-winded Muramasa said loudly, and at the same time raised Zanpakuto in his hand and pointed at Ichigo. I said, the battle is not over yet, I will not lose. Said Muramasa again raising Zanpakuto in his hand towards Ichigo. Ichigo chops over. Ichigo thought, there is no time to entangle with him, the surroundings are already collapsing, once it collapses completely, and I can't leave in time, I am afraid I will be locked here forever, although I can go out, but I don't want to do unnecessary trouble. Things. Muramasa, you will not become empty. Ichigo raised Tensa Zangetsu in his hand and shouted at Muramasa, I believe in you, Muramasa, according to your dedication to Hibiki, you will not become empty. Yes, right. Then Tensa Zangetsu in Ichigo's hand slashed down, crescent moon. Tian Chong. The huge black blade slashed down suddenly, Muramasa didn't have time to hide, he could only raise the Zanpakuto in his hand with a loud boom. I saw that the black blade directly destroyed a huge stone pillar in the distance, and the village was falling from the air, and with a crashing sound, the village fell directly into the sea. Ichigo didn't have the full force just now, and when he sent the crescent moon, Ichigo took back the three-pointer Ryutsu. The collapse of the spiritual world has begun to approach, because the village is here, so this place has become the most central location, I should go to. Once the village is completely empty, then the entrenched in the world will be that huge spiritual ball will explode, and the entire Karakura town may be destroyed at that time. For this reason, I must leave this place early, and then go to the present world to prepare and protect Karakura town. Ichigo looked at the place where Muramasa was sinking and shouted loudly, Hey, Muramasa, Muramasa, don't pretend to be dead, come out quickly. Muramasa, Muramasa. Muramasa kept sinking towards the depths of the sea, he opened his eyes slightly and looked at the bright sea surface and said silently in his heart, I lost to Kurosaki Ichigo, but yes, it is normal to lose, here, the sound can't reach it, and the sound from outside can't get in at all. If Xianghe and I can be the same as before, how great would it be, no matter where I am? His voice will be directly on me sounds from the depths of my soul. Nothing, let alone sea water, not even a barrier can stop Shinigami's call to Zanpakuto, Hibiki, why did you deny me? Why? Unfortunately, no one could answer Muramasa's question. Muramasa closed his eyes slightly, his consciousness gradually blurred, and the sea water began to pour into his mouth. Muramasa, Muramasa. A voice suddenly popped out of Muramasa's heart, and a thought popped into Muramasa's mind, is someone calling me? Is it a hallucination? Yes, Xianghe is dead. It is impossible for anyone to make a sound in my soul, hey, there is still such an illusion at this time. The voice of Muramasa resounded in Muramasa's heart again. It's not an illusion. Such a thought suddenly flashed in Muramasa's mind, and then he closed his eyes and opened them again, rushing towards the sea above. Seeing that the surroundings began to collapse, damn, Muramasa, UBD, 517 Protector didn't finish speaking, Ichigo was about to leave, after all, Ichigo still had to deal with the spiritual ball in the world. With the sound of boom, the sea suddenly exploded, and Muramasa's figure suddenly flew out. When Muramasa's figure appeared, the speed of the surrounding collapse suddenly slowed down. As expected of Muramasa, he has the will to survive again under such circumstances, otherwise, I'm afraid he would have been completely hollowed. Ichigo thought to himself, and began to relax a little. Muramasa, why did you take this step? That guy has long since denied you, didn't he? Ichigo looked at Muramasa and shouted loudly, you should have known it long ago, but you still want to make noise. The seal of the river has been working hard so far, why, not because you want to connect with Xianghe, want to let Xianghe admit you? Shinigami and Zanpakuto, you know this relationship better than anyone, any Zanpakuto, don't you? You're not qualified to teach me a lesson, Muramasa said, and at the same time some white matter began to appear on his face. The mask is taking shape. Ichigo was slightly startled, and then Ryutsu appeared on his body, and black Ryutsu appeared on Tensa Zangetsu and the hilt on his left hand. Looks like it's the last resort. Muramasa suddenly tore off the mask that had already formed on his face, and a purple Ryutsu emerged from his body. This Ryutsu was no smaller than Ichigo, who was not using his full strength now. Chapter 150. Zanpakuto was born in the soul of Shinigami. Both sides are of the same mind, and then they identify with each other, communicate with each other, and finally reach the realm of one mind and one body, and they can give everything for each other. This is the relationship that Zanpakuto and Shinigami should have. A very special, but most important companion. The figure of Ichigo suddenly resounded in Muramasa's mind, and suddenly Muramasa's Ryutsu paused, and then gathered again. Damn, it's ironic. Muramasa kept gathering Ryutsu, looking at Ichigo from a distance, but his heart was full of helplessness. I can't hear the sound of Xianghe, but this guy's voice is constantly in my heart. Sounds in the soul. This is really ironic. Muramasa Ichigo shouted loudly, the surrounding space had completely collapsed, and there was only a distance of less than 20 meters around the two people, and on the heads of the two people, countless light spots were falling down continuously. Debris of space collapse. Come on, Kurosaki Ichigo, Muramasa shouted loudly, then charged directly at Ichigo, before I become a virtual. You won't become empty. I believe in you, Muramasa. Ichigo began, charging towards Muramasa at the same time. The distance between the two disappeared in an instant. Ichigo held Tensa Zangetsu with a dang. Tensa Zangetsu and Zanpakuto and Muramasa's hands collided fiercely, the two huge Ryutsu collided directly, and the huge Ryutsu moved towards the surroundings. Spread out. Directly destroy everything around. Damn! Muramasa's entire body was knocked out and fell directly into the sea. Although Muramasa's Ryutsu is not weaker than Ichigo, he still has no resistance in the face of Ichigo, because the battle is not something Ryutsu can decide. It's time to leave now. Ichigo said and rushed towards the place where the village had fallen. Muramasa's body was falling towards the depths of the sea, but at the same time deep in his soul, Ichigo's voice kept ringing, it's too long. Muramasa said loudly in his heart, your voice is so clear. Damn it! I don't want to hear your voice at all, and this feeling. It must be the feeling that the souls of Shinigami and Zanpakuto are truly one. Damn, I've never experienced it in Xianghe, but I didn't expect to experience this kind of feeling in you. Damn! Kurosaki Ichigo, who the hell are you? 99 Thinking of this, Muramasa slightly stretched out a hand and said silently in his heart, no matter what, it's good to feel this feeling a little more. At the same time, he closed it slightly. Pop! One hand grabbed Muramasa's outstretched hand. Muramasa was startled and suddenly opened his eyes, only to see Ichigo grabbing his arm in front of him, and said silently in his heart, Kurosaki Ichigo. Okay, don't talk about those that are missing. After Ichigo finished speaking, he released his Ryutsu. The soaring Ryutsu made Muramasa beside him stunned. Seeing this scene, Muramasa said, so you have been it didn't work at all. That's right. Otherwise I'll bully you too much, won't it? Ichigo said very easily, and after Ryutsu reached a point, Ichigo slashed with Tensa Zangetsu, and a black hole was cut open. Seeing Muramasa here surprised, then Ichigo pulled him and rushed in. After Ichigo and Muramasa entered, the space completely collapsed. Fortunately, Ichigo took a step faster, otherwise, Ichigo would be sealed in this space forever. In this world, after all the Shinigami Zanpakuto have sealed the black cavity, they want to get rid of the huge spiritual orb entrenched in it, but the surrounding Minos Grande are not there to watch, those Jillians are not there to see the black cavity they are sealing. They were already preparing Zero at the time of the Zero, but because of Ishida Yulong's constant movements, they couldn't launch smoothly, because Ishida Yulong shot at Jillian who was about to release Zero every time. Although Jillian is called Minos Grande, in fact it is only the lowest level of Minos Grande. Their intelligence is very low and they can't think at all, let alone how to make it more reasonable, but the number of Jillian is too large. Even Ishida Yulong couldn't completely block it, but even if it was missed, it wasn't a big deal for Shinigami and Zanpakuto who were present. Especially after the black cavity was closed, all the Shinigami Zanpakuto focused their attention on the huge spiritual ball, just because of the countless Jillians around, all the Shinigami present immediately focused on it after thinking about it. Jillian around. They wanted to get rid of Jillian around them first, and they were going to deal with the huge spirit sphere, because this spirit sphere hadn't changed for a long time. The four captains present, Byakuya Kukaki, Hitsuga Ichigo, Broken B, Komamura Seijin, plus the vice-captains Abarai Renji, Matsumoto Ranjaku, Omida Marekyo, Hinamori Momo as well as Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika, and their Zanpakuto. He started after cleaning up the surrounding Jillian. Jillian is only the lowest Minos Grande, and it is not enough to see in front of them. Almost one move is the disappearance of a Jillian. It's amazing. Inu Orium looked at the actions of Shinigami and Zanpakuto who were present, and said with a look of surprise, "Everyone is amazing." Arisawa Tatsuki touched Inu Orium's hair and said, "Am I not amazing? Long Gui is also very powerful." Inu Orium said very directly, and Arisawa Tatsuki also smiled when he heard this. At this time, Rukia Kukaki came to Arisawa Tatsuki's side and said apologetically to her, "Sorry, Long Gui, I have implicated you again." 35 Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki hugged Rukia Kukaki very rudely. Said, "I'm going to be angry if you see things like this." Rukia Kukaki also smiled and nodded when she heard this. All the Shinigami and Zanpakuto have gathered around the huge sphere of spirits, and Jillian around was completely eliminated. All that's left is this gigantic spirit ball. But this way, Rukia Kukaki didn't have time to talk here anymore. Rukia Kukaki smiled a little, and then suddenly jumped up and stood behind Byakuya Kukaki. At this time, the originally huge spiritual ball swelled again, and all the Shinigami were stunned for a while, but a crack appeared on the spiritual ball that had just started to expand, and in a short moment, the ball was covered with all over the place. Crack! Hitsuga Ichigo looked at the spiritual ball in front of him and said in shock, "Damn it, the spiritual ball is about to explode." Once the spiritual ball explodes, then with the spiritual ball as the center, half, Li Deseo, 1,000 diameter. Everything within a kilometer will be razed to the ground by this gigantic Ryutsu. What? A radius of 1,000 kilometers? Ishida Yuryu exclaimed, "So doesn't that include the entire city of Karakura?" No, not only Karakura city, but also several cities will be affected. Long Gui also heard Hitsuga Ichigo's words, and she said with a serious expression, "If this is the case, then the number of deaths will exceed more than a few millions. Damn, it's too late to even set up the barrier." Broken B gritted his teeth and said, "And everyone has already used up the Ryutsu who looked at the black cavity just after closing the black cavity. Now I am afraid that it is impossible to use Ryutsu to protect one direction. It's a little hard to live by myself." At this time, the cracks on the spiritual ball began to expand, and at the same time, a strong light was emitted. Everyone could not even open their eyes in the light. The strong light made everyone close their eyes, and when they closed their eyes at that instant, the crack on the spiritual ball expanded to its limit. Chapter 151. With a boom, the entire spirit ball suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. It just disappeared without an explosion. Still no explosion, disappeared within half a second before the explosion. What's going on? Broken Bee looked at the situation in front of her and asked in a daze. After all, the Ryotsu who had just emerged from the spirit ball was much stronger than her, but such a huge Ryotsu disappeared without a trace at the moment of the explosion. Ichigo Yoruichi discovered the figure of Ichigo inside the spirit ball for the first time. Although she was farther than the others, she was the first to discover it. Mr. Kurosaki Rukia Kukaki and Abarai Renji fell down at the same time, standing beside Ichigo. Ichigo put Muramasa on the ground. Hey, Muramasa, are you alright? Cough cough. Muramasa spit out a lot of blood from his mouth, and at the same time blood flowed from his eyes, like blood and tears. Muramasa raised his head slightly and looked at Ichigo. If I am your Zanpakuto, if it is my master, then I am afraid that I will not become what I am today. I am so envious, your Zanpakuto, they can blend in soul with you as the master. One day Muramasa interrupted Ichigo, one day, I will also be able to blend with the soul of my master, I believe. When the time comes, Kurosaki Ichigo, I will not be so easily defeated by you. Yet Ichigo nodded slightly and said, I'm looking forward to that day. I won't be releasing water by then. Hee. Muzhang showed a smile, but the smile disappeared as soon as it appeared, not because the smile disappeared, and Muzhang turned into a purple 517 phantom, and then he disappeared. A purple phantom Zanpakuto appeared. Zanpakuto shattered directly, broken into several pieces, and then a purple light shot into the sky. Hey! Ichigo let out a deep breath without any expression on his face. Although Ichigo didn't know Muramasa's ending at the beginning, he had already guessed it. Ichigo watched too much in his previous life. It's just that Ichigo is powerless to change anything. It's not just that Ichigo doesn't know the plot, it's more of Muramasa's persistence. When Xianghe was sealed 100 years ago, he should have been sealed along with Xianghe, but he know, although I don't know the reason, but since that time, he has been living alone. For Zanpakuto, this is the biggest sadness, so for hundreds of years, Muramasa has been thinking about saving Muramasa, because this is the only meaning of his life. If he gives up on this, then Muramasa himself will not be able to find the idea of continuing to live. Perhaps when the village was unblocking Xianghe, he had already thought of this result. He might have known that Xianghe would attack him directly. Being able to enter Shinigami's spiritual world and manipulate other Zanpakuto to betray Shinigami, this proves that Muramasa is very good at grasping the psychology of Shinigami and Zanpakuto. For his master, Xianghe's psychology, I am afraid Muramasa knows better than anyone, but even if that's right, Muramasa still hasn't changed his original intention in the slightest, because unblocking Xianghe is not only what he should do as the master of Zanpakuto, but also the only meaning of his continued existence. After all, it has meaning to continue to live. I can feel it, Inu Orium said, standing beside Ichigo. At the end, his smile was a heartfelt, relieved smile. I could feel him from his body when he was holding me. Grief, but just now, his grief has all disappeared. Inu Orium's inexplicable words woke everyone up. Ichigo stretched out his hand slightly and grabbed Yoruichi's hand and said, It's okay, I'm sorry, I'm late and I've got you involved in these things again. I know you clearly. I don't like these things the most. I hope to be able to get into these things more. He shook his head slightly and said, Because of this, I will be able to get closer to Longui. Arisawa Tatsuki smiled and gently hugged Inu Orium and said, I'm sorry, I will practice harder in a while, I will definitely protect you next time. At this time, Ichigo was a little strange to hear this. It's not because of me that a new Orium and Arisawa Tatsuki turned into lace. But it doesn't matter, as long as their women don't turn into that. Mr. Kurosaki Rukia Kokaki and Abarai Renji stood in front of Ichigo and Yoruichi. Ichigo smiled slightly and looked at the two people. It's okay, Rukia Kokaki, Abarai Renji. Ah, nothing, but Mr. Kurosaki and Muramasa just now. Rukia asked, looking at Ichigo. That guy has maintained Zanpakute's dignity from beginning to end. Ichigo said with a slight smile, now this guy should go to Xionghe. Really? Rukia nodded slightly in response. At this time, Byakuya Kokaki appeared in front of Ichigo. He stood there with his eyes closed slightly, and suddenly a trace of water appeared in the corner of his eyes. Tears, the big iceberg Byakuya Kokaki actually shed tears. This was the first thought of everyone present, but just when everyone came up with this idea, the sound of crashing sounded, and the pouring rain fell directly. In an instant, all the faces were covered with water stains. It turned out to be rain. Seeing this situation, everyone's hearts were relieved. It's obvious that Byakuya Kokaki's face was also rained just now. After all, according to Byakuya Kokaki's character, it is impossible to shed tears. Even if it is possible, it will only shed blood and tears instead of tears, but who can know the end of Byakuya Kokaki's water stains? Tears or rain? It feels so strange, Hanko said in the rain. I want to go back, said Fime next to Hinamori Momo, and then her body turned into a pink light and melted into the Zanpakut on Hinamori Momo's body. Following Fime's actions, the other Zanpakut also turned into a ray of light and melted into the Zanpakut of their respective masters. Captain! Matsumoto Ranjaku said, looking at Hitsugayachware in front of him. Ah, it's time to end, Hitsugayachware said. This is the second time, Kurosaki Ichigo, thank you for your help, Byakuya Kokaki said, turning his back on Ichigo. Hey, thank you should also face me. Ichigo stood behind Byakuya Kokaki and said, and last time thank you, you were lying on a stretcher with serious injuries, you can't be normal once. Byakuya Kokaki ignored Ichigo and said, Renji, let's go, we're going back. Yes, Captain. Abarai Renji responded immediately, then greeted Ichigo and said, then Mr. Kurosaki, let's say goodbye first. Next time we fight that guy Aizen, let's see you again said Abarai Renji. Renji followed Byakuya Kokaki directly, then ran to Byakuya Kokaki in a few steps, pulled out his Zanpakut, and stabbed in front of him suddenly, like a key, the space in front of him fluctuated, and then a partition door appeared, the door opened automatically, actually. When the hell butterflies flew out, they each stayed in front of a Shinigami, and then one by one, the Shinigami followed the hell butterflies into the gate. Goodbye then, Long Gui. Rukia Kokaki looked at Arisawa Tatsuki with a slight smile and said, next time we will fight together. Ah! Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, I must come. If I don't have the support of your comrades during the battle, I will not be able to exert my full strength. It's okay. Rukia Kokaki smiled softly, if your strength is not enough, then we are your strength. Whether we fight together or not, as long as you need it, we will give it to you. Rukia Kokaki said. He followed Byakuya Kokaki into the gate of the world. Ah, it is precisely because of the support of your comrades that I will not lose. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly. At the same time, the crossing gate closed and disappeared. Arisawa Tatsuki breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the figures of Shinigami disappear, because this matter finally came to an end, and then Ichigo hugged Yoruichi and looked at the others. Okay, let's go home together. Ishida Yulong was silent for a while, and then he didn't say much, and left directly, and also used the advanced footwork of the Quincy master. Ishida, he's been very indifferent recently. Orium said from the side, he seems to be deliberately alienating us recently. Really? Ichigo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered something, with a wry smile on his face, and said in his heart, I almost forgot, now it should be Yulong who asks his father how to recover from extinction. However, his father put forward the condition that he is not allowed to have any involvement with Shinigami again. It is really troublesome to say that he and my old Shinigami are life and death friends. Chapter 152 Ichigo, Yoruichi, Inu Orium, Arisawa Tatsuki, the four slowly walked towards Karakura town, and Ichigo also came out of the state of Shinigami. After all, Yoruichi couldn't let the two girls walk alone in this deep mountain, although Ryuki is the strongest female high school student in the country, and she is a Shinigami who doesn't have anything to turn into a Shinigami, but Yoruichi still can't rest assured, so Ichigo and Yoruichi walked slowly with them, but slowly walking, but the footsteps of the group are not slow. Ichigo took Yoruichi's hand, and Yoruichi asked at the same time, speaking of which, Orium, why did you and Longui come here? And it was so coincidentally that Muramasa caught him. This. Orium said embarrassedly, I discovered this lake by accident. I thought it was very beautiful, so I took Longui over for a picnic this time. On the way, I met a man who fell on the ground. Man, when I saw that he was seriously injured, I went to treat him, and later I would encounter such a thing, I don't know when the food prepared by others was smashed. When he said this, Orium's eyes a little tear came out, it took a lot of effort to make it. Especially the yokan honey sandwich, which is the people's favorite. Yokan, honey, and sandwiches. Ichigo was speechless, covering his forehead helplessly. Orium, do you still have any ingredients in your refrigerator? There are many more. Orium nodded vigorously and said, I can't eat it alone. But there is no seasoning. Ichigo, do you want to make something for me? 95 Orium's eyes glowed directly, even Longui the eyes also lit up, which reminded Ichigo of the sentence if you want to grab a man's heart, you must first grab a man's stomach. Now this sentence is also very suitable for women. Well, I see. Ichigo nodded and said, after we go back, I will go back to my body first, then go buy some seasonings, and then make them for you. Really? Yoruichi asked immediately in surprise. Ichigo touched Yoruichi's head and said, it's true, when did I lie to you? Yoruichi tilted his head and thought for a moment, no. Then Yoruichi let go of Ichigo, hugged Arisawa Tatsuki and Inu Orium and said, Longui, Orium and I go back with me, and then eat the food made by Ichigo. No, I don't need it. Arisawa Tatsuki declined, she didn't want to disturb Ichigo and Yoruichi. No, I have to go. Yoruichi said, it can be a little more lively if there are many people. Ichigo smiled and said, yeah, Longui and Inu, let's go together. As a chef, the happiest thing is that the meals made by yourself can be eaten by others. And the more people eat, the more motivation for the chef to cook. The bigger. And you guys are my best friends with Yoruichi, I just got back from the Soul Society, and things are settled, won't you celebrate for me? Then I'm welcome. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded slightly and said, thank you so much for the hospitality. Excuse me then. Inu Orium nodded solemnly. Well, then that's it. Yoruichi pulled Arisawa Tatsuki and Inu Orium and said, Ichigo, you should go back to your body first, and Longui and I will go buy the seasoning first. Well, be careful. Ichigo smiled and nodded, I'll be there soon. Yoruichi pulled Longui and the three girls away with a smile, because they were already close to the city, so Ichigo didn't go any further. Stop them. After Orium and Longui left, Ichigo's expression turned cold, he took a slight breath and said, come out, don't hide. Yo, long time no see, Kurosaki Ichigo. An upside-down face appeared in front of Ichigo, a ridiculous mushroom head, and because it was upside down, it suddenly appeared in front of me. If it was a timid person, I might be scared. Scared to death. Immediately, this person turned around, his feet fell on the ground, his mouth cracked to a ridiculous degree, and he wore a ridiculous mushroom head. Although it was funny, no one could underestimate this person, because he was 100 years ago, Soul Society the captain of the 5th Division, Hirako Shinji. Is something wrong? Shinji Ichigo asked, looking at Shinji in front of him. What is it? Hirako Shinji looked at Ichigo, his eyes narrowed and said, Kurosaki Ichigo, you seem to have forgotten, before you left this world to go to the Soul Society, you seem to have promised me one thing? And this time Soul Society's Zanpakuto thing, why are you inserting it? I know. I've never forgotten. Ichigo looked at Hirako Shinji and said, but I also said that I need a little time to deal with my own affairs, and I also said that even if I joined your Mask Legion, I will still carry out Shinigami's responsibilities. As for the Soul Society, there are my companions there, that's enough. Seeking flowers. Okay. Then I don't have a big problem. Hirako Shinji shrugged slightly. Now there is one last question, Ichigo, when will you come to us and make a plan with us to deal with Aizen? Tomorrow. Ichigo pondered for a while and said, I'm going to accompany Yoruichi today, I'm afraid I don't have time. Come to school tomorrow, and we'll leave as soon as tomorrow's class is over. Tomorrow Hirako Shinji looked at Ichigo and said, I hope it will be as soon as possible, but why are you suddenly so anxious, Kurosaki? Because there's no time left. Ichigo said softly, Arrancar has already come to the world, that is to say, that guy Aizen is going to attack the world, we don't have time, and the Soul Society happened. The matter of Zanpakuto's betrayal. Against this guy Aizen, the power of the Soul Society is essential. Maybe you are hostile to the Soul Society, but if Aizen enters the world, I am afraid that you will not be able to maintain your current life. Is that so? Hirako Shinji waved his hand casually, then looked at Ichigo and said, but Ichigo, what is your opinion on Soul Society? Truth or lies? Ichigo asked softly. Idiot, of course it's the truth, it's useless to hear lies, Hirako Shinji said without hesitation. I don't believe both of them now. Ichigo said directly, and Hirako Shinji laughed when he heard this, and then said, yes, that's it, that's why we want to have a relationship with you, Ichigo, before the fight starts. Okay. Hearing this, Ichigo also smiled, and then Hirako Shinji said, then we'll see you tomorrow, Ichigo. After walking a few steps, he turned around and said, bring Yoruichi here too. Isn't she also hollow? It's gone. Hearing his words, I shook my head too, and then Shunpo also left. Next. Chapter 153. After returning home, I miss seeing the door very much, and when I was about to push in, the door was opened. Ichigo was also very happy when he saw the people who came out, because it was Kurosaki Yuzue and Kurosaki Shiarli, and when they saw Ichigo came back, they jumped into Ichigo's arms and said, Ichigo brother, I miss you so much. Hearing this, Ichigo touched their heads and said, I miss you too. Hearing this, Kurosaki Shiarli was very dissatisfied and said to me, I don't believe what Ichigo brother said, if I miss us, why did it take so long to come back, right? Yuzu. Kurosaki Shiarli said to Kurosaki Yuzu, but Kurosaki Yuzu did not hearing Kurosaki Shiarli's words, he kept shrinking in Ichigo's arms. Okay. Yuzu, it's time to get off your brother. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at by others. Ichigo said very gently, and Kurosaki Shiarli pouted. Seeing this scene Ichigo he also touched Kurosaki Shiarli's head apologetically, and Kurosaki Yuzu said in front of Kurosaki Shiarli, no. I want my brother to carry me in. Hearing what Kurosaki Yuzu said to me, I had no choice but to hold her with one hand and go in with Kurosaki Shiarli's hand with the other. After entering, I saw Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki lying relaxed in the yard, and I was very surprised to see me holding Kurosaki Yuzu and holding Kurosaki Shiarli and said, what are you doing? Ichigo. Yuzu, I haven't gotten off my brother yet. Kurosaki Masaki said helplessly. Hearing his mother's words, Kurosaki Yuzu had to come down. He pouted and looked at Kurosaki Masaki with dissatisfaction, which made her a little embarrassed. Ichigo, how are you? Are you hungry now? Do you want me to cook? Kurosaki Ishin said to resolve the embarrassing situation. Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Shiarli also held Ichigo's arm and said, Ichigo brother, I'll cook for you. When hearing this, Kurosaki Yuzu was somewhat dissatisfied and said, Shiarli don't learn from me, and you can't do it either. Rice. Hearing this, Kurosaki Shiarli was also angry and said, who said that? I can cook now too. Just you, it's still cooking. Kurosaki Yuzu was very disdainful, which made Kurosaki Shiarli even more angry. You. When I was about to say something, Ichigo stopped and said, okay. Don't make trouble, wait a while. Long Gui and Inu are coming. I stopped when I heard this. Ichigo, is that the girl with the orange hair? Kurosaki Masaki asked, and Ichigo nodded when he heard that. Hearing this, Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Shiarli pulled me and said, there are actually guests coming, so why don't you hurry up and prepare? Ichigo had to follow them in after hearing this. And Kurosaki Masaki said to Kurosaki Ishin, do you think the two girls who are coming to our house also like our Ichigo? Hearing this, Kurosaki Ishin said proudly, as expected of me my son, has the style of my youth. Hearing this, Kurosaki Masaki said with disdain, just you, forget it. Seeing Kurosaki Masaki's eyes, Kurosaki Ishin said very sadly, don't wear it. And after Ichigo went in, they started preparing the dishes. On the other hand, Yoruichi and the others also bought back the ingredients. When a new Orium came to Ichigo's house, she was very surprised when she saw it and said, Ichigo's house is so rich. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki said, I don't know either. Although I have known Ichigo since I was a child, but never came to his home. Yoruichi also explained it to them after hearing this. Ichigo is so amazing. Inu Orium was very surprised, and Arisawa Tatsuki said as if he had met Ichigo for the first time, I didn't expect him to have such talent. Yoruichi waited until they both sighed. Said, okay. I'm going in. Then he opened the door and went in first. Then Inu Orium and Arisawa Tatsuki also went in one after another. After going in, they were very impressed when they saw the things in the yard. And Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki went back to the other house, because they didn't want to be too formal. After that, Yoruichi brought the two of them to the house where Ichigo was cooking. Yoruichi took all the seasonings to the kitchen. Ichigo looked at them and said, where are the two of them? Yoruichi smiled and said, the two of them. Let's visit our house. Hear Ichigo say to Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Shiarli, since there are guests coming to our house, so you two should not be busy here, let Yoruichi come. Go and introduce them to both of you. Our home. Hearing their brother's words, the Kurosaki sisters and the two directly agreed, we know. Then they walked outside. By the way, if you're bored, just go to those rooms and play for a while. Ichigo said to the two of them, and the Kurosaki sisters were very excited after hearing this, got it, and ran out. Then, under the leadership of the Kurosaki sisters, Inu Orium and Arisawa Tatsuki quickly finished shopping and were taken to the game room to play games, while Ichigo and Yoruichi prepared dinner in the kitchen. When they were almost done playing, they sat down at the dining table and watched TV. It didn't take long for Ichigo to come out with a plate of food, and an attractive aroma came out. Ichigo put the dish on the only round table. Said, come and try the jewel-fried yellow river carp, but unfortunately this carp is not a yellow river carp, and it has been frozen for several days, and the taste is no better than fresh, what a pity. Delicious. Before Ichigo finished speaking, the Kurosaki sisters picked up a piece of fish and put it in their mouths, biting a few times, and said with a smile, her eyes narrowed into slits. Really, isn't there a guest? I want them to eat first, don't you know? As he said that, he flicked the foreheads of the Kurosaki sisters and the others, and then went into the kitchen, while the two of them covered their foreheads behind Ichigo and made faces. Seeing this scene, Inu Orium and Arisawa Tatsuki were very envious, and then at the instigation of Kurosaki sisters, they both tasted it. I was instantly captivated by this dish. When Ichigo came out with the second dish of 1.4, the carp had already been eaten up by several of them, and only one fish bone was left. When Ichigo came out, the four of them showed embarrassed smiles. Ichigo can still say what, keep doing it. That night, it was completely dark, so Ichigo went to send them both home, and when he was about to leave after sending Arisawa Tatsuki home, Arisawa Tatsuki said, "Thank you for your hospitality today." Ichigo heard here. Ichigo said very relaxedly, "What are you talking about? We are childhood sweethearts. I also feel that I am a little embarrassed to ask you to come to my house for so long." Arisawa Tatsuki is also very happy to hear this. And then said, "Then, next time, I will visit your uncle and aunt at your house." Hearing this, Ichigo also nodded and left. Chapter 154. I'm back. Ichigo opened the door of his house. Ichigo, who had just walked into the entrance, was about to change his shoes. At this time, a foot suddenly flew in front of him. "Idiot, don't you look at what time it is?" Obviously the person who spoke was Ichigo's father, Kurosaki Isshin. Although it is different from the original, Ichigo's mother is not dead yet, but it is still a joke, and it is just what Kurosaki Isshin pretends to be. The man who attacked his own son as soon as he came back. With a bang, Ichigo knocked his father down with a punch, then looked at Xiaoli and Yuzue behind him and said with a smile, "It's so late, are you still asleep?" Xiaoli and Yuzue were already. "I put on my pajamas, but I don't know why I didn't sleep in my room." Brother Yuzue looked at Ichigo and complained, "Why did you come back now? It's so late, really." Hearing Yuzue's complaint, a smile appeared on Ichigo's face. He changed his shoes, squatted slightly in front of Yuzue, put his right hand on Yuzue's hair and rubbed lightly. "Sorry, it's me. It's too late to come back, but I also want to send those sisters back." Brother Yuzue complained somewhat coquettishly, "Don't touch other people's hair, they just washed it." Yes, Ichigo replied without the slightest sincerity, while continuing to mess with Yuzue's hair. "Are you still a little hungry?" Ichigo brother Xiaoli looked at Ichigo and said happily, "If you haven't eaten yet, Yuzue has left some food for you. If you want to eat it, you can warm it up." Ichigo nodded slightly and said, "But I'm still a little hungry now, Yuzue, please." "Brother, really?" Yuzue stretched out a hand to protect his hair, which was completely messed up by Ichigo, and walked towards the kitchen. Ichigo showed a slight smile, took out a fresh keeping bag and said, "Xiaoli, I'll bring back some food, it's still warm, let's try it together." "Yes, thank you, brother Ichigo." Xiaoli replied happily, then walked towards the dining table. Ichigo walked into the kitchen, and saw Yuzue heating up the food in the kitchen. Ichigo smiled slightly, "Excuse me, Yuzue, I'll bring something back. Of course, I'll eat whatever Yuzue made for me, but Yuzue, if you don't mind getting fat, you can come and eat a little together. People don't eat if they're not hungry, and they won't gain weight even if they eat," Yuzue said loudly. Yes. Ichigo took out a fat man and gently poured the contents of the bag into the plate. A little fragrance appeared, and it was obvious that the cake had not completely cooled down. "It smells so good, it looks like it is not completely cold yet. If it gets cold, the taste shouldn't be lost. Yuzue, do you want to eat it?" A scent penetrated into Yuzue's nose. Yuzue sniffed carefully, then turned his head and didn't look at the cake. Ichigo smiled lightly and said, "Then I'll go out first. Yuzue, if you want to eat, you have to hurry up, because if you wait a while, I'll finish it up. Then Ichigo turned and walked out of the kitchen. Ichigo came to the dinner table with a plate. Yuzu sat in front of the table. Ichigo put the cake in front of Natsumi and handed her a pair of knives and forks. Try it, Xiaoli. Thank you, brother Ichigo. Xiaoli took the knife and fork, put a piece in her mouth and chewed it carefully. Her eyes suddenly opened, and after eating the cake she smiled and looked at Ichigo and said, "It's delicious, Ichigo bro, why is this cake so delicious? If you like it, eat more." Ichigo showed a slight smile and said, "But the main ingredient here is cream. As long as you are not afraid of gaining weight, then you can taste it." And Xiaoli replied slightly, but put down the chopsticks in her hand and said, "Wait, Ichigo brother, I want to wait a moment, let Yuzu try it too, Yuzu will definitely like it too." Ichigo nodded slightly, "What would I like too?" Yuzu carried a tray with a bowl of rice, a bowl of vegetables and a bowl of soup. Ichigo stepped forward to take the tray, and Xiaoli handed Yuzu a pair of knives and forks. "Try it, Yuzu, this cake is really delicious." "Really?" Yuzu said dubiously, then took the knife and fork, picked up a piece of cake, put it in his mouth, and ate the cake abruptly. "Brother!" Yuzu said angrily, "Why is such a delicious cake? I just got it now. And I think I'm going to gain weight today." Yuzu's face has an angry look, but with Yuzu's face, it will only make people feel very cute, and the pouting look is cute enough to turn those pairs Luli is interested in the uncle. So cute! Kurosaki Ishin suddenly appeared in front of Yuzu, stretched out his hand to hug Yuzu, and kept rubbing Yuzu's cheek with his own face. "Yuzu, you are so cute, sleeping with dad tonight." With a bang, Ichigo directly put one foot on Kurosaki Ishin's face, kicked Kurosaki Ishin out, hugged Yuzu and looked at Kurosaki Ishin who flew out and said, "Idiot, what are you talking about, what are you thinking? What are you going to do to your daughter?" Ichigo put Yuzu down and said, "Yuzu, you have to be careful, you are too cute, you will attract the attention of the middle-aged uncle." "Yes, I see, bro," Yuzu responded, then looked at Kurosaki Ishin who was kicked out by Ichigo and said, "That bro, is dad okay?" "No problem, Yuzu." Ichigo waved his hand casually, "The old man is a doctor. If there is a problem, he will treat himself, as long as he doesn't die." At this time, Kurosaki Masaki came out of the room and said, "Really, it's so late, why is it so noisy that no one can sleep?" After that, I smelled the fragrance of the cake, and joined the Kurosaki sisters and started to eat cake. After eating, Kurosaki Masaki asked, "Where did you buy this cake? It's so delicious." Hearing this, Kurosaki Yuzu said, "This. My brother bought it." "Really, if I bought something so delicious at night, if you get fat tomorrow, I won't forgive you." Brother and Kurosaki Shiarli also said, "That's right. Brother Ichigo, if you get fat, I will ignore you." Hearing this, Ichigo is also very helpless. "Originally you guys are so happy to eat, how could it be my fault in the end?" "This is what you bought, Ichigo?" Kurosaki Masaki asked, and Ichigo admitted, "I brought this, 517, but I didn't buy it." Hearing this, Kurosaki Yuzu was very puzzled and asked, "How did that come from?" "I made this myself." After Ichigo finished speaking, Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Shiarli threw themselves on me and said, "Ichigo-san, brother, you are amazing. You can even make cakes." And Kurosaki Masaki asked with some doubts, "Ichigo, even if you can do it, but where did you do it?" Hearing this, Ichigo hugged Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Shiarli and said, "Actually, I'm not far from our house. I have opened a cake shop far away, and those bakers were all trained by me, and I wanted to taste their craftsmanship, so I brought back a cake." Hearing this, Kurosaki Masaki said, "So that cake shop belongs to our family. No wonder they all bowed respectfully to me when I entered from there." After hearing Ichigo, "That's because I showed them pictures of my parents and Yuzu Shiarli and Yoruichi, so it's free as long as you go. Kurosaki Ichigo said, brother, you are so amazing, I really don't know what else your brother can't do. Kurosaki Ichigo also said, that's right. Ichigo is like a prince, so perfect. Hear this Ichigo, he smiled and said, okay, don't praise me so much, I'm just studying hard, and it's so late now, and I have class tomorrow. Go back to your room and go to bed. Kurosaki Masaki remembered when he heard this. Tomorrow is Monday, so I urged Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Ichigo to go back to their rooms and sleep. And I also went out, took out another cake and walked towards my house. Chapter 155. And Ichigo took the cake and came to his house, and seeing that the house was not turned on, he thought that Yoruichi must have fallen asleep, so he put the cake on the dining table. And when I was going to the room to take a look, a figure jumped directly into Ichigo's arms, and when I met it, I knew it was Yoruichi, so I said, really, I thought you were already asleep. I kissed Yoruichi, and Yoruichi said coquettishly, I want to give you a surprise. 99. I don't think this is a surprise, it's a temptation. Ichigo said helplessly. Yoruichi said very charmingly after hearing it, then have you been seduced by me? After that, he teased Ichigo from time to time. And Ichigo changed the subject and said, okay. I brought you a cake, do you want to eat some? After talking, I walked towards the kitchen and went to the knife and fork. And Yoruichi was very funny to see this scene. Although Ichigo and Yoruichi are already a very loving couple, they still want to spoof each other from time to time, especially Yoruichi. In fact, it can't be said to be a spoof, it can be said to want to make each other closer. After Ichigo brought the knife and fork, he turned on the light, saw where Yoruichi was still standing, and said, come and eat a little. Then he pulled Yoruichi over and asked her to sit down and taste it. Taste. And Yoruichi was also very happy and said, then I'll try it. Then he picked up a piece and tasted it, and then said happily, as expected of the cake made by my lover, it's delicious. I'm glad to hear that Ichigo is here too. Then Ichigo stopped eating after seeing that Yoruichi had eaten a little, so he asked, what's wrong? Don't you want to eat? Hearing Yoruichi sitting on my lap, he said coquettishly, I don't want to eat, I won't eat any more. If you get fat after eating, what will you do if you don't want me? Hearing this, Ichigo smiled helplessly and said, how could it be? No matter how fat you become, I won't want you anymore, because you have been marked by me since you were born. Yoruichi was also moved and confused when he heard Ichigo's love words. After that, Ichigo and Yoruichi hugged each other here, and whispered love words to each other. I don't know how long they said. Ichigo said, okay. It's time for us to rest. He also patted Yoruichi's butt. And Yoruichi also nodded. After Ichigo and Yoruichi finished packing, they went back to the room together. Then they undressed and lay down on the bed, while Yoruichi was lying on Ichigo's chest all the time, looking at Ichigo very emotionally, and Ichigo was very happy to see this scene. By the way, tomorrow Hirako Shinji said he would pick us up to go to Kamen Core to discuss something, do you want to go? Ichigo asked Yoruichi. Yoruichi didn't care at all and said, of course, I'll go wherever you go. Ichigo was also very happy to hear this, and then thought that Aizen should start in the next few months, so he looked at properties interfaces up. Name, Kurosaki Ichigo, Hōgyoku. S*X, male. Age, 15. Spouse, Shihouin Yoruichi, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Super Captain, 226147/20000 can be broken through. Zanpakuto, the perfect Zangetsu, final solution. Kid, General. Shunpo, General. White Hits, General. Slash, General. Combat Experience, General. Crescent Moon Sky Chong, General. Crackling flash, general. No moon, general. Hollow, general. Backpack, character fragments x61478, intermediate exp x14000, advanced exp x13000, super exp x12000, breakthrough card x569. Seeing his own attribute, Ichigo said to Yoruichi, "Do you think it's necessary to regenerate one level?" Yoruichi rolled his eyes amused when he heard this, because everyone else was worried about not being able to improve their strength, and Ichigo is actually worrying about whether or not to improve his strength. If he let others know about it, he wouldn't be envious. Seeing that Yoruichi was very good looking, he rolled his eyes and kissed him and said, "What should I do?" Hearing this, Yoruichi didn't answer and said, "You can figure it out yourself." After speaking, he looked at his own attributes. Name, Shihouin Yoruichi, Hōgyoku. Gender, female. Age, 143. Spouse, Kurosaki Ichigo, soul. Potential, unlimited. Ryutsu, Super Captain, 22-61478/20,000 can be broken through. Zanpakuto, Night Fist, final solution. Kid, General. Shunpo, General. White Hits, General. Slash, General. Combat Experience, General. Instant Open, will buy level. Thor, General. Hollow, General. Backpack, character fragments x61478, intermediate experience beads x14000, advanced experience beads x13000, super experience beads x12000, breakthrough cards x569. After reading his current attributes, Yoruichi said to Ichigo, "What do you think?" Hearing this, Ichigo was a little stunned, and then came back to his senses and said, "I feel strong." "Listen. When I got here," Yoruichi said very funny, "I'm not talking about strength, I'm talking about me." Ichigo understands when I hear this, but Ichigo pretends not to understand and says, "You are very strong." Yoruichi was a little dissatisfied, so he sat up directly on top of Ichigo, and then said, "What about now?" Ichigo looked at her and swallowed and said, "I still don't understand." Hearing this, Yoruichi's face turned dark, but it happened. Very charmingly, he grabbed Ichigo's handle and squeezed lightly. "What did you just say?" Ichigo felt a sharp slap all over his body, and when he wanted to get up to punish Yoruichi, he was still pressed by her. "Let Ichigo get up," and she said, "This time I'm here," and started punishing Ichigo. Chapter 156. The next day, I woke up and looked at the messy room, and then looked at Yoruichi lying next to him. Ichigo helped her to straighten her hair with love, and then kissed her forehead. "Close your eyes." After resting for a while, Ichigo woke up and couldn't bear to wake Yoruichi, so he went out to prepare breakfast by himself. After leaving the room, Ichigo first cleaned his body, and then went outside the room for a breath of fresh air. Came outside and saw Kurosaki Isshin and Kurosaki Masaki doing morning exercises outside. Because the two of them have a lot of free time, they both make up their own morning exercises and do it every morning. Even Ichigo and the four of them were forced to do it when there was no class. Of course it's just Ichigo and Kurosaki now. "Are you up early?" "Ichigo, don't you need to go to bed for a while?" Kurosaki Isshin asked while exercising when he saw Ichigo. "I'm used to it." After Ichigo finished speaking to him, Kurosaki Masaki said, "Ichigo, you got up so early, come over and do it together." 55. Hearing this, Ichigo had to go over and have AFK with them. And when doing the exercises, Kurosaki Masaki said, "Ichigo, although I don't object, but you have to have some restraint, understand?" she said earnestly. Hearing this, Ichigo also knew what she was trying to say, so Ichigo nodded as well. And Kurosaki Isshin whispered next to Ichigo, "She's thinking about you too." I don't want you to be too obsessed with that aspect. So I want to be alert, but what I want to say to you is that if you want to do what you want to do, it's nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Kurosaki Masaki looked at Kurosaki Ishin very coldly. Kurosaki Ishin couldn't roar a little, so he said, I'm going to prepare breakfast. Then he ran away. And while running, he said to Ichigo, Ichigo, let's eat together in a while. I'll cook a little more, and then went into the house. Seeing this scene, Ichigo also twitched at the corners of his mouth. Ichigo Kurosaki Masaki called out Ichigo, and Ichigo looked back at Kurosaki Masaki, and she continued, don't push yourself too hard, and don't put too much pressure on yourself, okay? Hearing this, Ichigo knew why Kurosaki Masaki kept reminding Ichigo. I see. Mom, I'm going to call Yoruichi now. After Ichigo finished speaking, he walked towards his house. And Kurosaki Masaki also went back to the room to prepare breakfast after Ichigo left. And after Ichigo woke Yoruichi, Yoruichi said coquettishly, I want you to take me to take a bath. Ichigo reluctantly agreed after hearing this, and then went to eat together after bathing. After eating, I took my bento and headed for the school. After arriving at the school, good morning and good morning. Ichigo held Yoruichi's hand tightly and walked slowly in the corridor of the school. Many students who knew each other greeted Ichigo and Yoruichi. Ichigo also smiled and responded one by one. 1. Guard. A voice that was heard by a man in a sissy voice, entered the ears of everyone present. Kigo Asano, among Ichigo's friends, is the only one who can make this kind of sound. Disgusting sound. And before Ichigo's brain reacted, the school bag in his hand smashed with a bang, and Kigo Asano's entire face hit the school bag. Good morning, Ichigo said, Kigo, and Aqua. Good morning, Ichigo. With a rigid smile, Kojima Aqua stood behind Ichigo and said. Dang dang suddenly rang, and Ichigo and everyone went back to their seats and went to class. Ichigo, are you going tonight? Yoruichi asked Ichigo at noon. There are Ichigo, Yoruichi, Inu Orium and Arisawa Tatsuki. After hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki asked curiously, where are you going? We're going on our honeymoon, do you want to come with me? Yoruichi said nonchalantly, as if they could come if they wanted, while Inu Orium asked, strangely, is it okay? Arisawa Tatsuki of course gave Inu Orium a chestnut and said, of course not, really. Seeing this scene, Ichigo smiled and said, no, I just want to go somewhere else. Hearing this, Arisawa Tatsuki and Inu Orium were both silent. Okay. Let me tell you. Ichigo was silent for a while, because Aizen should launch an attack on the world soon. And probably because I have gained a lot of strength in the Soul Society this time, and now I have it seems that there is a strong smell of war in the air. Ichigo said after a pause, and I had already thought about it before going to bed last night, that fellow Aizen betrayed the Soul Society and escaped to the virtual circle, but he will only be content to dominate the Hueco Mundo. He will definitely counterattack the Soul Society, but the power of the Soul Society is too strong. Especially the Chief Captain Yamamoto Motori Usai Shigakuni and the 4th Division Captain Anohanaretsu, they are probably Aizen's most feared Shinigami. Even if Aizen gets Hōgyoku, I'm afraid Aizen won't choose to go head-to-head with Soul Society. And that guy Aizen is very smart, and his intelligence is probably only below that of Urahara Kisuke, who loves to pretend to be mysterious. I don't know how he will make a move, but I thought about it. If I were that guy, I would choose attacking the world. The guy Rukia Kokaki once said that the souls of the world and the Soul Society are interconnected, and both sides continue to export their souls to the other side. After the death of human beings, the soul goes to the Soul Society, and after Shinigami kills the virtual, it will also decide whether to enter the Soul Society or Hell according to the good and evil of the human beings. And the people of the Soul Society just live longer and age more slowly than the human beings in this world. There are also deaths from illness and being killed. And the soul after death will return to the present world to achieve balance. Ishida Yulong in our class, that guy is the Quincy. When the Quincy kills the virtual, he kills it completely, just like eating the virtual. Just like dropping the soul, wipe out the existence of the other party completely. In this case, the soul input into the soul society in the present world will inevitably decrease, and finally the balance will be destroyed, which will lead to the complete collapse of the soul society in the present world. So as long as that fellow Aizen attacks the world, then a large number of phantoms will be sent into the world, and by then, I am afraid that it will not be these stray fish phantoms. Ichigo said, pointing to the sky. Head number 4, Baile. A white thunder light shot directly into the sky, and at this moment, a crack suddenly opened in the sky, and an empty head stuck out, and just as it came out, Ichigo's white thunder shot directly. Wearing a fake head. At this time, Arisawa Tatsuki's Shinigami proxy card, who had just called out, fell silent. Chapter 157. Karakura Town General Hospital. This is a large 5-story hospital. Ishida Yulong stepped into the hospital and walked out directly towards the director's room. Ishida Yulong had never been here, so he was arrested when he went to the 5th floor. Blocked, because this floor is the dean's room and some other rooms, which are not open to the outside world, and Yulong directly broke in and was blocked. But after a little explanation, Ishida Yulong was able to move on. Are you here yet? Ishida Ryusen crossed the document in his hand with his elbows on the table, looked at Ishida Yulong and said, then do you want to continue? I want to become stronger, I want to defeat him. Ishida Yulong hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, I swear, as long as I become stronger than him, I will no longer have anything with Shinigami and Shinigami's companions. Any connection? Ishida Longxian looked at Ishida Yulong and nodded slightly, okay, then we can start soon. And what Yuryu Ishida said was Ichigo. On the other side, Ichigo and Yoruichi were still talking, and at this moment, a huge Ryutsu suddenly appeared. Inu Orium fell to the ground unexpectedly, and then Inu Orium got up and looked in the direction Ryutsu came from. Said, what's going on? How can such a powerful Ryutsu suddenly flow out? It's 2 strands. Ichigo said, it's 2 powerful people. From the perspective of Ryutsu, they are empty, but there is a hint of Shinigami. The 2 Ryutsu are strong and weak, which means that one of them is very strong. But the strange thing is that the slightly weaker Ryutsu gave me a feeling of extreme danger. I'm afraid this Ryutsu is not the embodiment of his full strength. Che, did it come earlier than I expected? But fortunately I've already made preparations. Saying that, Ichigo pulled Yoruichi up and said, Longui, we too are going. Then Ichigo held the direction Yoruichi recognized, and rushed directly towards the source of Ryutsu. And when Arisawa Tatsuki is going to say something else, when Ichigo and Yoruichi disappear, I won't say anything. Hey! Kurosaki-san isn't as good as Shinigami. Inu Orium said curiously. And Arisawa Tatsuki was surprised when he heard it. Ichigo hugged Yoruichi and rushed in the direction Ryutsu came from. Soon Ichigo and Yoruichi came to a green park. After all, there is such a large forest in the city that there is only greenery. 2 people, no, it should be 2 errand cars slowly coming out of the pit. There are many people around them. Of course, ordinary people can't see the void, let alone errand cars, so they are not together. Little do they know, danger is coming towards them. These guys are really noisy, a big errand car said, and then he wanted to open his mouth suddenly and take a breath. The souls of ordinary people around him began to separate from their bodies. Ichigo's eyes narrowed and he immediately raised Tensa Zangetsu in his hand. Suddenly slashed towards Aaron Carr, and a sword pressure shot out immediately. Aaron Carr, who was about to eat his soul, immediately sensed it. He immediately stopped absorbing his soul. He didn't look up, but immediately turned back. With a boom, the huge sword pressed directly against where he was standing. The ground was cut open, and a huge gap appeared. Who is making trouble for me? Arrancar raised his head and shouted loudly. As Arrancar stopped absorbing, the souls in the sky were revealed one after another, only to see chains appearing in the chests of these souls connecting their bodies, but they were stunned. They looked at the three people who suddenly appeared in front of them. The Taoist figure was completely at a loss. The silhouettes of Ichigo and Yoruichi fell, and Tensa Zangetsu, who was standing in front of the two Arrancars, pointed directly at the two Arrancars on the opposite side. One was a rough big man with a symmetrical crimson mark on his face, and the mask was positioned on his chin. The other has black shattered hair, pale complexion, green eyes, and dark green tear-like marks on his face. The virtual mask is located on the left half of the head, in the shape of a helmet with horns. The two people were wearing white kimonos, and both had a huge hole in their chests. Cut, two Arrancars. Ichigo said, "What did that fellow Aizen ask you to do in this world?" Ichigo naturally knew that these two were Arrancars. The big one is called Yami, the other is called Ulquiorra, and the two are mainly Ulquiorra. This guy, it's Shinigami. Hey, Ulquiorra, are we looking for this guy? Yami started. Flowers. Dead tyrant outfit, orange hair, brown pupils, yes, it's this guy, and the other person being held should be Shihouin Yoruichi. Ulquiorra nodded slightly. Okay, in this case, you don't have to go around looking for them. Yami looked at Ichigo and said, although you have disturbed my eating, but for the sake of your initiative, I will forgive you. From the souls of ordinary people, your soul should be more delicious. Ulquiorra didn't speak, just stood there tightly. Ichigo held Tensa Zangetsu in Yoruichi's hand and said, I'm sorry, this is not Hueco Mundo, this is the world, I will not let you mess around, and as Shinigami, I will protect the souls of these ordinary people from being eaten by you. It is my duty to eat, so none of these souls behind me will be eaten by you. 0. What? Yami was stunned for a moment, and then said, didn't I say, I'm no longer interested in the souls of ordinary people, and it's too bad, I'm more interested in your soul, on the contrary, the soul of Shinigami is 100 times better than the soul of ordinary people. Hey, why don't you follow the chains on your body and return to your own bodies, and then run away, do you really want them to be eaten? Ichigo turned his head to look at the people behind him. He shouted loudly with the souls of himself and Yami and Ulquiorra. Hearing Ichigo's voice, they were startled, and then followed the chains and returned to their bodies according to Ichigo's words. After a while, the surrounding humans began to stand up slowly, and at this time they could no longer see Ichigo and Yami, and could not hear the sound. The gap between them immediately knew that what had just happened was indeed true, they looked at each other, and immediately fled towards the surroundings. Soon the surrounding humans were gone, and Ichigo let out a slight sigh of relief. In this case, you can fight with confidence. After speaking, Ichigo glanced slightly not far, and then focused his eyes on Yami and Ulquiorra. Predict. Chapter 158. Lori is wordy, it's so noisy, Yami said, how far are you ignoring me? Then he punched Ichigo. Ichigo hugged Yoruichi back, Yami's the fist hit the ground. Then he came under the tree and said, stay here, I'll fix it right away. After that, he came to Yami again. This should be the footwork of that Shunpo of Shinigami, Yami said, looking at Ichigo's figure, although you have the so-called Shunpo, we Arrancar also have similar skills, they call him ringing. This idiot, he took the initiative to tell the other party about his abilities. Ulquiorra looked at Yami and said secretly in his heart, then put his eyes on Ichigo and said, is this the person Aizen-sama wants us to be careful of? Why is it so ordinary, and it feels so he looks like an ordinary person, but Lord Aizen has suffered too much in his hands, so May 20 must be a strong man who can hide his strength from others. Shunpo? Hehe, I haven't used Shunpo yet. Ichigo said with a funny smile, and then Ichigo looked at Yami and said, but since you mentioned Shunpo, then I'll use it, otherwise, if I let you it's not good if you take it too lightly. As soon as the voice fell, Ichigo's figure disappeared, and Yami's figure also disappeared. Suddenly a blood column shot out, Ichigo and Yami's figures appeared at the same time. Ichigo held tense Zangetsu said, in this case, since he can still dodge my fatal blow, he is really a simple-minded guy. The body's reaction is always faster than the brain. Yami stood in front of Ichigo and said angrily, what did you say? A huge hole in his chest was cut open, and blood was pouring out continuously. Don't get me wrong, I'm complimenting you. Ichigo said with a flick of tense Zangetsu, and it's not very simple, just in that case, if the brain reacts a little faster, then wait for your brain to react, and then you will only move your body, which will take at least a little time, so maybe, the injury you have suffered is more than this, but because your body reacts far faster than your brain, so in your brain when you haven't reacted, your body will automatically react by instinct, avoiding my attack, and after evading my attack, your brain finally reacts, but it's really because your brain reacts, makes your body unable to rely on the instinctive response, so instead, I will slash your chest with such a knife. This instinctive response is very difficult to cultivate, at least I have not successfully cultivated, so I say that you are very powerful. UBD. Yami looked at Ichigo, then slightly stretched out his hand to pull Zanpakuto from his waist. When his hand was on his waist, Ulquiorra finally spoke, only to hear his face blank. Looking at Yami with an expression, he said, Hey, Yami, Aizen-sama said that this guy has just become a Shinigami not long ago, it seems that it has only been a year. The ability to get Bankai is only a little bit longer, are you going to use Zanpakuto against this guy? Noisy, Yami yelled, turning to look at Ulquiorra. Idiot! Ulquiorra said blankly, I was distracted during the battle. Yami was stunned, then turned his head and saw a black figure appearing in front of him, it was Ichigo. That's right, distraction in battle often costs life. Ichigo said. The tip of a knife was stabbing Yami's head. Yami opened his eyes and looked at the knife in shock, he thought. I want to use the ring, but the strong Ryutsu oppresses me. Although I can't limit my movement, it makes myself a temporary pause. Although the time is short, it is enough to make myself lose the time to use the ring. The right hand is instinctive. Raising a puchi, Ichigo's Zanpakuto stabbed directly into Yami's arm, and then penetrated directly, but the blade stopped when it was only 1 centimeter away from Yami's head. Because the two fingers were pinching the blade of Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu, Ulquiorra, just when Tensa Zangetsu was about to stab Yami's head, he even appeared beside Yami, stretched out his right hand and pinched Tensa Zangetsu with 2 fingers, saved Yami. Otherwise, Tensa Zangetsu will penetrate Yami's head, and even if the virtual is penetrated, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Not bad. Ichigo looked at Ulquiorra with narrowed eyes, and where he occupied before, and Ulquiorra was disappearing, Ichigo held Tensa Zangetsu's wrist and turned it over. Tensa Zangetsu was spinning at a high speed. Because of the high-speed rotation, Ulquiorra I could only release the Tensa Zangetsu, and at the same time, because of the high-speed rotation, Ichigo opened a hole in Yami's arm. Ah, damn, you damned guy, you even attacked. Yami screamed first, then became furious. Deo, but Ichigo had already pulled out Tensa Zangetsu, backed up, and slightly opened the distance between the two sides. Ichigo glanced at Yami. Yami's right arm had a hole in his right arm, and it was hanging down in boredom. If nothing else, at least this hand didn't have the slightest combat power in a short period of time, and he lost a hand. Yami is not in Ichigo's eyes, so Ichigo focused most of his attention on Ulquiorra. Watching Ulquiorra, Ichigo said silently, it should have been ringing just now, compared to Yami, his ringing is faster, and this feeling seems to have a sense of space. Maybe it is a kind of space transfer. At this time, Ichigo smiled at Yoruichi very easily and then held Tensa Zangetsu again. This guy is able to cut through Yami's steel skin. Is this power given to him by Zanpakuto, or does he already have this power? Ulquiorra looked at Ichigo and said secretly in his heart, then turned his head to look at Yami. Do you want to exchange? You don't seem to be his opponent. Less wordy, Yami shouted loudly, then pulled out Zanpakuto directly, then slashed towards Ichigo. Just as Yami pulled out Zanpakuto, Ulquiorra returned to where he was fighting before. Ichigo watched Yami's attack, and his figure disappeared instantly. He stood on Yami's shoulder and said to Yami, since you have Zanpakuto, you must be able to liberate enough for 1.4. How about liberating? Let me see your true strength, otherwise, with the current you, there is no value in fighting at all. Said Ichigo, and Tensazangetsu looked directly at Yami's right shoulder, because Yami has more than all Arankars. Steel skin, so Ichigo's Zanpakuto just chopped in half and didn't quite look his arm down. With a smile on the corner of Ichigo's mouth, he said softly, Crescent Moon Chong. A black crescent moon splashed directly from Yami's shoulders, hitting Ulquiorra who was still standing before, and Ulquiorra just stretched slightly. He shot, then directly grabbed the black crescent moon, and then exerted a slight force on his hand. The whole crescent moon was completely broken, and at this moment, an arm completely fell, and Ulquiorra looked at his palm in surprise. And then it was fine again under high-speed regeneration. Chapter 159. Damn, Yami said angrily, and then grabbed his left hand towards Ichigo. Ichigo ignored it and held Tensazangetsu, directly cutting off his entire arm. Yami couldn't even hold Zanpakuto and fell to the ground. He clutched his handed arm and said angrily, UBD, it really makes me angry. Yami grabbed the ground directly. Zanpakuto ran who charged directly towards Ichigo. Humph, do you still want to fight under this circumstance? It looks like you don't even want the other hand. Ichigo said softly, and then charged towards Yami with his feet, and Ichigo's figure flickered. At this high speed, let alone Yami, even Ulquiorra can only detect Ichigo's figure after concentrating all of his energy. After all, Ichigo is using a general level Shunpo, and he didn't use his full strength at all, just playing that's it. Ichigo rushed in front of Yami, a little under his feet. The whole person rushed in front of Yami in an instant, his feet 26 feet on the back of his Zanpakuto's knife, and then the whole person came in front of him in an instant. Tensazangetsu stabbed towards his heart. Seeing that Tensazangetsu had broken the skin of Yami's chest, but was blocked by Zanpakuto. Tensazangetsu broke through the skin of Yami's chest, and when he was about to penetrate Yami's body, a knife appeared on Tensazangetsu's blade and blocked it, but Ichigo's strength was terrifying, so this knife also pushed away by Ichigo. Yami was also indirectly attacked by Tensazangetsu, but only left a huge scratch on Yami's chest. Ichigo glanced, and the Zanpakuto just now belonged to Ulquiorra, who suddenly appeared. I saw Ulquiorra looking at Ichigo. He raised his foot slightly and kicked over. He didn't kick at Ichigo, but at Yami's elbow holding Zanpakuto. I saw the Zanpakuto that Yami was holding immediately stabbed towards Ichigo's chest. Ichigo's eyes were very relaxed, the figure did not retreat, and he pushed towards Yami regardless, and Yami's Zanpakuto was already close to Ichigo's body. When Zanpakuto was blocked, it was Ryutsu who appeared from Ichigo from time to time to block Yami's Zanpakuto. Seeing this scene, Ulquiorra quickly grabbed Yami and turned 50 meters away. Ulquiorra ignored Yami, but looked at Ichigo and said, I want to discuss with your excellency. Although Ulquiorra asked Ichigo, this sentence was not a question but a statement. Hey, this guy is my opponent, don't take my prey, Yami said loudly. Ulquiorra didn't even look at Yami, and continued to stare at Ichigo. Now you or even I can't be his opponent at all, you should know it. And, don't forget, his Zanpakuto ability, so far, he hasn't used it at all. Ulquiorra's figure disappeared in front of Ichigo. Ichigo's pupils shrank suddenly, because at this moment Ichigo completely lost trace of Ulquiorra, and even Ryutsu looked for it. Not Ring Swan. Ichigo's mind flashed this thought, and then Ichigo's figure disappeared in place without a moment, and at this moment Ulquiorra appeared where Ichigo was standing. Nice reaction. Ulquiorra looked at Ichigo and said, under these circumstances, he was able to evade my attack so easily. It was impossible to detect his trace at that moment. Sure enough, Ring Swan is a space-based footwork. Unlike Shunpo, Shunpo only has a high-speed moving footwork. You can also learn the footwork, and Soul Society and Hueco Mundo have fought fiercely for so many years. I am afraid that Advanced Su has learned Shunpo, and now Su has mastered Ring Swan. It seems that Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. I am afraid that the balance of power will change again after Aizen's defection. Thinking of this, Ichigo also said very easily, it seems that the water can't be released. 99. I also hope that your excellency can use all your strength, Ulquiorra said respectfully. When Ichigo heard it, he smiled and said, then see how much power you can force out of me. After speaking, Ichigo disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Ulquiorra's pupil shrank, because this speed is completely different from the speed just now, and then Ichigo came to him in an instant and would give him a knife, and Ulquiorra had to raise his hand to block it when he saw it, but he was about to touch him. By the time of his Zanpakuto, Ichigo disappeared and appeared behind Ulquiorra's Zanpakuto. Gave him a knife. Ulquiorra was very surprised, because he was still very confused, but looking at Ichigo who appeared not far in front of him and asked, is this your true strength? Hearing this, Ichigo also said, who knows, 35. Then Ulquiorra disappeared again with a swivel, and Ichigo disappeared with him. No matter where Ulquiorra appeared, Ichigo's shadow appeared beside him, and every time Ulquiorra played, the wounds on Ulquiorra increased, and Ichigo did not at all. Nothing at all. And Ulquiorra and Ichigo distanced themselves and fired Zero towards Ichigo. The green Ryutsu condensed at his fingertips, and then shot towards Ichigo, and Ichigo also waved Tensa Zangetsu a little seriously. A sword pressure appeared and collided with Zero together, offset. After that, Ulquiorra's injuries were regenerated by high-speed regeneration, and seeing this scene, Ichigo said, what a great ability! Do you want to come and fight again? Hearing this, Ulquiorra shook his head. Let's go, Yummy, Ulquiorra said suddenly, then turned slightly. Out of thin air, the space immediately cracked, revealing a black passage. At this moment, Yoruichi came to Ichigo and asked, just let them go. Hearing this, Ichigo smiled and said, it's okay, it's one of the fun anyway, isn't it? Yoruichi also laughed when he heard this. Stand up. After hearing this sentence, Ulquiorra paused, and then entered the passage with Yummy. Chapter 160. Hueco Mundo. Ulquiorra and Yami are too close to a palace like a palace. This is the palace where Aizen, who escaped from the Soul Society, is in. Ulquiorra and Yami stepped into a large hall. Above the main hall, Aizen was sitting on the throne in front. He looked at Ulquiorra and Yami and said, welcome back, Ulquiorra, Yami. I think you must have done it perfectly. Have completed the task I gave you, then report your task in front of 20 of our compatriots. Yes, Lord Aizen. Ulquiorra said, then slightly stretched out his hand to pull out one of his eyeballs. Holding the eyeball, Ulquiorra said, please see, Lord Aizen, and then suddenly crushed the eyeball in his hand. Aizen and others were able to see countless images from the little stars, from Ulquiorra's arrival to reality to his return to Hueco Mundo, everything. There are images, like watching a TV show, and Ulquiorra's eyes play it all out. After a while, after everyone watched all the images, Aizen said, I see, because Kurosaki Ichigo's strength has already been shown, so you and Yami can only retreat. You're too cowardly, Ulquiorra, you didn't kill that man with all your strength. Aqua blue broken hair, icy blue eyes, 4 bangs down his forehead, green eyeshadow Aaron Carr lines, and a row on the right cheek. Toothed virtual mask. Grimjo. Ulquiorra looked at the man and said, I have already said that Kurosaki Ichigo is not something we can deal with, and he is not using his full strength at all, just playing, and the most important thing is that my task is to let's test Kurosaki Ichigo's strength. Humph, after all, you're not afraid, Grimjo said, and this guy Yami got his entire arm chopped off, what a shame. What the hell are you talking about? Yami was furious. Ulquiorra threw Yami's arm to Yami and said, okay, stop talking nonsense, you go to the treatment, connect the arm. But... Yami said. Okay, Ulquiorra, Yami, you go to rest first, Aizen said. Ulquiorra and Yami stopped talking when they heard Aizen's opening, and turned to leave. Grimjo closed his mouth because of Aizen's opening. In the present world, because of Arrancar's arrival, Kurosaki couple, Ishida Yuryu and the Kamen army all felt it. They were very concerned, but Ichigo and Yoruichi didn't come here because they felt it. And it was also known to the people of Soul Society. Ichigo and Yoruichi also went back to school after seeing them go back, and they also went to class after going back, so Ichigo said, it's just right. Hearing Ichigo's rant, Yoruichi also smiled and said, it's almost. And then he went into the classroom and started a class, and Arisawa Tatsuki saw Ichigo and Yoruichi come in, and when he was about to say something, he saw the teacher come in, so he stopped talking. In the void, a partition sliding door suddenly appeared in the air, but it happened to be crowded with people below, but they didn't notice anything. But also, this is Soul Society's piercing gate. All the people going back and forth in the piercing gate are Shinigami, and ordinary humans naturally cannot see Shinigami. Unless it is a human with high spiritual power, but even if there are so many human beings with high spiritual power, they will not say it, because no one will believe it, because everyone will only use their own knowledge and cognition to understand everything, and regard this cognition as true. Once it exceeds their cognition and knowledge, then he will selectively ignore it. If he says a few more words, he will be gradually alienated by the people around him, so these high spiritual powers. After the human beings continue to suffer losses, they gradually become invisible. The sliding door opened, and 6 figures appeared inside the sliding door. The current one looked like a 12 or 3-year-old boy with short white hair and a white yuri. On the back of yuri was the cross is exactly Hōgyoku, the captain of the 10th division, and behind him is the big-haired blonde royal sister, Matsumoto Ranjaku, in addition to the 2 of them, who has been in this world before and is now regarded as a guide Rukia Kokaki and Abarai Renji, who was sent by Byakuya Kokaki because he was worried about Rukia. The last 2, Madare Mikeku with a big bald head and Ayasukawa Yumichika, who is inseparable with Madare Mikeku, said weakly, they were tortured by their leader Zaraki Kenpeki, so they could only escape here. Of course, the bright side was attacked by Aizen in this world, so they came to set up defenses in advance. Is this the real world? Matsumoto Ranjaku stepped forward and threw himself on Hōgyoku's back, burying Hōgyoku's head in a pair of TS and said, it's amazing, there are so many like this. Tall, Lee's, building. Captain, let's go shopping. Matsumoto. Hōgyoku's eyes were blocked by Matsumoto Ranjaku's big breasts, and the black well character protruded directly on his head. If you do this again, you will immediately return to Soul Society for me. Mama, alright, Captain Hōgyoku, now is not the time to talk about this. Rukia immediately reconciled, now let's go to a hidden place, and then enter the corpse. Then Rukia said with a slight pause, of course, in this world, it is not allowed to carry knives, so when you enter the corpse, you must also bring Zanpakuto in. Can't you bring a knife? It's a troublesome rule, Madare Mikeku complained, but didn't object. So the group started to fall.